Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The capital of the Antares Empire was burning. A huge monster opened its mouth wide and screamed loudly. It crushed people with its paws. There were many such creatures in the empire. The people were dressed in armor and armed. A man sitting on a horse reported that 2 million of their brave warriors had been defeated by the evil demon. Looking at the flags, he added that they would end this, and the demon king would fall at the hands of great heroes. In the abyss hall of the great demon palace, there was a domed painted ceiling. Alex frowned and screamed that his enemy's evil deeds had come to an end. In the distance, a man sat his silhouette hidden in shadow. The demon king Reifenhart frowned and rested his cheek on his fist. Sirrus grabbed his brightly glowing sword and screamed that they would destroy the villain, and his death would mark the fall of the evil empire. The king, his brow furrowed, replied that Antares should not be called an evil empire, for it already had a name. Teslan clenched his fist and shouted furiously that the protagonist was raising a devil's spawn here, and by destroying it, they would wipe out all these vicious monsters that had come from the underworld. Reifenhart smiled and thought that in reality he had simply taught the monsters human tactics, and that they had been oppressed all their lives, and he had merely given them a way to resist. He placed his hands on the arms of the throne and asked if they had already slain the 4 heavenly kings. The warriors stood in a crowd, and Sirrus replied that these filthy orcs were no match for his sword. The king shouted loudly, asking in shock if even the brave great orc Tahad had been defeated. He imagined the smiling monsters and thought that the orcs looked menacing, but in reality they would never betray a fellow and fought the strong, protecting the weak. Teslan crossed his arms and said with a grin that in fact they were just disgusting trolls who got what they deserved for their sins. The protagonist cried, imagining the troll, and thought that it was too rude to them, because they were close to nature and the spirits of their ancestors. Saint Flynn closed her eyes and said that the evil dwarf who worshipped the god of darkness was also called to account for his deeds. Reifenhart covered his face with his hand and thought that these people were very arrogant, because they considered everyone except the 12 gods and Seer to be the spawn of hell. The light mage Jade raised his hand and said that they also overthrew the vicious dark elf. The king's face froze with an expression of horror, and he imagined the face of Sirrus. He furrowed his brows and screamed furiously that they were begging for death. The warriors standing in the distance replied that the dark elf was a demon who had gone over to the side of darkness, and there would be no mercy for such traitors. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and replied that Sirrus's skin had only become a little darker because humans had cut down all the trees and forced her people to flee to the barren lands, and now they were blaming her for her dark skin color. Alex raised his weapon and screamed that he would avenge the fallen with his sword. The king's eyes turned black, and he asked with a creepy smile who would avenge the rest of the fallen. The blonde furrowed his brows and screamed that the monsters would never have gone over to the side of evil and lived their normal lives if it weren't for his powers of darkness. A purple mist began to appear around the ruler, and he decided that it was useless because they couldn't hear him. As Alex approached him, he thought about how for them, any non-human species that did not agree to live the life of a slave immediately became a servant of darkness, and this was a suitable reason for extermination. His long hair rose into the air. Then he stretched his arms out to the sides and screamed shrilly that in this case he would become the king of demons that they so wanted to see him as. The enemies flew into the air. Reifenhart frowned, his eyes shining brightly. He created a magical seal in front of himself and thought about how people did not want to recognize other intelligent races as equals. The king imagined 2 elven girls in maid costumes and thought that these creatures were servants for people who were just lucky to live a little longer than people. Then he imagined a dwarf and thought that they were a labor force for people, especially useful in the mines, and orcs were nothing more than draft horses. The protagonist imagined glass vials and concluded that people used trolls as components for healing potions. He remembered looking at the ruined city and thought that he was deeply impressed when he discovered their culture and its roots. He stood surrounded by orcs, whom he got to know better. 3 monsters showed the mage a yellow glowing ball. He was revealed the magic of spirits from the elves and trolls. Reifenhart closed his eyes and smiled. He became the first mage of the 10th circle in history with this knowledge. He spread his arms in benevolence. He just couldn't continue to watch how humans treated other races, so he began to help them. His territory was expanding, and it was becoming more and more difficult to deceive people. The king watched the fight between the knights and the monsters, then the attacks began, destroying structures, plundering lands, forcing them to flee further and further. He sat on the throne, thinking about how they then began to fight back, and somehow everything led to the expansion of their lands, until they turned into the Empire of Antares. Representatives of the various races raised their hands in victory. Tall buildings were visible. The protagonist thought that he did not hate people, he simply believed that other species were no worse than humanity, and no one was going to oppress people in return. Killed monsters lay on the ruins of the building. Everything turned out differently because people did not like their desire to live in peace on their land. The troll with a wound on his head opened his eyes wide. The king thought that his army consisted mainly of orcs and goblins, who were not distinguished by beauty, but it was unacceptable to kill them for such a stupid reason. The protagonist raised his hand and shouted that if the laws of people allowed senseless killings, then he would abolish them and create new ones. Blood splashed out of Alex's mouth. He flew back. Teslan turned around, looking at his ally lying on the floor, and the ruler said that they lacked skill in both magic and with the sword. He frowned thin eyebrows and thought that Alex could do many things, but overall he was quite weak. The martial arts king clenched his fist furiously as lightning bolts coursed through his body. He was known for his physical strength. His body emitted bright flames, and Reifenhardt thought that the others were easy to defeat, but this opponent was different. The muscle man rushed towards the enemy. He slammed his fist into the ground, but the protagonist managed to jump back. Teslan rushed towards him. From outside, a powerful explosion could be seen thundering from a high tower. The ruler was standing on the roof. His gaze was tense. The martial arts king jumped, swinging his fist. Reifenhardt turned around and clenched his teeth. The muscle man, whose eyes turned white, shouted loudly that victory would be theirs. His fist landed on the mage's head, causing him to cry. Teslan raised his hands and said that this was expected. The protagonist, whose face was bleeding, thought that his back was broken and that he needed to kill the enemy, but in this state there was no chance of victory. As he rubbed his head, the martial artist shouted that he would send his opponent to a personal trial. The mage looked at him and admitted that he had won. Teslan furrowed his brows and suggested that they were all now free of his evil spell. The protagonist frowned tensely. He clenched his teeth tightly and thought that he was going to give up, but he couldn't. The wind blew through his hair and clothes while he marveled at how his enemy thought that monsters should live a normal life of slavery. He grabbed the powerful artifact he found in the ancient ruins. The jock furrowed his red brows and asked loudly what Reifenhardt was going to do. His face twisted in rage and he replied that he was going to cast the regression spell that would turn back time and disrupt the divine plan. Wind swirled around the mage, and he thought that he didn't know if it would work, but he had nothing to lose. The martial artist rushed towards his enemy. He picked up the artifact and thought that he could not allow himself to die. The tense face of the jock lit up. The protagonist narrowed his eyes from the brightness. Teslan's fist approached the artifact, and Reifenhardt screamed loudly. A blinding flash was visible in the Antares Empire. The enemies collided, emitting red and yellow light. A loud explosion thundered, accompanied by a white flash. Birds were sitting on the branches of a tree. Smoke was coming out of a wooden house. The wind was blowing white curtains. The guy opened his eyes slightly, not understanding if he was alive. His body was in good physical shape. He thought that he really managed to use the spell that he had not deciphered even half. He looked out the window and said that a jump in time had occurred, but he did not remember this place in his past. He scratched his ear, wondering how old he was now. In front of a small house in a hollow stood an axe. The protagonist stepped onto the floor. His body was pumped up, and he said it was enviable. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, not understanding whose body he was in. Reifenhardt looked at his hands and noticed that they were all calloused, and his body was covered in scars and muscles. He remembered how in his youth, the elves pressed themselves against him, admiring his body and coolness. The guy went to the mirror and asked where his chiseled face had gone. He touched his chin and assumed that he had not returned to the past, but had simply exchanged souls between two bodies. The protagonist frowned his red eyebrows and began to study his new features. He opened his mouth and thought about what would happen if he imagined this man a little wider and with facial hair. The mage sweated when he realized that he looked exactly like Teslan. He turned around when he heard his name being called. The muscular man opened the door and said that the sun was already high in the sky. He leaned over and yelled loudly, asking why the boy was still sitting at home. He put his hands on his waist and said with a smile that today was another great day ahead of them. Reifenhardt turned pale with fear, looking at the huge stranger. He froze when the man approached him and asked why the boy was looking at him so strangely, as if he was seeing him for the first time. The mentor closed his eyes and asked if the student wanted to use the excuse of amnesia a second time. He grabbed the boy by the head. Then, smiling, he dragged him along with him to train. The protagonist sweated when he realized that this stranger was the mentor of Teslan, the strongest warrior of the continent of all time. Gerard smiled widely, closing his eyes. The boy was tied with ropes to a tree, begging the mentor to listen to him. The muscle man gagged him and said that he was talking too much today. Reifenhardt screamed when he saw Gerard reaching for the bamboo. His face was covered in sweat. The man hit him on his bare stomach. Tears gushed from the boy's eyes. A red mark was left on his body. He did not understand what was happening here. Gerard dealt the student random blows. The protagonist was crying, thinking about Sirrus. The man frowned and thought that his student's hands were softer than usual today. As he continued to attack, the trainer thought that short-term memory loss was common among members of their clan due to the grueling training. He smiled and thought that since the matter was trivial, the solution was simple. The boy cried while Gerard beat him. He swung his stick, shouting that those who are weak in body hide in armor behind swords. The man approached the protagonist and shouted that it was shameful not to be able to overcome one's weaknesses, and that training was needed for that. The mentor broke the bamboo and shouted that people, like steel, were tempered by blows. The veins stood out on his muscular arm, and he shouted that there were no limits to physical development. Then he closed his eyes and thought that not everyone could become stronger through training, because only high-quality iron became steel. Gerard hit the young man in the face. Beating him without stopping, the muscle man shouted for his student to think about the ocean. Riefenhardt closed his eyes and imagined himself with Sirrus on the seashore. He fell to the ground, and the trainer said that training was over for today. The magician hugged himself, and thanked God for such a strong body. Stars were visible in the dark sky. Leaves floated in the water, and the protagonist assumed that this was a healing potion. He sat in the bath, thinking that one bottle cost 10 silver coins. Gerard put his hands behind his back and explained that steel always needed to be cooled after forging. Riefenhardt looked down and decided that the method was working. He remembered Teslan from the past, and thought that he had been through similar training since he was a child. The boy lowered himself into the water and made sure that he had returned to the past after all. The moon was visible outside the window, and the magician mentally wondered where his body was now. He imagined his younger self and doubted that two identical souls could live in the same dimension. He frowned and came to two assumptions. The protagonist imagined two silhouettes and thought that there was he from the future, and he was in Teslan's body, and he coexisted with his current young self. Immersing half of his face in the water, the young man assumed that the king of martial arts was currently in the body of young Riefenhardt. He imagined the young magician with a bunch of books in his hands. The protagonist stood in front of a huge plate of meat, and Gerard shouted for him to start eating. While the young man was biting into the piece, the mentor was shouting that the overworked body needed to replenish its supply of nutrients. They were climbing the mountain. The mage had a huge load on his back. The muscle man was already sitting at the top, offering to continue the morning workout. Riefenhardt was pumping his abs, not understanding how long this merciless mess would continue. He lay motionless on the bed. Tears were streaming from his reddened eyes. The guy sat in the corner, thinking about how this would affect the future. He imagined the young mage in the library and thought that the uniqueness of the soul is an immutable rule of this world, but it can also happen that the soul will cease to exist. The protagonist bit his thumb and thought that young Riefenhardt would be inactive as a mage for the next 10 years, but he, too, was constantly learning, reading books in the magic tower of Delphia. He imagined the skinny guy lifting dumbbells and thought that if Teslan was in his body, then he would definitely come for him. He imagined himself pumped up and decided that the king of martial arts could find a way to become strong in this body. Riefenhardt peeked out from around the corner and said that his priority now was to escape from this mental hospital. He quickly ran towards the forest. Gritting his teeth from the tension, he decided that he would definitely escape from here, no matter what happened. Suddenly, Gerard appeared in front of him, who asked with a smile where his student was going. The man touched his beard and said that this was the 9th time he tried to escape. The protagonist frowned and shouted that he was not Teslan, but a mage named Riefenhardt. The trainer looked at him with a grin, not believing his words. The guy opened his mouth in shock when the muscleman said that the last time he claimed that he came from another world where there are gods and dragons. The mage sweated, and the man mentioned a great master from the Huan Empire in the east from a place called Mirim. Gerard grabbed the student by the head and said with a smile that he had been especially convincing this time. Then he pulled him along, and the young man thought that he had failed today, but that he would definitely achieve his goal tomorrow. He bit his lip and decided that he would not allow himself to be locked here forever. The trainer looked out from behind a bush and said with a smile that the student reminded him of himself in his youth. Gerard looked into the water and said that he understood Riefenhardt perfectly. He pulled him out of the water and said that he needed to be patient for a little while longer, and everything would pay off. The protagonist was on his knees. He had resigned himself to the fact that it was simply impossible to escape, and the trainer at that time was telling him that there had never been a single student who had not tried to escape. Beads of sweat were pouring down the young man's face, and he thought that if he was lucky enough to get out of here, this old man would still find him. The man crossed his arms and laughed, and the mage decided that it was better to officially get permission and leave these mountains. Gerard beat the student with a morning star. The chains lay on the floor, so Riefenhardt spent 2 years. His body emitted a bright flame. He was able to awaken the aura. The mentor closed his eyes, shouting that there was nothing surprising in this. He took the weapon in his hands and said that if the instincts of self-preservation were developed in parallel with physical data, then the student's will to live would increase survival, and also manifest his power, known as aura. He threw the weapon aside and said that they were moving on to the next stage. The man smiled widely, and his fist caught fire. He said that it was time for a sparring match with him. The protagonist froze in shock. A powerful explosion was visible in the distance. 3 more years passed. In the kingdom of Vasily, the Larchen Mountains were visible. A waterfall gurgled loudly. A young guy in good physical shape was standing on a stone. He clenched his hand into a fist. The abundance of his muscles was noticeable. The protagonist's fist glowed brightly. He bent down, preparing to attack. Then he slammed his hand against the stone wall. The boy frowned, deciding that he was not doing enough, since the third stage was his limit at the moment. He stood in front of the destroyed wall and said that he needed to somehow advance to the fourth stage. He raised his hand and thought that the final stage of the Horn of Calamity technique was a strike that called out 9 waves, and this strike could kill even a god, but even Master Gerard had only reached the 8th stage. Riefenhardt placed his hands on his waist and thought that his mentor had promised to let him leave the mountains only if he reached at least the 4th stage. He looked at his hand and said that in the past, he would have definitely escaped, but now he needed to complete his endurance training. He raised his hands, concentrating magical energy. Then he fired an air bullet at a nearby tree. There was a light black mark left. The protagonist scratched his head and realized that his body was clearly resisting the magic. Suddenly, he looked to the side. He looked at the path from which he felt the inhuman energy. A green foot was visible. The orc came out from behind the tree, holding a sword in his hand. Riefenhardt frowned. The monster, whose face was sweating, asked the stranger to pretend that he had not seen him. The youth wrinkled his nose and guessed that this orc was about 3 or 4 years old. The monster looked at him intently, and the protagonist thought that he was hiding from someone. He smiled and asked if someone was chasing the young orc. He raised his hand, and the monster was surprised that the man knew this language. He closed his eyes and admitted that he was being chased. The boy put his hands on his waist and said that he wanted to help. The orc looked at him and said that he could put himself at risk if he helped. Riefenhardt smiled, assuming that this monster was noble, and convinced him that he had enough strength. He raised his hands, and purple smoke appeared around him. The young man pointed to the entrance of the cave and said that his magic would cover the young orc. The monster looked at him and was surprised that he was also a mage. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in confusion when the orc explained that it was strange to see a wizard with such a body. He entered the cave and turned around, thanking the guy. The jock turned around, hearing sounds behind him. A crowd of people was approaching him. The knight walking in front of everyone asked Riefenhardt if he had seen the monster, and another warrior promised a gold coin for the information. The men turned to each other, and the blond man said with a smile that he would not actually give him money. The guy crossed his arms and replied that he had not seen anyone. The knight saw tracks on the ground and realized that the orc had gone ahead. The protagonist, behind whom there was a stone wall, said that this was his home, which he was not going to let anyone in. Bright frowned, indignant at such words. Riefenhardt looked at the strangers with displeasure, who began to mock him. Then he raised his hand and created a huge purple seal. He took the weapon that appeared in the ground by the hilt. The guy grinned slyly and said that the knights should not be afraid, because they would not die from the blow. He stood above them, and the strangers panicked. Riefenhardt smiled widely. Swinging a club, he fought with the villains. The armed enemy shouted for everyone to attack the jock together. While the protagonist was beating the enemies, he thought that they were still mercenaries who earned their bread with a sword. Suddenly, someone hit him on the back. The enemy's sword bent. The protagonist threw the enemy back, surprised at how his body was damaged by the blade. He swung the club, thinking that he had nothing to worry about, because they would not die from such an attack. The mercenaries were spitting, screaming loudly. Only one enemy remained standing, while the rest lay on the ground and begged for mercy. He approached the guy and demanded his name. Riefenhardt hit him and said with a smile that it was unfair that he was still standing, while his friends were already praying to the ancestors. The knights walked away. The protagonist looked at the broken club and thought about getting his own students, so that he would have someone to beat. He turned around when the orc thanked him. The monster placed his hand on his chest and said that he would not forget this and would definitely repay this kindness. He bowed, saying that Riefenhardt was now his life mentor. While the monster swore, the guy thought about how in orc culture, a life mentor is someone they honor. The protagonist almost said the name Teslan when the orc asked him. Then he stopped himself and touched his chin. He smiled and said that his name was Riefenhardt. The monster, whose hair was fluttering in the wind, said that he would remember this name. The guy put his hand on his waist, asking where his new acquaintance would go, and he answered that he wanted to find a safe place for himself or become a free wanderer. The jock imagined the protruding bones of wild animals and told the monster to go to the land of trials, where the orcs of the Blue Bear tribe hide. The monster ran away. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked what his new friend's name was. The orc turned around and shouted that his name was Tahad. Riefenhardt froze in shock, his mouth open. A sword hung on the monster's back. The boy imagined Tahad in his past life, who was the head of the Blue Bear tribe, and later led all the orcs on the continent. He scratched his temple with a smile and thought that fate was involved here, because the real Teslan would hardly have extended a helping hand to an orc. He watched the monster leave. A smile appeared on his face. He remembered how representatives of different races raised their hands in honor of the Antares Empire. Then Riefenhardt imagined Tahad with a huge skull on his shoulder. After that, he thought of a troll with blue skin. He remembered Sirrus. Then the protagonist imagined a dwarf. King Antares sat on the throne, smiling widely. He imagined himself surrounded by different races, his friends and his family. Near the mountains there was a frozen lake. Half a year had passed since that strange meeting with Tahad. Gerard swung his burning fist. A huge stream of air bullet energy rushed forward. The protagonist raised his hands and declared that this was too much. He had to jump back and use Vortex Guard to dodge. The man crossed his arms and praised his ability. The old man remembered how his student lost his memory and called himself by another name. Riefenhardt put his hands on his waist and asked why he needed to remind him of something that happened 6 years ago. The mentor scratched his beard and said that his friend had become much stronger since he began his training 10 years ago. The martial artist looked at him puzzled and asked why he was still so small. The boy asked what that meant since he was almost 2 meters tall. The teacher clenched his fist furiously and shouted that a member of the Indestructible Training Hall must exceed 2 meters. Gerard put his hand on the student's head and asked if he was sure he was following the breathing technique correctly. The boy thought about how the Teslan from the past was actually taller and replied that physique was not that important. The warrior looked away and thought about how he wouldn't be able to fit through any doorway if he started breathing like he was taught. The man concluded that his friend was strong enough. The fighter clenched his fists. The old man declared that it was time for him to show all his abilities. The protagonist's eyes lit up. His body soared into the sky. Riefenhardt extended his arm to the side and used the horn of distress. The boy swung his fist and rushed towards the ground. His blow was accompanied by the release of a huge amount of energy. The ice broke into pieces and the water splashed. The shock wave rolled across the entire lake. Blocks of ice rose high into the air. With his mouth wide open, the mentor laughed and called it an excellent attack. The young man looked at his hand and realized that he had reached the 4th stage. The martial artist concluded that now he would definitely not be easy to defeat. Standing on the rock, Gerard said that now he would have to go to the outside world. The man narrowed his eyes and praised his student for his excellent work. The warrior gaped in surprise. The old man asked him to live as his friend saw fit, and explained that he did not care whether he became a hero or a villain. The mentor closed his eyes and said that this was a reward for all his efforts. The fighter frowned sadly. The martial artist frowned and remembered something his teacher had told him 60 years ago. Rastow raised his index finger and said that earning money was good, but he should not participate in dishonest affairs. Kneeling, young Gerard asked what this meant, said that his mentor did not mind him becoming a villain. The martial artist explained that even villains should be honorable. The man raised his second finger and asked him to advocate for those who were treated unfairly, because he should be valued and respected by those around him. The boy asked if he was talking about the weak. The teacher explained that weakness is not always a consequence of unfair treatment, so one must learn to distinguish between the two. Rastow raised his third finger and stated that the third rule was the most important. The old man raised 3 fingers and asked his student to spread the teachings of the Unbreakable Training Hall to the masses and make sure that it would not be interrupted. Standing in front of his friend, the mentor urged him to find a student to inherit their great techniques. The protagonist stated that he would keep this in mind. The martial artist tossed him a bag and explained that finding a talented student was not that easy and could take almost a lifetime, but this was an opportunity that should not be missed. Riefenhardt looked at the bag and noticed that it contained 30 pieces of silver. Frowning, the boy said that he thought his teacher had become rich in the kingdom of Vasily and asked if he did not have his own estate in the capital. Gerard replied that the payment for completing the training was set by the clan. The man handed his comrade a scroll and said that he had prepared a small gift for him in the Settlard Mountains, and added that there was a mark on the map. The young man opened the map and the old man asked him to be sure to look there if he was nearby. The warrior walked out into the icy mountains. The fighter looked back and wondered if he really had complete freedom now. Snowflakes swirled in front of him in the gusts of wind. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind him. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock and screamed. The mentor raised his fist and urged his student to carry on with his steely determination without hesitation. The martial artist grinned and called him the heir to the greatest techniques in this land. Riefenhardt ran away. The sun was shining on the city. A local resident raised his hand and said that it was too dangerous. The mayor explained that he had to say what needed to be said. With his hand on his sword, the knight asked what had happened. The old man approached him and asked him to pay for the food. Throwing him a coin, the man mentally called him selfish and decided that this should be enough. The tavern owner looked at the coin in amazement. The swordsman grinned and suggested that he was seeing a ducat for the first time in his life. The local asked for forgiveness and said that it was too little. The warrior opened his mouth wide and asked if he really thought they didn't know the market prices. The nobleman hit the headman in the face and called on him not to dare insult him. The peasants frowned angrily and thought that these were not knights, but real bandits, since they had occupied their houses and eaten all their supplies for only 1 ducat, and that didn't include delivery services and other errands. Someone grinned and asked what had happened. The man replied that everything was fine. Stefan came down the stairs and said that this was exactly why you can't be nice to peasants. The boy narrowed his eyes slyly and said that they didn't know their place at all. In the past, the protagonist was lying on a bed with his lover. Reifenhardt smiled and asked why she kept caressing him. Sirrus replied that she just wanted to. The girl stroked his chest and explained that his features were sharp and chiseled, like a fine blade. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, the guy realized that his body now looked completely different. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and was glad that at least he had become taller than he was. The warrior looked out the window and remembered that Sirrus was now about 70 years old, which in human years is about 17 years old. People were walking along the streets. The fighter thought about the fact that he was in a city south of the kingdom of Vasily, and the girl would be sold next year at the Chotan's slave auction. Scratching his chin, the protagonist wondered what he should do now and suggested that he should just break into the auction and take her. The locals went about their business. Reifenhardt decided that he could not act so recklessly, because later it would be difficult for him to restore his magical powers, so it would be better to solve the problem with money. The guy clenched his fist and realized that he had no money at all, and now the prices for elves are simply incredible. Clouds swirled around the obelisk. The young man thought about how he had a powerful body, techniques and knowledge of the future, and on the way to Chotan there were ancient ruins. Stefan looked back and asked if his friend had found out where these ancient ruins were. Todd asked him to wait a little longer. The man was sitting in the lotus position and meditating. The boy looked out the window and asked if this was really what they needed. The magician confirmed it. Far beyond the city were the mountains in which his ancestor was buried. Walking down the street, the warrior presented a map and thought about how he had an incredibly hardy body and that a true king of martial arts could walk down the street topless even in winter. Frowning menacingly, the fighter realized that artificial return was a special technique of all times, which allowed him to revive memories in any period of time, and remembered that one magician from the Tower of Delphius told him about these ruins. The protagonist smiled and imagined how in a past life he found real treasures and sold them for more than 2,000 gold. Reifenhardt stopped. At the foot of the mountain was the village of cattle. People gathered in the building. The headman asked what they should do now, and reminded that they should not even approach the Valley of Death. Spreading his arms, the man explained that the knights needed a guide, and said that they knew perfectly well what would happen if they refused. The local gritted his teeth and cursed the nobles. His friend asked him to be quiet so that they would not hear anything. Taking a bow and arrows in his hands, Ted called himself the most suitable candidate, and said that he knew the mountains better than anyone in the village. His wife and daughter hugged him and cried. He himself did not really want to go on this mission. The villagers frowned and whispered that they believed in their comrade. The man thought that now he did not want to go there even more. The protagonist pressed his face to the glass and said that he could go there himself. The villager pointed his bow at him and asked who he was. Reifenhardt replied that he was just passing by and accidentally overheard their conversation. The locals surrounded him and asked if he knew the mountain road. The guy said that he had been there many times. The old man explained that no one who had been to the Valley of Death had ever returned from there. Grinning, the young man repeated that he had already been there, and thought that they should have simply thanked him. In the center of the Valley of Death stood an obelisk. It was a dungeon that served as a reminder of the Silver Age. Claude thrust his sword into the ground. 50 years ago, legends were made about him and his adventures throughout the kingdom of Vasily. The knight fell in battle when he decided to go to the Valley of Death with only one squire. The problem was that his demonic sword Alt-Ion, which was the symbol of the family, was also left there. The squad led by Stefan moved forward. Lelsia approached him and called him noble. The boy thanked her for such pleasant words. The warrior looked at them and realized that this was his slave, with whom they were probably having fun. Silen smiled widely. The fighter was surprised that this child could use the blessing properly at such a young age. The saint closed his eyes. The protagonist doubted that there was a boy in front of him. Todd approached him, and they began to talk. Reifenhardt decided that he should also try to talk to him. The heroes looked at each other. The boy wondered what kind of atmosphere was between them. The man covered his mouth with his hand and blushed. The young man's eyes widened in fear and decided that this definitely couldn't be true. Edward praised his choice. The warrior looked back and asked if they were talking about showing the way. The knight confirmed this and explained that the villagers were afraid to take on this task. The fighter replied that it was not surprising that they were afraid. The nobleman raised his eyebrows and asked how anyone could be afraid when they were accompanied by brave imperial knights. The protagonist gritted his teeth in displeasure and thought that there really wasn't a knight in the world who didn't like to brag. Suddenly, the heroes looked away when they heard a strange sound. Suddenly, something soared into the sky from the foliage of the trees. Giant birds rushed upward. The enraged harpy bared her fangs. The monsters spread their wings and rushed at the travelers. The commander saw that they were approaching and ordered everyone to get ready. The monster spread its clawed fingers to grab its prey. Raising his sword, Stefan asked how it dared to attack them, humans blessed by seizure, and called on his comrades to attack. Todd raised his hand and used fire chains. Waves of flame crashed down on the harpies. Sillin clasped his hands and asked Lord Philinance to grant the soldiers strength and courage. Watching the battle from the sidelines, Reifenhardt decided that this was quite good. Frowning, the boy thought that from the point of view of a practitioner of martial arts, the boy was still pathetic, and decided that at least Gerard never bragged without reason. The youth narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The orcs covered their heads with their hands in fear. The monster flew forward and bared his fangs. The thugs closed their eyes. The warrior struck the monster right in the face. The harpy immediately flew to pieces. The fighter thrust his fist forward and noticed that no one was paying attention to him. The protagonist imagined Ted with a bow in his hands and remembered that this guide was supposed to die right here. The monster opened its mouth wide and stuck out its tongue. Stefan cut its body with his sword. The monsters pounced on his subordinates. The boy did not pay attention to them and continued the fight. Reifenhardt mentally called him not a very good person. Sillin extended his hand to him and asked him to hide behind the trees. The harpy flapped its wing and released sharp feathers forward. They hit the boy's body, but did not leave even a scratch on him. One of the feathers pierced his eye. The young man punched the monster and realized that there were still tears in him, despite all those hellish trainings. The commander leaned on his sword and asked if the saint and the mages were safe. Edward confirmed it. The warrior asked if he didn't care about the fate of the others. The captain raised his hand and said that the knights of the Alt-Ion family were very strong. The soldiers joyfully raised their fists when Stefa allowed them to rest. Smiling, the warrior thanked Tahad and said that it was only thanks to him that he remained alive. The fighter raised his hand and said that he had a friend from the magic tower of Delphia. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist said his own name and asked if they knew each other. The man raised his eyebrows and asked if the child really had such big friends. Riffenhardt's eyes widened in fear when the wizard called him sweet and cute. The boy put his hand in his pocket and explained that he wanted to know how he was doing. The mage replied that he spent all his time studying. The young man frowned and asked if anything strange had happened to him in recent years. The archaeologist replied that he did not remember anything like that. Todd put his hands to his cheeks and remembered his sharp nose, beautiful eyes and soft skin. The warrior realized that this man was concerned with his body, just like Gerard, only in a completely different sense. Smiling nervously, the fighter wondered what he should do and asked if nothing had changed in his behavior. The man replied that he was not particularly interested in his affairs or thoughts. Sillin approached his comrade and asked if everything was okay with him. The protagonist replied that he was fine and asked him to examine the orcs. The boy used healing magic on them, but the thug said that nothing hurt them. The soldier approached the saint and asked him not to waste his energy on these monsters. The orcs looked at the healer and thanked him. Reifenhardt noticed that his kind attitude towards them was more like love for animals, and thought that the path of intelligent races to gaining rights is too long and thorny. The boy narrowed his eyes in displeasure when Stefan ordered him to show the way. The youth pointed ahead and explained that they needed to go straight, then to the right, and then slowed down when they came to a pond. The boy asked what was wrong with his voice. Several hours later, the sun's rays illuminated the forest through the crown of the trees. The knight wearily knitted his brows and listed all the monsters they had encountered. His comrade asked why so many monsters nested on such a tiny mountain. The warrior thought about how he was deliberately leading them the hardest way. The boy opened his mouth wide and ordered everyone to stop. The fighter grinned and decided that he was leading them the shortest way and was definitely not doing it to burden them. The commander climbed the rock and was surprised that there were so many monsters in the place where Claude died. Suddenly, the captain's mouth opened in surprise. In front of him, in the gorge, stood a giant obelisk. Stefan smiled widely and asked if this was it. Edward confirmed it. A fog fell over the ancient ruins of Paulton. The squad went to the entrance of the dungeon. They stopped in front of a huge gate. Todd waved his hand and said that this was the entrance. The man decided that they could go inside. The boy opened his mouth in fury and ordered everyone to get ready. The protagonist put his hands together and said that he would wait here because he could not get to the village alone. The commander said that they would protect him on the way back, since he had done his job and saw them off. Riefenhardt smiled and wondered if the captain was not going to do that. The soldiers raised their swords as their leader explained that a great man was buried there, so they must find the demonic sword at all costs. The knight opened his mouth wide and ordered everyone to move forward. The boy wished them luck. Everyone except him disappeared into the dungeon. The boy smirked and decided to mind his own business for now. The walls of the obelisk were covered in ivy. In the Silver Era, Paulton was a strategic point and was used as a normal military installation, so the technology of that time is considered very valuable. The warrior entered the dungeon and remembered how he explored this place with Sirrus. The girl pressed herself against the wall and said that there was a hidden passage. The walls parted in different directions and opened a way to a secret room. The fighter blushed and wondered what they were doing right in the middle of this dangerous area. Putting his hand to the wall, the protagonist thought that the key to the entrance was the balance of the seals of water and earth in reverse order, and remembered that he had a cheat sheet up his sleeve. Closing his eyes, Riefenhardt realized that he lacked mana, and asked himself why this body had such a terrible brain. The doors opened in front of him. The guy left his jacket at the entrance. The young man stretched his shoulders and decided that it was time to test his physical capabilities. The warrior looked around when he heard someone screaming. The fighter looked around and asked why the screams were coming from there if the squad went the other way. Stopping in front of the stairs, the protagonist noticed that a secret passage connected the third floor with the basement, and realized that it cannot be opened, as an unpleasant situation could occur. He looked up tensely. Riefenhardt's eyes widened and remembered that this was a military facility. The boy frowned menacingly and thought about how activating any device with mana triggered traps that were meant to scare away uninvited guests. People fell into a hole. Last time the boy did not think about others at all, but right now somewhere here is a detachment of Altayan, who probably fell into a trap. The warrior nervously pursed his lips and broke out in sweat. The blade cut the soldier's throat. Stefan opened his mouth wide and called out to his comrade. In front of him was a long, dark corridor. A sharp scythe appeared from around the corner. The monster flashed with burning eyes. The boy sternly knitted his eyebrows and realized that they would not be able to defeat it. A giant demon came out of the corridor. The commander wondered if a person could even defeat such a monster. Sylin raised his hands to his wounded comrade and begged Philinance to illuminate this wounded soul with her healing light. The soldier smiled and thanked him. The saint thought that he would survive here only thanks to them. The healer turned to his comrade and thanked him for saving him. Tahad explained that they had managed to avoid damage from the fall, but what dangers awaited them further, no one knew. The squad found themselves in a large hall. A powerful blow threw the knight back. A giant demon came out of the passage. The heroes began to run. The priest called a bright wave of energy and asked the god to crush this vicious creature with his pillar of light. The image of the deity appeared above his head. The boy called on him to grant his slaves unwavering courage. Sylin narrowed his eyes and was outraged by the inaction of the warriors of Altayan. Light energy swirled around him. Philinance prayed to send them an unbridled wave of courage. The knights opened their mouths in fury and let out a battle cry. They immediately rushed into battle. The magician was surprised that his friend poured so much holy power into them that they literally became berserkers. The undead and the soldiers pounced on each other. The magician summoned a magic circle in front of him and cast a spell. Many swords appeared above his head. Lucia jumped up and grabbed one of them. She cut off the monster's hand. Blood splashed her armor. The monster punched her in the chest. The girl leaned on her hand. The elf pressed her hand to the wound and asked if it was useful. Stefan swung his sword and praised her for her excellent work. The boy cut the demon's body with the blade. The commander turned around and brushed the blood off his weapon. He gritted his teeth and called the enemies insignificant creatures. The captain opened his mouth wide and called his comrades to gather immediately. A fiery explosion occurred above their heads. The ceiling immediately collapsed. A huge fiery monster appeared in front of the heroes. The monster opened its mouth and roared loudly. It knocked back several soldiers with a swipe of its paw. Looking at it, the knight ordered his subordinates to go to the very end, so as not to disgrace his family's honor. The soldiers began to run when the demon slammed its fist into the ground. Stefan covered his face with his hand. He clenched his teeth and thought that he could not die like this. The boy swung his sword and decided that he would not lose with such shame. The commander pushed off the ground and rushed towards the enemy. The captain furiously knit his brows and called himself the only descendant of the great Altayan family who possessed the status of the unshakable. The knight pierced the monster's shoulder with his sword. The monster punched him in the face. His body flew into the air and flew to the side. It bounced off the ground and collapsed. The warrior spread his arms and rolled his eyes. Sylin put his fingers together and called on Philinance to crush the vicious creatures with his beam of light. His staff struck the demon on the head. The monster opened its eyes in rage. The saint looked at it in horror. The monster lunged towards him. The boy closed his eyes. At that moment, someone threw the demon aside. The priest opened his eyes in fear. The main character stood before him. Riefenhardt took a fighting stance, waves of energy rushing around him. The boy frowned sternly. The monster fell dead in front of him. The young man wondered if it was only one blow that was enough. The warrior's eyes widened in surprise and decided that it was no wonder that he almost died from one blow from Teslan. The fighter looked around. There were fallen soldiers lying on the ground. The martial artist decided that they should be carried to a safe place. The undead descended the stairs. The wizards opened their mouths in surprise and wondered who this man really was. The protagonist picked up Lelzy in his arms and began to fight his way through the crowd of the dead. Stefan put his hand to his head and sighed heavily. Edward asked if everything was okay. There were corpses of monsters lying on the steps. The boy frowned and asked what just happened. His mouth opened in amazement when the man told him everything. The commander pointed his finger at Riefenhardt and asked if this was really the martial artist. The captain raised his fist to his mouth and said he could not recognize such a strong man and asked his name. The boy crossed his arms over his chest and remembered that he could not give his real name and gave a fictitious one. The knight looked up and realized that he had never heard of him before. Stefan asked where he was from, and the boy replied that he did not know. The boy frowned angrily and wondered if he was just a common rogue and was surprised that he was not an aristocrat. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the commander assumed that the guide had simply finished off those they had almost finished off and thanked him for his help. The warrior waved him off and asked if his brains were not working at all and said that they were of little use. The captain glared at him and asked where his respect for the Altayan family was, and Edward asked him to calm down. The man smiled and said that commoners did not know manners, and the knight asked who had taught him. Looking away, the fighter replied that he had simply picked up various wisdoms from everywhere, and thought that he should not say the name Gerard without reason, because the whole world knows it. Stefan asked where he got such a high level of skills. The protagonist scratched his ear and asked if they did not need to worry about the wounded. The nobleman raised his eyebrows and noted his simple and natural manner of speech. Riefenhardt pointed at the wounded and said that they could definitely use help. The nobleman assumed that their guide simply did not understand how arrogant he sounded. The boy continued to scratch his ear. Edward concluded that such a manner is characteristic of those who hold a high position and are used to talking to subordinates, and wondered if this was a member of some royal family. The youth looked away. The man began to grasp the nature of his arrogance, and realized that his expressions were characteristic of an adult who lectures younger ones. Sillin approached his comrade and asked how tall he was. His eyes lit up when the warrior replied that he was 190 centimeters tall. The saint pressed his hand and asked how he trained to achieve such a body. The fighter said that he had suffered beatings, eaten a lot and carried heavy things. The boy clasped his hands and remembered that martial artists never reveal their training methods. The protagonist imagined the priest looking at the other boys and assumed that he wanted to partake of what he could not receive because of his cute appearance and weak body. The healer's eyes widened. Reality did not live up to his expectations, because even diligent training did not help him grow and mature, and he only managed to build up divine strength. Riefenhardt covered his chest with his hands when he realized why his comrade was devouring him with his gaze. The boy turned away and decided to go in search of a way out. Sillin said that he would go with him. The boy frowned and asked what would happen if someone got hurt, and he wasn't there. Putting his hand on his belt, Stefan said he would go with him and asked the elf to stay here and help the wounded. The boy approached the guide and asked if he would mind. The warrior replied that he didn't care. The heroes walked down the corridor. Looking at the fighter, the commander decided that he couldn't help but acknowledge the fact that this commoner had helped him, even if it was an accident, and was still outraged by his arrogant tone. The captain smirked and thought about demonstrating his strength and putting him in his place when the demons showed up. Suddenly, someone hit him in the neck. His body fell to the ground. The martial artist wished him sweet dreams. Several monsters came out from behind him. The undead opened their mouths wide. The protagonist immediately crushed their skulls with his fists. Riefenhardt lowered his hands and decided it was time to look at the treasures now that all the distractions were gone. The door opened in front of him. He raised his hands and noticed that there were many different items from the Silver Age stored here. The bottomless bag glowed. This magical artifact allowed him to carry 10 times more items. The young man took a necklace out of the bag and was glad that there were so many valuable things here. Stefan put his hand to his head and asked what happened. The warrior approached him and explained that he had been hit right in the back of the head, causing him to faint. Frowning, the boy wondered why today was such a terrible day, and thanked him for his help. Smiling slyly, the fighter said that he did not need thanks and thought about the fact that he had knocked him out himself. The commander fainted again from the beating. The martial artist hoped that he had not hit him too hard and decided not to pay attention to it, because aristocrats were already living their best life. The captain squinted angrily, surprised that he could not notice anything, and wondered if it was all about him. The protagonist realized that he would have to come back for the remaining loot another time. Ivy grew under the ceiling. The guys decided to return to the squad. The soldiers walked forward along the corridor. Sillin approached his comrade and asked if he was a prince if he had such outstanding abilities. Riefenhardt asked if ordinary people were so rarely outstanding. Looking at him, the saint explained that he was too naturally able to speak condescendingly, and was surprised that his comrade allowed himself to talk like that even to Edward, who was already over 40 years old. The boy narrowed his eyes and remembered that he was only 22 years old now, and said that he had forgotten his manners because he rarely met people on his way. The heroes stopped in front of a tall door. Stefan went inside. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The monster opened its mouth and exhaled smoke. The giant demon stuck out its tongue and let out a battle cry. The boy grabbed the sword and decided that this place should have its own guardian. The young man remembered that he had not met him before. The warrior narrowed his eyes and assumed that no one had taken care of him yet. Looking at the monster, the fighter suggested going back because they would not be able to cope with it. The soldier opened his mouth wide and called the leader to look at what this creature was holding in its hands. The monster was clutching the hilt of the demonic sword Altayan. Edward asked if his comrade was really going to fight him. The commander took out his weapon and asked if it was not obvious. The demon raised its head and opened its mouth. The man shouted that it was too dangerous and suggested returning to the estate to prepare for battle properly. The captain was outraged that Claude's sword was desecrated. Gritting his teeth, the knight realized that he had no right to retreat now, and decided to take it from the enemy with a sword at all costs. Stefan raised his sword and called his comrades to arms. The martial artist pursed his lips in displeasure and called him a fool. The monster raised his hand. Inside the spatial rift there was a system for automatically correcting flaws. When the system failed, protection was triggered that absorbed supernatural monsters. The demon opened his mouth and screamed loudly. The entities that guarded the dungeon were summoned by the system as guards. The protagonist frowned and thought that this was the same monster that defeated Claude and increased its level thanks to this. The boy turned and shouted that their enemy was chained and asked if his comrades were afraid of a tied-up enemy. Riefenhardt narrowed his eyes and asked if they really intended to fight the creature, and said they had no chance of winning. Edward smiled and called him a barbarian who knew nothing of a knight's honor, and explained that there were things in this world worth risking one's life for. The soldiers charged, the man urging them to show what they could do, the boy wondering how they were going to kill this monster. Sillin clasped his hands and blessed his comrades. The knights dealt the demon a mighty blow, and wished it death. The monster immediately threw them away with one of its clawed paws. The boy frowned in displeasure, and said he had warned them that it wouldn't work. The warrior dodged the soldier flying at him. The monster continued to throw the opponents in different directions. The fighter wondered if they really liked it. Stefan swung his sword furiously. The martial artist mentally called him a fool and was surprised that Edward was still trying to help him. The boy lunged forward and jumped. He managed to strike the enemy. The saint put his fingers together and asked Philinance to turn his holy staff on this evil entity. Bright energy fell on the demon. The skeleton opened his mouth wide. The priest asked him to release his holy staff. A powerful explosion of holy energy was heard in front of the monster. Lelsia jumped into the air above his head. The knights attacked the enemy at once. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist called the elf quite talented and thought about singling her out as number 2 in this squad. Todd raised his hands and cast a spell. A huge whirlwind appeared in front of him. Streams of mana flowed along the walls of the dungeon. Suddenly they caught fire. The chains were covered in flames. The monster broke free from its bonds. Riefenhardt gritted his teeth and realized that things were bad for them. The monster lunged forward. Its powerful hoofs crushed several soldiers. The frantic demon pounced on the knights. The commander raised his sword above his head and wished him death. The monster punched him in the stomach. Blood gushed from the captain's mouth. The man opened his mouth in fear and called out to him. Stefan clutched his chest. The nobleman was glad that he was okay. Lelsia ran forward. The girl jumped up and did a somersault in the air. She dealt several consecutive blows to the enemy. The woman swung her sword. Her face was tense. Flames ignited in the monster's mouth. A wave of fire rushed forward. The soldiers immediately jumped back in different directions. They had to fall to the ground to dodge. Sillin spread his arms as the explosion occurred right next to him. The boy opened his mouth in fear. His pupils narrowed. The boy covered it with his body at the last moment. The wave of fire split in two and passed them by. The young man clenched his fist and apologized for not being able to react in time. The demon squatted in front of him. The warrior frowned and decided that he could handle it. Energy flared up around him. He himself wondered what the limit of his current strength was and whether martial arts could help in the fight against such creatures. The fighter clenched his fist and decided that the times when he was a magician were already gone. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, the martial artist felt goosebumps all over his body from the sight of such a strong opponent, and declared that he had come a long way to become so strong. The protagonist dealt his opponent 2 powerful blows. Riefenhardt leaned back to avoid the blow. The boy frowned and was surprised that this body could easily dodge a normal sword, but the demon was still able to scratch him. The boy found himself behind the enemy. The monster's tail left several cuts on his arm. The monster kicked him with its hoof. The saint's mouth opened in horror when the warrior crashed into the wall. The fighter scratched the back of his head and said that he was fine. The healer's eyes widened in surprise and wondered if this was the power of the aura. After stretching his neck, the martial artist realized that he would have had a chance to counterattack if he had withstood the blow, and decided to use the opportunity to polish his technique. The demon opened its mouth wide and roared. They entered into close combat. Stefan's mouth opened in amazement. Watching the battle from the sidelines, the commander wondered how a lowly commoner could wield the aura when even he could not awaken it. The captain clenched his teeth and asked how this was even possible. The monster bared its teeth in rage. The knight frowned in fear and wondered what kind of person this was. The protagonist swung his fist and dealt a powerful blow. Riefenhardt dodged the enemy's attack. The guy grinned and felt what incredible strength he had managed to develop over all this time. With one blow, the young man tore off the monster's arm. The demon's eyes lit up. The guardians of the ruins did not fall even after serious injuries, because the dungeon endlessly pumped mana into them. Waves of energy ran through the body of the beast. The monster opened its mouth and spewed flames. The warrior lunged forward to dodge. The martial artist grabbed the enemy by the arm to practice the hold. The protagonist kicked the monster in the face. He grinned and dealt a series of blows. Riefenhardt, his eyes burning, beat the enemy. The soldiers watched their fight from the side. Squinting, the boy realized that he had gotten carried away and thought about using the Horn of Disaster to finish it all off in one go. The demon swung its hoof. The boy realized that he couldn't use his skill because otherwise the whole place would collapse. The warrior gritted his teeth when Tahad asked him to use his sword and cover it with aura. The fighter turned around and shouted that he didn't know how to do it. The man asked what that meant. The martial artist frowned and said that he could only cover the body with aura because that was the teaching of their clan. Sillin opened his mouth wide and called out to him. Holding back the paws of the monster, the protagonist turned around. The boy remembered that his body had high durability. Riefenhardt gritted his teeth and confirmed it. The saint put his fingers together and decided to cast a binding. The boy opened his eyes wide as the blessing of Philinence fell on his body. The boy clenched his teeth in tension. He managed to throw the monster over himself. The warrior released its paws and threw it aside. The fighter grabbed his hand and realized that his comrade had used a divine spell not on an object, but on a human body. The healer closed his eyes and asked his friend to beat this monster to death. The martial artist ran forward to quickly finish this. He kicked the monster in the jaw. Then the protagonist hit it with his knees. Riefenhardt swung his fist furiously. During the attack, a huge amount of energy burst out of him. The demon's body flew into the air. An explosion of aura was heard. One blow tore the monster into pieces. The wizard blushed when he saw his friend, who had just won. Mana flowed under the ceiling. Suddenly, her chain went out. Sillin opened his mouth in surprise and asked if that was all. The boy asked him to quickly remove the spell. Stefan then approached him. Gritting his teeth, the boy claimed that their guide was doing a good job of hiding his identity, and asked if they were really that insignificant to him. The commander looked at him from under his brows and said that he would never forgive him for trampling on his honor, and suggested that he was enjoying watching their fight from the sidelines. The boy narrowed his eyes and denied this and thought that it meant that he cared about what was happening, but that was not the case. The warrior turned away silently and the captain asked how he dared to turn his back on him. The knight wanted to attack him, but the fighter ducked and raised the demonic sword. Stefan suddenly tripped and was unable to stay on his feet. The boy rolled down the rubble of the dungeon. The commander gritted his teeth and decided that the guide had dodged on purpose. Raising the sword, the martial artist said that he was not trying to mock him, and asked him to take what they came for. The captain grabbed the demonic sword. Edward was surprised that this man was so careless with such a precious thing and said that such are the privileges of the truly strong. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and thought that this weapon was second class compared to the one he usually used. The captain frowned furiously. Riefenhardt suggested returning to the village, because there was nothing else to see here. The village of cattle was illuminated by the rays of the sun. Sillin brought his hands to the baby to heal him. The boy donated a few coins to the villagers. The guy was surprised at how he knew how to do business and decided that it was a very profitable investment, considering what kind of image would now be attached to the sacred order of Philinence. The cavalry rode along the river bank. Sitting on his horse, Stefan said that they should find out who this man was. Edward agreed with him. The commander frowned sternly and decided that it was impossible for a commoner to be stronger than him. The young man walked up the hill. The warrior smiled broadly and said that he would now meet Sirrus. The fighter looked back and asked why the saint continued to follow him. The healer approached him and told him that there were priests who traveled the world and showed him the grace of God. The martial artist replied that they were called pilgrims. The wizard clenched his fist and explained that he wanted to return to the holy order, but he wanted to try himself in the role of a pilgrim. Sillin blushed and added that he would like to be in the company of the strongest of men. The protagonist remembered that Gerard had a similar look and hoped that they still looked at people differently. Frowning, Riefenhardt wondered why there were so many strange people around him and wished that the boy would understand him and leave. The saint's eyes sparkled. The boy mentally compared him to a walking first aid kit. Closing his eyes, the young man decided that the healer would not interfere and said that it was his choice whether to follow him or not. Walking along the hill, the wizard asked how he managed to train his abs so much. The warrior replied that he simply pulled blocks of ice and received endless blows from the mentor. At night, darkness fell on the city. A dim light illuminated the corridor of the palace. Someone asked how they even conducted the instructions. The man bowed and apologized to the master. Beret opened his mouth wide and said that elves must be faithful to their owners and give themselves to them with both soul and body. The heir of the syndicate put his hands on his belt and was indignant that his slave was so ignorant. The girl replied that she was born that way. The scoundrel said that her look was irritating. The woman lowered her head and explained that she had such eyes from birth. The nobleman approached another elf and ordered his subordinate to buy him a normal slave, because this one was defective. Sirrus put her hand to her chest. She was being returned to the slave market for the third time. A map of the area appeared. The Principality of Chatan, an entire nation of traders, was located in the very north of the continent. Next to it was the Jura River, thanks to which trade flourished in this corner of the world. Not far away was the capital Zeppelin, the heart of the trade routes. Carts were traveling along the road. Walking along the street, Sillin noticed that everyone here was very busy. The protagonist explained that this was a country founded by traders who bought lands from the kingdom of Graim. Reifenhardt frowned confidently and decided that Sirrus must be somewhere here. The boy asked if they could slow down a little. The heroes saw how some nobleman was beating up a local. Tarek opened his mouth wide and accused him of slandering the Rolfane Trading Association. The old man covered his head with his hands. The man threw a handful of coins at him and decided that this should be enough for 30 blows. The saint ran up to the poor man and asked if he was okay. The healer said that they needed to contact the police. The townsman began to collect the coins and replied that there was no need for that, because such money would even help him start his own business. The wizard opened his mouth in surprise and asked if he was really going to act as if nothing had happened to him just because of money. The boy reminded him that everyone here was crazy about money. The old man ran away. Sillin realized that he had never been to such a place. The young man told him that here you can even buy your way out of prison if you have enough money. The boy frowned and asked what business his friend could have in such a city. The warrior crossed the bridge and explained that he needed to buy something. The saint asked what exactly. The fighter narrowed his eyes and said that he wanted to buy an elf. The saint covered his chest with his hands and asked what was wrong with him. The martial artist said that it was not what it seemed. The healer quickened his pace and expressed dissatisfaction with the behavior of men. The protagonist thought about not being able to tell him about his past life. Reifenhardt looked at his companion and said that he was actually a man too. The wizard confirmed this with disappointment. There was a sign in the form of a teapot on the building. Sitting in a chair, Tarek asked if the Rolfane Trading Association was deceiving merchants, and concluded that they were accusing them only to get money. The elves surrounded him. Beret entered the room. The man said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked what happened to the slave he bought recently. The syndicate heir grinned and realized he couldn't get away from this conversation, and replied that he had returned her 2 weeks ago because she hadn't listened to him at all. The head of the trade union asked him with his mouth wide open if he couldn't tame even a slave, and said it wasn't surprising that Karen couldn't even make it into the top 10. Taking a sip of tea, the merchant wanted to see his friend's face when he managed to tame this girl, and decided to visit Elfenheim. Clouds were floating above the city. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in amazement, and he asked what his companion was doing. Trying to do push-ups, Sillin replied that he was training, and Reifenhardt wondered why he had no muscles at all after all that training. The boy asked him not to push himself too hard, and the boy sat down on the floor and said that everything would be fine. The young man frowned when he saw a bright light. The saint smiled sheepishly. The warrior raised his eyebrows in confusion, and realized why his friend wasn't gaining muscle mass. Imagining a pocket watch, the fighter remembered that healing magic was like turning back time, and muscles grew from micro-damage and subsequent regeneration. The healer closed his eyes. The martial artist realized that he was returning his muscles to their original state when he healed himself. The wizard looked at him and asked if something was wrong. The protagonist replied that everything was fine and promised to show him a more effective method a little later. Reifenhardt asked if his long hair didn't interfere with his training. Sillin smoothed his hair and explained that it grew back very quickly anyway. Heading towards the exit, the boy said that he now had enough money and said that he needed to go to the slave market. The boy shouted that he would go with him. As he imagined the shackled creatures, the young man thought that there were all sorts of slaves being sold at this auction, but the most popular were the elves. The warrior imagined elves and orcs of different ages and categories, each with their own price. Sitting on the couch, the fighter remembered that another reason for their popularity was their lifespan and that their adolescence lasted longer than usual. The saint told him that this place had its own 300-year history. The martial artist frowned and decided that calling the slave market an elven paradise was very low. The healer said that he had never been to such a place before. The wizard blushed and suggested that the elves were treated better than the orcs. The protagonist explained that both were slave contracts and asked if they would like that. Sillin raised his eyebrows and wondered if life under the tutelage of more civilized people was not better than living in the wilderness. Reifenhardt narrowed his eyes and realized that this was exactly what the average person thought. Looking ahead, the boy realized that people's mentality could not be changed so easily, and decided that he needed to found a new kind of empire, different from the one in the past. The man entered the room and apologized for keeping the customer waiting. The elves smiled seductively. The boy closed his eyes in embarrassment. The merchant decided that this was too much for her, and wondered why he would take the girl to such a place. Covering his face with his hand, the young man was outraged by the forest fairies' fall so low, and asked if there were any dark-skinned slaves among them. The merchant called his taste rather peculiar. The warrior turned away and said that he did not mean that at all. The saint asked if he himself had not said anything about the harm of slavery. Raising his hand, the man said that they had one dark-skinned slave, and asked the customer to follow him. The heroes went out into the corridor. The young girls were doing gymnastics. The merchant explained that they were all receiving a proper education so that they would always be in demand. Other women were cooking. The merchant added that they were fed only fresh nuts, fruits and vegetables, because proper nutrition helps them smell good. Frowning menacingly, the fighter said that he did not need all these stories and asked him to simply take them to the dark-skinned elf. The man awkwardly turned away. He approached the guards and said that he needed room 148. In the room, slaves were fighting each other. The merchant explained that this was a training hall where they were trained to become assassins. The merchant closed his eyes and said that among them was the product that his client was interested in. The martial artist began to cry. Sirrus clenched her teeth in anger. The girl swung a rolled-up paper. In the castle laboratory, the protagonist was pouring liquid from one flask to another, and Sirrus grabbed his hand, warning Sir Reifenhart that they should not be mixed, and he asked in confusion what she was talking about. An explosion thundered over the castle, and the elf screamed that the king himself could see that it was exploding, and asked who would mix fire flowers with stone seeds. But the man looked at his beloved in confusion, asking for forgiveness, that it seemed he was simply distracted by something, and she was indignant that yesterday he said the same thing, and it once again ended in an explosion. Wiping the old man's face with a handkerchief, the elf mentally wondered why he was so cute even at such a mature age, and out loud she asked him not to move. His whole face was dirty. Looking tenderly at his beloved, the king asked how long she would call him Sir Reifenhart, asked her to call him as usual, and she said that she could not. The girl looked down with a sad smile, who asked her about the reasons. The palace was engulfed in flames. The king went out onto the balcony. Behind him, his loyal comrades knelt. The orc bowed his head and said that he had come to greet his lord for the last time. Turning around, the old man called their names and asked what was wrong with their faces, as if they had seen someone on the brink of a grave for the first time. Looking again at the burning castle, the man assumed that in total, 2 million soldiers had gathered from all over the continent to crush the Demon King, the scourge of humanity. Perhaps all of humanity's fighting power had accumulated here. The crowd of soldiers moved forward, and the king asked how they would deal with the consequences. Their countries were completely incapacitated and all for the sake of one fight. To which the orc explained to his lord that the enemies did not even allow themselves to think about accepting our right to exist. Looking darkly at the ruler, the warrior asked if he wanted to go with them. But the old man replied that that was the point, that they could only leave because he would stay here. The wind ruffled the man's hair, and he asked Alpoth to accept his apology. Even with the divine guarantee, he had lost everything, to which the dwarf reminded him that it was not a guarantee, but a prophecy. But the hero called it the same thing. Keep the elf close by while the orc paves the way. The one who can pass the diamond abyss and tear down the Horkel pillar will soon appear, so follow him. He will change your fate and grant you salvation. The king closed his eyes, and remembered that he was very surprised. He had only destroyed some shrine, and the dwarves suddenly proclaimed him a savior. He did not understand what was happening at all. The protagonist took a few steps along the balcony, and the old man expressed hope that the day would come and they would meet again. Alpoth would give. He replied that he hoped for it too, wished them a safe journey and asked them to try to survive. Sirrus turned around, and the man reminded her that it was time for her to go too, and she said that she would wait for Mr. Reifenhart. Looking at his beloved, the king said that no one knew what fate had prepared for him if something happened to him. He hoped that she would be able to find a worthy partner, but she objected that, as she had said, she would wait for him. The old man's gaze became confused. He tried to remind her of the situation, but the elf shouted that she would wait for him. A surprised look crossed with a determined one. The lovers embraced. In the present, Sirrus fought with all her might until the slave trader honestly admitted that he was ashamed to show her to customers. She was completely unteachable, a defective product. She had already been returned 3 times. The elf parried the blow of 2 blades at once, while the seller continued that she was skilled, but her character was so terrible that there was simply no demand for her. She was so difficult to sell that he began to use her to train other elves. After all, they had to experience real combat before becoming full-fledged killers. The man looked at the protagonist and clarified whether he was still interested in buying, and he confirmed this. Rubbing his palms, the merchant concluded that the guy definitely had perverted tastes, and decided to demand 100 more. Perverts are always on their own wave, and said out loud that the buyer would owe 300 gold. Sillin looked at the man in surprise and noted that 300 was very cheap, to which he repeated that the product was defective, and admitted that he was not sure he should sell it at all. The elf looked at Reifenhart and asked if he was the new master. Frowning, the young man tried to mentally understand how much this girl had suffered, that she had so many scars. The hero took off his jacket, and the slave trader offered to call a priest to mend her wounds, but he replied that it was not necessary and asked his companion to help. Throwing the jacket over the girl's shoulders, the warrior asked her to put this on for now, since it was quite cold outside, and asked if she had a name. She answered that she did not. Wrapping a scarf around the elf's neck, the guy suggested the name Sirrus, heard in response that she understood, and when asked if she liked her, she simply stated that she would remember. The young man buttoned the slave's jacket and said that from now on her full name was Sirrus Valencia. She reminded him that a slave was not given a last name, and asked if it was his last name, and he replied that no, it was her personal last name, and it was not worth forgetting it. With a smile, Reifenhardt gave his name and introduced his companion. Raising an eyebrow, the elf again replied that she understood. The same day, the slave trader looked at the client in shock and replied that if he was talking about number 148, then it had already been purchased. Tarek's face turned gray with anger when the man added that it had been sold about an hour ago. Frowning with displeasure, the fat man assumed that it was Beret who realized that he was planning to buy the elf back. The merchant threw up his hands and said that it was not so. The buyer was a young man he had never seen before, and when asked his name, he replied that he had paid in cash, so he did not ask. With his hands on his hips, the head of the trade association asked who would carry so much cash to afford an elf slave, and the man explained that it was not as if the price for the elf was standard. After all, it was a low-quality product. The slaver remembered the face of the client when the fat man asked for a description of him, and said that he was a young man of strong build. One could immediately understand how he would see him. At this time, the newly made Sirrus looked at her new outfit in surprise. Rubbing his chin, Reifenhardt decided to make do with this for now, and a little later he would buy her better equipment. On the street, the protagonist turned to the girl and asked if she wanted to eat, and she replied that she would follow the will of the master. He added that she could not call him master, to which he heard the question of whether he would return her back. The elf looked at the new master in confusion, and when he objected that he did not mean this, she thought about what was happening with this man. First he wrapped her in a cloak, then bought her good clothes, treated her like an ordinary human girl. Smiling at his interlocutor, the warrior explained that he wanted to say that she could treat him as a comrade with whom they traveled together. No need to call him master, better by name. Frowning, the elf mentally decided that these were such role-playing games. Apparently, this pervert just liked the role of an adventurer. Continuing to move after the new master, the girl mentally added that his favorite type of game was to save the beauty, like a hero, and out loud agreed to call him Reifenhardt. Eating a large portion with appetite, the girl thought that all people were the same. Putting down his fork, the young man said that he heard rumors that Redante's Grace was the most popular restaurant in Zeppelin. They used the name of the goddess known as the patroness of a bountiful harvest, who gave food. One could say that they had communion with the flock. Taking a bite of a bun, Silen clarified, didn't communion imply free food, and the hero asked him to stop, as if the cult of Philinence did not make money on beauty services. Raising an eyebrow, the boy noted that of course, she was the goddess of love and beauty. This did not contradict the canons of his religion. The warrior said that he heard that one service costs a heap of gold, and he was forced to admit that this was true. But when Sirin suddenly grabbed the lobster's tail with her hand, the saint fell silent. The elf froze when she saw their looks. After which she grabbed a fork, realizing that she had forgotten herself. The young man looked at her thoughtfully, not understanding why she didn't like it. He had brought her here to honor the memory of their first anniversary. The girl wiped her mouth with a napkin, and the warrior thought that then he had appeared before her as a savior, and now she saw him as a customer. The first meeting was capable of causing completely opposite impressions. Maybe he should have come later. After some time, walking through the bazaar, continuing to think that sooner or later his beloved would understand the meaning of his words, and this suited him. The merchant presented his goods, and said that they were the best in his store. They would not find anything like this anywhere else, and Reifenhardt asked the elf how she was and whether there was anything useful. The girl took the rapier, and the hero was surprised by the choice. Didn't she usually use a saber? The warrior turned around abruptly, not understanding how the man knew, but the boy noted that it was true that martial artists could tell who was using what weapon just by looking at their hands. Soon, a saber was hanging from the girl's belt, and the saint remarked that he never thought he would ever have the mithril-based weapon he had dreamed of. The boy showed off his new dagger, and the boy asked why a priest needed a weapon at all. Suddenly, something caught Reifenhardt's attention. He saw people he didn't know moving toward them. One of the men stepped forward and asked if he could have a word with the protagonist. The boy frowned. He asked what was going on. With a calm face, the stranger said that a famous aristocrat wanted to get this elf. The girl glanced at him. Looking menacingly at the interlocutor, the protagonist asked, "So what?" Bowing, holding out the letter, the man explained that the buyer was ready to offer a reasonable price for this slave. If desired, they could replace her with another, of higher quality, and asked to read it. Towering over the messenger, the guy replied that he was not interested. He clarified whether to take this as a refusal, and heard confirmation. Frowning, the man assumed that the warrior did not understand. He said that his master offered you a reasonable price. Beginning to get angry, the hero objected that he did not understand, and repeated that he was not interested. Turning around, the messenger concluded that the interlocutor was stubborn, and in this case he left him no choice, assuming that he was attracted to this elf. The young man put his hands on his hips and wondered out loud what business it was of this man, but the young priest found him funny. That same evening in the mansion of the head of the trade guild, Tarek frowned and asked why his subordinate had returned empty-handed. Bowing, the man explained that a fool would not sell her regardless of the price. He had very naive ideas about this world. to which the fat man barked that he should have just smeared it and sprinkled coins on top, to which he objected that there were too many eyes there, and decided that it was better to adhere to the norms of decency. Grinning, Rahman said that he wanted to wait for the right chance to steal this elf, and then they would say that she was dead and offer double the price. This slave was selling for a pittance anyway, so it would be cheap. With a satisfied smile, the head of the trading association admitted that it was tempting and allowed him to take Sir Lantas with him. He was hanging around doing nothing anyway. It was time to start earning his bread. The next morning at the inn, a scattering of gold coins lay on the bed. Folding his arms over his chest, Reifenhardt reflected that he had stocked up on 2,000 gold pieces, which seemed like more money than he thought, though it was not much considering his plan to found a new empire. Looking at the coins, he figured that it would be worthwhile to try investing them instead of carrying all this weight around for nothing. Visualizing a map of the surrounding lands in his mind, he remembered that a famine would break out in the kingdom of Crovens in the near future. A landowner country, where, thanks to the fertile soil and bountiful harvests bestowed by the earth goddess Redanga, they had never stocked up for famine. Rubbing his chin, the young man mentally added that next spring the famine would bring a wave of deaths and horrific images of parents eating their own children. Folding into grain now seemed a wise choice. Frowning, the warrior thought about the first trading unions that came to mind were Ralfine, Carrion, and Tauban. First of all, he was not going to invest in the first one, no matter what, because its founder was a pervert who had bullied Sirrus in his past life. If he had to choose between the other two, he would give preference to the third largest union, which specialized in grain sales and was Rolfine's main competitor, the Tauban Trading Union. Civil rubbed the back of his head, muttering about the damn Rolfine, which decided to sell millet at half price. He did not care about the generally accepted norms at all, and he was still the second largest trading union on the continent. At this rate they themselves would lose all their partners. It was necessary to consider all incoming offers for exchange as soon as possible in order to resolve the situation. At that moment, one of the employees entered the office and informed the head of the association that he had a visitor who said he wanted to make an investment, and he replied that a small amount of money would not solve their problems now, it would only add to the hassle, and asked to send him away. The man's face expressed shock when he was told that the client was offering 1,500 gold. Reifenhardt, smiling contentedly, said that he wanted to invest his money in grain. Folding his arms across his chest, he asked his interlocutor to fill his warehouses in the kingdom of Crovens for the barley harvest next spring, and then asked again about the kingdom. Looking at the young man with a puzzled expression, the head of the association reminded him that selling grain to Crovens was like trying to sell soap to an orc, to which he replied that even an orc would wash himself as soon as he got used to it, and when asked what he was talking about, he replied that nothing. The man looked at the client with irritation when he said that in any case it would be his problem, and they would make a profit no matter what, so why not? He replied that he did not dare to offer clients to invest in a knowingly failing business. He offered to look at other offers. Squinting, the guy threatened that if the head did not want to do this, he would just go and invest in another trade union, and he asked him to stop. Looking at the bags of gold in confusion, the man admitted that his business was going through hard times now, but with this investment they would easily survive and even succeed. He just wanted to offer a more profitable investment. Frowning, the hero remembered that this man had been adamant in his past life too, and said out loud that it was his money, so he would decide where to invest it himself. Just let him draw up a contract and be quick about it. Approaching the interlocutor's face, the guy asked to tell him only one thing, not to use his contribution for personal purposes, and he frightenedly muttered that of course. When one of the employees brought the papers, the warrior asked again if there was a branch of the Tauban Trading Association in the Kingdom of Grain, and the head replied that yes, they were just building a trade route to the northern regions. Folding his arms across his chest, the young man asked if there was a branch near the Delphia Magic Tower and, hearing in response that no, but the route to the Ronta branch passed through Delphia, asked to get some information for him. The hero looked away when he was asked what exactly and the head of the association would look. Since contacting the branch was not a problem, he mentally decided to take the opportunity to find out what was going on with his body. At this time, Sirin, in the company of Silan, was training in the courtyard of the inn. She made a decisive swing with her dagger, and then again and again under the surprised gaze of the boy. The elf moved easily and freely. The girl remembered her mother's face, who told her that high elves were originally imprisoned to be guardians of the forest. The woman stroked her daughter's head, continuing that they lived in eternal grace under the protection of the world tree of Elfenheim. Every living creature was their friend, and the trees provided them with food, and although people oppressed them, put them in a miserable position, one day Alita would show them all the way to paradise. The elven city was engulfed in flames, and the mother kept saying that they were all heirs of the great fairy, and asked her beloved daughter to never forget her pride. The little girl looked at the fire in horror. An elf in a peasant dress told the future Sirin that she would soon go to a better place, because she was pretty. From now on she had to learn to be loyal and polite, as a good elf should. A fat man beat the girl with a club. She sat in a cold basement. Looking ahead, the little elf realized that even her own kind mocked her, Her purebred heritage only gave them more reasons to mock her. Only the sword saved her these days. Continuing her training, the girl remembered that all the adults she knew wielded a sword. They fought bravely and died with honor. That's why she loved this weapon so much. Swinging the sword, she recalled the image of her parents, who fought fiercely for their lives. Sirin lunged forward. Tears welled up in her eyes, because time passed and the memories faded, but she forever kept this phrase deep in her heart. My beloved daughter, never forget about pride. At that moment, applause rang out. Beaming with delight, Sirin admitted that it was cool, and could not understand how she moved like that. The elf looked at the boy in surprise and replied that she just needed to try her best, to which he said that she had exactly the same instructions from the Rafini. Were all warriors like that? But she didn't think so. Making lunges with his fists, he asked him piously if he was doing the right thing. And then he turned around when he heard a strange voice saying, "Here she is." A crowd of people appeared in the arch, and the one standing in front said that the elf would go with them. Rahman said with a grin that he would take the slave to her real master. Sirin frowned. Tarek's people entered the courtyard of the inn. The boy stepped forward and asked who they were. Closing his eyes, the scoundrel said that he didn't even think that someone would come to help. They had already taken the necessary measures, to which the young priest reminded him that it was said that the elf was not for sale. Why this coercion? The man grabbed the sword and swung it at the boy, yelling that he was incredibly loud for such a snot. But the warrior parried the blow with her dagger. Then she cut the attacker's throat, and the rest of the fighters immediately rushed at her. But she easily slipped between the attackers. With a cold look, the elf attacked the men. Roman's face was distorted with anger. He wondered how the slave dared. Looking at the girl's figure, he thought that she was very strong. At this time, the saint folded his hands in a prayer gesture and loudly called out to dear Philinets, so that she would crush these ignoramuses with her iron rod. The next moment, the warrior had to save the boy from an attack. A sword stuck into a tree. He looked at the weapon in horror, while the leader of the squad who threw it clarified that if the pilgrim dies, no one will blink an eye, right? The saint's face was distorted with anger, but the girl stopped him, and when he asked what this freak was talking about, she said that everything was fine. The elf moved forward, twirling a dagger in her hands, and Sirin called her name. She pointed the dagger at the enemies, and with a confident smile, she said that it was not a problem. The man clenched his teeth. Turning around, he said that Tahad had to get to work. A tall orc approached Rahman. The warrior narrowed her eyes. The orc warrior said that he was working and would catch the elf. Looking gloomily at the warrior, the orc apologized, explaining everything by such fate, essentially offering to resign herself to it. Looking gloomily at the new opponent, Sirin figured that he was much stronger than these people. Would she be able to handle it? The warrior rushed forward, and the owner reminded him not to even think about damaging the goods, to which he replied that he would not and would simply grab her. The girl covered herself with a dagger from the first blow, and her eyes widened when the enemy abruptly changed the trajectory of the attack. At the last moment, the elf dodged the sword. The blade formed vortices of wind. Gritting her teeth, the warrior realized that the enemy was indeed strong. Trying to attack the orc, the girl realized that she should not have left the saber in the room. She tried to attack from above in a jump, but the enemy covered himself with a blade. Rahman became furious and shouted, "What is the warrior doing? Couldn't he even cope with an elven girl?" Frowning, the big guy concluded that it seemed that today he would not be allowed to eat again. Leaving dents in the pavement, the orc furiously attacked the girl. She clenched her teeth again. The warrior swung his sword. The elf looked at him menacingly. The big guy was confused. The girl ran right under the blade, resolutely looked at the enemy, while the blade was lowered on her. Her gaze seemed icy. The orc realized that the warrior was not dodging. Perhaps something was wrong here. The big guy had to abruptly take the weapon away, and a smile flashed across the warrior's face. Then she struck his neck with a dagger. Gritting his teeth, the warrior realized he had almost killed her and tried to figure out what she would have done if he hadn't changed his trajectory, and the elf thought she believed he would make it in time. Sirin turned around when she heard the boy scream, asking if she could block thrown blades, and she answered that she probably could. Putting his hands together again in prayer, the saint shouted that he believed in her. Rahman swung his throwing knife, cursing at the boy. The weapon flew at the young priest, and the man reminded him that he had told him to stand still. But an elf flew out in front of the praying Sirin. She blocked the flying dagger with her own. At that moment, the figure of his deity appeared above the priest's figure, while he asked Saint Philinets to crush these bastards with all her might. The warrior opened her mouth. However, the villain did too. An iron rod fell right on the opponents. The blow raised a cloud of dust over the courtyard of the inn. The boy ran, shouting that although divine power was meant to fight demons and the living dead, it would help them buy time, which meant they had to run quickly, and the elf understood. Grabbing the saint by the belt, she called his name. Then she threw the dagger. The blade pierced the wall. The warrior's foot rested on the blade. Then she used it as a springboard for a jump. Pressing the boy to herself, the elf jumped into the window, breaking the glass. Pointing his finger at the window, The villain ordered Talcat to quickly follow them. The man turned around when he asked if they had screwed up again, because of one elf they had caused such a rout, to which the leader of the squad justified himself by saying that she was stronger than he thought. The old man grinned and noted that even Talcat had failed to grab the girl, how the slave had fought on equal terms with an experienced orc warrior. Sir Lantis placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and concluded that it was his turn and asked where the target had disappeared to. As soon as the scoundrel pointed in the direction, the swordsman immediately lit up. He quickly soared into the air. Soon the end of his scarf disappeared into the broken window. Rahman watched the warrior go. His face looked surprised, because his ally had risen so high into the air with just one jump. While the old man looked around the corridor and muttered that they had missed him, the squad leader managed to remember that he had an aura. The swordsman smiled, muttering that the dear slave could hide as long as she wanted. At this time, Sirin and her companion ran along another corridor. The couple ran along the corridor. Sillin glanced at Sirrus and said that they needed to go back to the room for equipment. The elf replied that they were probably waiting there. The guy frowned and said that they could handle 1 or 2 nights. It was still better than running around with a single blade. Sirrus looked at the guy and mentally said that at first he seemed like a naive child to her. One of the warriors stood at the door. The elf was above him in an instant. She kicked him in the face. When the girl put on her cloak, Sillin immediately scolded her, telling her that they did not have time to change. The priest used purification magic on the room, erasing all traces. Lantis walked down the corridor. Thanks to his aura, he could see the entire area. He was a swordsman who had reached certain heights in fencing and owned an aura. Kicking the door with his foot, the man asked himself, was that child really capable of erasing traces of presence, like a high-ranking priest? The swordsman entered the room. Looking at the window, he said that the children had escaped after all. Rahman, sweating heavily, asked the warrior if he had really let the fugitives escape. The man closed his eyes and smiled, saying that they couldn't have gone far, so he should let the dogs go. The events take us to the streets of the city. Sirrus, looking around, asked if it wouldn't be better to get lost in the crowd. The priest answered by saying that they should avoid people as much as possible, because no one would help slaves running away from their owners. Sweating and breathing heavily, Sillin mentally said that even the Holy Order wouldn't help them. Now he understood why the pilgrims were dying like flies. The guy gritted his teeth, realizing that if he returned now, he would again be in her power, and he would never return with such a miserable body. Raising his hands, Sillin whined, saying that if Mr. Reifenhart were here, everything would have been resolved already. The elf heard him and asked incredulously, was the master really that strong? Sillin did not answer. He folded his hands together and began to read a prayer. The fetters of fate began to swirl around the guy. A moment later, mana rushed along the walls of the buildings due to the use of the fork of fate. Love is able to forge fate from chance. A chance meeting becomes destiny. A man meets a woman and says that their meeting is like a miracle. In the end, they get married. This is destiny. The probability of chance may be extremely small, but with a blessing, it becomes destiny, even a kiss. Sillin opened his eyes and looked sadly at the sky. This spell was intended to find suitable couples, but now they had a different goal. Turning to the elf, the guy said that she was very strong. He had only seen an elf killer once, but she was much stronger. The girl responded by saying that he was no slouch either. He was already a saint of the highest rank at such a young age. The priest stood in a stupor, looking at the girl's back. He felt as if he was talking not to a slave, but to an ordinary person. Could Sirrus be special? Looking around the destroyed buildings, the elf asked if they had come to where they needed to. The priest answered by saying that the thread breaks here. Suddenly, both of them turned around warily. Right in front of them was a figure of a knight. Sirrus stepped forward saying that it was not Mr. Reifenhart. Lantis grinned and said that he had finally caught the children and thanks to them, he had warmed up well. Starting to approach them, the man said that they better not try to escape. Sirrus rushed forward, realizing that if they ran, they would expose their backs. All she could do was strike the enemy down and quickly get away from here. Lantis easily dodged her sword. Finding himself behind the girl, he said that she had good skills, and she was quite talented. Sirrus delivered a roundhouse kick. Her enemy moved and said that she seemed to have worked very hard to achieve such success, which was unusual for a slave. The elf looked at him, not understanding who her enemy was. The priest began to read a prayer, realizing that their enemy, being so strong, was very famous in the world of knights and swordsmen, but he did not understand why such a person would get involved in dirty deeds. The sword in the girl's hand glowed thanks to the blessings. Lantis was surprised and said that only a bishop could use so many sacred spells, not a high-ranking priest. Raising his hands, the priest said that Vasily was very famous in the south, and now Sirrus would deal with him. Dodging each attack, the man said that with the priest's blessing, she had changed beyond recognition. Suddenly, Sirrus's sword split into two. Her eyes and mouth opened wide at the sight of the broken sword. Lantis struck with his sword, saying that she had gotten too carried away while he was playing with them. The priest froze in horror. He saw an aura around the man. Lantis himself, putting his sword in its sheath, said that he could not even think that the RB would force him to use an aura. The guy gritted his teeth, not understanding what the swordsman with the aura had forgotten here. Raman approached the knight with a smile and asked if he had caught everyone. The priest, who had picked up the elf in his arms, cried out upon hearing the knight's name. Lanthas, this bearded man, was a famous knight in the kingdom of Tikan. He was the heir of a noble family, who showed amazing military prowess, awakening an aura after 30 years. However, Lanthas kept a secret that he could not share. He was sweating after the trial. The man had a terrible fetish, which appeared with the elf slaves and even extended to royalty, and then was inevitably revealed in secular society. The priest screamed in horror, saying that it turns out that the monster was hiding in the principality of Chatan. The man grinned and said that he was very famous. Silan replied saying that he naturally knew him, because he was told many times that if he walked at night, he would be captured by Lanthas. Lan then grinned, saying that he was just working off his salary, and he killed hundreds of elves in Tikan, and then fled here. Silan gritted his teeth. Raman walked up to the man with a smile on his face. From the merchant union's point of view, the knight's dishonor was nothing compared to the benefits that the Aura Lords gave them. In 10 years, the Rolfane Merchant Union had become the second largest in the Chatan Principality, and this was thanks to Lantas, who extended his hand. He hit various points on the priest's body, saying that he knew what a high-ranking priest could do if he was allowed to speak freely. Raman was wary and said that he could not harm the elf, otherwise the master would be dissatisfied. Lowering his hand, Lantas said that they could just hire a priest and heal her. Looking at the trembling priest, he said that he also looked cute, so he would take him along. Silan jumped up and shouted, saying that he was a guy. Stroking his collar and smiling, Lantas said that this would be a very unusual experience, but he would take care of him. Raman extended his hand to the priest. A moment later, he pulled his hand back because of the wound. Lantas, stroking his beard, was surprised. Looking at Silan, who had stood up, he asked how he had stood up without treatment, since his tendons must have been torn. Apparently he was the most beautiful, fragile and trembling boy in the world. Silan sweated profusely in horror when the knight said that they would have to cut off his small legs. Suddenly, the wall behind him collapsed with a roar. Silan immediately turned around. The protagonist walked through the smoke, saying that he had finally found the bastards. Clenching his fist and getting angry, he asked how they dared to treat Sirrus like that. Streams of air came through the hole in the wall. Riefenhardt took off his jacket. Lantis frowned at him. Studying the protagonist's aura, he realized that this was not just a young guy who was lucky with his physique. He felt a strong aura emanating from him. Raman, who was standing next to him, said that this was the current owner of the slave. The knight grinned and asked if he hadn't said that her buyer was an ordinary Pole. Grinning, he said that all his senses were going crazy from his mere presence, and he called him an ordinary brat. The protagonist gave his jacket to the priest, while the swordsman tried to understand why he couldn't determine the guy's strength level. Did he also possess an aura like him? Grabbing the hilt of the sword, the man said that it had been a long time since he had met someone as strong as him. Riefenhardt grinned. He raised his hand, telling the man not to even think about making chivalrous speeches, being a dirty, perverted old man. Lantis grinned and pulled out his sword. The protagonist clenched his fist. A moment later, he rushed forward. The swordsman swung his sword. Two auras collided, trying to pierce each other. The explosion from the collision shattered the slab under his feet. Riefenhardt's face twisted in disgust. He gritted his teeth and swung to strike. Lantis grinned at his opponent. They had clashed many times but were unable to hurt each other. Raman covered himself with his hand and shouted that if they got stuck between them while trying to escape, they would easily die. Silan, not paying attention to the battle, was healing the elf. She turned her head and asked if Mr. Riefenhardt also possessed an aura. The priest was surprised, saying that he hadn't told her. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Reflecting the attack and gritting his teeth, Lantis told himself that this was not the level of a person who had just awakened his aura. The swordsman waved his hand and sent arcs of aura at the enemy. Along the way, the aura bent, changing the trajectory of the attack. Riefenhardt struck himself behind his back, reflecting the enemy's aura. Lantis raised his sword. He was shocked that the guy was too skillful in controlling the aura. Did he really open the aura in his teens, but somehow retained a childish face at 40 years old? Sweating heavily, the man said that it was all bullshit. The protagonist waved his hands and repelled another attack. He frowned and began to get angry, not understanding how the pervert who reached out to Sirrus dared to have such strength and skills. Repelling each enemy attack, the protagonist decided to beat the one who claims that martial arts build the right character. Lantis climbed onto one of the pillars. The man frowned. His opponent repelled his sword with a wave of his hand, which was incredible. Lowering the sword, he asked the guy if he was really a student of the king of martial arts Gerard. Riefenhardt did not answer, frowning at the enemy. Lantis looked at the guy with an aura swirling around him and asked why he cared so much about this slave when he was so strong. Riefenhardt released an aura from his body out of anger. He screamed in anger, saying that those they called slaves have feelings and a will. A stream of air crashed into the swordsman's body. Rushing forward, the angry protagonist asked the enemy if he had even tried talking to them, wondering why they became like this. The guy's aura destroyed the pillar the enemy was standing on. Dodging the enemy's attacks, Lantis said that he had no idea what he was trying to prove. The protagonist gritted his teeth, seeing the same reaction as the others, an unshakable belief that any creature other than humans was only second class. Rushing into the attack, he mentally said that humans can clearly see how representatives of other species cry and laugh, but still refused to let go of the fact that they have feelings. Lantis, dodging the attack, said that it was natural that they, being the pinnacle of evolution, make others slaves. Who are they if not slaves? Riefenhardt, striking the man's head, asked why the descendants of great spirits should bear such a heavy cross. Clenching his fist, the protagonist asked Lantis if it really didn't even occur to him that if people weren't at the helm, they themselves could very well become slaves. Lantis swung his sword, reflecting the guy's attack. The protagonist, suffering the wounds that formed on his body, mentally said that when people enslaved the orcs, humanity ecstatically celebrated the victory. When they deprived the dwarves of their will, they also had fun and laughed, and when they subjugated the elves to their power, they enjoyed the triumph. Riefenhardt jumped on his opponent, saying that if he allows slavery to exist, then he himself must be ready to become a slave one day. Lantis, sweating heavily, told the guy that he was crazy. Did he really think that elves were equal to humans? The man quickly jumped back, saving himself from the protagonist's blow. Riefenhardt stood up and ran towards him, saying that Sirrus was not a slave. Lantis jumped up, dodging the blow. He gritted his teeth as he struck. The opponent's auras collided. The man's body bent. The protagonist struck with his foot. He was going to break this vicious circle, because if you do not try to change false ideas, one day everyone will live in fear. Lantis's body crashed into the wall. The man gritted his teeth in pain. The protagonist was next to him in an instant. Blood flowed from his frowning face. He was going to fix everything, put an end to slavery. Lantis stared at the warrior in fear. Riefenhardt struck his body. The swordsman coughed up blood. His body was driven into the wall. With a blow, Riefenhardt broke through the wall. The swordsman flew at great speed into another wall. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that he would change this world, no matter what, so that no one would call Sirrus a slave anymore. The elf standing behind looked at the guy. She opened her mouth in shock when the protagonist said that for Sirrus' sake he would change this entire world. The girl, remembering the protagonist's fight and his shouts, asked herself how obsessed with role-playing games one must be to say such nonsense. Was he really a hopeless pervert? The elf remembered how the guy, striking, said that the descendants of great spirits should not bear such a cross. Sirrus immediately imagined her mother telling her that they were descendants of great spirits. The girl frowned slightly. Lantis, lying under the rubble, asked the protagonist to spare him. Riefenhardt stood in front of him and asked why on earth he should spare such a perverted degenerate like him. The man answered by saying that he swears on his name, that he has now repented and will reflect on his sins and do only good for the rest of his days. The swordsman smiled nervously when the protagonist said that he was lying to him. Gritting his teeth, the angry Riefenhardt said that he really hated the Holy Order of Seer. Was he really allowed to do whatever he wanted while he went to repent in the temple? If he really regretted his actions, he would go to prison. The man, bleeding and terrified, said that he was ready to surrender to the authorities, but he should not dirty his hands with such a worthless person like him. The guy's pupils sparkled when he said that his hands were already elbow-deep in blood, but he would still believe him. Lantis smiled widely upon hearing this. Flexing his fist, Riefenhardt said that if he really repented, he would certainly think that he deserved to die, that it would be better to die quickly to pay for his deeds. Cyril and Scylla froze in horror. Riefenhardt struck the slab and crushed the swordsman. The protagonist frowned and said that he shouldn't have used the word remorse so thoughtlessly. Only ruins remained where the houses had once been. The protagonist stood in front of Sirrus and Scylla and asked if they were safe. The priest replied saying that he had already healed everything. The elf, slightly embarrassed, asked the guy if he himself was okay. The protagonist shuddered and became embarrassed from shock, because Sirrus herself spoke to him, and there was almost no coldness in her voice. Pointing at Rahman, the priest said that these guys were running away. Riefenhardt immediately waved his hand, telling the guys to come to him. The men sweated heavily from fear when the guy said that they could still try to escape, and he would arrange an unforgettable evening for them in return. Rahman smiled nervously when the protagonist asked him who gave him the order. Forming a weapon from mana, the protagonist said that they were lucky today, because he was merciful. The three guys smiled nervously, not understanding what the club was for. The moon in the sky brightly illuminated the ground. Riefenhardt looked at the beaten people and asked who was behind all this. The men sitting on their knees immediately answered saying that it was all Tarek. The protagonist immediately imagined the fat man. He was the one who bullied Sirrus for 10 whole years in his past life. It was him that Riefenhardt wanted to kill the most, but when he came, he was already dead. Rahman, surprised, asked if they would follow him. It would be better if they did not do this. If so, they should not do this, because all of Chot-En would turn against them. The guy grinned and put his hands on his hips. The guys trembled when Reifenhardt said that he knew perfectly well what the fat man was. After the protagonist left, the guys began to press themselves against the commander because of the cold. He objected and swore, swearing to kill them. The events take us to the mansion. The purple-haired man said that the servants were taking too long to deliver the elf. Tarak frowned and said that he himself did not understand why Rahman was gone for so long. Looking at the trembling elves, the man asked who they were. Tarak answered by saying that they were Lanta's toys. Looking at the door, the merchant's guest said that it was somehow too noisy outside. The merchant answered by saying that they were probably holding another rally there. The warriors ran towards the enemy with a scream. Blood flowed from the nose and mouth of the knight in front. A second later, all three were bleeding from the blow they received. Sillin crouched down next to the wounded man and began to heal him. Reifenhardt looked at the guy and asked if this was not a spell that was usually used to heal a broken heart. To forget your unhappy love, the priest turned his head and said that there are few funny moments in battles either. Following the protagonist, the priest asked him how he would get rid of unnecessary witnesses if it weren't for his skills. The warrior responded by saying that he would just come and rip off their heads. Suddenly, an orc stood in front of the group. Tahad shouted saying that he would not let strangers pass. Raising his hand, the protagonist told the orc that he had the blood of a warrior in him, but the one he was so stubbornly protecting was not worth it at all, so why would he even raise his sword for him? Tahad, holding his sword in front of him, said that he was a warrior, and he had his own obligations. If he was swept away or broken, how could he call himself a Vaughn? The orc frowned when the protagonist told him that he was living in slavery, because that man was not even a mentor of life. Tahad, gripping the sword tighter with both hands, said that even if that was so, a warrior must see things through to the end, even if he was forced to. The protagonist chuckled. This type of Orcish thinking was familiar to him. The priest standing behind asked the guy how he knew the Orcish language. Sirrus approached the protagonist and said that she would take care of this orc herself. Taking out her sword, she said that now she had the necessary weapon. The orc, releasing his aura, said that she had become stronger. Squinting and looking at the priest, the protagonist told him to cover Sirrus. Tahad, looking at the passing guy, asked him if he was really going to ignore him and go straight to the master. The protagonist answered saying that his opponent was an elf. Paying attention to him, he was showing disrespect to his opponent. Tahad frowned and said that he spoke correctly. Inside the room, a faint fog was still hanging. Reifenhardt stopped, sensing this fog. Opening the doors, he realized that the smoke was a drug. What he saw made the guy's eyes widen. There was a body lying on the floor. Blood splashes painted the entire room. The naked Tarak turned around asking who this freak was. Reifenhardt bowed his head as he entered the room. His lips parted as he said that he had seen a lot in his life, but they definitely wouldn't get away with this. The guy clenched his teeth in anger. Smoke from the drugs was coming out of a small vessel. Tarak turned to the protagonist and asked who he was. The guy himself narrowed his eyes. He looked at the body of the girl with blue hair. Then he looked at the body of the second elf. Releasing an aura from the body, he asked why there were so many people in this world who should not be left alive. Tarak raised his hand and, sweating heavily, called the orc's servant. When Reifenhardt approached him, the man asked him what he wanted from him. Frowning, he asked if he needed money or a place in the market, or if the Taliban trade union had sent him here. The protagonist gritted his teeth, saying that Sirrus had tolerated this wretchedness for 10 years. The guy clenched his fist, realizing that last time he had failed to kill the fat man himself. The guy abruptly struck him in the stomach. Tarak burst into tears and fell to the floor. Reifenhardt grabbed him by the hair and asked how he, a creeping monster, dared to do such things to Sirrus. Tarak's guest froze, watching his friend die. The protagonist stood next to the corpse and said that maybe what was happening now seemed unfair, but he now understood how those who died by his mercy felt. The man pointed at the guy in fear, saying that he was a murderer. Reifenhardt grinned and asked the man if he wasn't a murderer. The sweating man said in fear that he lived the most righteous life. At that moment, Sirrus and Sillin approached the room. They saw Tarak's bloody body. The elf frowned slightly, saying that it was very cruel. The protagonist turned to them saying that this bastard deserved worse. The elf looked around and asked Sillin if he was used to such a sight. He answered saying that he had been traveling for a long time. Pointing to the girl, the priest said that Sirrus took care of Tahad. She was really strong, he did not even need to help her. Reifenhardt scanned the area and realized that Tahad was not dead, but his breathing weakened. Beret, remembering the moment when he returned this slave, screamed saying that she was the slave he returned. Looking at the corpse of the elf, the girl said that he himself was a murderer of children. Taking out her sword, she said that his life was not enough to calm the soul of this child. The girl smirked, looking at her opponent. A moment later, blood splashed on the walls. Beret extended his trembling hands to the elf, asking her to help. His body was pierced by a sword. Sirrus, being furious, said that he should not touch her with his dirty hands. The protagonist slightly frowned, watching everything. The events take us to the forest. In the cold forest, a fire was lit. A crowd of orcs and elves gathered around the fire. Tolkata approached Sirrus, said that these were all the slaves of this place. The girl thanked him for his work. Sillin, looking at the crowd, said that the gender ratio was very strange. Looking closely at the woman with the child, Sirrus said that elf men and orc women are not in demand among humans. Bowing her head and remembering the battle, Reifenhardt's words, she wondered if her idea of him was wrong. Reifenhardt came into the clearing with a smile on his face. He unrolled the scroll saying that these were slave contracts, and he also took the seal of the head of the trade union. It would be difficult if he did not find the documents. When Sillin asked him where he found the documents, the guy clenched his fist, saying that he found them in the safe when he broke through the wall of the office. Sillin became dejected and said that it was barbaric. The protagonist screamed, saying that he had not heard this phrase for 50 years. Sirrus and Silan bowed their heads, asking what 50 years he was talking about. Reifenhardt turned around, realizing that he was a fool. Sillin approached and asked why he brought the contracts. The guy smiled and said that they would need them. The protagonist stood by the fire and shouted, asking what they wanted. If they wanted freedom, then he would free them from the title of slave. The elves and orcs began to look at each other, not understanding what was happening. They only assumed that this task was very difficult. Reifenhardt closed his eyes, realizing that the slaves did not even know what freedom was. The priest standing behind him asked him if he was going to resell the slaves. The protagonist answered by saying that he was not going to trade them. Seeing how the protagonist was attaching a leaf to a tree, Sillin asked him if he was really going to settle down and give up the life of an adventurer. Reifenhardt, putting a seal, said that this seal on the slave contract meant that they would no longer be slaves of Tarek. It was necessary to protect them from persecution. Reifenhardt frowned mentally, saying that he could not free these guys who had neither a home nor the will to fight alone. It was just his whim. Events take us to the city. The protagonist entered the Tauban trade union. Sivolt was nervous, asking if these were not Tarek's slaves. The protagonist grinned and raised his hand, saying that he would find out about everything later, and for now he would have to secretly take care of them. The man froze with his mouth open when the guy said that very interesting news awaited him tomorrow morning. Only he would have to establish the truth in this matter himself, and if the secret was revealed, only he would be under suspicion. Sivolt frowned and swallowed. Seeing how the guy poured out 100 gold, the man opened his mouth in shock. Gathering everything in a bag, he said that he had one place on the outskirts. No one would know anything if he left his people with slaves there. Reifenhardt, who was sitting opposite him, said that he would need to make sure that no one would touch them and no one would treat them like slaves. The man agreed, after which he said that 100 gold was a large sum for this. The protagonist, clenching his fists, told Sivolt that he needed them to be taught for this money. Smiling, the guy said that they needed to be taught numeracy, history, philosophy and, if possible, medicine. Sivolt raised his eyebrows, not understanding why they had to go that far. The protagonist, who was sitting opposite him, said that the better the slave was trained, the better it was for the master. The man objected, saying that slaves were not capable of absorbing knowledge. Reifenhardt answered him by saying that they would still look into it. Besides, he had already paid. The man, rubbing his chin, said that it would be quite difficult, because the mentors would not agree to teach slaves. The protagonist, who was opposite him, said that he was well aware of the arrogance of the mentors. He extended his finger and said that the mentors had students, and among them there would probably be commoners who needed money. Raising his hands, Sivolt asked how the students in the process of learning to teach. The protagonist answered by saying that he did not expect anything special. He would be quite satisfied with basic knowledge. Closing his eyes, the man agreed to this and said that he still did not understand how slaves were supposed to learn knowledge. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He knew that there was nothing wild in training, and even before him, people offered to teach slaves. But people, or rather slave owners, refused, thinking that in this case the chain on the neck could break. Now the protagonist, looking at Sivolt, mentally said that thanks to him he would be able to restore faith. In fact, even in his past life, Reifenhardt knew that slaves are not trained, so that God forbid they do not rebel. The man sitting opposite was also not sure about training slaves, but seeing the effectiveness of this, he will begin to train slaves himself in order to sell them at a higher price. If all goes well, then the training of slaves will become widespread throughout the continent. The protagonist smiled. He was unable to change people's thinking in the past. Events take us to the inn. Reifenhardt, sitting half naked, asked Sillin if he had money. Scratching his head, the guy said that he suddenly gave all his money to Sivolt. Raising her hand, Sirrus asked if she should then take these clothes back. The protagonist waved his hand, saying that she did not have to do this. Sirrus laughed when she saw this. No one noticed, but this was her first smile in all this time. The next morning, the city was in a panic. 2 heads of trade unions were found dead. Warriors and guards who were in the mansion gave different testimonies, which made it impossible to find the killer. Events take us 2 weeks later, in one of the ruins. Sillin, releasing holy power, attacked the enemy. A pillar of holy power raised the undead. Sirrus attacked the skeletons with her sword. The protagonist, ignoring the enemy's attacks, said that the pair worked well together. Ceylon seemed to have trained with someone since childhood. He perfectly complemented Sirrus. He could even surpass the strongest saint in history if given time. The puzzled protagonist tried to understand why he had not heard of this guy in his past life. Ceylon, lowering his hands, asked what kind of dungeon it was, where the monsters were stronger even than in Palton. Now the group was in the middle of the mountains, in the Kingdom of Grime, which they arrived in 2 weeks. When the group stood in front of the door, the priest said that this door was sealed with magic. Reifenhardt began to collect mana, telling the priest to be silent. The boy looked up in shock, seeing how the warrior could use magic. The boy frowned and mentally screamed and shouted about injustice, because he was trying his best, but not a single muscle appeared on his body. The priest asked the protagonist, squinting, what he was doing now. The boy answered by saying that he was collecting mana. Sweating, Reifenhardt began to cast a spell. A magic circle appeared on the door. The gate in front of the boy swung open. The priest standing next to him shamed Reifenhardt, saying that it was better for him not to tell anyone that he was a mage. The protagonist opened his eyes, realizing that he needed to find the voice of illusion to get his magic back. The boy's eyes widened in shock. The space in front of them was empty. Only an unusual stick lay on a kind of storage. The group was returning, walking along the snowy mountains. Reifenhardt bowed his head, not understanding how this was possible. Ceylon, walking next to him, said that he could not always be the first. The protagonist frowned. He knew that these ruins would be discovered 17 years later. The priest looked at the stick in Sirrus's hand and said that at least they had obtained one artifact. Mana suddenly soared around the girl. A magic bow formed from a seemingly ordinary stick. This bow was called Nylon. The girl launched a magic arrow into the mountain. The priest and the elf, looking at the result of the shot, said that the artifact was beautiful. The priest approached the protagonist and asked him how he even knew that this was an artifact. The guy thought about it. He knew that Nylon was Sirrus' weapon in the future, but it was impossible to say this, so he said that he heard about the bow from a friend. The protagonist frowned deeply. He knew that the voice of illusion had no analogues, and he could only replenish his strength with this artifact. The protagonist stood on the edge of the hill. Then Ceylon next to him said that they could visit the village. Soon, various dishes were laid out on the table in front of the group. The hostess of the place laughed and praised the cook, while the protagonist ate everything. The woman closed her eyes and said that the previous guests had complained a lot about the food a week ago. They seemed to be knights. Reifenhardt froze when he heard from the hostess that the people there were talking about some ruins. Holding out a coin, the protagonist asked her to tell him more about them. Imagining a golden knight, she said that a week ago a guest came to the Viscount's lands, higher in status than him. Smiling, she said that the young man was quite nice, and was shining from head to toe. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He immediately understood who it was. The events take us to the Viscount's palace. The Viscount, sitting opposite Jesus, said that he was amazing, and the opportunity to witness his abilities was an honor for him. The blonde said nothing, silently eating meat. Jesus smiled, telling the man that he had no need. A third of the treasures were his. The sun's rays appeared from behind the mountain. The Viscount smiled and said that he had the honor of fighting alongside him. In such a situation no one cared about the treasures. He did not mind if he took everything for himself. Jesus, sipping wine, asked what he did with the adamant and orichalcum he had found. The man replied that he simply ordered his miners to make weapons out of it. Closing his eyes, Jesus said that he expected all this from the Kelbrin family. Famous for their mining business, they should have many talented dwarves. Raising his hand, the Viscount said that these were trifles, and behind him were his daughters. Smiling, the man told Jesus that he knew that he was married. He just thought that he should be introduced to each other. The knight replied that he did not intend to get close to any woman except his wife. The Viscount, dejected, asked what about his younger brother. The man immediately froze. Jesus broke the glass in his hand and said that he had no younger brothers. Sweating and nervous, the Viscount asked for forgiveness. Suddenly, a scream was heard from the side, frightening everyone. A servant burst into the hall saying that one of the artifacts had summoned a demon. Sophiaton threw a crowd of people into the air with a wave of his hand. Jesus went to the window and realized that among the treasures was a summoning artifact. Suddenly he froze. The guy clenched his teeth in anger. While all the knights and warriors worked harmoniously, one just walked forward. Sirrus stood motionless, looking at the battle. He had a shield in his hand. He threw the shield away and took a sword in his hand. The magicians read spells, wanting to freeze the enemy. Ice spikes rushed towards the demon. A huge amount of ice surrounded the demon. Sirrus raised his sword and walked forward. The commander got angry and yelled at the guy, asking what he was doing. Sirrus did not listen to him, and rushed forward saying that no enemy could withstand the onslaught of his kind sword. The boy jumped up and appeared above the demon. He struck from above. His sword struck the demon's chest. A smile appeared on the boy's face at the sight of the monster's blood. The monster's claw rushed towards the boy. Sophiaton struck Sirrus. His body was thrown towards the gate. Sirrus stood up with clenched teeth. A golden beam appeared above his head. Someone crashed into Sophiaton's chest. Standing in front of his brother, Jesus told Lot to continue supporting the bonds. The boy with a huge sword on his shoulder stood in front of Sirrus. He frowned at him and said that great knights of tents are not born from the belly of a stray dog. Sire's eye sparkled with emotion. Jesus stood in front of Sophiaton and said that in front of him was a demon that knights without an aura would never be able to defeat. The knight lowered his sword. Then he raised it. The sword was enveloped in an aura. Frowning, Jesus ordered the sword to open its eyes. Pieces of the sword began to separate from him. Different parts of the sword changed their positions. Many fragments flew off the sword. They began to spin and envelop the knight's body. Pieces of the sword began to transform into armor on his body. Soon the transformation was complete. Standing in a new outfit, Jesus told Sophiaton to attack. The events take us to the inn. Sillin, sitting behind the protagonist, said that Jesus was quite famous. Did he really not know him? The guy responded by reminding him that he came down from the mountains. The guy who sat down next to Sirrus said that Jesus was one of the strongest knights of the magicians. Even the owners of the aura would have a hard time with him. Looking at Sirrus, Reifenhardt said that the pajamas suit her very well. Afterwards, the guy sat down and said that even if the knight was strong, he could not be compared to the owner of the aura. The former simply uses a magic artifact. Sillin replied saying that it was not a simple artifact. The Eldred armor was the most complex magic tool of their era, and it was also not so easy to master. True golden Eldril, it is a magic metal, several times rarer than silver mithril. The magic armor, like the Eldrin magic sword, were made of real gold. These are artifacts of the highest rank among all the relics of the Silver Age. The wind swirled around Jesus while he chanted. Sophiaton opened his mouth. The knight jumped up. He turned around and raised his sword to strike. Enveloping himself in fire mana, the guy rushed to attack. Sophiaton roared loudly looking at the enemy. A moment later, an explosion occurred at the site of the collision. Reifenhardt lying on the bed said that the Tense family had done a lot of research to learn how to use the power of Eldred, because even the strongest tool gives it absolute advantages. Striving forward, Jesus put his sword on his shoulder. His family had lost most of their normal fencing skills and was guided only by the artifact. But from the point of view of the role, this is for the best. Poisonous fog burst out of the guy's sword. The knight enveloped himself in mana. His family knew that even if he devoted his whole life to the art of fencing, it was not a fact that he would be able to master the aura. But there is a golden knight in every generation. Creating fireballs, the guy rushed towards the demon. Fireballs exploded when they hit the demon's body. Jesus raised his sword and used an ice spell. He frowned deeply looking at Sophiaton. The guy swung his sword a couple of times and attacked the enemy. The demon's body began to fall forward. Sirrus looked sadly at the result of the battle. His brother, dressed in armor, stood on a pillar. Jesus' eyes sparkled when he looked at Sirrus. The protagonist looked at the ceiling in thought, trying to understand if he could defeat the enemy. Sillin, who was sitting next to him, said that he should not fight with Count Tense. The guy answered by saying that he needed to take his artifact from him. The priest objected, asking if they would really now be stealing. Frowning, the priest said that in the Principality of Chot and he helped him because he believed that they were doing the right thing. But Count Tense himself explored the ruins, and the artifacts belonged to him by right. Since taking the artifact from him would not be stealing, the protagonist removed his hands from under his head, realizing that the guy was right. Standing up, he realized that the priest could not be convinced without telling him about his past life. So he said out loud that since he was his loyal comrade, it was time to tell him something. Raising his hand, Reifenhardt said that he had already mentioned that he was a student of the indestructible rocking chair, and as he knew, in order to complete the test, one must pass a series of tests. The candle burned slowly. While Sirrus slept soundly, the protagonist came up with a story that his teacher himself placed the artifact in the urine and told him to find it. Sillin raised his head and asked if Gerard had really studied the ruins and not taken the other artifacts inside. The protagonist extended his finger saying that all this was because the other artifacts were rewards for other students, and he himself needed to think about how he would have recognized Nylon if he had never heard of it before, and if the ruins had never been explored, he would not have known the secret paths. The priest's eyes widened in surprise after he said that if that was the case, then they had no way out. The protagonist, sweating heavily, turned away, mentally asking the priest for forgiveness for deceiving him. The protagonist barely held back a smile on his face when Sillin said that it was no wonder he found it strange, because no matter how valuable the artifacts of the Silver Age were, he would never have thought that he would covet someone else's property. Jesus, meanwhile, stood motionless in his armor. His helmet was gone. Lot approached the guy and said that it was a great job, even a demon had no chance against him. Passing by his brother, Jesus said that a swordsman who only knows how to cut from top to bottom is no longer part of Tense. The guy gritted his teeth and said that he would always be a swordsman of Tense. Events take us to the next day. Sirrus lowered his sword. He swung his sword over and over again. The guy tried, he did not stop repeating one technique. The knight started to approach him and asked what he had done yesterday. The guy raised his sword saying that he just wanted to slay the demon. The man screamed saying that no one asked him to do this. Frowning, the guy said that he was also a warrior from the Tense family. Squinting, he said that if they had any problems, they could solve everything with a duel. The knights turned around saying that he was just a dirty cur. Sirrus was strong, but he had only mastered one technique, and that was a downward strike and the breathing technique necessary for it. The sword describes a perfect arc in the air, so fast that this strike is barely noticeable, but the execution of other techniques, besides the downward strike, is even embarrassing to compare. Sirrus remembered how his father stood in front of him and said that this was all he could teach him. Since the boy was illegitimate, the vassals opposed his training, so his father could only pass on one technique. He stood in front of his son and said that it was only part of the great sword path that their family possessed, but it could lead him straight to the aura. Then Sirrus took the sword in his hands with a smile. Sirrus picked up the sword again. His father had placed his hopes on him, and he did not want to let him down. The boy had been training since dawn. Jesus looked at him through the window and said that they would never have reached their current heights with just one downward strike. The boy, angry, said that Sirrus was an idiot. Looking at the guy's back, he said that as he thought, this idiot was a genius. Sirrus was breathing heavily from fatigue. He clenched his jaw, deciding to continue training. He closed his eyes and screamed. Soon night fell. The protagonist ran through the forest. He could not believe that he had to do all this after rebirth. Jumping over fences in a mask was complete idiocy. Looking at the castle, he asked why the local lord's castle was so huge. Then he answered himself by saying that this viscount was famous for his mining craft. Apparently it was the work of the dwarfs. 3 warriors patrolled the territory. Riefenhardt, finding himself behind them, knocked them out with one blow. At this time, 2 guards were talking about the fact that they were not needed here at all, because no one would dare to attack the territory of the Golden Knight. The man frowned and looked away. The protagonist, who was holding himself on the ceiling, mentally said that it was not in vain that thieves learned to stick to the walls like a lizard. Moving around the entire hall, the guy told himself that he probably had a talent for stealing. 2 knights stood at the gates of the vault. Riefenhardt killed one of them with one blow. He grabbed the second one. Having tied up the knights, the guy stood in front of the door. Riefenhardt, looking at the structure of the barrier, realized that he would not get rid of it so easily. He looked at the stone to the side, saying that the magical barrier must have a core. Having picked up the stone, he saw runes on it. The protagonist immediately clenched his fist and destroyed the stone. Soon the guy entered the vault. The guy walked through the warehouse trying to find what he needed. Having looked at the blades, he said that these were not Helton's blades, but rather Talada's. The guy screamed, seeing the voice of illusion on the box. Riefenhardt frowned. His foot touched the fishing line. The protagonist looked at the fishing line. Then he looked away. The bell on the ceiling rang. Riefenhardt frowned with anger. He was caught on an ordinary tripwire. Vickett woke up abruptly asking what was going on there. The protagonist ran away mentally saying that he had bypassed the most difficult obstacles to so stupidly get caught in a tripwire. Perhaps it was better to leave theft to professionals. Riefenhardt knocked each enemy unconscious with a blow. Lot and the knights went out to the square demanding that the guy stop immediately. The magicians released a fireball at the enemy. The protagonist, finding himself behind one of the knights, said that he really felt sorry for him. The guy picked him up and covered himself with him from the fireball. Lot's face distorted with anger, saying that their enemy was a real monster. The protagonist mentally said that he did it only because his armor was enchanted. Arrows flew over the commander. The arrows bounced off the protagonist's body. Suddenly, ice chains pierced the guy's body. The protagonist looked around and realized that they were not trying to grab him, but to slow him down. He clenched his fist, realizing that these knights had quite a large stock of skills. Someone threw his shield aside. Sirrus, screaming, broke through the crowd. The commander turned to him and shouted asking him to stop. The protagonist looked at the guy, not understanding who the idiot was. Sirrus, with his sword raised, rushed to attack. Lot's face was distorted with anger. He shouted saying not to even think about breaking the line. The guy did not pay attention to this, pushing everyone in his way. The protagonist stood in a stance. The guy's name seemed familiar to him. All the guy's movements were mediocre. His movements, breathing and steps, everything was terrible. However, when he struck, Riefenhardt saw that he was terribly perfect. The protagonist dodged the blow. The force of the guy's blows sent the air flying upward. Sirrus's sword was stopped by a chain. His eyes were wide open. The protagonist struck him in the side. Sirrus's body was thrown back. Looking at the rising guy, the protagonist mentally said that the guy was showing a cool blow, but he couldn't dodge something like that, which meant that someone was doing a bad job of studying. The protagonist frowned and looked up at the sky. Golden rays flashed over the guy's head. Riefenhardt covered his face with his hand. Jesus appeared in front of the enemy and said that his skills were too outstanding for a simple rogue. The protagonist straightened up and said that he had his reasons for that. He bowed his head, saying that he would tell him everything later. The protagonist rushed forward. The knight ran towards him. The opponents found themselves in front of each other in a second. The guy's eye opened wide. Jesus widened his eye in shock. The knight's sword flashed past the guy's head. The protagonist's fist flew past Jesus. The pair froze in an awkward position. They abruptly pulled away from each other. The wind swirled around them. Lot and the knights opened their mouths in shock. Jesus stood up and said that he had failed. The protagonist scratched his temple and said that the attack was unsuccessful. Jesus extended his hand using shadow magic. Reincarnated dodged the shadows. He spun around, raising smoke around himself. Frowning, the knight tried to understand how his enemy knew the vulnerability of the roar of the shadows. He said out loud that he skillfully resists magic. Then Jesus rushed at the enemy. The protagonist dodged the enemy's attack. The guy ran away, dodging the knight's attacks all the time. Suddenly, he struck him in the chest. The veins on Jesus' face bulged from the strain. He received great damage despite the armor. The knight raised his sword and formed arrows of fire and water. The arrows rushed straight at the protagonist. Reincarnated managed to jump to the side, dodging the enemy's attack. The sword in the knight's hand glowed. A stream of fire rushed straight at the guy. Reincarnated frowned looking at the stream of flame. His eye widened in shock. He understood that he could die like that. A pillar of flame fell to the ground. Smoke rose from the ground. The protagonist, angry, came out of the smoke. He massaged his hand, not believing that his enemy could so easily use high-level magic. The knight, landing on the ground, mentally said that if the enemy blocked the blow, he would not have gotten off easy. Although he did not see him dodge, it can't be, he would have missed his movement. Soon the smoke around the guy dissipated. The knight's hand was enveloped in dark mana. Reincarnated was surrounded by a poisonous fog. The protagonist stamped his foot. He stamped again, creating a whirlwind around himself and dispersing the fog. Then he rushed to attack. The fighter struck the knight. Jesus frowned, barely holding back the enemy's attacks. Looking at the enemy who was constantly attacking, Jesus realized that he definitely owned the aura. The guy tilted his sword, blocking the attack. With a swing of the sword, he sent spikes of mana to attack, realizing that he had misjudged the enemy's level, which is why he was having difficulties. Reincarnated dodged the projectile and mentally said that the enemy was not easy, and he thought that he would not suffer anymore if he did not meet people who owned the aura. An explosion occurred in the castle. Jesus rushed forward, saying that he did not understand why a person with such strength would stoop to the level of a pathetic thief. The protagonist frowned, mentally saying that he did not even release a golden aura, and the enemy already understood everything. Jesus frowned, guessing that not much time had passed since the enemy's aura had awakened. Jumping up sharply, he said that the fighter was definitely no match for him. Light swords formed in the openings of the sword. Reincarnated froze with wide eyes. His enemy rushed towards him with a brightly shining sword. The guy's face was illuminated by the light from the sword. He put his hands in front of him, saying that it was wonderful that his enemy was the Golden Knight. Jesus faltered for a moment, moving in the air. Two whirlwinds formed in front of the sword. Using the vortex guard, Reincarnated blocked the enemy's blow. The light from their collision blinded the knights. Sirrus looked at the flash of light in amazement. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred. The protagonist jumped up onto the wall of the castle. Jesus frowned, not believing that his blow was blocked. Reincarnated, holding the wound, told himself that he should have used the vortex guard a little earlier. The boy jumped right off the wall. His body fell into the icy river. He broke through the ice with his body. Jesus walked to the edge of the wall and ordered Lot to go and find out what exactly the thief had stolen. Frowning, he said that they needed to organize a search party. Squinting, the boy said that the enemy would definitely not die from something like that. Sirrus's eyes opened in the middle of the night. She stood up saying that something was wrong. Looking at the window, she said that she had a bad feeling. Meanwhile, Reincarnated's body was sinking into the water. Events take us to the next day. Sirrus and Scylla ran across the rooftops, escaping from the guards. Sirrus held Scylla in her hand and ran. He, being sad, said that he was actually a man, and this was very humiliating. When a passerby pointed out which way the fugitives ran, the knight threw him a coin and thanked him. A crowd of warriors gathered on the roof in front of the elf. Sirrus, standing at the head, shouted, ordering them to stop. The girl took Nylon in her hand and shot. The arrow hit the warrior. Jesus, approaching Lot, asked what had happened to them here. He answered by saying that they had unusual thieves. Raising his sword, the guy said that he would personally deal with them. Scylla almost cried, realizing that he would be carried again. Suddenly Sirrus turned her head. He grabbed Scylla and rushed away. The knight appeared in the air and said that they cannot run. Sirrus pulled the sword out of its sheath when she saw the enemy. Jesus noticed the runes on the girl's sword. The knight narrowed his eyes, realizing that it was not an ordinary blade. An aura of blessings enveloped the girl's body. The priest frowned, realizing that the idiot Reincarnated was not nearby. No wonder Sirrus had a bad feeling. The knight was next to the elf in an instant. He threw her back with a blow. Jesus' eye flashed. Sirrus clenched her teeth from the tension. The bandaged protagonist stood up, saying that he had been hit hard. Clutching his head, he said that he had to fight the owner of the strongest armor in the world, and even with his hands tied. Taking the voice of illusion in his hands, he said that at least he had a rich catch. Suddenly, a dwarf entered the room and asked the guy how he was feeling. The bearded gray-haired old man introduced himself as Hethos. Standing next to the bed, the old man said that it might be hard for him to get up. Would he be able to eat? Having received confirmation, he asked Till to bring some porridge. Soon the girl brought the porridge, saying that she was glad that he had come to his senses. Reifenhard, looking at the gnome girl, tried to understand why they were so friendly. Soon, Galfade came into the guy's room and happily said that their savior had woken up. The protagonist raised one eyebrow, asking what that meant. Closing his eyes, the old man said that 6 years ago there was a prophecy. The great saint received a message from Alpat himself. The god of the gnomes, who had a strange symbol, said that a strong and smart guy would be thrown to them by a cold current from the caves. If they helped him, then he would help them. The great saint secretly spread the message among all the gnomes of the continent, so Galfade waited for this very savior every winter. Reifenhard grinned. He thought that Alpat had returned home long ago. The god of the gnomes periodically showed his subjects song-by-song revelations. 6 years ago, the protagonist regressed, and then he gave a prophecy. Reifenhard grinned, realizing that the god was quite dexterous. He had already screwed up once. But it seemed that he was given another chance. The guy mentally thanked the god for giving him another chance. The protagonist looked at the old man and asked if they were trying for him, just because of the prophecy. The priest answered by saying that his god was never wrong. We are transferred to another part of the cave. Tilla smilingly said that he was recovering quite quickly. The protagonist, warming up, said that it was all thanks to her. The girl looked at the guy and asked if she could call the priest Galfide, since he had already recovered. The guy was walking accompanied by Tilla, who supported him. Many looked at them with confusion. Unlike the elves or orcs, the dwarves did not renounce their traditional way of life, but this was only because they were used a little differently than the two species mentioned. Humans were unable to use the skills of the dwarves. If a knight stood up and asked a dwarf to teach him, he would tell him that he just needed to listen to Mother Earth. Passed by the dwarves frowned. Thanks to the dwarves he was able to build his new empire, because among others, they were the only species that understood how society works. Reifenhard looked at the girl and asked her how many of them were here and if they all belonged to the Viscount. Tilla answered by saying that there were about 60 of them, and they were all slaves of the Viscount. Tilla, holding the guy's hand, said that most of the time the men are in the mines of the Settlard Mountains. Reifenhard frowned, realizing that they were simply taken hostage so that the dwarves would not rebel. Soon the group arrived at the gate. Galfide stood in front of the couple and greeted them. The protagonist responded by saying that it was all thanks to him. The old man closed his eyes and said that they themselves did not yet know why he was their savior, but only his eyes showed that he did not perceive them as slaves. Reifenhard frowned and said that he felt that they were similar, so he treated the dwarves as equals, but changing the fate of all intelligent races was a completely different matter. Galfide opened his eyes and said that no one knew why their god chose a man as a savior, but everyone believed that this was a ray of hope sent by their god, and therefore they would help him with all their might. The protagonist smiled nervously when the old man told him that he was quite strange, since he was not even surprised that he called him a savior. The guy decided to change the subject of the conversation and asked what he wanted to talk to him about. Galfide answered by saying that the great saint wanted to see him. The old man narrowed his eyes and said that the great saint himself, Michelin, wanted to see him. Reifenhard smiled, surprised that his friend had been a great saint 30 years ago, and said out loud that he would meet him. The old man closed his eyes, saying that it was very interesting. Opening his eyes, he said that he was sure that his words would seem absurd to him. He did not know how to properly present this information to him, because people did not hear the voice of truth, unlike them, so he was surprised by his understanding attitude. Reifenhard grinned. He suddenly became serious. He plunged into the darkness of thought, thinking that in the past his empire had fallen, so the possibility of failure remained in force. But after talking with the wise Michelin, he would be able to come to a better decision. The old man raised his head, saying that the great saint was currently in the temple, in the Great Forge. Of course, the road to Tula is known only to a few dwarves. Pointing to Till, the old man said that she was the only representative of the ancient warrior blood that remained in the tribe. The girl, smiling, said that she would accompany him. Galfade slightly frowned, said that he knew a lot about them. He felt the sounds of his thoughts. They sounded as if he already knew about their great saint, as well as the location of the Great Forge. Closing his eyes, the old man said that people who are aware of the fact that the dwarves heard the voice of truth do not like to talk to them. The protagonist answered saying that he knew this. Galfade sharply raised his head, realizing that he was not mistaken. But how did he know all this? The guy, smiling, said that it was not time for this yet. Suddenly he thus burst into the room. The dwarf, approaching the group, asked Reifenhard, were there no companions with him, the elf and the boy? If so, they were captured and locked in the Viscount's castle. The protagonist frowned upon hearing his words. At this time, Jesus was shouting, demanding to know where this dirty thief was. They had to forget about honor and use any kind of torture on them. The guys standing in front of him accepted the order. Jesus narrowed his eyes. Looking at the prisoners in the cell, he mentally said that the elf wielding a magic sword that is only allowed to be used by the captain of the knights and representatives of a higher rank, and the priest was at the level of the archbishop. They were both strange. The events in the castle cells continue. The warriors looked at each other and asked how they would torture the prisoners, whether they would start with beatings. His partner refused, saying that they needed something painful, but not fatal. The prisoners raised their heads and looked at the arrivals. Sillin gritted his teeth. The events take us 30 minutes forward. A pair of knights stood embarrassedly listening to Sillin's stories. The priest, holding out his finger, said that the indestructible rocking chair was controlled by the indomitable king of martial arts Gerard, and the way they trained their students was just hell, and Riefenhardt was one of them. Sharply raising his hand, he said that all this was done only for training, and they wouldn't even do half of it, and weren't trying, let alone the final exam. The knight sat down in front of the priest and listened as he told him what Riefenhardt had already told him. Then he said that he himself hadn't wanted to do this, but after sending his partner's story he realized that it made sense. They had been told to wait. As soon as Sillin asked for water, the knight handed him a mug. The guy was delighted and thanked the knight, who asked the priest if he had really given them all the information. Was he really not loyal to his comrade at all? Turning to the knight, the priest said that there was simply nothing to hide. If he had cared about his reputation, he wouldn't have even thought about stealing. The knight nodded and asked if he knew where the relic was now. The guy shook his head, saying that they were just told to wait where they were. The man screamed loudly, saying that they probably discussed a plan just in case. The priest, his eyes wide with surprise, said that there was no need for that, because the owner of the aura couldn't stop a regular burglary. The guys frowned, not understanding what was wrong. The events take us to another part of the snowy forest. We find ourselves in the forest. Tilla, looking around, said that it was simply amazing, he found the deer so easily. The protagonist, who was preparing meat, said that it was easy, because he just needed to find a trail. The protagonist, warming his hands by the fire, said that if anything, he didn't care about trifles like the ban on hunting animals. The girl stared at him in surprise. He literally guessed her question, which she wanted to ask. Riefenhardt sat still, not bothered by minor infractions, since the abolition of slavery itself was against the law. The boy bit off a piece of meat. As he tore off the piece of meat, he said that he needed to recover as soon as possible. Tilla opened her mouth in shock, watching the guy. A moment later, her eyes widened. The guy's body was enveloped in an aura. He was healing himself. Riefenhardt hit the air, raising a gust of wind. A moment later, the wind around died down and disappeared. Suddenly, a shock wave appeared near the guy. Tilla turned in shock towards the shock wave. Tearing the bandages on his body, the protagonist said that he felt 100%. Events take us to the Viscount's castle. Jesus was standing by the window. Frowning, he realized that the enemy was not dead, and he could not have arbitrarily taken this particular relic. Events take us a month ago. Someone came to Jesus. The man showed his badge, saying that if he really was the heir of Tense, then he was sure he remembered this emblem. Looking closely at the badge, the guy realized that it was the emblem of the Silver Sage. On the day he was officially chosen as the heir, his father revealed to the boy a secret known only to the heir of the family, the secret of the sages. This is a group of people who possess the power of the Table of Immeasurable, who are capable of overthrowing entire countries, a group of sages whose knowledge surpassed the minds of modern civilizations. The boy knelt down and greeted the sage. He handed him a scroll. Looking down at the boy, the man said that he would like to transfer to him the right to explore the ruins of Aleutian to the Tense family. All the treasures they would find there belonged to them, but he only needed one thing. The sage's eyes sparkled when he said that in case of failure, the fate of the family would be at risk. Jesus rubbed his chin. He looked behind himself and gave permission to enter. The knights entered, saying that they had finished interrogating the two of them. Jesus frowned. Meanwhile, the guards were guarding the gate. The man trembled, saying that he remembered what happened yesterday. Remembering the battle against the unknown enemy, the knight asked how they, ordinary soldiers who had just woken up, should fight someone who smashed armor with his bare hands. Raising his hand, the knight said that it seemed that the item had been stolen anyway. The man looked into the distance in horror. A muscular guy was walking straight towards them. The protagonist's body was enveloped in an aura. Jesus frowned and asked if the thief was really a member of the indestructible gym. He stroked his chin, trying to understand why the middle sages would mess with him. Imagining the elf, the guy realized that a saint of the archbishop's level simply could not conduct intrigues. Sillin and Sirrus raised their heads. Jesus gritted his teeth, not understanding how they could catch the enemy. Suddenly, his window was illuminated by a bright light. A moment later, a strong explosion occurred at the gate. The knight gritted his teeth, not understanding what had just happened. His eyes widened at the sight of energy. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that he heard that his friends were here with him. Smoke rose throughout the castle. The knights rushed to attack with a scream. Riefenhardt grinned and said that he was not the same. Lot raised his sword, ordering 2 knights to go forward. The protagonist threw them both back with a blow. He smiled and said that shields would not help if you were dealing with the owner of the aura. The priests raised their hands and began to give a blessing for protection. All the knights were enveloped in a thin layer of holy power. Riefenhardt moved all over the battlefield and knocked out enemies. He abruptly stamped his foot and raised his hand to strike. A moment later, he struck the ground and crushed it. The priests raised their hands using blessings. One of the mages screamed and used fire magic. The second mage concentrated lightning between his hands. Riefenhardt frowned, realizing that he had to deal with the mages first. Striking the air, he repelled all attacks. One of the bullets hit the mage's hand. Many mages were hit by the protagonist's attack. Riefenhardt chuckled, saying that he expected at least someone to withstand the pain. Then the guy began to knock the priest unconscious. He knocked the boy unconscious with a blow. The protagonist grabbed the man. He understood that some priests only became stronger from pain, so he knocked them unconscious without unnecessary suffering. The screams of the priests were heard in the air. Riefenhardt raised his hands, repelling all the attacks of the enemies. The knights recoiled in horror. Meanwhile, Sirrus stood motionless. Lot gritted his teeth in anger, not understanding what was happening to the guy who always ran into battle first. The guy himself froze with his eyes wide open. He became despondent and sad, realizing what it was like to control the aura. The protagonist controlled the flow of power and, if necessary, made it more powerful, so he knocked down his enemies. The guy's eye began to widen. Riefenhardt moved at great speed, attacking his opponents. Sirrus, remembering the image of his father, said that he finally understood what no one had ever explained to him. Little Sirrus simply did not have the opportunity to learn everything. The protagonist attacked Lot. His movements and breathing were only possible for someone who had reached the heights of the martial arts world. The boy froze with his eyes open, realizing that this was how he should behave on the battlefield. An aura gradually began to appear in his sword. Mana sickles rushed towards Riefenhardt. He frowned when he saw them. The protagonist quickly jumped aside. He grinned, saying that he had finally arrived. Jesus stood in front of the boy and said that in the name of Tense, he would not forgive his atrocities. Stepping forward, Jesus said that he had seen everything he had done to his knights. Riefenhardt crossed his arms over his chest and said that he did not need to pretend to be a newcomer, because he had always been hanging around in the rear. Raising his head, he said that the knight hid behind the wall and was peeping. The guy grinned, realizing that his enemy was only given strength, but not sensitivity. But he said out loud that he wanted to evaluate him before sticking his nose in. But wasn't it too cruel to let him beat people like training dummies? Jesus frowned and froze, hearing his knights start whispering. He screamed in anger when the protagonist said with a smile that even if he was taking a shower, he should have gotten here faster. Embarrassed, the guy wrapped his sword in me. The particles of his sword began to separate. The sword was completely transformed. The knight himself frowned, looking at the enemy. A pillar of flame rose around his body. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that this time they were fighting for real. The knight in new clothing jumped out of the smoke and flames. He swung his sword, telling Riefenhardt that he would now see the world from the height of a dragon's flight. The boy raised the sword above his head and rushed down. The protagonist grinned, realizing that this was a challenge. The opponents' attacks collided with each other. They began to move at great speed and collide with each other. The protagonist frowned. His body was strong, but the sword of pure mana could not be stopped. The knight's pupils shrank to the size of peas. He raised his sword again. Riefenhardt put his hands in front of him. He held back the onslaught of the sword. The boy spread his arms to the sides. He jumped up and appeared next to the knight. The events take us to the castle prison. Scylla, eating, said that it was too noisy there. Sirrus, raising a spoon, asked if Mr. Riefenhardt could save them. Scylla, smiling, said that he would save them, but she acted so distantly it seemed she still believed that he would come to rescue them. Looking away, the girl said that she simply did not understand why he was so nice to her. Scylla, leaning against the wall, assumed that the guy was greedy for elven girls. Remembering all the moments, Sirrus said that at first she had thought so too, but when she looked into his eyes she doubted that he was driven by anything base. The priest grinned and said that girls in love always talk like that. Raising the bull, he said that they repeat the same thing, and only after the wedding does it begin. He fooled me. Oh, he is a creature, that's what the caretaker of the shelter told him. Lying down on the floor, the guy said that because of Riefenhardt they got into this mess. Sirrus looked at him and said that he didn't seem to be offended by him. The guy responded by saying that he was a fool himself. Since he agreed, he didn't stop him. The boy closed his eyes and said that it was not always possible to live in harmony with the law. The girl smiled and said that he reasoned very maturely. Scylla heard her and said that he would be 20 years old next year, only 3 years younger than Riefenhardt. The elf moved away from the boy in shock, saying that she thought that he was 20 years younger than Riefenhardt. Suddenly, Tilla entered their cell and asked if they, Scylla and Sirrus, were called. Having received confirmation, the girl showed the keys and said that she was with their master. Approaching the elf, she said that she had to get them out of here. Sylvan looked at the girl's ears and said that she looked very much like a human, except for her ears. Leaving the cell, Sirrus asked the boy if that was the only difference he noticed. Suddenly, guards appeared on the stairs. Sirrus immediately kicked one of them. The second guard swung his weapon at her. His attack was blocked by Tilla. She grabbed the enemy's weapon, after which she easily lifted the enemy. The man crashed into the ground and broke a tile. Sylvan, being horrified, told Tilla that she was incredibly strong. She responded by saying that this is typical for gnomes. Taking dynamite in her hand, the girl said that they needed to hurry. The dynamite flew out of the window. A bright flash illuminated the entire castle. The protagonist grinned, realizing that Tilla had successfully completed the task. Jesus turned around and asked the guy if he had simply been distracting him. Riefenhardt, releasing his aura, said that now he would be able to fight at full strength. The knight rushed towards him, saying that he was too arrogant. The protagonist dodged the enemy's sword. His fist rushed towards the knight's face. Jesus barely managed to block the blow with his sword. He frowned deeply, realizing that he had to turn the tide of the battle. The protagonist was pushing him back with every second of the fight. The guy concentrated his aura in his fist. Jesus, taking advantage of the moment, found himself behind him. He swung his sword, striking. Riefenhardt managed to dodge and rushed towards the enemy. His fist hit the knight right in the chest. Frowning, the guy said that he did not feel the effect. Suddenly, the knight's body began to disintegrate. Shadows began to form around the protagonist. Riefenhardt looked behind him. Looking around, he realized that he was surrounded by copies. The protagonist chuckled, saying that magic tricks were pretty nasty. All the copies raised their swords. Riefenhardt suddenly appeared in front of the knight. He struck his body. The sweaty guy tried to understand how the enemy realized so quickly which one was real. Riefenhardt chuckled mentally, saying that he was just a mage, and he clearly saw that his mana current was different. The knight concentrated flames around himself, saying that the tense sword knew no defeat. Enveloped in fire, he rushed forward. The protagonist used the vortex guard, defending himself from the attack. Ice mana enveloped the guy's body. He used snow fog. The protagonist broke the ice using a vortex guard. Jesus, frowning deeply, used wind magic. Riefenhardt extended his arms and used vortex guardian. The boy used vortex guardian again, defending himself from ice magic. When the knight used poison breath, the protagonist used vortex guardian. The protagonist even began to pose, using his technique. Jesus was angry looking at the posing boy. He did not understand what kind of skill it was that allowed him to dispel all types of magical attacks regardless of attribute. Riefenhardt grinned. He knew that not all owners of aura are able to use vortex guardian, and it is not because of its complexity. Most aura lords cover their entire body with it to strengthen it. In this situation, it does not circulate, and if you try to resume circulation, the body will simply rupture. Only students of the indestructible gym are able to withstand such a load. Riefenhardt stood in a stance, understanding that for the effect it is necessary to release a huge amount of aura. Jesus held his sword in front of him and asked the guy who was behind him. Riefenhardt pointed at the warrior behind him, saying that he was behind him. Mana burst out of all the cracks in the armor. Jesus was very furious. He demanded the protagonist to tell him what was behind all this. Mana began to concentrate in the cracks of the sword. The guy raised his sword, releasing a huge amount of mana. Riefenhardt frowned and stood in a stance. He knew that this would not be easy. He put his hand behind his back, preparing to use the horn of disaster. The aura in front of his fist rippled. Jesus swung his sword. The protagonist gritted his teeth and struck. The attacks of the two opponents clashed in opposition. The opponent jumped at the hero, blazing with fire and using the horn of disaster. He spun his blow, creating fiery waves around. The villain smiled and struck. Teslan gritted his teeth. His fist blazed and tore apart space. He struck back with a 4-stage disaster horn. The castle was covered by a hot wind along with debris. The hero's fist blocked the blow. Fire waves began to emanate from his hand. The enemy's armor began to tear off and fly apart into pieces. The warrior looked at the guy in fear and asked, "What kind of skill is this?" Teslan's fist broke through the defense. Shock waves from the collisions destroyed everything around. The enemy looked at him angrily. Realizing that his armor was broken, he noted that the warrior's strength was amazing. He remembered how he reflected previous attacks and suddenly realized that the hero was wrapping his fists in aura in several layers to create such a wave-like explosion. He imagined a stone block thrown into the water. That was terrifying power. And a whirlwind was formed along the entire perimeter. That's why the armor could not withstand it. The energy tore pieces of armor off his face. The enemy decided that the hero would definitely not do this twice in a row. Inside he screamed that he could not lose to him. The fist continued to break forward. Its windings broke from the great energy. New flashes appeared on the battlefield. The blonde clenched his teeth and continued to block the blow. Teslan struck again and threw the enemy back. The man crashed into the wall, along which shock waves went. The redhead immediately closed the distance and struck again. The new blow began a chain of destruction. The big man frowned and looked ahead. The soldiers looked in amazement at how their leader was failing. The tense sword sank into the ground and cracks appeared along it. Teslan slowly began to approach him and thought that the magic of the armor came from the Eldrin's sword. He assumed that while Eldred was whole, it would recover while he was whole, although it could take half a year. He grabbed the sword and took a few more steps. People shouted that the hero was trying to grab the sword. The redhead turned to one of the soldiers and said that he just really needed this artifact, that he stole it, because it was the cause of all the fuss. The man took the weapon and looked at it in bewilderment, mentally asking, was it really not greed that had caused all this? The king smiled and decided that he would rather get the divine sword of the Messiah of Light. They pointed the sword at him and demanded that he stop immediately. The boy looked at him angrily and shouted that the battle was not over yet, because the tense sword was still on its legs. The commander looked at Russ indignantly and asked what he was doing. The boy shouted that he was from the tense family, so he would not let him go. The commander turned red and decided that the boy was nothing but trouble. He said that he would get him and he promised to demote him the second it was all over. Russ did not listen to him and ran to attack. The hero looked at him carefully and decided that the guy was such a man, but except for the downward blow, he had nothing to brag about, so he was not worth his attention. A streak of energy flashed in the air. Russ filled his sword with additional power. Teslan opened his eyes wide and looked at the approaching attack. He dodged, and the soldier's blow destroyed the wall in front of him. The fighter stood up and looked at the sudden wound. Blood oozed down his muscular body. The opponent managed to scratch him, his body, which is able to instinctively dodge most blades. The hero looked at the raging. No one understood what was happening. The boy shouted that he would atone for his guilt before the swordsman of Tense. Teslan looked at him in surprise and saw a familiar glow around his sword. The blue arrow around the sword was like a crystal sky. A warrior appeared in his head, shouting that he would destroy the demon king and put an end to his empire of darkness. The holy sword Sirrus looked forward angrily. Russ looked at the enemy and asked how he knew his real name. His full name is Sirrus von Tense. He received it when he was converted to knights. Everyone looked at him with disdain. No one recognized the young warrior. Everyone addressed him by the name given to him by his mother, a commoner. Teslan covered his face with his hand, not understanding how he could not recognize him. He remembered that he was also from Tense. He introduced the old warrior. The fighter knew that now the prestige of the Tense family rested on the shoulders of the Golden Knight. But in 30 years everything would change, and thanks to the glory that the holy sword would bring to the family, he would gain the title of Marquis and cast off the need to hide in the shadow of magic armor. For the same reason he did not recognize the Golden Knight. In his time everyone completely forgot about him. The guy blushed and asked again how he knew his real name. The hero noticed that he was embarrassed. The redhead smiled sheepishly and said that he had simply made a mistake. Now the guy's face showed anger. It was too easy to read. Teslan smiled contentedly. He remembered that the Sirrus he remembered was rather indifferent and unfeeling. He said that people are capable of changing. Russ shuddered. He rushed to attack. His blow collided with the blocking fire aura. The fighter looked at his enemy in surprise. From the great pressure, the floor under his feet began to give in. Teslan clenched his fist and decided to attack in response. His fist made the warrior bend. The guy screamed and covered himself in blue energy. He stepped back, straightened up and covered himself in powerful fire. The redhead raised his hands in defense. Realizing that the guy used the aura to deflect the damage, he said that he was quite skillful in handling the aura, although he had just awakened it. Russ screamed and rushed to attack again. The redhead began to dodge. He watched his opponent's movements intently, and could not predict his attacks. The swordsman glared at him and attacked swiftly, coming at impossible angles, so the fighter could not predict his movements. The man remembered the textbooks on combat schools. They had at least a semblance of a basic theory. This base was created and replenished by many people, and even Gerard used the basics, passed down in an indestructible gym through generations. Teslan retreated back, but Russ fought just like a wild animal. There was no sequence in his movements, and logically this should greatly facilitate the fight against him. The redhead dodged all the blows. The enemy was able to correctly dose the force and move so that he did not see a single weak spot in him. The soldier's eyes glowed blue from the aura. From the side it seemed that he was simply waving his sword in all directions, but in fact he did not open up at all. People call such geniuses that appear once in a millennium. Apparently that is why they called him the Holy Sword, the same one that cut down his friends and subordinates. He remembered how the master looked at him and asked if he had already slain the 4 heavenly kings. The saint looked at him and declared that the dirty orcs were no match for his sword. The man glared at him and asked if even the brave great orc Tahad had been defeated. Ras looked at the hero in fear, who suddenly began to attack him for Tahad. Teslan was covered in fire and looked at his enemy seriously. The swordsman shouted that he belonged to Tense. He threw the sword behind his head and swung. A downward strike was the only technique he had honed for years. As if he were preparing to split the heavens themselves in half, here was the spirit of a man who would once again become his sworn enemy. The red-haired man looked at him menacingly, realizing that he had to kill him right now, so as not to repeat the tragic fate of the past. He struck the young man in the chest. He looked into his face and said that he was glad that they had met in advance, after which he said goodbye to him. The guy was thrown far back by the blow. There were fire waves flying around the trajectory of his fall. Teslan looked at him grimly, his fists blazing with energy. He slowly looked around. Russ leaned on his sword and glared at the enemy, again said that he was the swordsman of Tense, and their warriors never give up. The fighter frowned and called him Sirrus again. He clenched his fist and looked at him, realizing that this attack was supposed to finish him off, and he definitely put the intent to kill into the blow, unlike the same fight with Jesus and the others. The warrior continued to straighten up. Not only did he not die, but he did not even collapse. He looked like a corpse in which there was no life force left, but he was still somehow standing on his feet. The fighter frowned and asked himself, should he kill him? Russ pointed his sword at him, trembling and breathing heavily. The hero wanted to kill him, but some voice inside seemed to dissuade him, and not only because he had not done anything bad yet. He imagined Sirrus in the future, and told himself that there was a risk that he would take the life of a dear comrade in the future, and to get rid of him, while there was still a chance. Wasn't it a mistake? The man knitted his brows, he thought. In his mind appeared Tahad, a great orc warrior, who certainly would not want him to kill him, because then he would take away his chance to personally take revenge. Teslan clenched his teeth and hissed that his friend would definitely be angry. He lowered his head and told himself that it was his duty to ensure that they had a fair duel. He promised that he would spare his life. Russ looked at him in confusion and asked again. The red-haired one told him to gain strength and live. His eyes flashed angrily. He said that it must be done for the sake of his friend Tahad. In his past life the orc had fought against Sirrus many times. He remembered how the two warriors fought each other, and their fights made both stronger, as is proper for rivals. Teslan stared at the future enemy and thought that the orc had become a great warrior partly because of Rass's merit, and therefore if he killed him now, he would ruin his friend's future. He frowned and decided that this guy was Tahad's prey after all. So the man turned around and walked away. Rass slowly lowered his sword and looked after him in surprise. He clenched his teeth and hissed. The commander looked in fear as his subordinate screamed. The guy hit the floor and anger and energy flew across it. Debris and dust flew into the air, tears poured from his eyes. The snowy forest was wonderful weather. Tilla turned and greeted the hero. He approached the dwarves and said that he was glad that they survived. Sillin said that thanks to the master they received a bouquet of unforgettable sensations. He, of course, knew that many trials awaited him when he set out on the pilgrim's path, but he would never have thought that he would end up behind bars. The young man frowned and said that nothing bad had happened, thank the goddess. Next time they should think about Sirrus. She was a beautiful young elf, and many bad things could have been done to her. Teslan leaned over to the girl and began to ask worriedly if she was okay. She answered embarrassedly that the knights were more civilized than she expected. The man looked at her in surprise and thought that he was lucky. He really should be more careful in the future. Sirrus asked if the hero got what he wanted. He showed the artifact. The pilgrim asked curiously what it was and noted that it did not look useful for a warrior. The master replied that he himself did not know. The mentor simply told him to bring it to him. In fact, he lied. There was a city on the mountain. People were sorting through the ruins. The guy looked at his friend and asked if he was serious. He replied that he saw everything with his own eyes. The warrior stood gloomily in the middle of the room, while Abram said that the Tense family finally had an owner of the aura. The man frowned and said that everyone was only talking about Russ. He looked out the window and asked if he had really discovered the aura within himself. His eyes frowned, asking why such power had gone to someone like him, the son of a common girl. He imagined his father petting the boy. Its owner was the one to whom his dad was very favorable, and the elders who praised him to his face, and behind his back cried that there were no aura lords left in the family received their desired gift. Russ was meditating with the sword at this time. The presence of an aura lord can greatly increase the status of the house. The blond man's eyes widened and asked, "What about him?" He looked at the destroyed sword. His combat kit lay on the table. The warrior asked if they had decided to take away his title. The core of the sword carelessly emitted particles of energy. The young man took it, looked ahead gloomily and declared that only he could be the true sword of Tense. Russ came to the edge of a high slope. He looked ahead and took a deep breath. He smiled and thought that all he had done was awaken the aura, and it seemed like the whole world had turned upside down. He said that he was not good enough yet, but it was only a matter of time. Someday he would be able to compete with the hero. At that moment, his brother approached him. While the youth was happily thinking that this was only the beginning and that he would soon become a true swordsman, Tense asked why he was so happy. After all, he had lost. His brother turned to him embarrassedly. He reminded him that he had awakened the aura. He looked at him gloomily and offered to show him. Russ pointed his sword at him, and he was covered in blue flames. Its flashes flew into the sky. Ten smiled and said that it was beautiful. Russ's cheeks blushed. A question arose in his head. Did his brother really accept him? He smiled with the thought of being recognized as a swordsman. Suddenly, he was pierced by a sword. The villain looked at him angrily, but the young man did not understand why he was killed. Sirrus gritted his teeth as blood flowed from his mouth. Jesus frowned his light eyebrows and screamed loudly. The young warrior covered one eye and cried out in pain, realizing that the enemy clearly wanted to kill him. A powerful explosion thundered at the top of a high mountain, after which dust rose into the air. The Golden Knight raised his weapon and shouted that the tense family was only pointing one sword. The guy managed to block the enemy's blow, putting his blade under it. Suddenly, the knight turned around, hearing an explosion in the distance. He looked down and saw his enemy falling down the cliff. The man tensely clenched his teeth and cursed loudly. A splash was visible from Sirrus's fall into the water. A shadow fell on Jesus' face while he thought that life is unpredictable, because there are hundreds of stories about how a devoted hero falls into a river, survives and then returns to take revenge. He took a step forward and decided that he would have to prepare for this. The knight who was sitting on one knee turned around as his allies arrived and reported that Sirrus had attacked him in an attempt to gain the position of head of the family. The warriors froze in shock, not understanding why someone like him had such talent. The Golden Knight braced his sword on the ground, reporting that his enemy had been stabbed in the stomach and had fallen into the river, and was unlikely to survive. He smiled and thought that even if his brother survived, it would not be a problem, because even an Aura Lord could not resist Eldred's power. The allies turned around to look for the enemy, while the blonde man thought with a smirk about the importance of connections. His blue eyes shone brightly. Snow covered the trees and mountains. The protagonist was walking through the forest with his friends. Sirrus approached him, asking how he met Tilla, and he replied that the dwarves had saved him greatly after falling into the river. The elf's eyes widened in surprise, and the boy explained with an awkward smile that their prophet believed that he was the savior of the dwarven race. The girl's cheeks turned red, and Tilla happily confirmed that Reifenhard had been declared the savior in the name of their lord. Sillin raised his eyebrows in shock, learning that the dwarves had gods, and the short girl replied that humans believed that those born as slaves were not worthy of God's protection. The jock looked at the church attendant, saying that the dwarves believed in Alpat. He imagined a circle of symbols, thinking that among the 12 gods there was the elf goddess Alita and the dwarf god Alpat. The boy sweated and narrowed his eyes, and the protagonist decided that although Alpat was equated with the evil gods, even Sillin could not say why this was so. Suddenly, Sirrus pointed her finger to the side and called out loudly for Reifenhard. She looked at the river, uncertainly assuming that a man was lying there. The man's body was half submerged in water. Drops were running down the boy's face. While Sillin treated the wounded man, the muscle man tried to understand what he was doing there. They stopped at the bank of the hand. The boy assumed that this was part of the prophecy. The wheel of the cart was moving along the ground. Sirrus opened his eyes slightly. He sat up and looked at the forest, not understanding what he was doing in the cart. The boy frowned and remembered his fight with his brother. He imagined himself practicing with a sword and thought that Jesus was a great authority for him, and he hoped that he would receive recognition from his brother as soon as he became capable enough. He covered his face with his hand and decided that the Golden Knight was not even going to do that. Sirrus leaned his back against the wall of the cart and laughed softly. The protagonist turned around and asked with a smile how the young man was feeling. The wounded knight approached Reifenhard, who told him about how they saved him from drowning. 2 horses were pulling the cart, and the jock said that they were now in the lands of Baron Wade, and 3 days had already passed since the incident in Kelbrin's castle. He frowned, saying that they initially wanted to drag Sirrus to the nearest tavern, but Sillin assured them that his wound was so deep that a mediocre doctor would be powerless. The young man blushed and thought about his brother when the saint said that he was able to help him only thanks to the presence of an aura. Reifenhard put his hands in his pockets and said that the knight should be polite to them for saving them, since they even bought a carriage for him, and Sirrus bowed, thanking him. The protagonist crossed his arms and looked at Sillin, saying that he was the one paying. He smiled and thought that even if he and the Holy Sword became enemies in the future, he would not dare to kill his savior. The knight turned away in embarrassment when the jock asked where he was going now. Thick smoke from the fire rose above the forest. The youth looked at the fire and said that he had already been declared a traitor who attacked the heir out of greed, so the road back was closed to him. Reifenhard frowned and thought that in his past life, Sirrus had officially challenged Jesus to a duel right after gaining an aura, but this time everything had changed again. The young man looked up at the sky, wondering what he should do now. Looking at the stars, he decided that he would be shamed if he went back. The protagonist choked on his drink when the young knight asked for permission to travel with them. Everyone looked at the young holy sword in shock, and he explained that he could only pay with his own hands for saving them. Sweat broke out on the muscleman's face, and Sirrus added that he wanted to learn from him more. He raised his hands, trying to wave it off, but the fact that the muscleman was the heir of the martial arts King Gerard was enough for the young man. Reifenhart closed his eyes and thought that in another life, the young man had dedicated himself to finding experienced aura users to become stronger, but it would be difficult for him to follow the same path as a traitor, therefore, he had no other choice. The young knight frowned and swore allegiance until the day he himself became strong enough. The protagonist's sweat dropped, thinking about the holy sword now being his apprentice, even though he was an incredibly talented warrior who had killed Tahad. He imagined his enemies from his past life and thought that it would be nice to convert them all to his faith. But Alex and Ellen had not yet been reincarnated, so only Jade remained. Reifenhart remembered the old light mage and thought that he was the one who had killed Sirrus. The boy crossed his arms and said that there was no need to swear allegiance, and that Sirrus could join their journey. The young man smiled widely and asked if he could call his new teacher an older brother. The sky was filled with stars, and Reifenhart said that he was 5 years younger than the night. The night sky stretched above the castle. Jesus was kneeling, apologizing to the silver sage. The man, whose legs were radiating purple energy, replied that the knight had disappointed him. He put his hands behind his back and added that the task had been too much, although he had not asked for much. The blonde's face twisted in anger when the sage suggested that he had simply overestimated his capabilities. A bead of sweat ran down his face, and he apologized again. He fell face down and thought that even the most powerful mages could not teleport to his chambers, but this silver sage calmly sent his projection here. The Golden Knight loudly begged for mercy when the man reported that the future of the Tense family was not enviable. Then he disappeared. Teslan held a purple orb in his hand, saying that he should not have relied on such an inexperienced warrior. He put his hands behind his back and was informed that Duke Ironad wished to see him. The sage entered the office and greeted him. Ironad frowned and asked what made him use the sacred symbol. He sat at the table, saying that Teslan was undoubtedly amazing, since he had awakened his aura before he was 20, and his gift of foresight had been invaluable in protecting humanity. The Duke looked straight at him and concluded that the mage's presence here was not so much a merit of his current contribution, but of his future potential. The man opened his mouth and apologized to him. Ironad frowned and said that there would be no disciplinary action for using the holy symbol, since it had not caused any trouble, but it was still worth reminding the mage of his position. He rested his cheek on his fist and concluded that for once the sage was forgiven. Suddenly the Duke looked at him closely and called him by his true name. Teslan in Reifenhart's body looked back at his superior silently. The gray crest of the silver sages was visible. In the center was a shield, which symbolized that they were the protectors of humanity, who controlled the continent from the shadows. The faces of these people were hidden under the hoods of their robes. Their powers were enough to attribute the rise or fall of an entire country. The man walked along the corridor and thought about how he had barely joined the Silver Sages and was currently at the very bottom of the ranks. He imagined himself and the protagonist in a past life and thought that the Demon King had reincarnated and someone should stop him. Teslan frowned and decided that he needed to stop him before he fully regained his magical powers. He looked straight ahead and thought that it would be difficult for Reifenhart to fully master magic again despite receiving a powerful artifact. The sage imagined a black cube, a relic of 4 symbols called the Voice of Illusion. He frowned his thin eyebrows and decided that he would compete with the protagonist. The carriage went through a snowy forest. Sylin drove the horses while the girls talked. Sirrus walked alongside them, thinking what a strange group they were. He remembered how they had drawn lots instead of leaving the elven slave to do all the work of the journey. The muscleman turned and called out to his apprentice, who asked why he didn't delegate these chores to the slaves. He turned and said he wasn't going to treat them that way because they were his friends. They came to a river, and the knight thought he had heard that there were some weirdos among the true martial artists. They began to draw water, and the young man decided that he would faithfully follow his mentor until he himself became a skilled swordsman. He looked straight ahead and thought that he had to do whatever the protagonist told him. Sirrus walked alongside the cart, wondering what the muscleman was doing now. He was sitting inside with the artifact. Reifenhart picked up the cube and activated it. The relic glowed brightly, and the first level test for beginners began. The main character found himself inside a purple room and wanted to change the scenery because he was already tired of this virtual space. By pressing different buttons, he set new views. Suddenly, 2 girls in bathing suits appeared next to him. The guy smiled stupidly with happiness. He frowned and looked away. Colorful figures were falling from above. The jock raised his hands, deflecting the attacks. A chain of loud explosions thundered above him. He raised one palm and added flames. Reifenhart frowned and thought that he could not cope with this speed. The girls standing next to him loudly shouted at him to try harder. The protagonist turned around and realized that he had missed 3 attacks. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he said that he still managed, and the crowd happily praised him. Sitting in the lotus position, the guy said that Elysian's voice is really effective, but it has a lot of useless options. The jock imagined the purple cube and thought that this relic was used for training back in the Silver Age, and it allows you to choose from many different settings. Riefenhardt looked at the artifact and came to the conclusion that it is unclear why such a thing even exists in this world. He smiled and thought that this way he could build up a significant amount of mana, despite Teslan's meager intelligence. The boy leaned out of the carriage and Sillin pointed forward. They were approaching Stralsund. The protagonist introduced this military and commercial hub, where all the northern trade routes intersected. The man with the mustache smiled and provided the information that was requested. Riefenhardt looked at the documents and thought that he had finally gotten the history of his real body. He narrowed his eyes when he learned that Teslan had gone mad at the age of 16 due to some mental problems, and now everything fell into place. The mage in whose body the king of martial arts had been reborn was reading a letter. Sitting on a chair, the muscleman said that he really hoped that he was wrong. He frowned and read that Teslan left the magical tower of Delphius at the age of 20, after which he was not heard from again. The boy looked at the document carefully, thinking that in his past life he officially became a mage in his 20s, and the thing was that the tower did not want to let him go. He did not understand how the king of martial arts could leave. The protagonist created fire in his hand and said that they were already leaving Stralsund, because they needed to prepare a lot of things, and they were leaving tomorrow morning. He turned around and decided that he wanted to tell his companions about their true goal. A large castle was visible. Sillin raised his hand, telling Sirrus about his first impression of Riefenhardt. While the saint was chatting with the knight, the muscleman looked at them, trying to decide what to do. A shadow fell on his face. All four looked at him when he said that they needed to talk. The boy crossed his arms and said that where they were going, there was no relic of the Silver Age. They sat at the table, and he added that they would go to the Settlard Mountains. The protagonist frowned and said that he had to tell them about his life's dream and his goal. He raised his hand and said that he did not think that elves, dwarves, or orcs should be slaves. Sillin and Sirrus looked at the protagonist in surprise, who added that he wanted the others to think the same way. With a confident expression on his face, the muscleman said that he wanted to create a world where there was no place for slavery. Tilla smiled, and the others froze in shock. The dwarf glared at the knight, who asked if the mentor wanted these races to go wild again. Riefenhardt frowned and told the youth not to talk about them as if they were some kind of animals, because they also had their own minds, emotions and thoughts. He awkwardly touched his head, not knowing what to say. The muscleman looked at his student and thought that most people would hear in his words a request to consider cows or pigs equals. Sillin closed his eyes and said with a smile that this was very similar to the protagonist. He looked at the protagonist, who confirmed that his goal was not only to free the slaves. The boy frowned and said that he would achieve this even if the whole world turned against him, and asked if his companions were ready to continue this path with him. The saint answered with a smile that he was definitely ready. Sirrus looked at him in surprise, and he explained that he did not share the muscleman's dream to the end, which was quite unrealistic. He closed his eyes and added that he still found it strange that intelligent races were treated like slaves. Then the young man raised his hands up and shouted that these races were also divided by gender, which meant that he was obliged to preach the love of Philinence to them all. Riefenhardt crossed his arms and asked if it was acceptable to attack the nobles in order to free all the slaves, and the saint agreed, saying that he would simply turn a blind eye to it. Sirrus sweated and said he did not understand this conversation, but he swore an oath of loyalty, and would follow his mentor. The protagonist smiled and asked to keep what he would tell him next a secret. He imagined a rocky area and said that they would go to the Great Forge, where the Temple of Alpat, the god of the gnomes, was located. A cold wind blew between the rocks. Tilla swung her sword. She attacked a huge monster. Sirrus frowned, fighting with the enemy. The jock rubbed his armor, thinking about the fact that the gnomes are able to establish a connection with the earth to temporarily increase their strength, and the knight has an aura, so the ogres are no obstacle for them. The monsters screamed loudly. The head of one of the enemies was cut off by a blade. The bear opened his mouth wide, from where blood gushed. Riefenhardt frowned, attacking the animals. Sillin turned around and said that even in the ancient ruins there were fewer monsters, and the protagonist replied that this was the reason why the dwarves decided to settle here. Sirrus sweated and doubted that this race could survive here. The boy destroyed a huge bird and replied that the knight would soon understand everything himself. The griffins were hovering in the air. The boy turned around, deciding that he should find the real enemy among the phantoms, and asked the apprentice to cover him. He spread his arms wide, casting a spell to dispel illusions. Green light knocked the griffins off their feet. Sirrus raised his eyebrows in shock, and Sillin replied with a smile that not long ago, Riefenhardt's magical skills were terrible. He turned around, shouting that he was already running out of mana. Sirrus looked at Tilla, who said that the journey usually takes about 2 weeks. The knight frowned in displeasure at this, and the protagonist said that they would not take the usual route. The dwarf looked at him in surprise, and he said with a smile that they would get to the right place in 1 day. A rocky cave was visible. The next day, the travelers stood on a mountain. Sirrus walked ahead of everyone, saying that these were ancient ruins from the Silver Age. The jock blushed when the elf asked how they knew about the shortcut. She arched her eyebrows, not understanding what was on Reifenhardt's mind. Looking at his sweaty face, she thought that she also did not understand what he was thinking about her. The knight approached the entrance to the cave, telling the others to stay behind him. The jock went to another door and opened it, saying that they would go a different way. He crossed his arms and explained with a stupid smile that he knew about this passage thanks to his mentor, and Sirrus looked at him suspiciously. The guy was sweating, thinking about how he kept giving ridiculous excuses every time he caught her eye. The elf looked at him, not believing his words. The muscle man turned around and offered to go ahead. Sillin and Tilla were looking around the great forge with admiration. Reifenhardt touched the wall with the ancient language of Hokril, which he was missing. Then he hit the wall with his fist. A yellow flash of light was visible. The space was immersed in it. The protagonist raised his clenched fist. The three travelers screamed. A wave of light rushed towards them. Tilla opened her mouth in admiration and blushed. They entered a spacious room. Stone statues of dwarven knights stood along the perimeter. While everyone was looking around, the muscle man smiled. He turned around as the saint pointed to the ruins and asked if they had broken it. The boy standing in the middle of the smoke replied that they had, but it was okay. Suddenly a stupid smile appeared on his face as he realized that he had come to the great forge following the memories he had retained from his previous life. He closed his eyes and thought that he had also slightly damaged this temple back then, but there had been no consequences because All Pot had given a detailed prediction about it. The dwarves ran out onto the balcony, shouting that trespassers were destroying the temple. They readied their weapons, preparing to destroy the intruders. Reifenhardt froze, sweating and laughing absurdly. The dwarf with the crossbow shouted for everyone to get ready to open fire. Everyone hid behind the rubble. The dwarf's eyes turned red with rage. Sirrus drew his sword and asked how lesser beings dared to threaten humans. He turned around as the mentor loudly ordered him to stop. The boy raised his hands and shouted that they wanted a fight. The arrows slammed into his body and bounced off. Reifenhardt sweated as more projectiles flew at him. The dwarf standing above him called him a monster, because even the arrows didn't scratch him. The jock frowned and shouted that they weren't enemies. He sweated and thought that the race must know he wasn't lying, since they were essentially walking lie detectors due to their connection to the earth. The dwarf sweated, surprised that the humans weren't enemies. The protagonist stood with his hands up, and the dwarf asked who they were and why they were there. He yelled loudly that he was the savior from All Pot's prophecy. Sillin blushed with shame, and the muscle man turned around, saying that he wasn't thrilled himself. He frowned and shouted that he had come to see the great priest Michelin, as the leader of the Steel Hammer tribe had ordered him to. The dwarf smiled, greeting him happily. Sillin's eyes widened in shock at the sudden change in behavior. Reifenhardt imagined the Great Forge, which was located 30 meters below Mount Settelard. He imagined tall buildings and thought that there was a huge cavern here, 2 kilometers square and up to 50 meters high. Pulvard was smiling as he gave the travelers a tour. Sirrus looked up and asked why the dwarves didn't even try to free their fellows from slavery if there were so many of them here, and Sillin noticed with a smile that the knight was also beginning to think about the wrongness of racism. The youth looked at the saint with bewilderment, and he replied that without such thoughts such questions would not have arisen. Sirrus closed his eyes and thought. The dwarf turned around and said that they had only done the interior decoration of the former ruins from the Silver Age. Reifenhardt looked away and said that the dwarves had already inhabited the cave at that time. He touched the doorway and noticed that it was clearly too low. The knight sweated when the muscleman said that during the Silver Age the dwarven race was prosperous enough to build such a city, but that was impossible since they were born into slavery. Sirrus thoughtfully touched his chin, and the protagonist thought that his student would not understand anything, given the mentality in which he grew up. Pulvard looked at the guests and said that he would now serve dinner. There were several plates with food on the table. Sillin raised his hand, asking what kind of meat it was. The dwarf calmly answered that it was basilisk liver, and Sirrus answered with an awkward smile that elves were vegetarians. Pulvard blushed and said that the taste might seem strange, but it was a very noble and healthy food, namely for a man. Sirrus and Tilla looked displeased at Sillin and Sirrus, who began to devour the basilisk liver. The dwarf girl said that the savior was being called to the central tower, and he turned around, saying that he would return. They stopped in front of the stairs. Reifenhardt assumed that only those with permission could go inside, but Pulvard replied that he was just too lazy. Stone statues with swords were visible along the walls. Others had helmets. The boy walked inside. His eyes widened in surprise. An old dwarf sat on a throne in the distance. Michelin looked at the guest and greeted him. The jock looked at the priest with hope. Grey smoke was visible under the dome. The throne was destroyed. Reifenhardt lowered his head and said that the king of martial arts was strong. Teslan raised his hand and said that it would end today and he would free the intelligent races from his evil spell. He rushed towards the enemy. The magician created a bright light, casting a spell. The fighter frowned, approaching the enemy. His eyes opened wide. The magician arched his black eyebrows. Sitting at the table, he realized that he had fallen asleep, although he closed his eyes for a minute. Teslan put his hand on a stack of books and said that he was not doing enough. He clenched his fist and thought about how he had worked endlessly for the past 6 years, had officially become a mage, had built connections with those who would gain power in the future, and had even successfully become a member of the Silver Sages. He walked up to the window and said that he could not defeat the Demon King with only his aura and fifth circle spells. The mage remembered his battles with the enemy, and assumed that Reifenhardt was probably stronger than him due to his now strong body. He frowned and decided that the protagonist was most likely busy searching for subordinates, and trying to regain his lost power. The guy put his hands behind his back and decided that he also needed strong fighters. A long staircase was visible. Reifenhardt looked at Michelin, who was his most loyal ally, friend, and teacher. The old dwarf looked at the man with distrust and asked if they had met before, because he had not left this place for over 50 years. The guy standing straight said that their meeting took place 10 years from now. Michelin broke out in a sweat, thinking that his savior had lost his mind. The boy sighed heavily. Then he looked straight ahead and said that he had traveled through time. He raised his hand, telling his old friend everything that had happened to him. Recalling his past, the muscle man told the gnome about how he was declared the Demon King of the Antares Empire, and how he had started a war, after which he died. The protagonist frowned and said that he was telling the truth, which did not necessarily have to be believed. He stood motionless while Michelin said that he knew that it was not a lie, but still had a hard time believing it. He frowned and added that he wanted to check whether the muscle man had really traveled through time, or if he had gone crazy. Looking straight ahead, the old gnome said that he would tell his close friend one thing. He touched his beard and asked what color it was. Reifenhardt closed his eyes and smiled. Then he looked at his companion and said that he had no beard. The dwarf removed the beard from his face, which he had worn in his previous life. He smiled, and the boy said that it was all because of the blessing of Alpat. He put his hands in his pockets and added that in the world of dwarves, a luxurious city was a sign of manliness, but Michelin could not grow one. The man with a warm smile said that he trusted his former companion. He went forward, saying that he wanted to give advice, but now he had only one choice. He knelt down and swore his loyalty to Reifenhardt on behalf of all the dwarves. The boy looked sternly at his friend and asked him to rise. With a calm face, he added that now he really needed his advice. The muscle man remembered his battle and thought that he had already suffered one defeat when he tried to solve problems by force. He imagined the Empire and decided that he could not repeat the same mistakes. They walked side by side, and the protagonist explained that he had taken slaves from Chatan and provided them with an education. Michelin looked down and suggested that the boy might be old by the time the turning point came, since other races lived long lives. Reifenhardt closed his eyes and admitted that this was a problem. He created a purple flame in his hand and added that he was trying to regain his magical abilities, so it would not be difficult for him to rebuild the empire again and become a terrifying demon king. The boy removed his hands and said that he was afraid of repeating the mistakes of the past, and he did not want to stain the continent with blood again. Michelin closed his eyes and said that he now saw the whole problem. He looked at his friend and concluded that he was underestimating the world. The muscle man froze in shock, and the dwarf added that the reason for his defeat was not because he used force. With a piercing gaze, he said that the world was not that simple, and if brute force did not work, then something else should be tried. Reifenhardt touched his chin, saying that he didn't hate humans, but he didn't particularly like them. The old dwarf furrowed his brows and said that the boy had no human friends in his past life. The protagonist sweated and gasped in shock when Michelin concluded that he had neglected them because he cared too much about other species. A serious Michelin looked at the confused muscle man, asking if there was even a single human in his army. Reifenhardt looked at his hands and replied that he couldn't rely on humans, and elves and dwarves were not prone to corruption. He arched his black eyebrows and added that dwarves could also hear the voice of truth. Michelin looked at his friend and said that he hadn't given humans political freedom because some of them were citizens of the empire, but had no rights at all. The protagonist sweated, saying that it was better for everyone. The wise dwarf looked straight at him and said that such a life would only suit naive peasants, but not those who were aware of their status. He presented the yellow symbol and added that a demon king becomes one because he does not take into account everything that surrounds him and moves the world only in the way that he personally prefers. Representatives of all races gathered around the mage. Michelin looked at the boy's surprised face and said that he wanted the best, but he definitely became a demon king. Reifenhardt touched his forehead, saying that by the time his friend began working for him, humans were already exterminating dwarves with all their might. Michelin's face darkened and he said that in that case he was in no position to lecture the protagonist. The jock frowned and asked what he should do. The dwarf presented the knights and answered that the boy saw the situation as a confrontation between humanity and other species, but humans were not against killing each other without the intervention of other races. Reifenhardt looked at his friend, who concluded that he should not give in to self-interest. There was fog over the mountains. The huge monster opened its mouth wide. The dwarves tied it with ropes. Sirrus jumped up, using the 7 grinding technique. The young man attacked the dragon, but did not damage it. He looked away and thought that he needed to hone this skill better. Sirrus released a brightly shining arrow from her bow. Green rays of light rushed towards the enemy. Suddenly, the elf turned around. Cardamite, with a weapon in his hands, ran towards the dragon. He swung his small axe, jumping up. The blade emitted a red aura. In one movement, he cut the monster's body. Then the dwarf said with a smile that there would be a feast today. Sirrus and Scylla opened their mouths in shock, because they had never seen dwarves with an aura before. 3 representatives of the dwarven race emitted this energy. The knights sweated and thought it was incredible. A crowd of dwarves stood in the Great Forge, where the travelers had been for a month, and that was enough time to adapt. Sirrus watched the locals talking, stunned, hoping to learn something from them. A cold wind blew over the rocks. The snowstorms grew more severe. Scylla closed his eyes and shouted loudly that he had grown a whole centimeter. Everyone congratulated him with a smile, and the dwarves did not understand why humans measured their worth by height. Sirrus looked straight ahead, asking where the teacher was, and the saint replied that he could be in the tower. They looked at the tower, wondering what the protagonist could be doing there. A giant steel pipe was visible in the center of the Great Forge, the place where the geothermal stones were controlled. Inside was a massive lamp called Magrim. Reifenhart stood next to it, saying that the Silver Age was truly wonderful. Metal pipes stretched to the mechanism. The guy thought that since then much magical knowledge was lost, but the teachings of all pot successfully passed down through generations through sculptures, as well as his sacred relic, Magrim. The body of the muscleman was illuminated while he thought about the fact that since the status of the gnomes had wavered, the influence of their god in the current reality had decreased, and so far he only had enough strength to awaken Magrim. He created a fiery aura and thought that Teslan's body was so unfriendly with mana that no matter how hard he tried, its volume did not grow, so he should increase his tolerance to mana with the power of Magrim. Reifenhart remembered the powerful explosion that happened after he subjugated Magrim to his will and invented the atomic boost. Taking off his pants, he thought about the fact that in order to change the very structure of his body, he needed a complete merger with this artifact. The protagonist stretched out his arms to the sides, hoping that no one was looking at him. There was a security camera on the ceiling. The girls were looking at the screen, admiring the body of a muscleman. The cheeks of these middle-aged gnomes were red. They all got married decades ago. A snowy wind blew over the mountains. 40 days had passed since their arrival at the Great Forge. Red sensors were visible. Suddenly, they began to electrify. Reifenhart spread his arms out to the sides and began to cast a spell. An abundance of purple aura appeared around him. He clenched his hands into fists, and said that he had successfully used the summoning spell of the 5th circle, and now all that was left was to work on increasing his mana. He crossed his arms and began to think about where he should go. Scylla was shaking, pulling himself up on the horizontal bar. He turned around and smiled when the protagonist said that the saint had gained muscles. The boy showed his biceps, and the muscleman's face became awkward. The priest took his cloak. After getting dressed, he asked if they would be leaving soon. The boy asked with a smile if Scylla liked it here, and he turned away, answering that he wanted to spread his teachings among the dwarves. Sirrus was meditating with a sword in his hands. The little dwarves were fighting pretend. Sirrus was sitting in the distance, watching them. She put her face in her hands. The elf remembered how children played in her homeland. Her eyes shone brightly when she thought that she seemed to have already forgotten about those times. The protagonist approached the girl, asking what she was doing, and she answered that she was looking after the children. Sitting on the stairs, Sirrus said that they were very carefree. Looking at Reifenhart, she added that hard times would still catch up with them, and some would even die before they could grow up. She turned away and said that she was simply overcome by memories of her homeland. The guy looked at her thoughtfully. He imagined a map and thought of Svilas, the farthest territory to the west of the Kingdom of Grime, where humans were forbidden to set foot. The elf turned around when the muscleman asked if she wanted to visit her family. She blushed and answered that it would take at least 2 months to get there, but the warrior replied that there was a faster way. Smiling warmly, he suggested that they go there alone. A desert was visible. In the middle of it, 2 cliffs towered. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered. Sirrus and the protagonist came out of the portal, and the elf was surprised that this was really the land of sorrow, and the guy replied that they had arrived in just a couple of seconds. They looked at the cluster of purple energy, and the girl asked if one had to be an archmage to activate the relics of the Silver Age, and Reifenhart replied that even 6th circle magic was enough. He sweated from embarrassment, and added that his mentor had good mage friends who taught him how to do this. The elf stared at her friend. The huge monster roared loudly. The warrior swung his fist. He dealt a powerful blow to the enemy's head. The sand lizard fell to the ground, and the muscleman said that these monsters are often found here, and they taste good. Suddenly, a barrier of darkness appeared in the air, which the young man created to block the sunlight. The enemy's body caught fire. Then, using a blue seal, Reifenhart extracted water from the monster's blood. He approached the carcass to remove the skin, and thought that it was a miracle he had managed without magic before. Sirrus stabbed a piece of meat on the blade and offered it to her friend to try. He bit into a large piece, asking how long it would take them to get to the elf's house, and the girl answered that it would take about half a day. The guy smiled when she doubted that there were any living inhabitants left there. Sirrus looked at him in bewilderment. In the middle of the night, a bright source of light was visible. Then day came. The travelers looked at a small settlement. All the houses were the same in color and shape. Firewood and dishes lay by the fire. While the main character looked around, the girl silently looked ahead. She had a hood on her head. She thought that there really was no one here. She narrowed her eyes and thought that she terribly missed the faces of her family, the voices of friends and loved ones, the smell and breath of her dear brothers and sisters. The wind blew and the elf realized with surprise that she no longer remembered the name everyone called her here and that she wanted to cry. But her tears had dried up, like this desert, 50 years ago. The warrior sweated and blushed with shame. He looked at the empty houses and thought that in his past the Dunhams had lived here well, but now the place was clearly abandoned. He touched his chin and said that he did not think he had done anything that could lead to such an outcome. Suddenly he looked at his friend and asked if she thought there was something wrong with this village. Sirrus's eyes widened in shock when the boy said that her people had fallen some 50 years ago, and it was unlikely that the village could have remained the same in that time. They stood between the buildings. Reifenhardt shouted that this place looked as if someone had been here a few weeks ago. The elf froze, her eyes wide. She turned around abruptly, hearing someone's quiet plea for help. An elf with a long braid, dressed in tattered clothes. She and 2 children from her tribe were walking through the desert surrounded by mercenaries. Shaylin, walking behind her kin, told her sister not to show her weakness to the enemy. Bright, who was on horseback, gritted his teeth in frustration at the fact that they would get almost nothing from these slaves. The man was sweating, thinking about the hardships of life. He remembered the muscle man after meeting with whom everything went wrong. Klonther frowned in displeasure when Bright asked about the cooling spell, because magic cannot do everything. The mercenary with a furious expression said that his ally was useless. 3 elves walked silently with the bandits. Their hands were tied with ropes. The mercenaries discussed their low value due to their age and gender. Suddenly Bright turned around, seeing something off to the side. Sirrus, her eyes shining brightly, was quickly approaching them. The castle was visible. Someone knocked on the massive doors. The girl cautiously peered inside and asked if she could enter. Teslan was silently looking at the documents, and she asked if he was still interested in them. A feeling of guilt appeared on Felina's face when the mage asked her not to ask stupid questions. The man turned and looked at her. Felina placed her hand on her chest, the only one who had stood by the martial arts king's side even after he had entered this body. The girl approached him and said with a smile that his smile reminded her of the past. Her cheeks turned red and she explained that she was talking about the time when he was still called Reifenhardt. Felina put her hand in her sleeve when Teslan asked if she had fulfilled his request. She handed him a scroll and said that many were now talking about the martial arts king Reifenhardt. The man took the scroll and replied that he was now Teslan. He frowned when he learned that the Golden Knight had suffered a miserable defeat at the hands of the newly minted Aura Lord, and because of this, the protagonist would become even more famous. Reading the information, the mage asked if his friend had met Jesus, and she replied that he had agreed to meet. The sage said with a smile that he now had a reliable ally with whom he could defeat the Demon King. He looked intently at the girl who said she had found another person who fit the criteria. She mentioned Stefan, a knight in armor, the eldest son of the Alpion family from the kingdom of Vasily. The man put the scroll away and thought he did not remember the name. Then he hugged Felina tightly and thanked her for her help. She blushed in embarrassment, and Teslan decided that he had taken back everything that Reifenhardt had stolen from him. His eyes glowed ominously when he thought about how his enemy would end up with nothing. Sirrus ran quickly towards the crowd of mercenaries. The bandit swung his axe. Suddenly, his face was cut in 2. Blood spattered around. The enemies grabbed their weapons, realizing that this was no ordinary elf. She moved so fast that only a blurry outline of her cloak was visible. The girl jumped up, holding a sword in her hand. Her eyes emitted a bright blue light. The enemies' mouths dropped open in shock. Sirrus landed down, while splashes of red liquid were visible behind her. Bright sweated, asking where she came from. Kloner created a magical seal and began to chant. Fire projectiles rushed to attack. The space was filled with thick smoke. The protagonist stood in front of the elf, creating a protective barrier. The mercenary stood motionless when he said that he would kill anyone who moved. Reifenhardt smirked when he realized that he had already met Bright. The villain turned pale and sweated with fear. He again remembered that very meeting that he would never forget. The guy adjusted his hair and noted how great a thing human memory is. He walked towards the enemy and said that he wanted to ask him a few questions. 3 slaves stood behind Bright, and the man refused to say if there was anyone else in captivity. The muscleman raised his hand and said that his life depended on the mercenary's answer. The man shuddered and replied that there was no one else among the prisoners. Then Reifenhardt pointed at the mage and asked how many elves he had killed. Klonthe frowned in confusion. The warrior's face darkened and his eyes shone brightly when the enemy said that the number of his victims was approaching 40. His body began to radiate orange energy. He concentrated a purple aura in his hand and shouted that in that case this mage would have to pay for their blood. The enemy created a seal and attacked in response. The blue beam of light did not penetrate the protective barrier. The mercenary sweated from shock at the fact that he had met a mage of the same circle at such a young age. The protagonist raised his hand and began to chant a spell. The space was filled with purple light. The mercenaries fell to the ground, and the mage asked that he would give the elves to the warrior. Reifenhardt approached him and said that they should have all turned to ash by now, but he didn't have enough mana. Klonthe screamed loudly that he would hand over the slaves right now, but the boy said that it was not worth it. He raised his fist, and the mage screamed loudly, raising his hands. The warrior frowned his black brows and said that this was retribution for the spilled blood of the elves. The enemy broke out in sweat and asked in a trembling voice if there were humans among them. The protagonist looked at the mage in bewilderment. Klonthe looked up and said that they would not have touched these elves if they had known that they had a master. Reifenhardt raised his fist, and the man screamed in fear that he did not understand why he was going to take their lives because of some slaves. The jock, whose eyes shone brightly with anger, asked if the mage really saw nothing wrong in killing them. The scoundrel broke out in sweat and said that the warrior had gone mad. The boy looked down and asked what the difference was between a man and a beast. Klonthe answered, kneeling, that men were able to think and control their instincts. The protagonist frowned and asked why elves were worse then. The mage looked up and replied that there were even men who did not meet these requirements and became slaves, so elves could not be compared to the human race if the former were born slaves. Klonthe frowned and asked if Reifenhardt was disgusted by the slave system itself. The boy remembered the old dwarf's words about this world. He looked up at the blue sky and said that he would never want to live a slave life. He wrinkled his nose and said that if he thought so, everyone else probably felt the same way. The enemy screamed furiously at the muscleman not to judge everyone by himself. The warrior raised his hand and replied that he would rather remain arrogant than follow the logic of society. He squeezed his hand around the enemy's throat. Sand hung in the air. The elves watched the situation in shock. Sirrus untied the ropes on the captive's wrist and asked if she was okay. Her cheeks turned red as she looked at the girl. Shaylin's eyes widened, rubbing her wrists. Her gaze was empty. Her mouth was slightly open. She looked at her rescuer and called her Serendi. Sirrus' eyes widened in surprise. She remembered herself as a child with her friend. Tears welled up in the elf's eyes as she realized that she remembered her name. She grabbed Shaylin's hands, glad that she was alive. Suddenly, the former captive pushed her friend's hands away. Sirrus looked at her, lost. Ryder looked at the stranger, and Shaylin ordered her brother not to talk to her. She furrowed her brows in anger and called her a slave of vile humanity who chose a life without honor. Sirrus frowned in disappointment, but did not know what to say to that. The protagonist frowned and stated that she was his companion, not a slave. Shaylin raised her eyebrows and asked how the man knew their language. Reifenhardt said that he would not allow such treatment, even from her family. The boy glanced at his friend and explained that it was time for her to learn to state her position, because she was not a slave. The girl looked up and asked if that was true. Her eyes reflected the young man. The warrior narrowed his eyes tensely. The camels were grazing nearby. The fighter asked if he had ever treated her like a slave, and when she answered in the negative, he asked why his comrade was belittling herself. The woman looked forward and stated that her master had never openly said anything like that. The martial artist raised his eyebrows in surprise. He awkwardly looked away. Then the protagonist looked at his companion again and said that she was not a slave. The elf's eyes widened in shock. Standing in front of her, Reifenhardt explained that they were equal and called her free. The boy cast a peaceful look at her. Sirrus looked away and said that she knew that he did not treat elves as slaves. The girl frowned and added that she understood that for him, all other intelligent races were no worse than humans. The woman narrowed her eyes and explained that she could not fully comprehend this. She lowered her gaze and concluded that her companion saw an image of someone else when he looked at her. The young man stared at her in amazement. The elf raised her eyebrows and said that it did not matter and that her companion could think of her as he liked, but in that case he should treat her as a slave. Sirrus frowned sternly and asked him not to put sincerity into his words. The warrior realized that his pride in saving his friend was actually self-deception, because he saved her in a past life, and this version of her was simply bought with money. The fighter remembered how he threw a coat on her, and realized that she saw him as an outsider who purchased her as a commodity. In the past, a martial artist approached his comrade and gave her a new name. The protagonist adjusted her scarf, but in reality it was just an uninvited concern. Walking down the street, Reifenhardt asked his companion not to call him master. In the memory, the guy clenched his fist and declared that his girlfriend was not a slave at all. The girl lowered her head and said that she could not accept sincerity that was not intended for her. The young man turned away and said that he understood everything. He lowered the corners of his lips and asked her to do as she wanted. Clouds floated over the desert. The warrior called his comrade by her full name. Standing on a sand dune, the fighter declared that now all his previous words would have a different meaning. Looking at his companion, the martial artist explained that she could decide for herself whether to stay with him or leave, and said that he would respect her will. The woman frowned sadly and asked if he really wanted them to separate. The protagonist replied that he wanted to continue traveling together. Riffenhart frowned and explained that he would not dare to keep her by his side. The elf looked away and asked to give her time to think. The boy turned away and asked if Shaylin could help this child reunite with her family. Sirrus approached the camel. The young man repeated that she was not a slave at all, and promised under no circumstances to reveal their location to other people. The warrior said that he wanted to return her home. The girl smiled and said that she would tarnish the honor of the clan if she did not reward her savior. The fighter looked at her and asked if this was her final decision. The woman decided that he would have found their shelter anyway without her help. The martial artist smiled and replied that it was logical. The elf told him that elves always think logically. The camels walked through the desert. Looking ahead, Shaylin apologized to her friend and supposed that in her situation, she would have done the same. The girl looked back and noticed that she met a good man on her way. Sirrus smiled and confirmed this. The woman turned to her and decided that this was why her friend told him her name. The elf raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked what they were talking about. Shaylin reminded him that this man had just called her by her real name. The girl's eyes widened in amazement, and wondered how he knew the name that even she herself had forgotten. The protagonist rode ahead. The village was in a gorge. The guard entered the tent and reported that the water supply was running low and would only last until tomorrow. Relhard lowered his head and asked if the scouts had returned. The woman confirmed this and reported that the humans had retreated for now. The elder looked up and wished for Regel to embrace the souls of the dead. The elf raised her eyebrows and explained that they could no longer stay here, and given the distance to the village and the current supply of water, they needed to move now. The man closed his eyes and wondered what they should do, thinking that they would not be able to hold out for long, since their location had already been revealed. The old man raised his head when he heard something. The heroes were riding through the gorge on camels. Standing on top of the rocks, the elves noticed their comrades among them. Relhard raised his hand, seeing that they had brought a man, and ordered the others to prevent them from passing. The guards pulled their slingshots, preparing to open fire. Several projectiles hit the ground. The protagonist asked his companion not to worry, because it was just a warning shot. Looking at the stone, Reifenhart noticed that these were bullets made of fused sand, and assumed that elemental magic was involved. He held a fragment of a projectile in his hands. The guy explained that it was used to obtain the temperature at which sand melts, and decided that they could not even summon battle spirits without a world tree. Sirrus frowned in displeasure when the young man told him that her tribe had developed a high affinity for fire spirits, and added that for the same reason her skin did not lighten, although she was taken from the desert 50 years ago. The girl asked who told him about this. The warrior blushed awkwardly, and replied that he had a friend who had extensive knowledge of the physiology of elves and dwarves. Raising his hands, the fighter decided to show that he did not pose a threat, and called out to the elves. They immediately opened fire on him with slingshots. Standing at the top of the ravine, the guards realized that their attacks were not working. Opening his mouth wide, the martial artist asked them to listen to him and explained that he was asking for a friendly gesture, as someone who knew the history of the elves well. Frowning, Relhard asked how he knew their language, and wondered if their enemy could really know the elven manners. The man shouted that this was not enough for them to believe him. The protagonist smiled and realized that this was quite an expected answer. His fist immediately caught fire. The elder opened his mouth in surprise. Sirrus frowned and asked what her companion was doing. A wave of powerful energy rushed into the sky. Reifenhart smirked and thought that the humans would consider this an attack. The boy continued to stand with his hand raised. The old man stated that such a strong man did not need tricks and added that he saw that he came with good intentions. The boy looked back and said that his friend was finally home. The bright setting sun illuminated the cliffs. Shaylin put her arm around her friend and asked if the village chief remembered her. Relhard spread his arms and realized that this was the child that had been lost on the day of the nightmare, and was glad that they had not only returned the kidnapped tribesman, but also found a long-lost family member. The man turned to the warrior and called him a benefactor, and the warrior suggested that they prepare to leave. A fire was burning in the village of Dereld. The elves were dancing around the fire and singing songs. The elder joyfully raised a glass of wine. Geraint approached her friend and was surprised that she still remembered her. The martial artist sat against the wall of the building and watched them. The girls were happily chatting with each other. The protagonist leaned on his hand and wondered if his comrade would want to leave with him if she had a family here. Reifenhart rose to his feet. Approaching the village chief, the boy thought that he had one more unfinished business and said that he had one request. The young man narrowed his eyes and explained that he would like Sirrus to learn elven magic. The old man raised his eyebrows and asked if he was talking about spirit magic. The warrior summoned a fire fairy and said that only elves could give her the necessary knowledge, because his skills did not resemble real spiritual magic at all. Relhard lit a flame in his hand and said that teaching children magic was the duty of their tribe. Clenching his fist, the man added that they had lost their unity with the world tree, so they were incapable of anything, and explained that this magic could not be used in battle. The elder looked at the guest and decided that he would be able to train Sirrus much better. The fighter promised to teach her to the best of his ability, and asked if losing the connection with the spirits was not a disaster for their tribe. The village chief closed his eyes and realized that the stranger actually understood them very well. The girl smiled widely. The old man said that if she decided to stay here and if the guest did not want to part with her, then the Dunheim tribe would accept him as one of them. The martial artist frowned and thought. The light of the fire illuminated the nearby buildings. In the morning, clouds floated across the sky. The village was on the shore of an oasis. The protagonist stayed here for 4 more days. Shaylin approached her friend and explained that she would be able to contact the spirits if she mastered spiritual magic to the fullest extent, but first she needed to learn to resonate with them. Sirrus looked at her hand in confusion. The girl doubted that anyone could do it in 4 days, because it took her 3 years. The elf summoned bright lights around herself and asked if she really succeeded. The woman opened her mouth in surprise and said that it was simply incredible. The girl looked at the lights happily. The experience gained during slavery helped her develop a speed of mastering the material comparable to humans. Smiling, Reifenhardt noticed that she managed to learn the basics of spiritual magic and asked if she liked it. Sirrus answered affirmatively. The guy frowned and asked if she wanted to stay with him. The elf thoughtfully drew her eyebrows together. The woman lowered her gaze and replied that she would like to live here and help her relatives. The girl looked back and explained that she would not be able to influence their way of life in such a situation. She lowered her head and suggested that this would be possible if her comrade was nearby. The locals walked along the street of the village. The young man promised to change the world order. Sirrus closed her eyes and said that she would go with him for the sake of the future of her clan. The warrior smiled happily. His smile became even wider. Blushing, the fighter laughed and decided to change this world for the sake of the one who chose him. A stream of powerful energy rose into the sky. The elf asked in fear what he was doing. The martial artist replied that he could not contain his emotions from happiness. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and wanted to show his companion the future of her clan right now. The heroes climbed the mountain. Relhard asked why they came here. Reifenhardt put his hands on his belt and remembered that they were using this place as a temporary shelter. The guy turned around and said that from this day on it would officially become the village of the Dunheim clan. The man asked how this was possible, because there was no water here. Sirrus raised her eyebrows in surprise when the young man asked her to lend him nylon. The warrior took the branch from her hands and asked if she was not interested in how she managed to awaken the connection with the spirits in just 4 days. Squeezing the branch, the fighter called his comrade the rightful owner of nylon and explained that she had the right to call him by name and wield his power. The martial artist stuck the stick into the ground. Green energy swirled around it. The protagonist called on the guardian of this world to awaken. Green leaves appeared on the branch. The elves opened their mouths in surprise. Reifenhardt grinned when the branches began to grow. The man's eyes widened in amazement and said that this could not be. A small tree grew on the rock. Water immediately began to flow over the stones. The elder approached the stream and declared that this was simply incredible. The guy put his hand on his belt and decided that his comrade understood everything perfectly well. The head of the village confirmed this and asked how he managed to do this. Leaves sprouted on the tree. The old man felt how every cell of his body suddenly came to life, and his soul awakened. Relhard cried and thought that this feeling, which they had only heard of in legends, was the feeling of the world tree Elfenheim. The young man looked at the tree, from under which clear water flowed. The star entangled 8 stars. The warrior awakened the life force of nylon and made it take root, and also increased the flow of mana, which is necessary to maintain the energy of the tree. The man trembled and asked if this was really the savior sent by Alida. The fighter called himself a friend of the elves and said that friends should help each other. Sirrus looked at him in amazement. The martial artist apologized for having to use nylon and promised to find a better weapon for his friend. The protagonist smiled confidently and said that it was time for them to return to the Great Forge. A portal was burning in the doorway. Sillin ran up to his friends and asked where they had been. Riffenhardt looked at him happily and noticed that he had managed to build up his muscles in their absence. The boy replied that they had to travel longer. The dwarves ran out of the forge and were happy that their teacher had returned. The boy smiled and asked how they were doing. The heroes began to demonstrate their magical powers to him. The young man praised them for their excellent work. The wizards bowed their heads before him. The warrior was surprised that they were able to discover mana and learn to control it in just 2 months, and asked them to rely on the book he had written for them. Cyrus's mouth dropped open in surprise when he saw his friend. The fighter asked if he had managed to learn anything. The boy frowned and stated that he saw it more clearly. Although he had not noticed it before, the martial artist asked what they were talking about. The protagonist scratched his head in confusion when the knight explained that he had a very mature soul for his age, and asked if he was really 23 years old. The swordsman frowned and guessed that he was 3 times his age. Reifenhardt wondered what his companion had been studying all this time. Sillin smiled and asked where they would go after leaving the Great Forge. The boy replied that they needed money, adding that their final destination was even further away. The young man presented a map of the continent, and told him that in the kingdom of Provence there was a man who would be of great help to him. There were frost lands by the ocean. While the warrior was finishing his business in the Great Forge, something happened there. The people set up camp on the icy desert north of the kingdom of Grime. Standing by the fire, the man asked if they could add more wood. The old man asked him to be patient, because they could not spend extra mana to keep the flames going all night. In the tent there were bags. The explorer explained that they had many different artifacts from the ruins of Shokern. The treasure hunter took out a book and said that it contained the lost knowledge of the Silver Age. Looking at it, he thought about the chaos that would come to the scientific community after its publication, and said that they must reveal the truth about the Silver Age and the life of nations. The old man looked around when he heard someone scream. Suddenly, the researcher opened his mouth in fear. The heroes saw a detachment of Teslan in front of them and decided that these were bandits who had come to take their loot. The magician looked back and ordered his subordinates to kill everyone. His warriors stepped forward, holding weapons in their hands. Stefan's eyes lit up. Jesus narrowed his eyes menacingly. The knights attacked the treasure hunters. Looking at the blood splashing everywhere, the old man asked for mercy and shouted that the bandits could take all their relics. The wizard raised his sword and explained that they did not need the relics, but their heads. The sage cut the researcher's body with his blade. Felina approached him and asked if it was necessary. The villain replied that it was the order of the Silver Sages, and explained that they had opened a door that should not have been opened. The bloody book lay on the ground. Teslan said that no one should know about this part of history for the sake of the future of mankind. The girl asked what the travelers had done wrong. The man picked up the book and said that it was just a small sacrifice for the good of mankind. The mage frowned and asked if his comrade liked the berserker armor. Stefan smirked and declared that it was the best he had ever had, but he still needed to get used to it. Approaching the tent, Jesus noticed that he was not the only one thirsting for revenge, and asked what they would do with all these relics. Light energy particles appeared around him. The wizard ordered his companions to take everything they found useful, and added that the items on the list would need to be handed over to the Silver Sages for safekeeping. The scoundrel looked at the bags and told him that in the Silver Age there were many dangerous relics, so they needed suitable people to protect them to prevent chaos. The knight put on the pendant, and noticed that these warming necklaces were actually good. Teslan explained that this was a privilege granted only to the Silver Sages. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. A black cube appeared in his hands, and the man realized that this was the voice of Elysian. Looking at it, the magician thought that this was one of those things that modern society is better off not knowing about, and was surprised that there were 2 of them. The heroes left the tent. Felina asked what part of the story was that the Silver Sages were trying so hard to hide from humanity. The wizard asked her not to ask unnecessary questions, because only they deserved to know the truth. A snowstorm hit the camp. A bright light illuminated the city. The doors creaked open. Machelin looked around and asked what brought the young guest here. Sirrus entered the room and said that she wanted to know the whole truth about Reifenhardt. The girl frowned and said that it was as if he knew her even before they met, because his look, manner of speech and actions were not at all like the behavior of a stranger. Standing in the center of the room, the woman asked how this was possible. The dwarf doubted that she would be able to understand it. The elf's eyes widened in surprise and asked why. The man looked away and asked if she trusted the martial artist. Sirrus looked at him sternly, and said that she would believe him even if he called him a god who had descended to earth. The old man frowned menacingly and repeated his question. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. The woman was walking down the street of the city. The protagonist was sitting in his room. Reifenhardt looked up and asked if his companion now knew the truth. The elf looked at him in confusion. She lowered her gaze and replied that this truth surpassed all her guesses. Some time ago, the priest lowered his gaze and said that this guy was a time traveler. Matchline introduced a magician enveloped in energy, and told about a man who tried to change the world, failed, and returned in time to make his dream come true. The knight swung her sword. She was a high-ranking sorceress, and the one whom the intelligent races dubbed the Incarnation of the Lid. Sirrus looked down, and said that it would be easier if her comrade simply defended his old love for her. The young man narrowed his eyes and asked if he could earn her forgiveness. The girl lowered her head. The woman looked at the floor and replied that she could only say that she was ready to continue their journey. The elf turned away and realized that her friend imagined her completely different. The dim light illuminated her white hair. Sirrus looked back. She smiled and said that she did not hate her comrade at all. The warrior was sitting on the table in his room. The fighter looked thoughtfully at the ceiling. His cheeks were red. The martial artist scratched his temple and wondered if his girlfriend was angry or not. In front of the fortress, wheat grew. The next point in the plan was the kingdom of Provence, which is considered one of the strongest because it grows more grain than any other kingdom. The prince crossed his arms over his chest. Teslan was the rising successor to King Godric and a worthy contender for the throne. Both members of the ruling family had died in their beds under mysterious circumstances. The aristocrats had gathered together and were beginning to divide the throne between themselves. The two candidates for the throne looked in different directions. Two factions formed around them. The soldiers raised red flags, wanting to fight in the name of the true king. The knights raised blue flags and wanted to kill them in the name of the true descendants of the royal family. Juval sat on his horse. He was turning 18 this year. The second prince looked ahead confidently. He was the son of a concubine, which is considered a significant flaw for inheriting the throne. Karsus led his own army. The heir to the county Fernando frowned. He was not a direct descendant of Godric, but only noble blood flowed in his veins. His green eyes lit up. The boy frowned sternly. At the moment, Crovens was mired in a battle for the throne. The knight raised his sword. He was respected in society for his exceptional talent and leadership qualities. The nobleman held a glass of wine in his hand. Besides his origin, everything else about him was a complete disappointment. The flags clashed during the battle. Half a year had passed since Godric's death, and the factional war had reached its climax. At night, darkness fell over the lands of Baron Delphine. Sitting in his room, Jewel asked how long it would last, and wondered what had happened to Ridante's blessing. The second prince leaned on his hand and explained that he was not interested in the throne at all. The girl approached him and asked if he really did not want to be king that much. The boy confirmed this and said that otherwise they would both die. Finnia closed her eyes and was outraged that she had fallen in love with such a man. The boy smiled and asked her for forgiveness. The woman said that they were safe for now anyway, because without provisions the final battle would not take place anyway. The nobleman stroked her cheek. The dwarf said that in the worst case, they could run away, hide their identities and hide in another country so that no one would find them. The nobleman smiled and said that a spoiled man like him would not be able to handle physical labor. The maid replied that he would not have to, because she would be able to feed them. Finnia looked at her lover and explained that she would remain a simple slave for the whole world, even if he managed to become king. Juval hugged her and doubted that there was a place in the world where they would be recognized as a full-fledged couple. Sitting by the window, the heroes confessed their love to each other. Suddenly, they opened their eyes in fear when someone asked if they were having fun. The girl grabbed an axe and asked who was there. The woman held the weapon in front of her and called for the villain to show himself. The main character, dressed in a cloak with a hood, introduced himself and said that he had come to offer his help to the true heir to the throne. The dwarf frowned and decided that this was not a lie. Looking at the stranger, the second prince remembered that her race could hear the voice of truth, and noticed that the intruder was too big to be a mage. Squinting, Reifenhardt called himself a battle mage and thought that even the robe did not help him hide his appearance. Standing in front of him, the nobleman asked what his comment about fun was about if he came to help. The boy replied that they just heard it wrong. The maid frowned in displeasure and said that it was not true. The nobleman closed his eyes and asked the guest not to worry, because he did not care. Throwing an intense look at him, the young man realized that he was a living lie detector, and explained that he was not trying to insult them in any way, because he himself was in a relationship with an elf. Juval's eyes widened in surprise. Finnia confirmed this. The heroes stared at the intruder in amazement. The second prince was surprised that there was another pervert like him in this world. The noble crossed his arms and asked how the stranger was going to help him. The warrior raised his hands and offered him provisions for the army worth 100,000 gold. The heroes gaped in shock, not expecting such a thing. Frowning, the noble realized that this was half of the kingdom's annual budget, and decided that this was quite a tempting, but at the same time suspicious offer. Raising his index finger, the warrior asked how many Aura lords were in their army, and upon hearing that there were none, he promised to add 6 of his own. Squinting, Juval remembered that there were less than 5 Aura lords in all of Crovence, and asked what he wanted in return. The martial artist placed his hand on his chest and asked him to grant him land when he became king. The second prince's eyes widened in surprise and he asked if that was all he wanted. The protagonist lowered his head and explained that he wanted complete power over this land, independent of the laws of the kingdom of Crovence. Reifenhardt frowned menacingly and explained that he wanted to create a place where elves, dwarves and orcs could exist freely. Lights were burning in the windows of the houses. Sirrus raised her eyebrows and asked how their conversation had gone. The boy approached her and replied that everything was fine and that the real problems would start from now on. Taking off his hood, the young man explained that he could not afford to repeat the mistakes of the past, so they needed their lands to be recognized as legal, and then the people would have no choice but to accept it. Walking down the street, the girl asked if they had known Juval in a past life. The warrior replied that today was their first meeting. Then his companion asked who had won the war for the throne. The fighter remembered how Karsus was crowned and the second prince was beheaded. The woman looked up and decided that this time it would not happen again. The martial artist stated that this was why he intervened. Entering the house, The protagonist assumed that everything would be fine and stated that this fight would help humans see other intelligent races as reliable allies, and not slaves. Sitting at the table, Sirrus asked how the meeting went. Reifenhardt replied that so far everything was going smoothly. Smiling awkwardly, the boy remembered that they left the Great Forge a month ago and explored 10 abandoned ancient ruins in that time, and called it a great start to the journey. The knight closed his eyes and explained that carrying all these relics was much more difficult than fighting demons. Silan reminded that it was very good for the muscles. The saint looked at his friend and asked if they had 100,000 gold. The boy said that they had grain with an equivalent value. The healer remembered how his comrades signed a contract and received sacks of grain from the Taub and trade union. The warrior raised his index finger and explained that if there was no famine and war here, it would only cost 4,000, but now it was a different matter. Tilla noted that it looked like a scam. The swordsman raised 3 fingers and asked if there were also aura masters among the elves, since only 3 of them had such skills. Sitting down at the table, the fighter replied that they would hardly get along, and explained that he did not even bother to count them. Sirrus raised his eyebrows and asked where they would get so many aura masters. The martial artist said that Kalken and Stala would fight for them. A giant skeleton lay in the snow. To the southwest of the Larchid Mountains was a land of trials, where an orc tribe with very ancient tradition settled. The monsters held weapons in their hands. This tribe was the heirs of the spirit of true warriors, not slaves or barbarians, and they called themselves the tribe of the Blue Bear. Smiling, the protagonist remembered that Tahad was also one of them, and asked how much he had grown. The boy looked at him and asked if there were such strong swordsmen among the orcs. Reifenhardt closed his eyes and answered that they were the strongest warriors of all he knew. The orc stood on the mountain in front of the wolf. His kindred were the strongest of all existing races. The earth split. Stars lit up on its fragments. Light particles burst out of them. Something appeared in the center of each star. People appeared in place of the clots of energy. The man sternly knitted his eyebrows and praised his comrade for his excellent work. Teslan closed his eyes and thanked him. The Taoist looked away and explained that only the right people should have dangerous information so that they could protect humanity. At that moment, the keeper disappeared. The mage narrowed his eyes, wondering if the old man wanted to just chat with him, and decided that he needed a position with even more influence than he had now. The wizard closed his eyes and thought about how he wanted to talk about the danger that the Demon King posed. Ironad looked down. Because of Jade, it became known that he was a member of the Silver Sages. The scoundrel told what he knew about them from his past life, and became one of them. A fire lit up the darkness. It turned out that in the Silver Age, it was not people who ruled everything. The elves stood at the Tree of Life, and the dwarves were underground. They were the ones who made the Silver Era great. Their contribution was impressive enough that rumors about them survived thousands of years later. Burning runes appeared in the sky. In the past there were civilizations of Eldred and Alhatran. A green symbol lit up above the elves. In the ancient language, Eldred meant the blessing of Elida. A red sign lit up above the dwarves. Alhatran meant the blessing of Alpoth. Teslan squinted and realized that this was exactly what the Silver Sages were hiding from humanity, and in order to erase the truth, they had to come up with a coherent lie. Standing on the hovering stone, the man decided that all this was happening for the sake of saving the human race, but at the same time it was making people even weaker and stupider. Judging by the map, the path ran through the plains of Fetland. The western wasteland was covered with sharp rocks. The detachment rode on horses. Sirrus called these lands truly barren. The protagonist said that there were rumors that the orcs expel weak children and old people from their villages. Smiling, Reifenhardt explained that this is why they respect those who dare to leave the village, and decided that this is a peculiar way to survive in these desert lands. Tilla called them savages. Sirrus raised an eyebrow and said that the dwarves were just lucky to have inherited a place to live, and that such traditions often develop in harsh conditions. The girl said that throwing out the weak is still savage. The heroines looked at each other with displeasure. The guy realized that not only humans are so conflicted. Silan asked how he was going to persuade the orcs. The young man frowned and answered that he had a plan. The woman whispered that she thought her friend was going to do the same as in his past life. The warrior replied that Tahad was already with him then. The boy looked back. Dust rose in the gorge. The knight reported that someone was approaching. Someone was running forward at great speed. The boys' mouths dropped open in shock. The orcs bared their fangs furiously, saying something in their own language. The swordsman asked what they were saying. The fighter frowned and replied that this was their land and that they wanted to kill all humans. The martial artist clenched the reins in his hand and called out to them. The monster's eyes widened with fire and continued to scream. Sirrus pursed his lips nervously and concluded that they did not want to listen to them. The monster swung its axe. The elf jumped up to dodge the blow. Tilla protected herself with her axe. The boy hit several of the thugs and shouted that they were incredibly strong. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and said that they had one fatal weakness. Reifenhardt raised his hand and called for the sand to rise up and turn into an abyss. Particles of purple energy appeared in his hand. Bright magic circles emanated from his body. At that moment, All the orcs fell asleep and fell to the ground. Silin's eyes widened in surprise and he asked why the spell worked so quickly. The boy said that this was the reason why their tribe lost to humans despite their superior fighting skills. The saint looked at the sleeping monster and realized that these creatures had weak resistance to magic. The young man asked what would have happened if there had been someone among them who could protect them from such spells. The fighter closed his eyes and explained that they were not even warriors. Giant worms attack the orc. The true warriors of the blue bear protect the tribe and hunt monsters, and those who have yet to become them patrol the lands and act as scouts. The brute fell asleep on the ground. The swordsman asked if these were not true warriors. Suddenly a large shadow hung over the heroes. The knight frowned sternly. A group of armed orcs stood on the cliff. The stranger in the robe said that this was their land and that people were not allowed here. The martial artist raised his hand and shouted that he had come to them with a kind word. The man's eyes flashed and he said that he could not trust humans because they were all liars. The protagonist spread his arms and explained that he wanted to prove his sincerity with his actions. The brute asked what that meant. Clenching his fist, Reifenhardt declared that a true warrior tempers his spirit in battle, and suggested that they hold a ritual fight. The orcs attacked each other in the arena. A ritual fight is a demonstration fight through which tribes establish bonds with each other in order to gain trust. Frowning, the boy thought about how they believed that only strong men were trustworthy, and realized that the question was only whether they were ready to perform such a ritual on a human. Smiling widely, the monsters were surprised that the human knew about their great tradition, and happily agreed. The young man explained to his friends that they had agreed. Sirrus narrowed her eyes and decided that no other answer was to be expected. Sirrus looked at his comrade and asked if girls should participate in this. The warrior replied that these creatures do not care about gender when it comes to battle. Silin pointed at himself and asked if he would have to fight too. The fighter replied that he did not need to because he was not a warrior, and decided that he must have been mistaken for a child. The monsters surrounded the group and announced the beginning of the ritual fight. The girl took out her sword and introduced herself. Zalkator opened his mouth wide and also introduced himself. The woman looked at him in confusion. She opened her mouth in surprise when the orc said that he wanted to fight. Frowning, the saint was surprised that they knew the language of people and asked if his comrades spoke any other language. The boy replied that he never thought it would be useful. The elf swung her sword. The orc swung his blade. The opponents crossed their weapons in battle. Reflecting the blows of his opponent, the monster wondered how such a small warrior could be so strong. The knight turned around and noted his incredible strength. Sirrus jumped back. The monster slammed his blade into the ground. The girl ducked to avoid his next attack. She jumped up and spun in the air. The woman kicked her opponent in the head. The brute's eyes widened in amazement. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. Zalkathar rushed forward and called his opponent a true warrior. The elf gritted her teeth and thought that her friend was right about them. The knight blocked the enemy's strike. The man pressed his blade hard against her sword. Sirrus realized that his weapon skills were actually at their best. The girl held the sword in front of her and realized that his weapon itself was not that strong. She swung the blade and lunged forward. The woman delivered a powerful slash. The orc opened his mouth wide and screamed. The blade in his hand began to glow. In his other hand was another identical sword. The monster cut the air in front of him with them and repelled his opponent's attack. The elf's eyes widened in surprise and asked what it was. The monster raised the blades in front of him and said that the weapons were part of the warrior's spirit. The protagonist stared at him in shock and asked if this was really a spirit weapon. The knight looked back when Riffenhardt explained that it was a secret technique of their tribe. Looking at him, Sirrus asked her friend to tell her more about it. The guy answered that his weapon had simply become stronger and sharper. Intercepting the hilt of the sword, the girl realized that this was some kind of special skill and asked if she really had to fight as if he had some kind of famous sword in his hands. The young man frowned and explained that at an advanced level, orcs can change the shape of a spirit weapon. The opponents pounced on each other. The woman leaned back. She managed to slip past the brute and wound his leg. She flashed her fiery eyes and realized that this was her chance. The elf swung her leg. The knight kicked her opponent with all his might. Then Sirrus swung her sword. With one blow, she managed to disarm Zalkathar. The orc's eyes widened in amazement. The girl frowned and wondered if this would not be enough to win. The blades flew high into the air. The monster opened its mouth in rage and called out to its comrades. The woman clenched her teeth tensely. The swords rushed straight towards her at great speed. The protagonist frowned menacingly and shouted that sometimes they were able to manipulate weapons like this. The elf's eyes widened and asked why her comrade had not told her about this before. When the swords hit the ground, a cloud of dust rose above it. Dust rose into the air, and through it flew two swords. It seemed that the weapons hit Sirin, but only tore her cloak. The elf landed on her feet. As the blades fell, the big guy noted that it was amazing. He didn't think he would use the strength of his comrades. Frowning, the girl realized that this was a typical technique for their tribe. It was obvious that they not only knew how to strengthen swords, she even thought about simply giving up. The next moment, she had to jump back from a new attack. Glancing at her opponent, the warrior thought that she did not want to lose, especially because of the classic fighting style. Well, then her eyes widened. The thought of this gave her an idea. While Zalkator watched her opponent with his gaze, she realized that now he was using a typical Orcish technique. Then what was stopping her from using typical elven ones? She decided to do so. She called upon the magic of the spirits, calling on her battle friend Selena in the name of their friendship, and she immediately appeared at the call. The protagonist opened his mouth. He recognized the wind spirit in this, and noted out loud that he expected the elf to resort to the power of Nylon, but the fact that she mastered the power of the spirit was impressive. The warrior's foot pushed off the spirit's head. She soared into the air. The girl quickly rose high into the sky to the surprise of her opponent. The orc pointed his blades upward, but the rival parried them with her saber, after which she landed behind the big guy. And touching the blade to the warrior's neck, she demanded that he surrender. The crowd roared joyfully, raising their fists when the stranger's victory was announced. Syllan approached his friend and asked if she was safe and sound and not hurt anywhere, and she replied that she was fine. Reifenhart smiled at the elf and praised her, and she thanked the master. Under Sirrus's dark gaze, the young priest asked if it was okay to step on a spirit like that. It seemed like she would get angry. The young man replied that spirits were pure beings and did not dwell on such trifles, and the swordsman noticed that the girl was jumping on her like on a springboard. The guy glanced sideways at Sirrus, and thought that she was quite harsh with her friends. Tilla rested her halberd on the ground. The herald announced that the second battle of the ritual battle was beginning. Let the worthy take a step forward, and she said that it was her turn. A few minutes later, the dwarf guiltily lowered her eyes. Unfortunately, she was defeated. To which the cloaked observer consoled the girl with the words that she had the potential of a great warrior. She was just still growing. She did not give herself entirely to the battle, and this was rude towards the enemy. But he understood that she did not want to offend. The warrior's face became puzzled when the orc continued that a warrior must be able to control his internal energy. She also underestimated the internal energy of her opponent. If she had dedicated herself entirely to the battle, she would have been able to crush their warrior. Let this serve as a lesson. You need to learn from your mistakes. The girl gloomily glanced sideways at the leader and asked what this chatterbox wanted, and he replied that he said that she was a good warrior, but she needed to try harder. The gnome frowned, not understanding what was said, and the young man turned his gaze to Sirrus, declared that all's well that ends well, and said that it was his turn, but let him not kill anyone, to which he confirmed that he understood everything. The swordsman stepped forward, raising his blade, and announced that he, Sirrus, the sword of Tense, would prove that he was a worthy warrior. The observer turned around and called out to someone. Another fighter jumped out from somewhere from the side. The ground cracked under his feet. Under the cloak was an orc woman. She called herself Stala Langravita, and declared that they would fight the man. The young man looked at the woman questioningly, when the other orcs began to call him Karuga, blessed by the great Debata. Karuga meant the one in whom the true spirit of a warrior lives. Usually the orcs called talented masters of the aura or those who use the weapon of the spirit. In other words, this is how the orcs distinguish the greatest of warriors. Seeing the amazed faces of the spectators, the swordsman wondered what they would say about Mr. Reifenhart, since they were so impressed by him. Releasing an aura, the chieftain of the Blue Bear tribe Stala repeated that they would fight him. Looking closely at the warrior, the young man added that she was strong. The two auras collided. Sirrus swung his blade, but the orc woman dodged with a satisfied grin. She herself rushed at the enemy with a weapon in her hands. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman realized that this woman was clearly a head taller than all the orcs present. The warrior's face expressed delight. She admitted that the techniques were interesting, and that the man in front of her was very talented, but he clearly lacked combat experience. Opening her eyes wider, the orc woman suddenly remembered that he did not understand their speech. Attacking her opponent, the chieftain repeated that the guy was good, but she was older. Preparing to defend himself, the warrior did not understand what the opponent wanted to say at all. Dodging the attacks, the orc woman said that it did not matter, they just needed to continue the battle. She jumped high, releasing her blades, shouting something in her language. The weapons flew forward. The second one flew from the other side. The chieftain opened her arms, directing the sisters forward. The young man barely had time to fight them off. Concentrating on defending himself, the warrior realized that this was the skill Mr. Reifenhart was talking about, a spirit weapon. The opponent controlled her swords with the power of thought. It was difficult to resist. At that moment, the woman landed in front of him on her feet, and struck him in the chest with her fist. The swordsman barely held back the attack. He remembered that he had already experienced attacks that had aura embedded in them. He should have withstood it. But at that moment, a sword flew through the air. The spinning blade wounded the guy's shoulder. Crossing his arms, the protagonist thought that Russ was a good warrior, but he had little experience in combat. Having read the Aura Lords, he would now fly from somewhere from the side if he continued to focus on stall. Blood flowed down the warrior's arm, and the observer wondered what he would do. The woman put her hands on her hips and declared that she had won. but the opponent objected that he had not yet. Gritting his teeth, the young man applied aura to his blade. He knew he had too little training to use it in a real fight, but he hoped it would work. A blue light clouded his eyes. The protagonist watched tensely. The orc frowned and asked what it was. Swords began to circle around the enemy. It was a ghostly replication. The warrior rained blades down on the orc. Preparing to parry the blows, the woman thought that these were illusions of swords. She felt that only 3 of them were material, and the rest were just copies. The blades circled, but the aura of the chieftain broke them. Rushing forward, the orc admitted that it was not bad for such a young man. But the next moment, one of the swords cut her stomach. The woman looked in surprise at the swordsman who dealt her this blow. Riffenhart smiled unevenly, thinking that it was an amazing way to use aura, the ability to separate the physical form and the substance of an object. The chieftain pressed her palm to the wound and declared that the attack was good, but it wouldn't work on him twice. The boy glanced back and admitted that it hadn't worked. The warrior rushed forward again, and the swordsman released more ghostly replicas. The orc woman thought as she smashed the blades together that it was easy to deal with, once you knew which were the real ones and which were the images. But the moment she reached the enemy, he crumbled like an illusion, and the real Sirrus struck from below. The sword cut through the woman's thigh, and the fighter was behind her. While the boy smiled, glad that it had worked, the chieftain realized that he had simply switched the blades, but that seemed impossible. Opening his mouth, the protagonist realized that his comrade had already figured out how to use the void sword. The boy was truly a genius. Phantom replication was a skill that created illusions based on aura that broke the laws of physics. It allowed him to manipulate the very feeling of the presence of the aura, which made the enemy's task 100-fold more difficult, but this was just an additional bonus. His real power was in moving the aura in a split second and attacking the enemy. This skill was the core of the Void Sword, despite the fact that the latter was the signature move of the Holy Knight Sirrus. It was clear that Russ had done a lot of work and achieved success very quickly. Still with the same nervous smile, the young man realized that as soon as he encountered this skill again, he felt uneasy. Now it was clear that he was training alone in the Great Forge. At this time, Stella looked back at the watching warrior, and thought that the big guy was also endowed with the spirit of a warrior. It was necessary to quickly deal with the youth and fight him. The orc woman straightened up, gathering her swords, and shouted that it was fun, but it was time to end. The blades fanned out, while the warrior ordered her 12 sisters to fly forward like birds of prey. The weapons swirled the aura in the air, and they all rushed at the opponent. The youth opened his mouth. The face of the leader was triumphant. Not a single sword hitting the ground around the warrior. Many smoking furrows were made on the ground around the boy. Throwing down his weapon, the swordsman raised his hands and declared that he surrendered. The woman raised her fist up and declared that the third ritual fight was theirs, and the crowd took up her. The gloomy guy approached the leader, and he asked to use this skill during training, wanted to feel it on himself, to which he heard the answer that the skill was useless against such an opponent, because he dodged every attack, and therefore he would not be able to feel its power, but the warrior insisted on trying. Tearing off his cloak, Reifenhart said that his turn had come. The orc woman even blushed, admitting that the guy was hot. She thought that he did not need to participate in the fight. Everyone was already struck down. And then she closed her eyes in disappointment, because the ritual was a ritual, and the hero said his name, and declared his readiness to participate in the ritual fight. But then an even taller figure approached the woman from behind the cloak, and a question was heard whether he could fight him. The young man opened his mouth. He didn't even have time to see how the giant got there, because she didn't feel his presence at all, until the orc woman raised her head and asked how long her husband had been here. He pointed his finger at the top of the nearest cliff and explained that he was keeping an eye on the tribe from there, and the hero realized that the cliff was 300 meters away. The woman frowned and asked why her husband came here. What about the king of snakes? To which he replied that he had already sliced him, and she said that this was expected of her partner. The issue with food supplies was resolved. Pulling off his cloak, the orc introduced himself as Kalken, the leader of the Blue Bear tribe, and clarified that it would be okay if the guest's opponent was him, and not his wife. Getting into a fighting stance, the hero declared that no problem and he was all for it, and he thought to himself that he had never fought such a huge warrior, not counting the teacher, of course. Taking off the huge sword from his back, the chief laughed and growled that it was great, and it was time to fight. Raising his hand, the young man said, "May the dreams come," activating advanced sleep. And the big guy just fell to the ground and fell asleep. He even curled up. Confused expressions appeared on the faces of Syllan and Sirrus, and the latter clarified that this was not the end of the battle. The orc pointed her finger at her opponent, and shouted that a true warrior would not fight like that, but he replied that she could have woken him up. He just wanted to show that he was not only a warrior, but also a magician. The chief scratched the top of his head in confusion, and wondered if he was really that tired. His wife replied that he was under a spell, and he asked if that man was really a magician, after which he heard that his weapon was magic. Like his body, it would be disdainful to fight at less than full power. The orc smiled contentedly and agreed that in that case, hiding it would be unworthy of the opponent, and thanked him for the expression. True, among the others there was talk, wasn't the spell something bad? Someone objected that it was bad not to fight with all the weapons you own, but were the spells a weapon, they thought that it was ordinary cheating. What was worse in that case? Magic or refusing it in a ritual fight? In the end they came to the conclusion that it was difficult, and you just need to do as the leader says. Activating the aura, the hero called for the ritual fight to continue, mentally expressing the hope that he would be able to gain the trust of the orcs earlier than in his past life, thanks to the warrior's body. The auras of the fighters collided. At that time, between the rocks, the king of snakes lay with his mouth open. In front of his corpse stood the figure of the orc, who muttered that this food would last for some time. Then his wolf looked at him with hope, and the warrior asked him why he was looking at him like that. Then he threw him a piece of meat, calling him a sneak. Then he saw a vortex of aura behind the rocks and turned to it. The orc froze, wondering what that glow was. Tahad frowned and decided to go and see. With an excited smile, the protagonist rushed into battle. The enemy responded with the same smile. Flashes of glow spread from the clash of their blows. Reincarnated swung for a blow, and with the help of his fist, he launched a cheap bullet. But the chieftain managed to parry the blow. Gritting his teeth, the young man realized that his opponent did an excellent job, considering the size of the weapon, although he did not expect anything smaller from the orc. A hail of cheap bullets was already flying towards the warrior. Twisting his sword, the big guy managed to parry more. The fighter grinned, wondering if this was enough to prove his right to be called a warrior. So he activated the advanced sleep spell on the orc again, and his eyes rolled back. The chieftain really did fall asleep. The boy rushed forward, mentally triumphing that even an orc who owned an aura was powerless against magic. But then his face became surprised. The sleeping big guy swung his blade. The hero barely managed to dodge the blow. Looking at the sleeping man, the young man could not understand whether it had not worked. The surprised boy admired whether the orc could fight even in his sleep, whether all the aura lords were capable of this. Sirrus found this a good lesson for himself. Looking tensely at the yawning chieftain, the swordsman muttered that he did not know that the aura could affect reflexes. He should have tried this method. At that time the chieftain realized that he had fallen for magic again. The fighter pointed his hand at his opponent and ordered him to freeze like a stone, and he thought to himself that he had never seen anything like this in his entire past life. However, he believed that he could not. Then he cast antipsychotic charms on all allies. The magic seal lit up under the big guy's feet. Obviously, Kalken had no resistance to magic, but stubbornly clenched his teeth. The chief swung his sword. It became clear that he simply switched to automatic combat mode. His advanced mastery of the aura compensated for the shortcomings. The orc rushed at the enemy. He laughed and said that it was fun, until the hero could not resist the comment that it was an amazing technique. Rushing into battle, the young man shouted that now he would fight seriously. He thought that he could still starve, but now he wanted to fight like a true warrior. The opponents began to exchange blows, and the big man growled contentedly that this was exactly what he was waiting for. Aura flashes, dust and sand flew in all directions. But the fighters did not stop, destroying the area even more. The other orcs gaped. Grinning enthusiastically, the orc shouted that it was time to end the fight. Swinging for the final blow, the boy replied that he would do as he wished. The aura in his fist began to concentrate. Their gazes met. With a real grin, the hero launched a 4-stage horn of disasters into battle. In response, the big guy swung his weapon, launching a rock crusher. Rocks and pieces of earth were already flying from a new flash. Two powerful attacks collided with each other. A flash of light rose to the very sky. It gradually faded, until it disappeared completely. The priest placed his palms on the leader's back, activating healing power, and Reincarnated asked his friend to go easy. The boy rolled his eyes and reminded him that he said it would be quick, and at the fighter's howl, he demanded that the rag get ready. Stella, who was judging the duel, declared it a draw. Placing her hands on her hips, she compared the opponent's energies to those of uterine twins. Looking with fear at the leader clenching his fists, the dwarf wondered if the priest Philins' treatment was really that painful, and the disgruntled boy explained that the patient was in pain because the body was still affected by the residual aura of the opponent. The saint explained that the aura, mana, and power of the priest were of different natures. The holy power was not as alien to the aura as mana, but they were still poorly compatible. Glancing at the leader, the boy offered to patch them up too, but he replied that everything was fine, it would heal on its own. The hero looked at the orc in surprise when he recognized him as a true warrior. From now on he was recognized as his brother. Looking up at the dark sky, the big guy added that it was an honor to have a brother. They had already crossed swords, so it was time to cross glasses. Some time later, in the chieftain's tent, a fire was burning. The orcs raised their goblets and demanded a toast, after which they simply tipped the alcohol into themselves. At this time the priest and the swordsman exchanged glances, although they both understood that the warriors just wanted to relax, but something was uncomfortable for them. The chieftain handed the named brother a goblet and offered him a drink, and he immediately understood that it was the same drench, strong, but tasted like shit. But after taking a sip, he even blushed. It was delicious, or his taste buds were betraying him, and the big guy, noticing that the man liked it, admitted that he was worried that he would not be able to appreciate it. The orc turned to his gloomy wife. He expressed joy that the hero liked their drink and ordered her to bring the barrel here. She grumbled that he just needed a reason to get drunk. The young man managed to lift the barrel and drink it, while the other orcs were delighted. Several members of the tribe looked at Sirrus, and argued among themselves whether elves could be fat. They did not think that they were so well fed and strong, but the dwarf was the same. How did they become warriors? The girl asked the leader what they were talking about, and he laughingly explained that among orcs, anyone whose muscles do not stick out from the skin is considered fat. At this time, several women were already discussing the priest, saying among themselves that the boy should not be so skinny. He looked as if he was dying, and the poor thing was forced to prove that he really had eaten his fill, and no more was needed. Looking around, Sirrus wondered if this was what the leader wanted to show him. Then the leader turned around and noticed that the shepherd had returned. The savior looked at the man who had entered in surprise, who recognized him. The young man's eyebrows rose. He remembered the skinny figure of this orc. Now Tahad stood before him completely healthy, and he was glad that he was recognized, although he had changed slightly. The warrior was slightly embarrassed when the leader noticed that they were familiar, and explained that this man had saved him, after which he had sent him here. The old man's face brightened, and he was clearly pleased with such a coincidence. Turning his gaze to his named brother, the orc asked what brought him here. He smiled and explained that he wanted to offer them land that was more fertile and suitable for life in exchange for help in one matter. The chieftain crossed his arms and explained that the main character would give them land if they fought for him. With a frown on his face, the young man explained that, in short, yes, according to the plan, they were to visit the Viscounty of Gelfand, bordering the Great Glothan mountain range. The big man turned to Tahad and asked his opinion. After all, he grew up among humans. He answered that not all humans can be trusted, but this one can. His savior would not lie. The chieftain frowned slightly and confirmed that he knew this, but still felt sorry for the safety of the tribe, to which his interlocutor suggested asking the advice of the great weapon makers. He thought that their wisdom could be useful to them. Soon they reached the blacksmith's tent. He folded his arms over his chest, and greeted the warriors blessed with the spirit of battle, and introduced himself as Grauter, the weapon maker of the Blue Bear tribe. Standing behind the boy, the warrior replied that their new adopted brother was proposing a new path. For the good of the tribe they would need his wisdom. The next morning, as the group set off back, Sirrus concluded that the negotiations could be considered successful, and the leader said that the orcs would hide the children in a safe place and join up later. Glancing at the gloomy Tahad, the swordsman asked why he had gone with them right away, and heard in response that he would be a guide who would direct other orcs to them. With an inspired expression on his face, the boy turned around and listed elves, dwarves, now an orc. He even suggested that the big guy would soon join their squad, and the hero realized that his comrade had figured it out quickly. A couple of days later, the Royal Road of Termania, one of the central trade routes of the Kingdom of Crovence. A caravan was moving along the road at night. Several people were watching its movement. The commander peered intently at the rows of carts, and noticed that there were only 100 soldiers guarding them. Of course he knew that Prince Jewel was a simpleton, but even he should have understood the importance of military supplies. One of the soldiers assumed that this was all he could afford, but heard in response that at least 500 were expected. The guy noticed that they did not even have any resistance to long-range magic. It seemed that there were not even any mages, and the interlocutor found this strange. This group was too weak to guard the supplies. Continuing to look closely, the commander added that he did not even see well-built knights among them, as if there were only snot-nosed kids there, and small ones at that, and most importantly, an orc was riding at the head of the column. It naturally arose the assumption that they were pretending to be refugees or passing off civilians as soldiers. The officer noticed that Prince Jewel had no way to split his forces now. If they attacked, then given the lack of fighters, they would have a hard time, and the commander concluded that it seemed that his situation was even worse than he imagined. Turning to the others, the man announced that there were only young ones there. It was enough to scare them and they would run away on their own, but it was not worth pressing them too hard. The horses broke into a trot. Raising his blade, the squad leader shouted that in the name of the true king, Karitzes commanded them to lay down their arms and bow. But the next moment, 3 short figures in cloaks rushed towards them. Capes flew to the side. The soldiers' eyes widened. 3 armed gnomes were running towards them, who said that they were the ones they were waiting for. The officer, opening his mouth, decided that they were crazy. Who in their right mind would use these shorties as reinforcements? And one of the soldiers asked if they were completely crazy. Cardamite rushed forward first, clutching his great axe. The man's eyes widened. The dwarf flew right over the squad. The warrior turned around in confusion. He couldn't understand what the hell, how the enemy had managed to jump so high. 2 more dwarves ran away. They began to hack at the enemy, shouting that they would kill them all, while the soldiers tried to understand what the hell was happening here. Pointing his sword at the attackers, the commander told them to calm down, because they were only dwarves, and ordered them to attack. The army moved straight towards the caravan. One of the dwarves noted that there were 800 armed infantrymen here. They were 8 times more than them, and the second replied that the savior told them to refrain from using aura, so they would have to work hard. The knights pressed, but the opponents cut them down one after another. Although the commander was straining himself to make his subordinates fight, they were just worthless gnomes. What could such pathetic creatures do to them? One of the fighters swung his axe. Despite the fact that there were only 3 gnomes, they confidently pushed back an entire army. The protagonist watched the battle with a smile and thought that the commander could inspire his warriors as much as he wanted. They were still not their equal. It was not for nothing that he brought them here, and Sillin noted that he would never have thought that the gnomes could fight so coolly. Continuing to watch how the allies cut down the enemies under the demands not to retreat and hold out to the end, the young man explained that they knew about everything in advance. While the enemies were not prepared either mentally or strategically, although no person could predict the appearance of 3 Aura Lords at once among the gnomes, unless he was some kind of prophet. The commander's face expressed panic, demanded to know who sent them. If their master had the slightest idea of honor, he would not dare to kill knights with the dirty paws of inferior creatures. But the dwarves looked at him with hatred, discussing that they did not like this freak, an arrogant upstart, but Cardamith objected that it was a sin to be offended by a fool. Then Tahad rushed at the soldiers, snatching his weapon. The man also pulled out a blade, and shouted that he would not give the inferior orc a break. But the big man's sword silenced him, blood spurted. Returning to the master, the warrior reported that the enemy leader was killed. The youth raised an eyebrow, muttering that this was an excellent job, and he himself realized that the orc had not changed at all while training in the Tauben trade union, since he called him master. Although it did not matter, half the job was done. Soon at the Baron's estate Dolphin, the war council gathered at the table. Count Fianin ran his fingers through his beard and admitted that although he was sincerely grateful for the help, the interlocutor was asking too much. Riffenhart looked stubbornly at the old man, and when he stated that recognizing slaves as legitimate soldiers and paying them as if they were real mercenaries was strange, he repeated that these were the best troops he could provide them. Someone at the table stroked his beard and concluded that it was useless to argue with mages. They were always so stubborn, while another official turned to the hero and declared that it was simply absurd. How could one ask for such a thing? Another nobleman admitted that they could fight, but there were only 100 of them. What would they achieve with such numbers? And the young man specified that there were 126 of them, and added that the Blue Bear tribe was also on the way. He came to introduce them to them as allies. At the table, an argument began. How could one introduce the damn gnomes and wild elves to boot? And the orcs were just barbarians. What use were they in the war? Gnomes and elves were not cheap at that time, and they were offered to send them into battle. Would it not be better to sell them and hire real warriors with the proceeds? One could ask in the trade union. Without showing his eyes, the magician specified that they did not believe in them, and the officials called it self-evident. Grinning, the guy asked to allow them to prove the opposite, and promised that they would take the fortress of Sinai on their own. The count continued to stroke his beard and asked again about the fortress. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist confirmed his words. Becoming furious, the count asked if the interlocutor was joking or really thought that some rabble was ready to storm the fortress. Did he really imagine himself a commander just because he won one battle? The Sinai fortress was defended by Sir Taswald, the strongest knight of the kingdom and the lord of the Aura. The hero's face remained calm. He claimed that they were also strong, and if they supported them, they would bring victory to Prince Yuval. Another nobleman called it idiocy. Apparently, being a magician, he was not aware of what a real siege was. At this moment the prince finally spoke up. Folding his arms across his chest, the young man could not understand why everyone was so tense and what the problem was, to which he was told that His Highness would simply lose valuable slaves in vain. The prince put his hands on the table and said that they would be more useful as fighters anyway and asked the protagonist if he would leave them supplies as agreed, and he replied that of course they would only take provisions for a week. With a satisfied smile the prince figured that most of the supplies would be saved then. 100 soldiers would not eat much anyway. He thought that he had nothing to lose, and the official sitting closest to the prince agreed with His Highness and also supported Mr. Reifenhart. Stretching his hand forward, the legitimate heir to the kingdom of Crovens ordered Sir Reifenhart to bring them victory in the battle for the fortress of Sinai. The magician bowed and replied that it would be done. The protagonist soon returned to the camp. Coming out from behind the trees to his comrades, the young man asked if Tahad had left, and the elf replied that she and the Dark King had already been at 5, and asked if the meeting had been successful, and he replied that yes, as expected. Sirrus looked uncertainly at the leader of the group and drawled that 200 against 3,000, and after all, for a successful siege, the number of attackers should be 3 times greater than the number of defenders. The hero smiled confidently and explained that it was not that the Knights of Crovens were weaklings. They were simply weak against the fighters of the Great Forge and the Blue Bear tribe. With them were the strongest warriors of both species. They would definitely win, and the swordsman admitted that they also had 6 Aura Lords, not counting himself, a rather unique army. The young priest looked at the men with hope, and said that his opinion about the orcs and gnomes would change after this battle. At that moment, someone approached the squad and added that it was the same as about the elves. Elder Relhard approached the friends and said that Elfenheim had been returned to them, and that humans would no longer dare to look down on them. A flame flared up in the elf's palm. The fire spirit burst out with a hum. The boy opened his mouth when he saw the dance of this fire and called it amazing, to which the elder said that in time other elves would understand that the tree of life had been revived. Then the face of both the elf and the spirit became frightened when a voice was heard, delighted by such power. The squad turned to the man, who asked what all the noise was about. Prince Jewel and his little Finnia approached the camp, and when asked what he was doing there, he answered that the latter said that she wanted to meet other dwarves. While the girl went to talk to her relatives, His Highness approached the magician and asked if everything had gone according to plan, but if he was confident in his victory, and he replied that of course, although there was still much to prepare. Looking at his satisfied beloved, the young man said that in any case he was glad to see her happy. He smiled and said that since the hero had understood their beliefs, he trusted them even more than his own subordinates, so he gave permission to act as they saw fit. He was already grateful for giving Finnia the opportunity to smile. Smiling in response, the hero promised not to let His Highness down. A few days later, spring brought the chaos of war to the gates of the Sinai fortress. A cry was heard over the gates that they were under attack, the enemy was advancing. Teswald folded his arms across his chest and said that he had heard about the storming of the fortress and had come running at the first call. But what did he see? And the guard admitted that he thought they were being attacked, so he called him. A small army was approaching the fortress. Looking at the crowd of orcs, dwarves and elves, he doubted that it was their enemy. Continuing to watch, the knight noted that even people were not visible, most were dwarves. Their armor definitely had the emblems of Prince Juvel. But did he really decide to take the fortress with this? The man frowned, making a remark that hiring people would have been cheaper. The question was why. The prince just threw money down the drain, and his interlocutor suggested that this was some kind of strategic maneuver. Turning to the guard, the knight ordered to tell the mages to take a closer look at them, and also to gather 10 knights and send 50 people with each, and when the guy clarified whether it was too many, he explained that if it was a trap, with such a number they would definitely be able to get out. The riders moved to the gate, and the Lord of the Aura ordered to kill all the dwarves and elves, to take the elven women alive. Armed elven women were probably professional killers, and this should be good prey. The soldiers quickly moved forward, and while one of the privates was indignant that this was simply ridiculous, the commander reminded that the elven women were not to be killed, and the rest were not to be spared, in the name of Kartsas. But then the rider's eyes widened. A bright red flash threw back the one who walked in front with the horse. The knight flew to the ground. Letting the aura grab the axe, the dwarf asked if it was possible to use the aura already. The second one also activated his power, and replied that the savior had allowed it, so, let's go. The third dwarf smiled ominously. The fighters rushed into battle, and the soldiers did not expect to see weapons covered in aura in the hands of the dwarves. The infantry was horrified when they learned that Sir Zalt had fallen. Hotch was a knight, and did not even believe that they were dwarves. Cardamite waved his hand at the soldiers, and while they decided that monsters were in front of them, he declared that they would finally take revenge on the damned humans for their appearance. The second one swung his sword, roaring that he had not fought at full strength for a long time. The third one raised his hammer, and suggested that the brothers show their full power. Teswald clenched his teeth. He could not believe that there were lords of the aura among the dwarves, and the guard asked what they should do. At that moment, one of the magicians approached the man and reminded him that if there really were aura lords among the enemy, then the gates were under threat, and he, admitting he was right, ordered the protective spell to be activated. The magician raised his hands, activating the seals. The fortress was covered with a barrier. Putting his palm up to shield his eyes, the protagonist noted that the magical barrier was of a fairly high level, which, however, corresponded to the size of the fortress. But when the boy decided that they seemed to be at a disadvantage, he replied that everything was fine, since he expected it to be like that. The elves stretched out their hands and began a magical song. Several dozen fire spirits were summoned to the call. The knight, still standing on the wall, shouted what kind of crap this was and ordered to shoot. But the arrows flew right through the living flame. The guard stood up and said that it was like the spirit magic from the ancient books, but the man asked what he was talking about. The elves did not have control over the spirit magic. At this time, the spirits were breaking the protective spells of the gate. The dwarf rushed forward and shouted that Relhard was a good man. His axe was filled with power. The gate literally tore apart. The soldiers were horrified that the entrance was now open. The enemies entered inside, and the people screamed in panic that demons had entered the fortress. The Lord of the Aura personally led the knightly order of Fernando into the attack, heading at full speed towards the gate, shouting that he would deal with these bastards, and let them take on the rest of the monsters, and show these lower creatures the power of real knights in the name of the king. Cardamite rushed forward and ordered his brothers to protect the others, while one of them asked to be careful, because this man had an aura. Activating the power, the knight shouted that the slaves forgot their place, since they imagined themselves to be the masters of the aura. The dwarf swung his axe. The man managed to take his blow. But then his face distorted from tension. He was sure that he would be stronger than his opponent. The warrior, looking at the man, thought that he was not bad, although he looked clearly younger than him, and concluded that, it seems, people progressed and learned faster than other species. The soldiers watched the battle in panic, and could not comprehend what was happening. Not only did the dwarves master the aura, but they were also not inferior to Sir Teswald. Watching the smoke rise above the fortress, the protagonist was glad that Cardamite was able to resist the strongest knight of the kingdom, and did not think that he would lose. But glancing at the tired elves, he realized that they were already at their limit. Sirrus's face was tense. He asked the master why they were standing aside, to which he replied that this was a show battle for the whole world, revealing the strength of other species, and they should not interfere. The swordsman extended his hand to the youth, and noted that it would be pointless if they lost. He admitted out loud that this was also true, but he himself was mentally worried about where the other guys were. The next moment he turned around. Seeing the orcs approaching, he shouted at them that they were late. Clutching the reins in his hands, Tahad shouted an apology in response, explaining his tardiness by the fact that they tried to avoid human patrols, but now his brothers and sisters were in place. Visualizing the map in his head, the youth complained about Teslan's brain, and realized that this should have been foreseen. Pointing his finger at the fortress, the guy said that there was no time, and they needed to join the battle. The orc grinned contentedly. Behind him, 100 of his tribesmen were eager to fight. The wolves growled when the command was given to send the warriors of the blue spirit forward. The troops rushed to the fallen gates under the motto, "May the skies themselves split the warriors' blades into pieces. May their axes rend the earth itself." They had already seen their allies fight, and said that they were great warriors of the blue spirit, the burning blood leading them to victory. The foot soldiers turned, hearing the call to raise their blades and swing their axes. The orcs rushed into the battle, ready to tear to pieces the skulls of the enemies before them. Blows rained down on the defenders of the fortress under the cry to fight until the last heartbeat. May the spirits of battle protect them. The infantry was in complete panic. They did not understand where the orcs came from. The monsters were growing. One of the knights ordered to gather, because the enemies were only worthless monsters. Looking at Tahad running ahead of everyone, the enemy could not understand what kind of giant swords the savages had in their hands. The mage grinned and expressed confidence that the enemies were in shock, because in their lifetime they had never encountered the unique fighting style of other species. Elves preferred graceful and light blades, dwarves long and massive, trolls were inclined to weapons made of natural materials like bones and wood, while orcs believed that the larger and more noticeable the weapon, the better. Feeding on the power of the spirit, it gave enormous destructive power. Blades flew across the battlefield, and the human infantry decided that they were possessed, while their opponents called out to their gods. Again putting his palm to his forehead, the hero admitted that he knew that the orc warriors were strong, but this was a completely one-sided fight. The spirit weapon had quite a few drawbacks. To be honest, for example, you can simply divide the army into two groups. While one ran away from the hovering weapons, the other could deal with the okras. The chieftain stepped forward, activating his aura, which scared the soldiers even more. While the mage was somewhere on the side thinking that ignorance is the most terrible thing, the world played a cruel joke not only on other intelligent species, but humans were also fooled. At this time, the dwarf pressed with attacks on Teswald, and he was wondering what the hell was going on here. Continuing to watch, Reifenhart turned to the young priest, and suggested that they probably did not like watching people die, and he agreed with this. After all, he was a man himself. While Cardamith cut the knight in half, the boy admitted that it was worth remembering that these guys also wanted a better life, and this war could help achieve their goals. Raising his axe up, the dwarf announced that the enemy leader was killed. Victory was theirs. It remained to deal with the rest, and the warriors joyfully shouted. Sunset was descending over the capital of the kingdom of Crovin's Croton. Karzas slammed his fists on the table and asked what nonsense they had told him, and the messengers began to prove that it was true. The prince's face darkened, and he demanded to know again if they were absolutely sure that Teswald was dead. He pressed his palm to his forehead when he heard that they had questioned all the surviving witnesses, and muttered that the strongest knight had indeed passed away. Frowning, the young man realized that this meant that they only had 12,000 men left, and they had lost the fortress of Sinai. Even here it was no longer safe, and the capital would have a maximum of 4,000 soldiers. Putting his hand on the table, His Highness said that he needed to discuss this matter with his grandfather and father, and ordered that all the noble soldiers be summoned to the capital. If they lost Croton, there would be no other chance. The servants listened intently as the prince reasoned out loud that Prince Yuval had the crown and seal. If he went through the coronation ceremony in the capital, even the neutral aristocrats would take his side. They needed to concentrate their forces in one place, and thought that for his age he was very quick-witted. Karzas was indeed worthy of becoming the next king. A few days after the capture of the Sinai fortress, The prince stood at the highest point and admitted that he could not believe that he was standing here. Or rather, he realized, but everything seemed so unreal. A smile appeared on the young man's face, and when the hero reminded him that he said he would not let him down, he laughed and asked how the heroes were, whether they had rested well, and hearing confirmation of this, Reifenhart threw up his hands when His Highness asked what the noble's reaction was, replied that not everyone was happy, but what choice did they have? Many soldiers were sent outside while his warriors rested in their cozy rooms. The youth looked down and assured that all this happened thanks to the magician and his troops. He was sure that no one would dare to deny it, and clarified about the damage. Looking at the shrouded bodies, the hero reported that they lost 17 dwarves and 9 orcs. The elves all survived, but many of them were wounded. His Highness's face reflected grief. He admitted that this was nothing compared to the losses of the enemy, but considering that they had few warriors, such losses could not be ignored. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The prince turned out to be even better than he thought, and mentally admitted that he had seriously doubted whether to support him instead of Karzas. But since they were both fighting for the right to the throne, it was better to support the one he liked a little more. But now in the Yuval army there would be no one left who would look down on the warriors of other races. But there was one problem. In the corridor of the palace, the hero ran into another guy who really got on his nerves, and he said that he had such amazing slaves and asked to sell them, just named the price. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that the interlocutor must have been mistaken. They were their allies. How many times did he have to repeat this? But the official only considered that he was against giving them up, although in his place he would not have done so either. Boiling with anger, the magician headed away, leaving the man who did not understand anything behind, mentally regretting that he wanted to teach him a proper lesson, but could not. The news that an army of different species had stormed the fortress of Sinai spread throughout the kingdom. The foot soldiers passed rumors to each other that Sir Teswald had been killed by a dwarf. No one believed it, but the fortress of Sinai had indeed fallen. The aristocrats at the balls also discussed the news. The orcs were considered truly terrible, because gladiators from them really came out overly aggressive. But if Prince Juval somehow found a common language with them, maybe others could too, but their slave status was still questionable. At night in one tavern, the orc brought his master a bundle of firewood, reporting on the work done, to which the innkeeper barked that the idiot should have left them in the backyard. The drunkards, watching this scene, assumed that the rumors were obviously lying. Just look how stupid the orcs are. True, one of them asked what kind of person could make them fight for him, and he was told about rumors that there was a priest Philanens who controlled the dwarves. There were even witnesses. The drunks continued to be surprised, not noticing that they were being listened to, remembering that the temples of this deity did not use slaves. But that was precisely why it was strange. Then an incredibly tall lady leaned over one of the men, who apologized and asked to tell more. Looking at the woman in surprise, and not understanding where she came from, the worker asked her why she did this. The warrior was holding a glass of wine in her hands, and while the men were thinking about how tall she was, she explained that she was just curious about this priest. Maybe they knew something about him. Continuing to look at the giantess in shock, the men admitted that they knew nothing more, only that he looked no more than 14 years old. He had scarlet hair, and he strongly resembled a girl. The next moment, the worker was already covering his face with his hands from the shards of the cup that had broken in the girl's hands. She was squeezing it in her hands. Then she wiped the wine from her face. Licking her lips, the giantess thought that she had found her fiancé Silen. A huge army appeared in the center of the great plains of Ledent of the kingdom of Crovens. The troops of Karzas were visible. Opposite was the squad of Prince Yuval. 10,000 warriors of the army of Karzas and 3,000 warriors of the army of Yuval appeared from above. Reifenhart, smiling slightly, said that this was expected from Karzas, because he had called the entire army as soon as he heard that the fortress of Sinai had fallen. Sirrus, lowering his sword, shouted that they were idiots, unable to recognize the true king, and challenged them, and also explained that if anyone dared to accept him, then let him step forward. The man, sitting on a horse, asked if anyone would accept the challenge, then said that he was right, because they had used some low trick to defeat Tult. Cardamite, looking ahead, said that it was the demon sword of Brozen, and asked if he would fight it, to which he was refused and answered that they already had a volunteer. The warrior, lowering his eyebrows, asked who he was. Sirrus, drawing his weapon, said his name and added that he would fight for Prince Juval, and a duel with him was a great honor for him. Sirrus, opening his mouth wide, shouted that this was wonderful, because he was not even 30. The boy, lowering his head, objected that this did not mean that it would be easy. A moment later, the opponents struck each other with their swords. It was clear that the warriors were fighting furiously. Suddenly, the man struck a powerful blow. The youth, swinging in response, was able to repel the attack. The fighters, with their eyes wide open, shouted that they also had an Aura Lord, and it was good that Sirrus was on their side. Karzas, clenching his jaw, thought that Yuval had more Aura Lords in her army than in the entire kingdom, and their mere presence raised the morale of the entire army, and also hoped that Sirrus would not lose. The warrior, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that he was quite skilled for a youth. The holy sword, frowning, said that his skills were also high. The boy threw sweat on his face, muttered that he could win, and he might lose if it were a normal fencing match. But he had more experience, and for that he could thank Reinhardt. Suddenly, a strong aura appeared around the fighters. The man's pupils narrowed sharply. The young man looked forward seriously. It seemed as if the warriors' horses quickly approached each other. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, said that he sent him into battle to test him, but he was doing better than expected, and at this rate, he would gain the title of the Holy Sword in just a couple of years. Sirrus, releasing bright energy, shouted that he would never lose to the young man. It was visible how Sirrus bared his teeth furiously. A second later, the guy, holding the sword behind him, used the skill ghostly replication. The warrior, opening his jaw, clarified what kind of technique it was, and whether the swords were illusions based on aura. A moment later, the young man pierced his enemy. The fighters, with their eyes bulging, were very surprised. Sirrus unexpectedly fell to the ground and did not understand how this happened, and where he got such a technique at a young age. They could hear how they were happy for Sirrus, and he looked down and said that he had failed again, and everything about this technique was wonderful, except for the difficulty of execution. Suddenly Karzas bared his teeth angrily. Raising his weapon, the knight ordered all the troops to get ready. A second later, the guy opened his mouth wide and told everyone to attack. It seemed like a huge number of fighters rushed from their place. Sirrus, turning around, exclaimed that the brave warriors should follow him. Suddenly, many orcs rushed forward, and it was heard that they should fight until their last heartbeat. Karzas rode on a horse and said that they must kill the monsters, and also stand to the death, because they had the advantage, and therefore let them hold the line and knock them off their horses. It was seen how huge wolves attacked the warriors, and one of them thought that these were not horses at all. The knight, sweat on his face, said that the rumors were true, and wondered what the head of the special forces was doing. It seemed like the swordsman was waving his weapon, and the guy muttered that it seemed he had failed to break through to their headquarters, and did not understand how Zed and his 1,000 soldiers could not break through to the evil base, guarded by only 200 warriors. Suddenly, fierce gnomes appeared, saying that with their short legs it may be difficult to get to the necessary places, but in defense they have no equal. A moment later, a fiery monster appeared. Karzas, opening his jaw, ordered a spell in response, to which he was explained that magic does not work because someone is blocking their mana flow. Looking at the unusual wizard, the boy silently asked himself what kind of powerful mage was on their side that could do something like this, and if he was really strong, why didn't he just destroy everything with high-level spells? The young man stretched out his palm and said that he might not have enough mana, but he had plenty of talent. Suddenly, Sirrus jumped high above the army, and they shouted that the elven witch was attacking. The knight closed his eyes and gave the order to retreat. A moment later, Juval raised his weapon and exclaimed that victory was theirs. Bloody grass was visible, and it was said that this was a battle that would leave a mark in the annals called the Battle of Leadant Plains, and it ended with the victory of Prince Juval. After some time, the county of Hendrik appeared near the Leadant Plains, and the people loudly rejoiced. The prince, turning his gaze to the side, said that only yesterday they had sung the praises of the future King Karzas, to which Fionn explained that Karzas had settled in Croton and was preparing for another battle, and Count Vet and Baron Terzan wanted to meet and swear allegiance to him. The boy, smiling, called them slippery snakes, and his grandfather said that Harsbergen, Grandyard and Zeklik were neutral. The old man, lowering his eyebrows, asked if he was considering the option of winning them over to his side, because it seemed to him that this was now possible, but the young man asked why he would do that. Fionn, taking hold of his beard, replied that it was a good question. The prince bit his lips and thought that he should become a king who cared for his subjects, and that was the least he could do for the people. After some time, the county of Hendrik appeared. Suddenly sharp axes appeared and a halting order was heard. The guards, looking ahead, asked if she was Seer's paladin and why she was there. The warrior, clenching his jaw, was very scared. The protector, looking at the tall human silhouette, muttered that her body was too big. The high roofs of Hendrik County were visible. Sillin was doing push-ups and counting, and Reifenhardt said that they needed to rest their arms and move on to squats, and told them that as a result of Sillin's performance in the recent battle, the soldiers of Jewel nicknamed him Sviatolka, and the Red Maiden, fearlessly fluttering across the battlefield and healing the wounded, made an indelible impression on everyone. The guy, through sweat on his face, began to squat, and the protagonist suggested that he take a rest, explaining that he did not need to put so much pressure on himself all the time. The young man, clenching his jaw, replied that he wanted muscles as soon as possible and at any cost. Putting his hands on his hips, the saint asked what Sirrus was doing there, to which the protagonist asked that he might be mending relations, and the elf apologized to Selena and added that back then it was a matter of life and death, and that he should not be angry. Riffenhardt, raising his eyebrows, said that he had already said that she would be offended, and the girl objected that she was sure that in a couple of days everything would be forgotten, because the memory of spirits is not much better than that of goldfish. The protagonist looked down and clarified whether she called herself their friend, and also wondered if she had always been like this, and whether she had hidden her true nature in a past life. Suddenly, the warrior, approaching the protagonist, said that some woman wanted to see him, to which he asked him again. The defender scratched his head and replied that she had actually wanted to meet the saint, but he thought she had come to see him. After a while, the living room appeared. Christina closed her eyes and exclaimed that she was glad to meet Reincarnated, and also gave her name and position. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, silently asked if Teslan had a younger sister, and asked the girl what had brought her to him, and she said that she was looking for Sirrus, and the messenger must have misunderstood something. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, muttered that her build had confused him, and asked if he could find out the reason why she wanted to see him. Suddenly, Sirrus opened the door to the room. Christina smiled happily and called him. The guy, his eyes bulging, was very surprised. The paladin, raising her eyebrows in joy, asked how long one could run from fate, and the young man asked what love, and received the answer that their meeting was predetermined by fate. Reinhardt's pupils narrowed, and he asked what kind of relationship they were in. The girl thoughtfully raised her gaze. A moment later, Christina lifted the corners of her lips with satisfaction. Touching her face with her fingers, the swordswoman Sarah exclaimed that by the will of the Almighty they were destined for each other. A tall building appeared. A luxurious room was visible. Sirrus, throwing things around, shouted that he needed to run urgently, and the protagonist explained that he asked her to wait in the living room to calm down. Opening his jaw, the protagonist asked what was the matter and whether they were really engaged. Christina crossed her arms, and Reinhardt explained that she came from a famous family of the Kingdom of Holian, and when she was little, everyone predicted that she would grow up to be a beauty. The paladin held an umbrella, and the protagonist continued that she became a very attractive woman almost 2 meters tall. Introducing the church, the protagonist explained that then the prophet Seer appeared, and it was also heard that this was the daughter of the Lord himself, and she was his sword, and she was destined to become the mother of a great warrior, so fate would soon bring her together with the man of the sun. It seemed like the girl was standing on a mountain. The guy said that in the sacred order of Seer she was named a paladin and raised as a warrior, and as a swordsman she went on various missions, and one day the road led her to Vasily. Red roses appeared around Christina, and the young man added that there she met her destiny Sirrus. Evil warriors were visible, and Reinhardt said that Sirrus, who took care of the wounded on the battlefield, was her ideal, and that was why she fell in love at first sight. The protagonist added that upon returning to the Holy Order, she made a statement, after which the paladin, opening his mouth wide, shouted that the oracle's prophecy had come true, because she had found the father of the future great warrior. The protagonist explained that the Holy Order was confused, because unlike Christina, most of the members of the order were ordinary people, and they would never approve of a marriage between a woman in her 20s and a 12-year-old boy, and the old man, opening his mouth, said that she was probably mistaken, and clarified that their betrothed could not be a child. Imagining how the girl joyfully put her hand on her cheek, the guy said that then Sirrus sent another oracle. An unusual room was visible, in which the woman said that if she could win his love, they would give their blessing, and the young man added that the Philinense order had made a counter-condition in response to this prophecy. Silenus, frowning, exclaimed that hell had broken out here. Reinhardt, sweat pouring down his face, said that it was an arranged marriage, beneficial to both the Philinense order and the Seer order. The saint, remembering how Christina happily crossed her fingers, said that her obsession was frightening, because she followed him everywhere, appearing wherever she stopped. Introducing the protagonist in the past, the boy said that he had joined him under the pretext of a pilgrimage, but had lied, because he had simply hoped that she would leave him alone when she saw him. The protagonist, with bulging eyes, asked if that was why he was so desperately pumping up his muscles, to which the young man replied that he had always wanted to be muscular, but after meeting Christina this desire had only intensified, because what if she lost interest in him when she became more like other men? Reinhardt looked at Sirrus and said that if it was her height, then it was no obstacle to love, and he exclaimed that it was all because of her personality, because she was terrible and never listened to anyone. A girl with a child appeared, and the saint explained that she had already written down both the names of the future children and their entire future life, and added that she would name her son Stein, and would certainly become a paladin of the order, and the daughter would be Ellen, and the fate of Saint Seer was predetermined for her. The guy said that the father would remain the priest Philinense, to which the protagonist said that it sounded creepy, and suddenly his eyes widened. The protagonist clarified what Sirrus had said about the daughter, and he, taking the suitcase, repeated Ellie's name. Reinhardt thoughtfully grabbed his chin. Suddenly, the protagonist imagined an unusual room. Looking at the saint, the protagonist wondered if he was Saint Ellen's father. Suddenly Saint Sierra appeared, crossing her fingers and saying that the evil dwarves who worshipped the god of darkness also answered for their actions, and Reinhardt said that she fought against the demon king, and could even bring the fallen back to life, which surpassed the skills of the high priest Macheline, and he died at her hands. Many warriors were visible, and the protagonist continued that this was a nightmare woman from whom he suffered a lot in his past life, and she was also able to bless an entire legion, turning ordinary soldiers into indestructible berserkers. Looking at Sillin, the protagonist wondered if this monster was his daughter. Suddenly, sweat ran down Reifenhardt's face, and he realized that this was serious. A magical seal appeared, and the protagonist reported that the vast majority of Elend's divine power was created unnaturally using a spell called the Holy Grail, which was forbidden even in the Holy Order of Seer. Introducing a small child, the protagonist explained that this was the conventional name for the intercourse of a man and a woman inside a special barrier, and when the embryo appears, it absorbs the lives of the father and mother, and becoming a vessel, is born. Walking down the corridor, the guy added that his parents must give their lives so that the Holy Grail can be born, and told Sillin that this brother would destroy him, to which he asked if he would put an end to the best days. Reifenhardt, lowering his eyebrows, thought that it was obvious that Sillin was the father of Saint Elend, and now it was clear to him why he had not heard of him in his past life, despite his power, and also exclaimed that he should not marry her, which made the young man sadly ask that there was really anyone on his side. The guy, clenching his fist, said that he was leaving, and added that it was fun with the protagonist, who asked where he was going. The defenders, looking at the guys, said that the saint was leaving us, and wondered if he had quarreled with the mage. Sillin, lowering his gaze, explained that he did not know what would happen if he stayed. The protagonist muttered that he was not just a useful tool for the team, but something more, and shared his dreams, therefore he was an important part of the team, and opening his jaw, offered to discuss everything, and also asked if he thought he would get rid of her if he constantly ran away. With bulging eyes, the guy asked what else he should do, and whether he would throw her out of here by force. Reifenhardt, looking ahead, clarified whether he really was leaving him. The pupils of the guards dilated in surprise. The young man, holding the suitcase, replied that he would not like to, but in this situation he was powerless, because he could not ask him to go with him in the midst of an important battle. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist said that it was worth trying to convince her that pursuing him would only worsen his dislike for her. Sillin, smiling slightly, explained that if it worked, he would not have left the Holy Order of Filanets. The defenders, through the sweat on their faces, were perplexed by the atmosphere. Suddenly, Christina's Raka appeared, and she called the guy. Putting her fingers to her mouth, the girl asked if he was ready yet, and suggested that they quickly return home and get married. The young man, opening his mouth wide, shouted that it was all because of Reifenhardt. The paladin's cheeks turned red, and she exclaimed to Sillin that they should go home, because there they would live happily ever after, and also have a daughter and a son. The boy, frowning angrily, replied that he had already said that he did not want to which the swordswoman said that there was no need to be shy, and the protagonist, realizing that she was not listening to him at all, clarified what attracted her to Sillin. Christina, smirking, explained that their children would be of perfect height when they got married, which left the protagonist perplexed. Closing her eyes, the girl asked if the boy intended to bring God's punishment on the children, to which he objected that height and God's punishment were in no way connected. The paladin, bending down, said that he was worried that he was not growing, and that she had grown too big, and asked if it was fate, and also suggested that they go home, because their marriage was blessed by the gods, and the young man shouted that he was not going anywhere. Sillin, turning his gaze to Reifenhardt, asked for help, and he muttered that he wanted to, but did not know how. The saint could be seen baring his teeth angrily. Suddenly, the boy, placing his palm on his chest, exclaimed that he already had a loved one. Christina's pupils widened sharply. The young man took hold of the mage and told her that they were dating, and therefore could not accept her feelings. The swordswoman raised her eyebrows in bewilderment. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. The defenders widened their eyes in confusion. Sillin, smiling broadly, added that they were connected to him by the scarlet thread of Filanets, and the protagonist thought that technically it was true. The mage, imagining the saint in the past, how he used the spell to find suitable couples, said that the goddess blesses the relationships of people bound by fate, bringing their paths together, and he never lied. The warriors, looking at each other, said that they looked good together, but just recently they were talking about breaking up. Reifenhardt, sweat on his face, asked why him, to which Sillin replied that Sirrus was not allowed and that a human was needed, after which the protagonist exclaimed that there were other girls, and the boy explained that a simple man would not do because he had to shock her. The protagonist, smiling broadly, asked whether he would be able to settle the consequences, and the young man said that he himself did not want to reveal their relationship like that, but the situation forced him to, and asked his beloved if he understood, to which he received a positive answer. Christina, opening her mouth, said that everything was clear to her. Sillin, lowering his eyebrows, wondered if she would give in now. Suddenly, the girl, menacingly bulging her eyes, said that the path to love was full of trials. The swordswoman's hair was visible. The paladin, stretching out her finger, shouted that she was challenging Reifenhardt to a duel. The warriors opened their jaws in surprise. Elphika bit her lips in confusion. It seemed as if Christina was drawing her sword. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, did not understand anything, and asked if the duel was with him. The girl, holding the weapon, explained that if he really loved Sillin, he would accept the challenge, to which the protagonist replied that why would a mage and a knight fight? Suddenly, the guy interrupted Riefenhardt, and clenching his fists, exclaimed that he believed in him, and let him show her the power of their true love. The protagonist, turning around, asked if he wanted him to fight this woman, and the young man explained that victory would still be his, and there was no other way to save him. Sirrus, crossing her arms, asked if they understood each other without words, and added that they really were lovers, from which the protagonist muttered that he should not believe everything he saw. Christina, tightly gripping the hilt, shouted that she would leave the right of the first attack to him, and again offered to fight. The mage, clenching his fists, believed that there was no other way. Suddenly, an unusual aura swirled around Riefenhardt, and he thought that since he was given the right to attack first, he would simply knock her out, after which he cast a spell. The swordswoman, bulging her eyes, muttered that he was much more capable than she expected. The protagonist, stretching out his palm, apologized to himself and said that he needed to end this quickly, and used the lightning storm skill. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that he could not kill her, so he reduced the power of the spell, and thought that he would be able to knock her out. The mage stared ahead. For a moment, the paladin, waving his arms, asked Seer to fill her sword with light. The defenders, with their jaws wide open, were greatly surprised. One of them, looking at Christina's long weapon, exclaimed that she had the divine sword of the Seer paladins. Riefenhardt, in a magical aura, muttered that in their ranks, only one paladin out of 10 could use this technique, and it seemed to him that it was stronger than he thought, after which he used several spells. A second later, the protagonists released their bullets. The girl, spreading her palms in anticipation of a blow, clarified that he really thought that the Seer paladin could be defeated with such mediocre attacks. Sillin, clenching his fist, asked the protagonist why he only used magic, to which he replied that he was a mage, that's why he cast spells, and the guy explained that his life was at stake. Riefenhardt suddenly opened his mouth wide and decided to use high-ranking magic, and also uttered many magic words. Suddenly, various forces surrounded Christina. The swordswoman's eyes widened in confusion. A moment later, her leg was covered in ice. The protagonist, moving his hands, muttered that she would need at least 30 seconds to get out of the ice, and said that it was time to finish. The girl, smiling slyly, said that he left her no choice, and therefore she would have to use the power that Seer had not sent her. It was visible how the swordswoman closed her eyes. Suddenly, the paladin lowered his eyebrows menacingly. Christina bared her teeth angrily. A second later, the girl broke the ice under her. The protagonist bit his lips in fear. The mage, noticing how his opponent clenched his fists, wondered if she had broken the magical ice with brute force. Sillin, through the sweat on his face, asked if Christina had an aura, to which she replied that unfortunately she had not been honored to know it, but the merciful Seer had taken pity on her and given her enough power to be able to resist even the Lord of the Aura. Riefenhardt, with his mouth wide open, asked where she knew this breathing technique from. The girl, holding her chin, said that back in her girlhood, before becoming Seer's servant, she had met an old man who had taught her this technique, saying that it would help her grow up healthy. The swordswoman placed her palm on her chest and added that she had not understood it then, but now she knew for sure that it was Seer who had brought him to her, which made the protagonist wonder if it was his mentor. Christina, holding the sword, asked if there was any problem, and Riefenhardt wondered what the old man had done, since she had grown so big thanks to the indestructible rocker breathing technique, and whether he had deliberately wanted to leave the girl without male attention. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, thought that he had done it with good intentions, and exclaimed that there was no problem. Suddenly, the girl rushed from her place and shouted that then they should continue. The protagonist, releasing a powerful burst of magic, spoke the spell wings of hovering blades and winged cutter. It was visible how the paladin swung her sword, and the magician said that she really uses a specific technique of breathing of the indestructible rocker, which is designed to strengthen and grow the body. Clenching his jaw, Riefenhardt reflected that given the size, she had been actively using it for at least 10 years, and he had deliberately abandoned it, but Christina, on the contrary, uses it with all her might, which means she has a huge talent. The protagonist explained that if this technique worked on everyone, then the indestructible rocking chair would have become rich, because there are many people in the world who have complexes about their short stature, and the swordswoman, opening her jaw, loudly clarified why he did not give in. Raising his palm, the protagonist asked who would deliberately give in to a duel, to which he received the answer that he was sarcastic like all magicians, and was sure that he seduced the innocent Sillin with his snake tongue. The paladin, frowning menacingly, exclaimed that she would show him the power of love, and the guy, perplexed, asked again about the power of love, after which he received a rude answer that he did not even know this. A moment later, Christina's body was surrounded by an unusual force. A strong wind quickly threw the girl back. The magician, clenching his fists, said that he had won, and ordered her to immediately abandon Sillin. The swordswoman, trying to get up, said that she would have to retreat for now. The paladin bit her lips and apologized to the saint, and also added that she could not tear him from the clutches of this monster because she was not strong enough, and she could not think about how he was torturing his fragile body, to which he asked her to shut up. The young man, smiling broadly, said that they shared love with both soul and body, and Reifenhardt said that he did not want to share anything with him, after which Sillin reminded them that they needed to adhere to the legend and play along with him. A second later, the protagonist hugged his partner and called him sweet and fragile, and he explained that he should smile, not cry. Christina, through her tears, screamed that she would definitely come back and save him. A small leaf flew near the guys. The protagonist, squinting, asked how he intended to deal with the consequences, to which the saint replied that he was sure that everything would work out on its own. The next day, a huge palace appeared. The magician said that nothing had worked out, and Fianan, holding his beard, was slightly surprised. There were many people in the hall, and it was audible that Mr. Reifenhardt and the young priest, it was a little strange, but they looked good together. The protagonist explained that for some reason the rumors were only positive, and the dwarf, turning his gaze to the side, asked if it meant that the savior played for the other team, to which he received a positive answer, and then added that as far as he remembered, there had always been a special atmosphere between them. The orc, bulging his eyes, asked the man if their men also loved each other, and he said that between knights and sweet boys this often happens, and the troll did not understand what sweet meant. The warrior raised his hand and said that they were like that priest, to which Salkator gave his name and said that he understood now, and then the man gave his name and was glad to meet him. The elf, smiling broadly, exclaimed that representatives of different species had become closer, and they were one step closer to Reifenhardt's dream. The girl, opening the door, asked why he didn't leave the room. The protagonist, sticking his head out from under the blanket, shouted that it would be better to ask Sillin, and he objected that nothing would change from his accusations. Sirrus, her eyes bulging, asked what was wrong, because rumors quickly spread, because Sillin was very cute, and also thought that he didn't particularly like being feminine, which is why he trained every day. Suddenly the protagonist's pupils narrowed. The saint sharply lowered his eyebrows. The guys looked at each other seriously. Clenching his fists, the mage exclaimed that from now on he would begin the most hardcore training, and make a man out of him, and also let him trust him, because he too could acquire a muscular body, to which the guy said that this was all he dreamed of. The orc, through the sweat on his face, said that they were really close, and thought that the rumors would only get stronger, and Sirrus replied that she agreed. After some time, a huge number of warriors appeared. The fighters, raising flags, shouted that the traitor Karsus would pay for going against the will of heaven, and let him bow before the true king and open the gates. The defender, looking out from behind the wall, clarified whether they consorted with monsters and dared to declare the will of heaven, and added that Prince Juval had clearly gotten mixed up with the devil, and this was an indelible stain on the history of the kingdom of Crovence. Reifenhardt, with his hands on his hips, heard Juval ordered to lay down his arms and pay for tarnishing the honor of the royal family, and he cried out that there was no point in talking, since they would have to fight anyway. The prince, raising his sword, shouted that the heroes should show all their courage to the true king. Suddenly many arrows appeared, and the archers were ordered to fire, after which the warriors said that they should raise their shields, cast aside fear, and climb the wall, and those behind should cover their comrades with their shields. Juval, opening his mouth wide, loudly said that they should all walk together. The orc, looking at his wife, said that they should go ahead, to which she replied that she was already on her way. The dwarves rode on horses, and one of them asked if they had to ride, and the second explained that they looked cooler on horses, and they should just be patient for a little while, and Sirrus cried out that they were magnificent. The warriors were seen quickly approaching the castle. The prince, holding out his palm, wondered if that was what it meant, and ordered to shoot, because he would pay 100 gold for each monster killed. The orc, opening his mouth fiercely, asked if he thought that wearing a tiger skin made him a tiger. Sirrus was seen fighting off many arrows. The opponents, swinging their spears, heard that they should be thrown. The dwarf, bending over, smirked at the fact that the arrows had become larger, but there was no use. Suddenly, the guy's sword glowed brightly. The young man abruptly turned his head away. A moment later, Sirrus released a powerful energy. Suddenly Spirius appeared, who was very surprised. An unusual aura was visible, and it was said that this was the giant blade of Sir Spirius. The man, opening his jaw in fury, asked how this bastard dared to steal his equipment. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard in front of the swordsman. The warriors, their eyes bulging, shouted that they had to run because they did not want to die. At the same time, the orc began to climb the wall, and he exclaimed that Sirrus was doing a great job. Jumping high, the troll shouted that he was not going to lag behind either. The defenders raised their heads in bewilderment. A moment later, everything around exploded powerfully. It seemed as if the giant put an unusual sword on his shoulder. His gaze was stern. The guy frowned seriously. Clenching his jaws, the warriors wondered if this was the true power of the Aura Lords. The orc woman, smiling slightly, exclaimed that they were good. The troll, lowering his head, remembered the words of the main character that they should destroy the walls in the most defiant manner, but their soldiers should not be hit, after which he did not understand what to do, because it would be shameful to do nothing. Suddenly, sharp blades appeared. A multitude of magical projectiles quickly cut through the air. 3 unusual swords appeared. Several more weapons were visible. A moment later, the projectiles rushed towards the wall. The blades suddenly stuck into the barricade. Magic power came out of the projectiles, and it was heard that they needed to declare themselves. Suddenly, the aura from the swords began to quickly strengthen. A second later, many powerful explosions were heard. Sirrus, grabbing the prince, asked what it was. The orc, through sweat on his face, clarified whether his wife was capable of such a thing. The dwarves, turning their gaze to the side, exclaimed that this was a cool technique of destruction, and it would be nice to recruit her for the future, so that she could break down walls with it during sieges. Sirrus, grinning, said that this was another technique to master, and it seemed to him that it would not require much practice. Karzas, baring his teeth, said that he had not expected this at all, and therefore wanted to avoid a siege assault by any means necessary, and Sirrus apologized and added that he could deal with several. Lowering his eyebrows, the man said that they would not see victory here, and therefore it would be better to return to the palace. Suddenly, the defender, stretching out his finger, exclaimed that Prince Juval's army was retreating. The boy, putting his hand on the wall, wondered why they were retreating if they were winning, and what Juval was planning, and it was also heard that he was a traitor, and his life was already in the hands of Prince Juval. The warrior, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he was sure that he knew how easy it was for them to take the fortress if they wanted. Sitting on his horse, the man added that they did not need the deaths of innocent citizens, and if he cared about them at all, then he should raise the white flag and surrender to their mercy. The prince, clenching his jaw, realized that he wanted to make him look like a scoundrel, and asked what kind of dirty games this was. Karzas wondered what kind of scoundrel had come up with such a cunning plan, and Riefenhardt, smiling, explained that he was not one of those who would continue the fight after such an ultimatum, to which the boy exclaimed that he was truly wise, and victory was theirs. Fianan, turning his gaze to the side, said that they needed to return to the Viscount's estate, because they had shown them the difference in their strength, and he was sure that they would surrender, because no one was interested in bloodshed. At night, the lights were on in the windows of the castle. A long table was visible, at which many people were sitting. Fernando, crossing his fingers, asked Karzas if they had a chance to turn the situation in their favor. The man, lowering his eyebrows, said that he did not know what was on the minds of these inferior creatures, but they really did have strength comparable to the power of the Aura Lords, and the prince did not understand where they came from. The assistant, opening his mouth, continued that they were too arrogant not to continue the assault on the capital, and clarified that maybe they would gain strength for the next confrontation, to which the guy objected that they had the seal and crown in their hands. Karzas, narrowing his eyes, explained that as soon as they gave them the castle, Juval would be legally crowned, and then they would truly lose. The man, frowning, asked what if they asked for support from the kingdom of Chatan or Vasily, and the youth asked if he wanted to involve other countries, and said that then there would be no stone left of Krovins, even if they won. The gentleman, clenching his jaw, exclaimed that at this rate he would lose everything. Suddenly, sweat began to run down the faces of the participants in the meeting. Many thoughtfully lowered their gazes. The prince, biting his lips, thought that they only cared about themselves. The boy, baring his teeth, muttered that even his father and grandfather agreed. The assistant, crossing his fingers, said that they should have simply sent assassins to this pathetic prince, to which Karzas replied that they did not try. The duke, looking at Sirrus, asked if he could handle the task, since he possessed an aura, and he explained that no matter how villainous he was a blood descendant of his majesty. The participants of the meeting opened their mouths in bewilderment. The warrior, raising the corners of his lips, exclaimed that he would not commit such atrocities. Squinting, the swordsman added that only not to Prince Juval. Introducing the joyful Riefenhardt, Sirrus said that he would go to that suspicious mage. Many tents appeared, and it was said that Prince Juval's army left the lands of Hendrik and set up camp on the outskirts of the capital, near the Viscount estate, and there was enough space for tents, and nearby there was a river and a forest, which was ideal for a camp. In the evening, a celebration was held at the Viscount's estate, and it was heard that they needed to raise their glasses to those who were deciding the future of the kingdom with them, because thanks to them they were winning. A moment later, people raised their glasses and praised the true king. The protagonist, smiling, muttered that this kind of fun was important to maintain balance with the neutral aristocrats, and Juval asked why they were raising their glasses to them if they had done nothing to win, to which he received the answer that this was already a good reason. The protagonist, contentedly closing his eyes, said to himself that if they were counted among the winners, it would reduce their envy and hostility towards other species, after which he explained that only fools congratulate only those who participated in the battle, and wise men should think broader, and asked that if it were not for the resources they provided, how would their brave knights have won? The men raised the corners of their lips and said that they were embarrassed by so much praise in their direction, and also called him a wise wizard. The prince, smiling, muttered that for a magician he was quite politically savvy and would like to learn from him. Fianin, holding a glass, exclaimed that he was very young, but skillful in negotiations, to which the protagonist laughed contentedly and called him very kind. Silan, stretching out his palms, introduced the man to Kalken, and added that he was a famous person in the kingdom of Crovens, and the troll was the chieftain of the Blue Bear tribe, after which Halton said that he was glad to meet him, and, hearing a mutual response, was surprised that he spoke their language so freely. The orc, taking the necklace for communication, said that Reifenhardt gave him one useful thing, and his interlocutor said that it was great that they could understand each other. Halton, opening his mouth wide, said that their warriors were very brave, unlike most orcs. Stala, hugging her husband, explained that real orcs were just like that, and they honored true warriors and despised the weak and treacherous, to which the man exclaimed that they were very polite, and he was even ashamed in front of such strong warriors who owned an aura. Kalken, squinting, repeated the words about the other orcs and said that this man himself was something special, and his wife replied that he knew that they could say something like that, so he should just drink and relax. The main character, raising a finger, said that one should not expect special friendliness from people, and let their chatter fly in one ear and out the other, because this is necessary to free those of them who were subjugated. The protagonist, turning his gaze to the side, thought that a start had been made, and they did not need to understand each other, but simply accept, and with time people would get used to communicating with them as equals, and also muttered that in his past life he had screwed up enough, trying to figure everything out on his own, and this time he would try not to rely on them anymore. Silan, his eyes bulging, said that this was Sir Cardamith, one of the greatest warriors of the Great Forge, to which the gentleman said that this was the hero who crushed Teswald, and the dwarf replied that he was just lucky, and offered him a drink. Looking at the elves, Reifenhardt explained that they were eloquent in themselves, but their kind prioritized rational thinking, as well as balance and harmony. The man, with his mouth slightly open, exclaimed that his fight with Sirrus had truly inspired him, and asked how he had managed to achieve such heights in martial arts at such a young age, and Sirrus said that he had simply trained very long and hard, namely swinging a sword. The guy, through sweat on his face, muttered that Sir Sirrus was not in the mood, and it seemed that he did not like banquets, because he was uncomfortable when he had a glass in his hand instead of a sword, and his companion added that he had heard that there were enough eccentrics among the lords of the aura. Reifenhardt, with wide eyes, wondered why he was so nervous in public, and realized that his behavior did not cause a negative reaction. The protagonist, leaving the room, said to himself that the real problems would begin after the war, as soon as Juval was crowned. Walking along the corridor, the protagonist wondered where Sirrus was. Suddenly, the mage looked up. A mysterious entity in a cloak appeared in front of him. The boy squinted and muttered that he hadn't noticed him approaching. The boy wondered if he was either a ghost or an aura lord who had perfected the art of concealing his presence, and the man opened his mouth and apologized to the wizard, explaining that it was for the sake of the kingdom's future. Sirrus charged at Reifenhardt, who shouted his name loudly. The protagonist gritted his teeth, parrying his opponent's attack. The warrior's sword blade approached the protagonist's hand. The man opened his mouth wide and thought about his opponent using iron skin magic, then shouted that the boy was reacting rather quickly. The boy crossed his arms to cover his head. Sirrus clenched his jaw and noted that iron skin couldn't be that strong. Frowning, the martial arts king thought about how it was because it was an ordinary hand, and then used the spell's flame of destruction and fire volley. The area around the opponents was enveloped in bright energy flows. Grasping the hilt of the sword with both hands, the warrior said that if you take into account his slaves, then the opponent is clearly an extraordinary guy, and then cried out that in this case he would give it his all. Reifenhardt's eyes noticeably shrank, and the guy realized that he should have guessed that he could become a target, after which he thought about the fact that Teslan had a dull brain, and did not understand what to do with it. The man rushed forward, putting out his blade. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist decided that he did not have much choice. Sirrus began to drool from her mouth after a blow to the stomach. Frowning, the warrior noted that these were close combat skills, after which he shouted whether his opponent was a battle mage. Clenching his fist, the protagonist wondered if he could convince his opponent that he was a normal battle mage without using his aura, while his opponent said that it was not surprising considering his physique, but the boy exclaimed that only in this estate were there aura lords and they would come running as soon as they realized something was going on. Streams of flame surrounded the fighter's sword, and he asked if the boy thought he could last until then. Closing his lips, the protagonist did not know how long he could last without using his aura. Extending his blade forward, the man cried out that he would finish his opponent with one blow. Reifenhardt clenched his jaw with effort. The warrior's pupils visibly shrank from bewilderment. The mage's arm showed muscles, and his opponent didn't understand where he got so many muscles from, while the latter assumed that he couldn't stop the sword filled with aura without a vortex guard. Looking up, Sirrus considered that his body was somehow too strong and whether magic could give such an effect, and then decided that it didn't matter, because his opponent was finished anyway. Suddenly, bright magical flashes appeared in the room. Riefenhardt jumped on his enemy. Strong muscles were visible under the protagonist's torn clothes. The protagonist landed on the floor. In the same second, the mage pulled his arm back. The guy hit his enemy with his elbow. The young man's eyes noticeably narrowed in alarm. The magical blade began to emit a bright aura. Sirrus raised his eyebrows and began to talk about what it was. The man didn't know if it was an aura or not, while the protagonist held out his hand and said that things never went the way he wanted. The protagonist smirked and asked how anyone could think that he could defeat the Aura Lord with normal techniques, then stated that he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. The warrior noticed the golden glow with the corners of his mouth down and asked if his opponent was Gerard's successor, then said that he couldn't believe that the successor to the martial arts king was a mage. The man asked if the guy was the new martial arts king, to which he clenched his fist and said that life was full of surprises, and things like that shouldn't surprise him. Sirrus held out his magic sword and shouted that he felt guilty for wanting to finish off the mage, but now that guilt was gone. Riefenhardt spread his fingers and asked his opponent to attack. The man gritted his teeth in confusion. The warrior's silhouette was enveloped in bright magical currents. The warrior cried out that he was using a giant blade, when suddenly the stone pieces of the floor flew in different directions. A bright column of aura appeared above the roofs of the buildings. Riefenhardt swung his fist. The magic sword emitted streams of flame. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred. Opening his mouth wide, Sirrus exclaimed that this was very stupid, and his opponent showed his true face. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the protagonist shouted that his opponent asked for it. Pulling the blade with the aura back, the man said that he would make it disappear without a trace. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist used the skill Vortex Guardian. A flurry of bright magic swept over the roofs of the buildings. The warrior opened his mouth in bewilderment. The guy kicked. Opening his mouth wide, the fighter began to cough. The knight's eyes bulged in fear, and no one understood what was happening. Sticking out his tongue, the magician began to scream loudly. The young man spread his arms out to the sides and swung his lasso, when suddenly his opponent screamed. The man hit the castle wall. Rock fragments fell to the ground. Sirrus lay meekly in the rubble of the walls. Gritting his teeth, the man muttered that he thought the assassination attempt had failed. Raising his eyebrows, the warrior said that he did not want to die like this, because he was the last surviving lord of the Karsa's aura. It seemed as if Riefenhardt was approaching the enemy. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred. Sirrus's body began to be covered in concrete fragments. The protagonist walked forward, lowering his hands. The knights opened their mouths in alarm and exclaimed that this was a golden aura. Standing in one row, the fighters cried out that this was the color of Gerard, and legends were made about him. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips, and the warriors shouted that this was the king of martial arts. The dwarf frowned and asked if anyone knew that the savior had an aura, to which they replied that he was going to hide his identity, and he said that he thought he just wanted to hide his muscles. Yuval opened his mouth wide and asked if this guy was a martial arts king. The prince shouted that the disciple of the indestructible rocking chair was not just an aura lord, and there was no place for weaklings, while the protagonist closed his lips and thought that this was definitely true, because the indestructible rocking chair would make a cutlet out of a weak person. The knights raised their hands and praised the king, while the protagonist thought that he knew how they would react. That's why he kept it a secret, but he didn't understand what to do now. It was said that the news of Sirrus' death had quickly reached the capital, when suddenly the castle was in sight and someone was heard saying that Sirrus had actually been killed by the king of martial arts. But at least he had not died the most shameful death. An army of knights was visible, and it was said that Teswald had been killed by a shorty, and was probably not as great as people thought him to be. Silen, widening his eyes, said that the strength of other intelligent races had been witnessed by many people, but they continued to look down on them, to which Riefenhardt replied that they simply refused to acknowledge it, and that this was slightly different from being dismissive, which was generally not bad. The territory of the kingdom was visible, and it was said that Croton had not yet managed to rebuild all the walls after the last battle, so Prince Juval entered the city with ease. The castle towered towards the sky, and at this time the army of Karsas decided to sit tightly in it. The huge doors had images of lions wearing crowns on them. Juval raised his eyebrows and admitted that he never thought he would see those gates again. Lowering his eyebrows, he said that he was confused since the opponents had not surrendered even after 3 days, and then said that he did not expect this from Karsas, given his personality type, while the protagonist assumed that it was the decision of his confidants, who had obeyed him while they were winning, but now the situation was different. Grandfather stated that this meant that they needed to attack, to which the protagonist closed his eyes and decided to go meet them. Silen, opening his mouth in alarm, said that he thought that he would not want to go straight like that, to which the protagonist wondered what the point of hiding after everyone knew who he was, since there was no need to in the first place. Riefenhardt moved towards the door, while everyone shouted that the king of martial arts had gone to battle. The guard extended his hand and shouted that the army should not be afraid, because he was just a man, nothing more, and then ordered the archers to shoot. In that same second, a bunch of arrows flew through the air. Frowning, the protagonist noticed that he did not even feel a prick. The catapult threw a huge stone that hit his head, and the protagonist noted that it hurt just a little. The knights launched fire arrows at the magician. The guard ordered the army to pour water on the enemy, when suddenly the guy opened his mouth and exclaimed that it was refreshing. The warriors stood on the wall and did not understand what this was after all, and shouted that a real monster was in front of them. Opening his mouth wide, the young man cried out that those who valued their lives should move away from the gate. The knights stood behind the king of martial arts and exclaimed that this man was indestructible, and supported him. Riefenhardt closed his lips and thought about how he was doing the same thing as in his past life, but he didn't understand why people's reactions were so different. 2 days ago, the man raised his eyebrows and asked if the mysterious sage was a martial king, to which he was told that it was no wonder he had managed to gather so many strong followers. The man in the suit widened his eyes and asked if these orcs had been personally selected by the martial king, to which the dwarf suggested that he planned to raise them to the level of human development, and the other noted that they were very different from the slaves they were used to, and even envied the dwarves, because they were lucky to have a teacher. Looking away, the protagonist said that he didn't understand anything, because when he was the demon king, they said that the slaves simply went over to the side of darkness, which gave them strength, and Sirrus noted that people always treated warriors and magicians somewhat differently. The elf grinned and said that after all, anyone can become a warrior, and anyone can easily start waving a sword, and then added that magic is only available to a limited circle, and an ordinary person can't even pretend to be a magician. The main character lowered the corners of his lips, and the girl explained that this is why the demon king is more frightening, because he is a magician, and magic is an incomprehensible thing, but it is easier to look up to a warrior who makes his way with the most ordinary fists. Lowering his hands, the protagonist asked if the interlocutor wanted to say that his impenetrable flesh seemed more realistic to people than magic, and then clarified whether he could then afford anything in battle. Turning her head, Sirrus answered affirmatively, and could be like a king of martial arts. A fist surrounded by streams of aura appeared, and it was said that mana is a power that only the chosen ones possess, but muscles and fists are available to everyone. The hand moved forward, and it became clear that everyone recognized the aura. A powerful explosion occurred after using the ability of the 4-stage disaster horn. Lowering the corners of his lips, Riefenhardt decided that he would make people look at him with admiration, not with horror, when suddenly everyone began to shout that they needed to attack, and they needed to follow the king of martial arts and crush the traitors. The warrior raised his sword and cried out that if they die, then like true knights, with honor for Karsus. Blood began to fly in different directions, and the men cried out that they needed to show their loyalty, and for the king to carry their will further. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist exclaimed that the winner had already been determined, and then ordered them to stop their senseless resistance, after which they would be spared. An elegant chandelier was visible in the room. Karsus stood with his blade down. Juval entered the building and cried out that it was all over. Grinning, the prince said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Lowering the corners of his lips, Riefenhardt did not understand if he had really looked like this in his past life. The young man asked where the others were, to which the interlocutor, holding out his sword forward, replied that his father and grandfather had been evacuated, because he could not allow the fall of his family. Fianan, closing his eyes, declared that they had already been declared traitors, and then cried out that there was no place for them in the kingdom. Turning his head, Karza said that they would be moving to Chatan, and then suggested that they would no longer be as influential, but at least their line would not be interrupted, and that was enough for him. The count lowered his eyebrows and said that they had fled to Chatan, and then noted that it was just like Lanthas from the Tikan kingdom. Yuval opened his mouth and asked why the prince did not go with them. The boy smirked and asked what his interlocutor thought. The young man frowned and admitted that he understood everything, because if Karzas had fled, the war would have continued, and then added that the prince decided that it was better to die than to be their dog with a crown on his head. Opening his mouth, the young man did not understand whether he really cared more about people than himself, and realized that this was his enemy, which made him uneasy, and then declared that in that case he himself would end the war, as desired. Karzas grinned and noted that, contrary to rumors, his interlocutor was quite sensitive, and then asked which of them would kill him. Covering himself with his shield, the boy turned to his cousin and said that he was a traitor, but still a descendant of royal blood, so only he himself could take his life. The count, looking out from behind the prince, clarified what he was saying, to which the prince replied that he knew that he was no match for Karzas, but wanted to show that he at least had the courage worthy of a king. Turning his head, Juval said that it was good that he had the Lord of the Aura behind him, and then asked him to intervene if necessary. Karzas forced a smile and asked the weakling to attack. In that same second, the young man jumped up. The cousins' magic swords crossed. The twins' blades crossed. A fierce duel was underway between the heirs to the throne. Swinging his weapon for another blow, Karzas shouted that he was told that his brother skipped fencing lessons to have affairs with his gnome. Had he really been hiding his skills all this time? Grinning, the prince replied that it was not that, he simply had no opportunity to show them. Juval parried his brother's blow with his shield. The old man, with his mouth open, asked where the younger prince got so much strength from. However, the traitor's face expressed annoyance. He was also interested in the question of why his twin was so strong, and asked out loud how much longer he was going to hide behind this shield. A knight called. In response, Juval struck his own blow. Holding his brother's blade, the prince noted that he thought they were just messing with him because of his status. But it turned out that he was really good in battle, and assumed that it was because he had been playing with Finnia since childhood. Grinning wider, the young man added that, by the way, to be with her, you needed trained thighs, so he did deadlifts and squats every day, and behind him, an indignant scream of his beloved was heard. While the dwarf's face was flushed with embarrassment, the hero thought in confusion that there was some truth in this. The dwarf partner demanded physical training. Karzas' face was distorted with anger. He asked if his brother really got out because he was confident in his victory. But confidence alone was not enough. Continuing to beat his sword on his shield, the traitor shouted that it was impossible to become a knight for such a ridiculous reason. The legitimate heir's face reflected uncertainty. His fighting skills were entirely due to Finna, therefore, in his arsenal there were only dwarf techniques. But they were not quite suitable for people, because their center of gravity was much higher. The prince turned to his comrade and whispered a request for help. Rushing forward, the warrior shouted that the prince was in danger. The traitor was indignant. Why the hell was he going to interfere in a sacred duel? Is this how a noble and honest king of martial arts acts? Hitting the blade of the prince's sword with his elbow, the young man replied that in the indestructible rocking chair they didn't give a damn about honor. Karzas clenched his teeth, trying to break through the enemy's defense. The guy's fist filled with an aura. A bright light blinded the traitor. The flash illuminated the entire hall. The soldiers were forced to cover their eyes. The entire palace was illuminated from within. The old man also covered his eyes with his hand. And when it began to fade, he looked forward. The fighter looked at the destroyed columns. Then he grabbed the prince by the hair. Raising the traitor's head, Reifenhardt announced that he tore off his head. The legitimate heir froze, looking at his ally in disbelief. After which his face became serious. He walked towards the throne. Taking out the royal seal, the young man ordered the traitor's head to be hung up for censure. He placed the crown on his head. With a joyful expression on her face, Finnia shouted, "Long live the king!" The prince, or rather the king, stood before his people, while the rest of those present celebrated the coronation. Everyone took a kneeling pose. Thus, the kingdom of Crovence had a new king, Juval II. News of the end of the civil war in Crovence spread quickly. Upon hearing it, the people could not contain their shock, since everyone expected that Juval would be defeated. At the same time, a new hero, the martial arts king Reifenhardt, gained fame, who defeated the Golden Knight Grime and came to the kingdom of Crovence. He brought with him an army of mixed intelligent species, which helped him win the war. The people were surprised. Half did not believe that enslaved species could fight like that. Teslan punched the reports. The news also reached him while he was in the kingdom of Grime. Gritting his teeth, the villain cursed at the fucking demon king, who had already regained too much power. The young man's face was distorted with anger. He thought that his enemy also killed the great ruler of Karzas. He was one of the most reliable and wise people he knew. Frowning, the boy called the protagonist a pathetic coward who was going to get rid of his enemies before they crossed him. At that moment, the door to the office swung open. The villain's subordinates ran inside, their faces expressing rage. They asked if their boss heard the news that Russ did not die, and even became famous for defeating Sir Spurius. News about this dirty bastard reached them. The blonde explained that the damned traitor was now on Reifenhardt's side. If he had any honor he would have come back and begged for forgiveness. And Stefan was indignant. What did they expect from a bastard? The villain frowned. He remembered that he himself had stabbed him, and now he was accusing him of betrayal, although the guy could have gone the other way. But as long as their enemy was Reifenhardt, he had no one else to rely on. The guy left the table and asked his subordinate if he had gotten used to the berserker armor, and he confirmed this, adding that all that was left was to test it in battle. Looking darkly at his guys, the villain said that in that case the time had come. They smiled contentedly and asked if they could go. There was malice in the villain's eyes when he said that it was exactly that way. The time had come to finish off Reifenhardt. At this time in the capital of Croton, Duke Fernando frowned and said that it was not a good idea. It was true that the hero had made a great contribution, but giving him autonomous territories seemed too much. The newly crowned king sitting on the throne objected that giving him Gelfane and the title of count was not enough, but the man replied that it was still too generous a gift. Frowning, the young man asked what the nobleman was proposing, just handing over the estate. They did not have much land to bestow, they could not take it from others worthy of the reward. The count coughed into his fist when the king declared that, given his merits, Even the entire Duchy of Fernando would not be enough for him. The boy narrowed his eyes. He realized that the man immediately closed his mouth when he mentioned his lands, and asked out loud if there were any more objections. The king rose from his seat and announced that Sir Reifenhard would be rewarded with the title of Count, as well as his own independent landholdings. His territory would henceforth be called Antares. Thus, a new county was formed within the kingdom of Crovins. This was the birth of Antares. The sun shone above the castle in the former lands of Viscount Gelfing. Its rays penetrated the room through the window. They illuminated the double bed in the center of the room. The window gleamed in the light. Karsus was lying on the bed. He woke up and opened his eyes. The boy sat up from the bed. Looking forward, the young man wondered what had happened, and remembered how he fought the king of martial arts. The maid came up to him and noticed that her master had woken up. Tilla brought him tea and introduced herself as a member of the main character's squad. The aristocrat looked at her in surprise and asked if he hadn't died. The girl explained that they were worried that the count hadn't woken up for a long time. The woman put the tea on the nightstand and was surprised that her friend had knocked out a man for almost 2 days. The nobleman asked if Reifenhard had really spared him and decided that Juval wouldn't have allowed that. It turned out that his head had been hung out for the people in the central square of Croton. The dwarf said that it had been torn off a similar corpse and dyed her hair. Karsus looked down and asked if the second prince didn't know that he was actually alive. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy wondered how the warrior had pulled it off and remembered that a flash of light had appeared on the battlefield, a trick often used by traveling magicians. The maid smiled and told him that there was a secret passage under the sacred hall, from where the head was replaced, after which the fighter destroyed the body so as not to leave evidence. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and asked how they knew about the secret passage. Tilla said that she simply saw it. As it turned out, her race was more knowledgeable in matters of building architecture than humans. Frowning, the nobleman wondered why the king of martial arts spared his life and assumed that he was planning a rebellion against the new king. The nobleman looked at the girl in amazement when she answered that he simply felt sorry for him. The woman smiled and explained that the count was too smart and valuable to kill. The dwarf headed for the exit. Karsus tried to stop her. The guy lowered his hand and asked what was going on here. A map of the area appeared. Previously to the west of the Gloton Mountains there were lands called Gelfing. Now the flag of the county of Antares appeared on the map, which was still too small to be called a country. The sun's rays illuminated the city. Sirrus put his hands in his pockets and congratulated his friend on his coronation. The protagonist smiled and noted that he too was now bathed in luxury. The boy reminded him that he was not a king. Reifenhard closed his eyes and replied that this place could not yet be called a country. With a smile on his face, the knight asked what was stopping them from expanding and suggested that no one would dare object if they asked for a couple more baronies nearby. The boy gave him a sly look and explained that then their independence would be at risk, and now it was much more important not the size of the territory, but its autonomy. The young man grinned and said that new lands could be conquered later. The heroes approached the doors. The butler announced that guests were waiting in the reception hall. The dwarves knelt before the new king. Standing by the throne, the warrior assumed that they were former slaves of Viscount Gelfane and said that they were now free and could leave at any time. Lanterns were burning in the mine. The fighter warned that the rights to the mines now belonged to him. Squinting, the martial artist explained that he could rent them out so that the dwarves would have the right to dispose of them, and thought about how to gain true freedom. You still need to make an effort. The miner's eyes widened in shock. The protagonist asked them to continue doing their business in order to pay the rent, or buy these mines in the future. Reifenhard raised his hand and said that in return he only needed a monopoly on the equipment they produced. The old man called him their savior and thanked him. The guy smiled and remembered that this was a rather tiny piece of land compared to what he had in his past life. But even there they started small. A chandelier burned under the ceiling. The dwarves sat at the table. Opposite them sat the orcs. On the other side of the table were the elves. The young man confidently knitted his brows and wanted to divide the lands between them all. The warrior pointed to the map and explained that this territory would be given to the Blue Bear tribe. Relhard raised his hand and noted that this area was not part of the lands of Antares. The fighter replied that it was not considered the land of Crovins either. The martial artist raised his finger and said that officially the Gloton Mountains did not belong to any country, so as long as the Blue Bear tribe lived there, they would be considered the lands of Antares. Looking at his hand, Grilter asked what would happen if there were already settlers in these mountains and stated that they could unite to defeat them if they were oppressed. Frowning, the protagonist replied that in that case the tribe would return to the county borders, and explained that all present were considered the people of Antares, so attacking them would be considered an invasion. Standing in front of the table, Reifenhard promised to provide them with protection, no matter how many people decided to attack, and asked them not to be afraid of skirmishes with enemies. The orc crossed his arms over his chest and realized that they would not have to worry about leaving their inhabited lands. The elder pointed to the map and asked where their territory would be. The boy looked at him and replied that they would have to expand to accommodate not only their tribe, but also elves from all over the continent. The man gritted his teeth and said that he did not want to leave the tree of life. The young man promised to grow it here too. The village chief smiled and asked if it could be grown anywhere. The warrior confirmed this and explained that certain conditions must be met. A huge tree towered above the ground. It would require pure essence to grow. Like Nylon, the fighter remembered that he knew where the other seeds were and decided that this was the only way to strengthen the elves in the shortest time. The martial artist smiled and suggested that the lands did not matter much to the dwarves because they were used to an underground lifestyle. Michelin said that this could become a problem if their numbers increased. But for now everything was fine. The map showed that the county of Antares was quite far from the Great Forge. The priest said that it would be better if they got the territory near the Settlard Mountains. Relhard added that they would have to try hard to pass through the territories of the people. The protagonist pointed to the map and said that he specially chose this place because of the dungeon in the Gloten Mountains. The priest asked if there was a portal to the Diamond ruins, and Reifenhardt grinned and confirmed it, explaining that they would have to enter the dungeon and clear it out first. The dwarf smiled broadly and promised to take care of that. The elf pointed to the map and asked what the empty space between the Elven and Orcish lands was for. The boy frowned confidently and replied that he was saving it for those they had yet to meet. Snow was falling over the mountains. The elf's hair was blowing in the wind. A girl was standing on the top of a snow-covered mountain. Fog had fallen over the Geterin mountains of the kingdom of Halain. A troll was walking through the light forest. The woman pursed her lips. The troll frowned menacingly. Swords were sticking out of the ground, a month after the battle of the heirs to the throne in the kingdom of Crovence. Leaves were swirling over the castle of County Antares. Sirrus was fighting Tahad on the training grounds. The boy swung his sword and shouted that he would aim for the side. The orc threw the weapon forward, aiming for the head. Spreading his arms, the boy realized that it was still hard for him to fight, even when he knew where the enemy would strike, and decided that he needed to hone his fencing skills. The sword hung in the air above the owner's head. The knight asked if his comrade realized that he was left unarmed when he threw his spirit weapon, and suggested that he needed another sword. The monster replied that a weapon was a warrior's faithful friend that could not be betrayed. The swordsman opened his mouth in surprise and remembered that Zalkator had a pair of blades. Putting the sword behind his back, the monster replied that he was simply lucky to have two friends, and stated that it was not necessary to have another. Sirrus said that it was too difficult. The wolf opened his mouth wide and yawned. The boy smiled and noted that this beast was completely different off the battlefield. Tahad called him lazy. The orc looked at his friend and asked him to show him the aura sword again. Energy swirled around the blade. The monster realized that it needed more time to obtain the spirit's blessing, and decided that it could do it before the first anniversary. The swordsman closed his eyes and remembered that he was only 9 years old. The monster reminded him that in human terms they were the same age. Tahad took out his weapon and declared that they had rested enough to fight again. Sirrus went out to the balcony and noticed that her friends were working out a lot. Silen was also trying to pump up his abs. Tilla was walking with her comrades. Karsus scratched his beard and said that he still couldn't get used to this face. The girl smiled and explained that he would have to do this in order not to reveal his identity, because if someone found out about it, it would create a lot of difficulties. The man looked ahead and asked if she wasn't tired of constantly watching him. The woman called herself one of those who was the least busy with work. The protagonist was lying in bed. The dwarf was indignant that he was still sleeping, despite the fact that the sun was already at its zenith. Sirrus ran up to her friend and said that if you sleep a lot, you can gain weight. Reifenhardt replied that it was not so bad. The elf ordered him to get up. The guy threw a displeased look at her and realized that she was lecturing him in the same way as in his past life. The girl pointed to the table and asked her comrade to have breakfast. The young man happily thanked her. There were several dishes on the table. The warrior asked why his companion cooked all this herself and did not ask the servants. The woman replied that they had a lot to do. The fighter began to eat and decided that it was time to get down to business. Since everything had settled down here, the knight asked what they were talking about. The martial artist looked at her and replied that he needed to find 3 fragments of the world tree to plant the elven forest, and the closest one was the staff of the blue sky, Geruntin. Holding a bottle of wine in her hands, Sirrus assumed that it was something like Nylon. The protagonist took a bite of bread and said that it was a relic that contained the essence of the world tree. The elf said that she really liked Nylon. Reifenhardt smiled and promised to create something similar to it. The girl asked if it was possible. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and replied that for a 10th circle mage, it would be quite easy. The young man looked at his hand and concluded that he needed to raise his level, because this body does not cope well with the growth of mana, and even with the influence of Magrim, he barely has enough for 7th circle spells. The warrior grinned and asked his friend to call the boys. The woman asked how she should indicate the purpose of their journey. A map appeared. To the north of the Settlard Mountains was the Matos Highlands, where the Kelp dungeon was located, in which Geruntin was hidden. Arrows appeared on the map. The fighter explained that they could get there in a week if they went through the Diamond portal. 3 days later, the sun sank behind the mountains near the city of Zared. Teslan frowned and asked what this meant. Felina frowned worriedly and answered that, According to the merchant, the enemy set off 3 days ago, warning that he would be gone for about a month. The man realized that they had missed each other by only a couple of days. The girl asked what they should do now. Stefan gulped down his beer and was indignant that they had failed to catch the scoundrel. The tavern owner approached him and asked him to watch his words, since he was talking about the king of martial arts. Sitting at the table, Jesus said that he was not there and asked what they had to fear then. Smiling, the old man explained that he was a recognized hero who had put an end to the civil war in Provence, adding that his subordinates had made a huge contribution to peace in the kingdom in the best traditions of the knightly code. The man looked away and decided that it was not good that there were only positive rumors about their enemy. Someone approached the heroes from behind and asked if they wanted to know where Reifenhardt was now. Putting her hand on her belt, Christina introduced herself and concluded that they were all unfavorable to the warrior. The guys opened their mouths in surprise, amazed at her height. The girl said that she could tell where the fighter was heading. The mage narrowed his eyes and asked what she wanted in return. The woman smirked and asked him to take her with him because she wanted to kill this man. The wizard rose to his feet and replied that he had no reason to refuse her because they all wanted the same thing. It was snowing in the Settlard Mountains, 8 days after leaving Antares. The main character's squad attacked a giant monster. Purple flames burst from its mouth. The guys dodged the fireball and realized that they felt the distance well. Sillin decided that his comrades were doing well without them. Sirrus picked up the lamp and called it a wonderful artifact. Reifenhardt asked her to put the find in the bottomless bag. The giant lizard opened its mouth. The guy warned his friends that it was about to transform into the second phase, so they needed to prepare. The links of the chains began to break. The voice said that the current level of the security system was unsatisfactory. Sirrus grinned and shouted that his comrade was right. Frowning, the boy remembered that his friend said that he had been taught everything by a dungeon expert, and decided that this knowledge was too precise. The young man put his fingers together and decided to try to block the flow of mana. A huge amount of energy appeared around him. The warrior declared that he was going against the flow to block the enemy's pulse, and used the rupture. Powerful energy fell on the monster. The guys rushed into battle when the fighter told them that he deprived the enemy of the ability to heal with the help of the environment. The heroes dealt the demon multiple blows. His eyes lit up. The monster shouted that he could not die so easily. An explosion was heard on the battlefield. The martial artist wished death on the enemy. The protagonist looked at the corpse of the monster and asked why it made a victim of itself when it itself mocked weaker creatures in another dimension. Sirrus showed him the staff and asked if this was it. Reifenhardt nodded confidently. The girl looked at the staff and said that this was their new world tree. She smiled and asked if it was time for them to leave. The boy opened the map and said that before that they needed to look somewhere else. The elf asked what it was. Her friend explained that the teacher had given him this map before he left. In the memory, Gerard handed the student a scroll and explained that he had hidden a gift for him in the vicinity of the Settlard Mountains. Then the boy unfolded the map and opened his mouth in surprise. There was a thicket of forest on the highlands. Not far from the village of Santera was Mount Pars. Near the forest there were ruins. Raising her eyebrows, the woman asked what kind of place it was and noted that it looked like a huge training ground. The squad entered the ruins. Sirrus decided that this did not look like a place to hide a gift, and the air here was saturated with an unusual aura. The warrior said that none of this mattered and suggested that they simply find and take the gift. In front of them was a large, well-preserved building. The boy frowned tensely. Sirrus looked away. Sillin pursed his lips. Looking around, the fighter asked why they were all so nervous and explained that it was just a parting gift from the teacher. Suddenly, he was pulled to the ground. The heroes stepped on a trap, and the floor beneath their feet collapsed. The guys opened their mouths wide and screamed in fear. A light aura appeared around the knight. Tahad summoned a sword right in front of him. The orc stood on it to fall more smoothly. The martial artist put his fingers together and asked his comrade not to use magic so as not to interfere with him. The saint asked why he was casting magic at all. Multicolored energy lit up around the squad. The healer realized that their mana, divine power and aura were in conflict, and asked his comrade not to pretend to be a magician. The protagonist shouted that he had always been one. In the end, the heroes clung to the monster's sword and landed smoothly. The monster looked up and noticed that the hole they had fallen into had disappeared. Reifenhardt assumed it was some kind of distortion in space. The girl pointed forward and called out to her friend. The boys approached the wall. There were hieroglyphs on it. Gerard congratulated his student on his graduation and hoped that he would appreciate his gift. Looking to the side, the boy asked what gift he was talking about and said that it was just an empty room. The squad went out into the corridor. There was another inscription on the wall, in which the old man asked the student to go further. The young man asked with displeasure what all this meant. The heroes came out into a huge arena. Sirrus raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what it was. Suddenly the boy looked to the side. There was a powerful blow that raised dust into the air. Sillin opened his mouth in fear and screamed. Someone's eyes lit up in the darkness. Suddenly there were even more of them. The woman narrowed her eyes and said that this perfume looked very familiar. The warrior wondered if this was really a gift from the teacher. The spirits of the senior graduates of the Indestructible Gym emerged from the darkness. The fighter gritted his teeth and wondered who would give such gifts. The ghosts rushed forward and raised their fists. The knight frowned tensely. Waves of blue energy appeared around him. Bright flames swirled around the spirit. The swordsman gritted his teeth nervously. A huge stream of energy burst from the graduate's fist. Sirrus jumped back when the wave almost hit him. The elf swung her sword. She fired several magic arrows forward. The projectiles hit the spirits, but did not cause any harm. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked how many students the Indestructible Gym had killed. The martial artist replied that the teacher had mentioned a 3-digit number. Sirrus realized that he was talking about hundreds of people. The ghosts surrounded her. The girl looked back and asked if that meant there were hundreds of offended spirits here. The protagonist assumed that it was. Tahad frowned tensely. The boy asked if they shouldn't eradicate the Indestructible Gym for the sake of a peaceful future for humanity. Reincarnated swung his fist and declared that he was seriously considering it himself. The boy sent forward many blows. The graduates summoned a barrier in front of them, which protected them from any attacks. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and asked why this skill was so unfair. The knight assumed that they harbored a deep grudge for having died at the hands of a teacher they trusted. Sillin closed his eyes in fear and called on Philinance to illuminate them with the sacred light that incinerates those who are impure in heart. A bright light illuminated the faces of the astonished spirits. They immediately dissolved into thin air. The orc approached his comrade and praised him for his excellent work. The healer thanked him. The warrior narrowed his eyes and concluded that the situation was not pleasant. The monster asked how the incinerating spell could do such damage. The wizard replied that it was an exception. The monster turned around and noticed something approaching them. Sirrus noticed that it was a creature of flesh and blood, not an evil spirit. The fighter's eyes widened in amazement, and he hoped that his teacher did not create zombies. Someone was walking down the hallway, discussing how there were no relics here, but plenty of offended spirits. People in red cloaks entered the arena. The boy stared at them in horror. Jesus smirked and said that he knew he would find him here. Stephen confidently knitted his eyebrows and shouted that they finally met. Christina blushed embarrassedly and said that she came here to rescue Sillin. The saint hid behind his comrade and asked what she was doing in such company. The martial artist's eyes widened and he wondered what this man was doing here. Felina was standing on the opposite side of the room. Looking at her, the protagonist remembered that she was his best friend in his past life, because they grew up together in the magic tower. Reincarnated frowned menacingly and called out to his sworn enemy. Teslan came out of the corridor and announced that he had finally found him. The man smiled slyly. The magician clenched his teeth in displeasure. The boy glared at him furiously. The wizard's eyes glittered. The young man looked at him from under his brows. The sage frowned tensely. The warrior frowned furiously. Standing opposite each other, the heroes asked themselves the same question, who they were. The villain narrowed his eyes and asked why his enemy was so low. The fighter scratched his head and asked what he had done with his body. The martial artist presented his previous body against his background and asked how he managed to grow so much. The protagonist scratched his chin and asked if his body really had such potential. Teslan denied it and said that his opponent did not even know how much effort it took him to make it like that. Clenching his fist, Reincarnated said that his body gave him no less problems and was outraged that his brain needed more than 10 minutes to remember the simplest spell. Sillin frowned and asked if they were some kind of childhood friends. Smirking, the man suggested to stop this empty conversation and said that he was really looking forward to their meeting. Standing in front of his sworn enemy, the magician shouted that he would no longer allow him to sow troubles on this land and would kill him to restore justice. The saint asked his friend if they knew each other. The guy promised to tell all the details later. Throwing up his hands, the wizard explained that he had not expected his opponent to come for his master's gift, and found it rather touching. The young man narrowed his eyes, wondering if it was actually touching for him, and was glad that he had not ended up like him. The wizard opened his mouth wide and shouted that fate had brought him here to end this nightmare, and the warrior decided that his brain had certainly done him good, because his speech had become more beautiful. The sage scowled angrily and called out to his opponent. The fighter gave him a menacing look. The villain took a step forward. The martial artist came forward to meet him. The protagonist gritted his teeth and realized that he would not hold back, because this was no longer his body. Smirking, Teslan expressed his confidence that his enemy was afraid of harming his own body, and wanted to rid him of his doubts by granting him a quick death. Reincarnated's brows furrowed. The man scowled furiously. The two charged at each other. A powerful explosion rang out across the battlefield. Stefan lunged forward and swung his sword. Tahad, his eyes blazing, called out to him not to interfere in their fight. Jesus put his sword on his shoulder and decided to clear the good name of his family from the shame of his former comrade. Covered in a blue aura, Sirrus declared that it was he who had shamed their family and asked where his brother, who honored the knightly code above all else, had gone. The man raised his sword above his head and called for him to be silent. The Golden Knight leaped at his opponent and wished to show him the true sword of Tense. Christina smiled madly and said that she would save her comrade from this villain. Syllan hid behind his friend and said that he had great hopes for her. Felina frowned and realized that she had to help her comrade. The girl ran up to the orc and remembered that his kind were usually weak to magic. The woman released a wave of fire and called on it to turn into a spear and strike her enemies. The saint put his fingers together and asked Philinets to grant him a divine sword to resist the forces of darkness. A barrier appeared behind Tahad, protecting him from the fireball. The sorceress opened her mouth in surprise and was amazed at such incredible power. With wide eyes, the healer assumed that he could defeat her despite the difference in ranks, and called on the god to punish his opponent. The boy swung his fist and used high-speed chi bullets. The magician dodged them and said that this was too simple an attack. The young man swung his leg and explained that he thought that true followers of the indestructible gym did not avoid blows. The sage said that his body was too weak to withstand such attacks. The warrior tried to kick him and asked what the point of his dodging was. The villain summoned magic circles in front of him and used a final attack of radiance. The fighter summoned a fire shield in front of him and shouted that he could use 4 such attacks at once at his age. Teslan opened his mouth wide and shouted that his vortex guard was too slow. The wizard stood to the side and did not understand what they were talking about at all. Summoning a magical barrier in front of him, the martial artist shouted that he did not need to use so much aura for the spell and called himself the one who would put an end to all this. Gritting his teeth, the man was surprised that he managed to use such a strong spell and concluded that this demon king had enough of his convolutions to cast magic. Waves of blue energy crashed onto the ground. The protagonist gritted his teeth and was surprised that his body was capable of such a thing. The magician swung his sword. Reifenhart thought that his enemy was able to train this body. The boy narrowed his eyes and realized that despite his indestructible body, he himself still lacked brain activity. Swinging his fist, the young man decided that he would be at a disadvantage due to his stupidity if this battle dragged on, and realized that he needed to end it as quickly as possible. The wizard clenched his teeth in anger. Suddenly, a grin appeared on his face. Suddenly, the warrior's eyes widened. The sage held the sword in front of him and declared that his enemy had fallen for such a simple trick. The tip of the blade approached the fighter. A devastating explosion was heard. Blood sprayed into the air. Its drops sprinkled the floor. A deep wound appeared on the chest of the martial artist. His eyes lit up. The villain lowered the weapon and explained that he had embedded a vortex guard into it in order to find a way to use its cutting efficiency. The protagonist frowned and declared that his body was not adapted to the aura. Teslan smirked and said that he really couldn't master the techniques of the indestructible gym, but his opponent had learned to cast spells with his brain. Flames engulfed the blade, and the man asked the demon king not to forget who his enemy was. The mage raised the sword in front of him and called himself the king of martial arts. The wizard slyly knitted his brows and asked if his opponent could do something he couldn't. Reifenhart looked away and remembered how he shared the title of the strongest on the continent with the holy sword Sirrus. As the knights fought in the air, the sage was outraged that one of the strongest would befriend such a person, and was surprised that it had come to the point where he was struck down and banished. Looking at his sworn enemy, the villain told him that he was his only friend, and now he has many comrades. The boy explained that this boy had always been terribly shy. The young man smiled and decided that they were not just old friends to just stand there and chat. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, Teslan said that even Felina had already started to look at him askance, wondering if they had known each other since childhood, and decided that it was not such a lie since they were from the same future. The man grinned maliciously and said that they were definitely not the kind of friends who could laugh together. The mage opened his mouth wide and shouted that he had honed his strength through endless training in order to destroy the demon king. The warrior covered in fire asked if he really thought that was enough to defeat him, and reminded him that there was no point in using magic against him. The wizard threw away his sword and confirmed that magic alone would not be enough. The sage raised his hands in front of him and explained that in a martial duel, the one with more aura does not always win. The earth split from a powerful explosion. Jesus swung his sword and called Eldrin to awaken. Sirrus dodged his blow and remembered that he had already seen this technique today. The man held the weapon in front of him and was outraged by the fact that there was not a drop of honor in it. The boy asked if a man of honor could really pierce his own brother with a sword in the stomach. The knight rushed forward and declared that he also refused to recognize such a pathetic man as his brother. Sirrus saddled the ghost and begged Saran for help. Christina raised her sword in front of her and asked what kind of tricks this was. With her mouth wide open, the paladin called her opponent a bloodthirsty slave and asked if she also liked Syllan. The elf asked what they were talking about. The woman blushed and concluded that her comrade was a real heartbreaker. The girl summoned a giant fire spirit and commanded it to fight alongside her. The knight swung her sword and called upon Sayre to bless her. Felina frowned suspiciously. Syllan put his fingers together and said that no one could help her. The girl realized that they needed to kill someone quickly to end this. She turned around. Suddenly, the sorceress's mouth opened in fear. The villain pinned the enemy to the ground. The girl wondered what the two were doing. Teslan twisted the enemy's arm and decided that he had no idea about freestyle wrestling. The martial artist gritted his teeth and remembered how his teacher always told him not to waste time and just hit again harder. The protagonist rolled over onto his stomach and wondered how he could even strike in this position. Flames ignited around him. Reifenhardt realized that he could simply push the enemy off. The man smiled widely and asked if he really thought he hadn't seen this coming. He was enveloped in a bright flame. Waves of energy swirled around the heroes. The boy realized that there had been an aura clash with his mouth hanging open in amazement, and shouted that he had never heard of such a thing. The mage grinned and explained that it was the result of hard training and that it was not mentioned anywhere. Twisting the enemy's leg, the wizard stated that even a child had better aura control than him, and added that the slow vortex guardian could be easily neutralized by simply cutting off the flow of chi and blood. The boy's eyes lit up. The sage clenched his teeth in anger. The warrior frowned and wondered what he should do. Suddenly, the fighter's eyes widened. Lying on his stomach, the martial artist clenched his fists. A bright energy appeared around them. The protagonist realized that his main mistake from the very beginning was pretending to be a king of martial arts. The villain looked at him in amazement. Reifenhardt freed himself from his opponent's grip, wishing for everything to become slippery and greasy. Rising to his feet, Teslan realized that his enemy had used a spell that significantly reduced friction between objects, and thought that it was not intended for living beings. The guy frowned menacingly and remembered that this body was not recognized as a normal human. The man appeared behind him. The magician knocked the enemy to the ground and was surprised that he needed the Karzan technique, which he learned solely for fun. The young man opened his mouth wide and used the same spell. The wizard's crazy eyes widened and called for the magic that breaks the barrier not to touch his hands. Turning around, the warrior realized that now that his opponent had mastered magic, it was a problem and asked if he had forgotten his teacher's instructions, as lying on the ground just to survive was a disgrace. The sage smirked and said that he was not a student of the indestructible gym in this era, adding that a little shame was a small price to pay for peace and tranquility on the continent. The fighter narrowed his eyes suspiciously and said that he shouldn't say those words while holding someone's hand between his legs, because they sounded unconvincing. The scoundrel shouted that his enemy simply didn't understand martial arts. Felina covered her eyes with her hands and wondered what kind of obscenity they were doing. Christina looked away and said that it was a bit hard to watch. Sirrus agreed with her. Teslan sweated and realized that he was about to go crazy. The protagonist took advantage of the moment and freed himself from his grip. The heroes continued to fight each other. Reifenhardt thought that this would not have happened if he had kept his distance from the beginning and used magic. Sirrus fought Jesus. The boy realized that he could not rely on anyone to cover him. The youth clenched his teeth and looked back. Bright flames enveloped Stefan. The boy struck his opponent with his sword with force. Tahad held his sword in front of him and took a step back. Looking at him, the knight grinned maliciously. The nobleman clenched the sword in his hand and said that he did not expect more from such an inferior race. Straightening up, the nobleman asked if the orc really thought he could defeat him, and called on him to lay down his arms. The monster opened his mouth wide and shouted that the warriors of the Blue Bear tribe never surrender. The swordsman grinned and asked if he really thought himself a valiant knight. Leaping into the air, Stefan declared that his opponent had insisted on a stupid death and decided that his kind were no better than mindless beasts. The monster threw his blade forward. The boy lunged forward and called out to him not to use those strange spells. The weapon in his hand was covered in flames. Fire burst out through the cracks in his armor. The knight sent waves of energy forward and wished death upon his opponent. The brute's mouth opened wide as the aura pressed him into the wall. The nobleman took a step towards him and said that his enemy deserved praise, because not everyone could resist him for so long. Tahad gritted his teeth in displeasure. The nobleman's eyes burned with vile contempt. The orc remembered how humans always looked at his kind in that way. In his memory, the monster stood in the arena. He had to be a gladiator to fight for his life. The monster fought with giant ogres, maneuvering old rusty swords and stealing the last breath from the enemy's lungs. His blade was sprinkled with blood. Once his kin entered the arena, and once convicted criminals, Tahad put his soul into this rusty steel. The spectators smiled maliciously. The orc wished them to admire his rapid growth and proud soul. His eyes lit up. The monster thought that a true warrior can lose his life, but he must never drop his honor. The monster squeezed the blade in his hand and mentally called it his pride not as a gladiator, but as a warrior of the Blue Bear tribe. In his memories, the brute bowed his head to the protagonist and promised to remember this day until his last breath and repay him for his kindness. An incredible amount of aura appeared around him. The swordsman opened his mouth in shock and asked what it was. Tahad raised his weapon in front of him and said that it was a blessing from the spirits of battle. Stefan frowned furiously and asked what kind of tricks this was and said that he would never believe that such a savage could awaken the aura. The orc swung his blade and lunged forward. The boy clenched his teeth in anger. The monster glared at him. Their swords crossed in battle and created a flash of bright energy. The knight swung his sword, parrying all of his opponent's blows. The monster continued to attack him with all his might. The nobleman opened his mouth wide and called him insolent. Parrying his enemy's blows, the nobleman said that it couldn't be that it was actually an aura. The brute raised his sword above his head and was outraged that his opponent continued to deny everything when he saw it with his own eyes. Tahad delivered a crushing blow. At the last moment, the swordsman raised his weapon and blocked his attack. Stefan's eyes widened in fear. The boy fell to his knees and screamed. The orc swung his blade and said that it was time to end this. He gripped the hilt of his sword with force. A bright aura oozed from his eyes. The knight frowned tensely. The monster struck and lunged forward, leaving his opponent behind. Blood gushed from the nobleman's mouth. The noble fell to his knees and raised his head. His body collapsed to the ground. Sirrus smirked and was glad that his comrade was able to awaken. Jesus narrowed his eyes and asked if orcs could use aura. Raising his weapon in front of him, the boy explained that he had trained hard and could do it, and asked if it was really that hard to accept. The man lunged forward and shouted that it couldn't be. The knight somehow managed to dodge his blow. A powerful shockwave destroyed the ground. The villain's eyes sparkled. The boy reflected the wave of energy with his sword. Dodging successive blows, the swordsman realized that he would not be able to counterattack due to the enemy's armor, and noticed that he had not left a single scratch on it in all this time. Suddenly, Sirrus's eyes widened and he realized something. Jesus cut the air with his sword and wished him death. The boy dodged his attack. His blade was enveloped in a blue aura. The knight held it out in front of him and sent waves of energy forward. They pierced the weak points of his enemy's armor. The man smiled broadly and declared that he would not be able to damage Eldril with such attacks. With a sly frown, the knight replied that he had not tried to do so and explained that he only needed to pierce him. Suddenly, the villain's breastplate began to sparkle. The swordsman raised his hand to the side. He snapped his fingers. A bright light illuminated the armor. Clumps of light aura appeared under it. A powerful explosion of energy was heard behind Sirrus. Jesus' mouth opened wide in unbearable pain. The boy smiled and decided that he still had a lot to learn from Stahl. Felina screamed in horror at the sight of Jesus' defeat. The Golden Knight lay on the ground. Tahad stood over his fallen enemy. Sirrus and the paladin continued to fight. Felina turned around trying to see what was going on with Teslan. He frowned and gritted his teeth in anger, seeing the defeat of his two comrades. Sirrus moved behind the enemy. Teslan quickly jumped back. Tahad helped the gentleman to stand up, asking if he was okay. The guy answered, saying that Silan would quickly patch up such wounds. Teslan frowned at the enemy. He thought that he would have defeated the Demon King if he had more time. He just underestimated his minions. He did not even Rusum at the possibility of differences from the past. Releasing his aura, Reifenhardt told the guy that he would no longer allow him to interfere with his plans. Putting the sword back in the sheath, the guy said that he would retreat this time, but next time, victory would definitely be theirs. The protagonist frowned and said that he would not let him go so easily. Teslan grinned. He raised his head sharply and screamed, cursing the indestructible rocking chair. Mana began to gather right in the air. The spirits of the killed students rose again. The crowd immediately rushed to the protagonist. Teslan, drawing his eyebrows together, said that they would see each other again. Next time he would definitely rip his head off. Reifenhardt held back his spirit. He was angry, not understanding why these spirits were only climbing towards them. Was it because he was a true follower of the rocking chair, or because of the divine power of Silan? Felina, walking next to her friend, asked for forgiveness for not being able to help him. The guy narrowed his eyes and glanced at her. In the past she was friends with the Demon King, but now she was fighting for him, and Sirrus had defected, and you can't bring him back. Suddenly he stopped and told the others to stand. Pointing to a stone slab, he said that it was a stone that held the secret to surpassing the 5-step disaster horn. Holding Jesus, Teslan said that he thought the Demon King had learned it since he had passed through here, so he was wary of him, but it seemed that he still only had the 4-step horn. Drawing his sword, he said that now they would be on equal footing, a non-warrior and a non-warrior. He destroyed the slab with a blow. Passing by the slabs, the guy said that the battle might be lost, but now Reifenhardt had lost what he had come here for. Pieces of the destroyed slab were left lying on the floor. The events take us to the arena. The spirits, ignoring the blows, sought to kill their opponents. Silan concentrated holy power near his forehead. A bright light enveloped the spirits' bodies. They froze, impressed. Silan fell to the ground, saying that he had never used so much divine power at once. Looking at his friend, he asked why these spirits were angry. The guy answered by saying that these guys were beaten to death because they were not good enough. The greater the offense caused, the stronger the spirit was. Looking around, he said that theoretically, he can also distort space, but it is very difficult to do this with just one offense. Looking at his comrades, the protagonist said that they need to catch up with the enemies. Sirrus, not immediately agreeing, asked who Teslan was. The guy frowned and said that he was something like a childhood friend from his hometown. They were enemies because they had diametrically opposed views on relationships with intelligent races. Teslan believed that freedom for them would seriously harm humanity. After Rusicas, the group ran along the corridor. Tahad pointed to the passage and said that the tracks diverge here. It seems they entered this room, and then turned around and went the other way. The group looked at the broken parts of the slab. The protagonist approached the slab and assumed that Teslan, who was famous for his hot temper, most likely took out his anger. Sirrus approached the guy and asked him if this meant that they would leave empty-handed. Reifenhardt grinned, saying that they had finally found another Aura Lord. Tahad smiled and said that he had received the combat blessing of the spirits. Looking at the orc's back, the protagonist mentally said that he did not expect him to reveal his aura like this. He thought he would have to wait another 10 years, because in his past life he had awakened it during a fight with a Cameron from the kingdom of Helion. Coming outside, to the training ground, Syllan said that their loot included a staff and an Aura Lord. The events take us to the mountains. Bright rays of the sun broke through the trees. Someone was running at full speed through the forest. The troll children complained to Uhtred that they could no longer run. He, being the eldest, answered saying that people were on their tail. Uhtred looked at the guys behind him and mentally said that the regeneration abilities of young trolls were not at all like those of adults. They could easily die from bleeding or exhaustion. If people caught them, they would definitely be used as ingredients for potions. Landon, standing at the head of the group, asked if they saw where the orcs ran. The man thought about the fact that troll blood was needed to make healing potions. Thinking about the prices of spruce, he smiled widely and ordered to grab their money. Uhtred hugged the children. He frowned deeply, the troll realizing that this was his mistake. He should not have gone to the waterfall, because Maturo warned him, and he thought that everything would be fine. Standing up, he told the children to hide here. Coming out to the people, he mentally said that even plovers show themselves to be predators if their offspring are in danger. The troll raised his hands, starting to concentrate mana. A faint smoke spread through the forest. Landon shouted, saying that they did not need to panic, because these were the usual troll conspiracies. The guy gritted his teeth in fear. A huge troll appeared right in front of him. The guy swung his sword in fear and wounded the enemy. The archers fired arrows into the troll. They pierced Uhtred's body. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the arrows out of his body. His eyes glowed brightly. Uhtred's body began to grow before our eyes. Landon, standing behind, shouted, saying that the enemy had resorted to gigantification. The troll bared his teeth, looking at his victims. Their race was considered the weakest among other intelligent races, but at the same time they were the most formidable if you cornered them. The giant roared, looking at the group. The events take us to a small settlement located on the outskirts of the Barum forest. The girl looking out the window said that today was too noisy. The man approaching her said that these were troll hunters luring prey. Standing by the window, he said that he really hoped that the magic circle would really help to catch them. A huge magic circle was drawn on the village square. Old Lady Tess, standing in the middle of the crowd, shouted, saying that it was impossible to anger the trolls. The girl approached the old woman and said that trolls were ordinary monsters. Tess objected, saying that trolls were guardians of the forest. They protected the trees. Russo closed his eyes and ordered the man to calm the old woman down. When he left, his comrade asked if everything was ready. Approaching the guy, he said that he had prepared a triple barrier just in case. The guy, being puzzled, asked if it was worth it for them to set a trap in the village. Looking at the magic circle, the man said that no one knows where the trolls will come from. If they appear near the village, they can ruin it before they lure them into a trap. Russo, standing still, said that they will hope that Captain Landon can handle it, because a lot of money was spent on these magic circles. The man raised his head and smiled. Birds flew up in the forest in front of him. The mercenaries immediately grabbed their weapons. A bright light from the flow of mana appeared through the forest. The troll followed the people, tearing everyone he came across into pieces. Russo immediately began to concentrate mana in front of him. The fireball hit the troll's body directly. Burns appeared on the giant's body. The burns began to heal with amazing speed. Many fireballs hit the troll's body. The warriors looked at each other and shouted at each other. Russo raised his hands and began to cast a spell. The chains broke out of the magic circle. They entangled Uhtred's body. The mercenaries aimed the arc ballista at the troll. The projectile hit the troll's stomach. Russo smiled widely and opened the bottle with the potion. The liquid rushed to Uhtred. Uhtred sweated heavily, trying to remove the projectile from his body. His consciousness was clouded by the poison, and his body began to shrink. Soon he fell to the ground. Uhtred's eyes closed. His body returned to its normal state. Soon the troll was loaded into a cart. The villagers smiled as they watched the group go. Old Lady Tess said angrily that they had done something that should not be done. Tess frowned, saying that the forest would be angry. It was impossible to anger the trolls. The old lady's eyes lit up. She knew that something was coming for them. Landon looked back and looked at her, and said that she was crazy. The events take us to the southern region, the kingdoms of Halion, the Geterin Mountains. The events unfold on the hill of Zeton. The troll hunters walked along the path saying that as soon as they dragged the troll, they would strike it rich. All that was left was to deliver it to the alchemist's guild. The man looked at his partner and asked if everything was okay. He replied saying that he had just heard something. The couple looked at the forest. The whole forest was unusually quiet. Suddenly, the sound of a drum was heard in the fog. The mercenaries, hearing it, became wary and scared. The men frowned as they tried to figure out where the drums were coming from. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries disappeared. A moment later, his desperate cry was heard from the forest, and the hunters panicked when they heard it. The men stood next to each other. All of them were terrified. An eerie aura was pressing on their bodies. Soon, they saw Handon's body. It was twisted in many places. In horror, one of them clenched his teeth and asked what the hell was going on. Suddenly, the comrades in front of him disappeared. The guy was left standing alone with a crossbow in his hand. A moment later, the blood of his comrades began to drip onto the ground. A moment later, the blood was no longer dripping, but pouring. The hunters, sweating profusely, screamed in horror. The old hunter grabbed me, saying that they all needed to pull themselves together and come to their senses, because they were being attacked by monsters. Suddenly, his head exploded. The hunters regrouped, standing around the cart. Russo formed a magic circle trying to use detection magic. The magic circle expanded, covering the forest. Suddenly, they abruptly dissolved. Russo coughed up blood from the recoil. Trembling all over, he told the commander that his magic was interrupted. Landon, being horrified, remembered the old woman who said that the forest was angry. Landon hastily hugged the magician, saying that he needed to come to his senses. Suddenly, the troll's voice was heard throughout the area. He said that his kinsmen did nothing to them, but they settled to harm him out of their own greed. People sweated, being scared. Landon, drawing his sword, said that they were all under the protection of God, and pathetic monsters should not dare to attack them. The heads of the warriors in front of him suddenly exploded. Landon gritted his teeth seeing this. The guy standing behind him said that Tusk himself, the same demonic troll, had come to them. The commander frowned, understanding his words. Atilka approached the group, drumming. The commander, hunched over, said that the demon who had exterminated the famous squad of monster hunters and almost 20 branches of the Alchemist Guild, he thought that all this was rumors, but they say he even managed to defeat the Lord of the Aura. Cold sweat ran down his face. Atilka grinned, looking at the enemy. The man looked back in horror. He stared at Utran lying in the cart. Suddenly he calmed down, and his face smoothed out. The troll, leaning his head against him, said that their greed overshadowed their fear. He expected nothing less from people. A moment later, a cry of pain was heard in the forest. The commander's head flew into the air. A map of the lands appeared, and it was said that 7 days after the meeting with Teslan, Reifenhardt and his group quickly returned to Antares through the Diamond portal. An unusual symbol appeared, and the protagonist explained that after that, a number of changes occurred in Antares. Many tents were visible, and the protagonist continued that the Blue Bear tribe settled in the Gloten Mountains, and there was a possibility of conflict with the people already living there, but the Antares flags were supposed to protect them. The guy stretched out his fingers and said that the planting of Duruntan in the Elven Forest was also successful, and some Daheim elves decided to take care of the new tree. A mine appeared outside, and the young man added that the Great Forge no longer needed to hunt monsters, because they received food from the Tauban Trade Union, and because of this, many warriors of the Great Forge could afford to move to Antares, and so they began to rebuild the settlement of Bleai Shacht with the dwarves, and it will also take a lot of time, but this is not a problem, because the dwarves are masters. 20 days after the return of the heroes, the high castle of the county of Antares was visible. Riffenhardt, looking out the window, muttered that everything was going smoothly so far, but there was one big problem. Clutching his chin, the protagonist wondered what to do with the people. The protagonist put his hands on his hips, and the crowd shouted that it was an honor for them to meet him. Gardvin, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that he had come to swear allegiance to him, and he already had some achievements in the northern region of the kingdom of Vasily. The man, drawing his weapon, explained that he was invulnerable with a spear, and he would not be disappointed. The big man, clenching his fist, said that he had killed a wolf with his bare hands. The mage, through the sweat on his face, thought that there were a couple of experienced mercenaries, but they would hardly share their broad views, and Sirrus ordered them to be silent. The martial arts king, crossing his elbows, muttered that none of the humans wanted to join him in his past life because they did not want to become the demon king's subordinates, and now they suddenly flocked like gnats to a flame, and told the warriors that he was grateful for the path they had taken. Riffenhardt, looking at the crowd, shouted that he was ready to recognize only those who proved themselves in action. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist asked to kick them hard, because they would only recruit useful ones. Peter, drawing his sword, exclaimed that it was a great honor to fight him. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said that there were a lot of them, and the warrior said that there were about 20 knights and 100 ordinary soldiers here, not counting representatives of other species. Sirrus brandished his blade menacingly, and the magician thought that they were all no match for the 10 dwarven warriors. But you can't discount people, at least those who have nothing against other intelligent races. The guy, looking at the troll, asked if it was true that an orc would evaluate him. The warriors, smiling, asked if he really took Tahad for an ordinary orc. A moment later, the big guy raised his sword above himself. Suddenly, an unusual force surrounded the troll's body, and the young men were very surprised that he possessed an aura. The blonde, through the sweat on his face, was scared, and Tahad grinned at him. Reifenhart, turning his gaze to the side, asked if there were any worthy guys. The captain of the knightly corps, holding his hands behind his back, answered that Sirrus and Tahad could definitely be trusted to select skilled guys, but not only skills make a person worthy of the knightly title. Smiling, the protagonist clarified about the orc, and Cater asked not to start. The guy, closing his eyes, explained that Tahad was a worthy knight without a doubt, to which the protagonist added that he would like everyone to think so. The young man, squinting, said that more than half of the Antares knights used to be mercenaries, and they can be taught manners, but the very concept of a knight pales against the backdrop of such a number of mercenaries. Raising his palm, the magician said that he did not see much difference between them, but believed that disciplined knights were better than unpredictable ones, and from now on entrusted him with the selection of knights, and Tahad and Sirrus would be informed. After some time, the king of martial arts opened the door to the room and asked the maid if there was a lot of work. Riffenhart's eyes widened when he heard that he needed to study all the documents. Sitting down at the table, the protagonist asked where so much came from, because just a couple of months ago he was dying of boredom, to which Flora replied that what was past, that was past, and let him keep the pen. The protagonist, taking the paper, wondered if there were already 1,000 settlers who had come to them because of the crop failure in Crovens, and added that it seemed to him that he would not get up from his chair anytime soon. The elf, holding a tray, exclaimed that she had brought him tea, and the magician explained that because of all these papers he would not be able to leave the castle for a long time, and they needed to clear a couple of dungeons and find 4 relics. Sirrus, pouring tea, asked who in his past life was in charge of affairs in the empire, to which she received the answer that he had no reason to leave the palace then, and also Magdalene helped him. The girl clarified why he should not ask him for help again, and the king of martial arts said that the current situation was very different from that one, because if he dumped his management troubles on non-humans, then people would take it with hostility. The elf, raising her gaze, exclaimed that they had a couple of people with management talent, and Reifenhart said that he would gladly hire someone, but did not know who to trust in order to free up time for expeditions. Turning his head, the protagonist continued that he should understand paperwork, but at the same time be able to protect the castle, to which Sirrus asked if Azrael would go, and received an explanation that he was a nice guy, but not so much that she would trust him with her possessions. The protagonist smiled and said that he had someone in mind. Kartzes could be seen walking down the corridor, and the magician added that he was so literate that he couldn't kill him. The warriors, sweat on their faces, said that he was still hanging around here doing nothing and didn't understand who he was, and added that he exuded a certain nobility. The prince turned his head when he heard that even Captain Azrael didn't know him. Tilla, with her mouth slightly open, asked if he wanted to practice fencing, since he was a knight to the tips of his fingers, to which she received the answer that he was simply looking around out of curiosity. The dwarf, pointing her finger at the man, asked him not to deny it, and asked if anyone had forbidden him to take the sword, and he clarified that it was really right to give a weapon to a prisoner. The knight, squinting, said that Kartzes was dead and now a nameless man, but he felt relieved. The girl, wide-eyed, asked what he was thinking. The prince, holding his hands behind his back, replied that Jewel was still an excellent candidate for the role of king, which made Tilla ask in surprise why all of a sudden. The man, lowering his head, explained that thanks to him he discovered their versatility, and the dwarf asked him again. The girl blushed, hearing that he discovered their wisdom, beauty and resourcefulness of representatives of other species, and the woman standing next to him possessed these qualities. Tilla, through sweat on her face, said that it sounded saccharine, and asked if all knights spoke like that. Kartzes was seen to cross his arms. A second later, the prince lowered one hand. A moment later, the man raised his palm. It seemed as if Kartzes straightened his fingers. The girl's eyes widened, and the prince said that she was also wise and resourceful. The dwarf lowered her hand and said that she was not sure about beauty. The man extended his fingers and called her tough. Tilla raised her hand and exclaimed that she thought he would look better with a beard, to which she received the answer that she would start growing one. Kartzes, taking the girl's palm, said that her people, as she claimed, were able to hear the voice of truth. Pressing the dwarf's fingers, the prince added that then she knew perfectly well whether he was lying or not. The man, squinting, asked if he would recognize the truth if he said he had fallen in love with her. Tilla's eyes widened in surprise. Smiling slightly, Kartzes began to talk about dwarves and people, to which the girl interrupted him and said that she did not care whether he was a man or a dwarf. Tilla blushed, hearing the question of whether he could love her. The daytime sky appeared, and the prince asked if she would stop looking after him, since he was her complete prisoner. The man, taking the girl by the hand, said that he now understood that he had no right to judge Juval. Smirking, Riefenhardt asked how his interlocutor was doing. Karzas lowered his eyebrows and replied that everything was fine thanks to His Excellency, and then added that he thought he had the best possible life for a political prisoner. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist admitted that he was glad to hear this, and then clarified whether the man had thought about stopping being one, to which the man clarified whether to stop sitting on his neck, in other words, after which he said that he himself did not feel very good about idle wandering around the castle. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noted that he was glad that his interlocutor understood everything at once, when he suddenly asked if he could help him with something. Opening his mouth, Karzas said that Miss Tilla had told him about the magician's dream, and then apologized for initially thinking that the boy had gone crazy. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he was often told such things, and even Sirrus thought he was crazy. The maid was holding a stack of documents in her hands, and the man said that later, after spending some time here, he realized that he had been thinking narrowly, and although they were not people, they were not deprived of humanity. Lowering his eyes, the prince noted that this applied not only to elves and dwarves, because a civilization that took human beings for monsters awaited a sad end, and he did not know why this had been so carefully hidden until now. Bowing, the man said that if a change of era was coming, he would like to take part in it. Closing his eyes, Karzas asked to tell him what he needed to do, after which he added that even if it was a servant, or an administrative position, he would be able to do everything. Riefenhardt smirked, and considered that the man would have come to ask for work even if he had not had to ask for help, when he replied that he was glad to hear it. The protagonist held out an elegant box. With his hand behind his back, the man asked if the item was his seal, to which he replied that the man claimed that he could do anything and offered to be his official representative. Raising his eyebrows, Karzas did not understand how such powers could be granted to someone who had only recently been an enemy, when he suddenly clarified what would happen if he changed his mind. The protagonist, turning down the corners of his mouth, explained that decrees with this seal would only apply to humans. Smirking, the mage asked what he could do if he changed his mind and betrayed him. The man pressed his lips together in confusion. Closing his eyes, the prince replied that he would do little. Karzas grinned and thought about how the only people here were the Antares knights and a handful of starving vagabonds, so he wouldn't have to serve a fool, and then asked what would happen if he trained his own army from these people. The guy lowered his eyebrows and said that in that case, Tilla would shed a lot of tears. The man opened his mouth in alarm and remained silent. At that moment, the prince closed his eyes. Karzas grinned and said that he would try his best, to which the protagonist replied that since he was going to work for the good of his county, it wouldn't hurt to have a new name to match his new face. The protagonist asked how about a name short for Karzas, to which he raised his eyebrows in bewilderment, and noted that it sounded like the name of some kind of infection, and then said that they should just call him Karl. The man closed his eyes and asked to be appointed chancellor, as he thought it would be better than the title of the count's representative, to which Riefenhardt replied that it would be as he wished, and that their duties were the same anyway. A huge palace was visible, and it was said that Karzas had started working immediately after being appointed to his new position. The man signed the documents, and the magician noted that this man was quite capable, even more than expected. The chancellor frowned, and the protagonist admitted that he had management experience behind him, but back then he was just an emperor, not particularly knowledgeable in all the intricacies of management, and even if he had tried his best, he would not have reached his level. The elves appeared in new images, and the protagonist said that the first thing Karzas did when he became chancellor was to find out from the girls what they wanted to do and give them the corresponding positions, thanks to which the efficiency of work increased by 30%. An armed army was visible, and the magician noticed that the man had also reorganized their military forces, although he himself had simply distributed the soldiers under the leadership of the knights, dividing them into squads of 6 people, but this was the wrong decision. A crowd of citizens lined up at the entrance, and Riefenhardt said that Karzas had completely separated the soldiers and knights, appointing only 2 experienced captains as instructors, and that an army was stronger when trained under a single command, and units of 100 soldiers showed greater combat effectiveness than the previous detachments. The chancellor examined the documents, and the protagonist said that at the end he managed to study the situation of the refugees gathered there, so this man was an experienced official in his own right. But his ability to evaluate people was also impressive, and the talents immediately ended up in the bureaucratic apparatus, while the commoners went to the farms. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist admitted that he was very glad that he had spared his life, to which Tilla exclaimed that Karzas was a talent, and the guy asked her to keep an eye on him, because they were the hope of their country. Sirrus opened her mouth wide and cast a spell, shouting that she was the flame that pierced the darkness and the fiery arrow that struck the enemy. A stream of flame pierced the target. The elf's eyes widened and she cried out that she had done it and that it was a success, and then asked if she had a gift for magic, to which Riefenhardt thought that the girl had mastered it quickly enough, given her growth rate, and as soon as she opened the 3rd circle, she would teach her, as in her past life. The maid ran out of the building and shouted that the people his lordship was looking for were waiting for him in full force in the conference room, to which he replied that he was already on his way. Sirrus asked what was up with Till and Karzas, to which she closed her eyes and exclaimed that this man was very kind and sweet, and was getting better by leaps and bounds. The elf began to recall the Chancellor's appearance, when suddenly the girl smiled and asked how she was doing with Mr. Riefenhart. The protagonist was putting on a shirt, and Sirrus explained that he was more of a father to her than a man, to which the interlocutor was surprised and asked not to say it to his face, otherwise he would lock himself in the room again, and she noted that these were her feelings. Tilla noted that the protagonist really was like an old man in the body of a young man, although he did not look old at all due to his physique, and Sirrus laughed, while the protagonist closed his lips. Jekyll stood up from his chair and exclaimed that it was a great honor for them to meet the king of martial arts, and then introduced himself as a bounty hunter, and pointed to his comrades. The guy said that the Tau Ben trade union reported that Riefenhart was looking for them, to which he smiled and replied that he was glad to meet them, and he had one thing for them. A photograph of a man appeared on the paper, his distinguishing feature being that he was handsome. The bounty hunter put his hands on his legs and said that Teslan was an Aura Lord who was still little known to the world, and his comrades noted that the man's companions were the Paladin Christina and the Golden Knight Jesus, both famous figures, so it would be best to try to track them down first. Frowning, the protagonist said that their advance would be 100 gold coins, and then added that if they succeeded, he would pay the same amount again. Bowing, Jekyll said that they would do their best, to which the protagonist thought that for now Teslan would be enough. The assistant held a document in his hand and said that it was a report for this month from the Great Trade Union, to which his lordship replied that it was good work. The magician began to sign the papers. Putting his fingers to his chin, the boy thought that most of this information was meaningless. For example, ogres were spotted in the north of the kingdom, or a kraken blocked the water trade route to the kingdom, and even about a two-headed calf that was born in some village in the mountains, they scribbled. Suddenly, the boy's eyes noticeably narrowed in fear. Holding the sheet in his hand, Riefenhart read that the monster hunters who were chasing trolls south of the kingdom of Hoheim were attacked by the legendary monster Tusk, and most died, and only a few escaped. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist realized that Tusk was an old nickname for a Tilk, and then shouted that everyone needed to be gathered right now. The seaport of Kaltesen appeared, which is located in the southern region of the kingdom of Hoheim in the city of Kostal. Ships were moored at the pier. Lights were burning in the windows of the house. The townswomen on the street were whispering to each other. The large building of the Santana's Tears Alchemists Guild, Southern Region Division, towered over the room. There were burning candles on the table. Various flasks stood on the shelves. Alchemist equipment was everywhere. Torches burned on the walls of the basement. Skeletons were in small cages under the ceiling. Thick chains hung everywhere. Exhausted trolls were hung in a row. The man in the black robe noted that number 3 was not looking well, and the other turned his head in order to increase the supply of nutrients, because they needed this test subject alive for at least another month. Holding a hose in his hands, the alchemist ordered the troll to eat. The man said that these creatures were truly incredible, and they did not get poison even if you fed them waste, while the monster coughed with its mouth wide open, and the tester said that it was a waste disposal unit and a source of income in one person, which was very effective. A rack of flasks appeared and the tester reported that they were required to increase the supply by 100 flasks by the end of the month, to which the other replied that they would need another troll then. The man pulled the lever down. Thick chains began to move. A metal grate was visible in the floor. Suddenly it began to fall down. The legs of the monster hung over a hole in the floor. Bright dust was hovering near the tiles. Inside were many sharp blades. The troll was hanging from the ceiling. At the same second, the test subject began to fall down. A moment later, only the hands of the monster were visible from the hole. Suddenly, drops of blood began to fly around the room. The flasks began to fill with scarlet liquid. Drops flowed out of the hose, and the man said that this was excellent. Holding a pen in his hand, the tester reported that they were fitting. A map of several regions appeared. The building of the Alchemists Guild was visible in the darkness. There was a fire burning in the basement. People in black robes were standing by the door, and someone was heard saying that it would be much more convenient to just breed these creatures. The trolls were sitting with their legs tucked in, and the tester didn't understand if the higher-ups hadn't figured out how they reproduced, and if females miscarried every time they got pregnant. The guys were looking through the bars, and one of them noted that in the wild they reproduced peacefully, which meant that they had the ability, to which the other asked whether his partner thought the rumors were true. The guys recalled parts of the battle with the goblins, and one of them asked if they were talking about Landon's group, and the other said that the head of the unit was happy with any troll, and he didn't care about the losses, to which he received the answer that it was not about that. The troll was sitting on the roof of the building, and the tester thought about the tusk, and then asked if this monster would come to them. The silhouette of the monster lit up, and the young man said that people died wherever it appeared. Folding his arms, the guy in the robe said that the head of the unit was also worried, so he was talking to important guests right now, to which his partner asked him again and clarified whether there were strong guys here who could kill the tusk. An elegant chandelier hung from the ceiling, and it was heard that the head of Dipal actually wanted to connect the Lord of the Aura. There were many luxurious dishes on the table. Holding a glass in his hand, the head of the southern unit of Santara's Tears exclaimed that it was a great honor for him to meet the guests personally. Smirking, Kaffir said that they were not that important people. Squinting, Marin noted that the guest was wrong to say that, because Dipal had a keen eye for people. Blay turned his head and asked the unit leader not to worry, because Seer was keeping an eye on them. The man raised his eyebrows. Knights were standing at the castle gate. The guard yawned, his mouth wide open. The warrior held his hand behind his back and said that he would like to sail very far on a ship like this one, and his partner asked if Smith dreamed of sailing the seas. The man looked up and said that he had wanted to do this since he was young, but after hearing enough stories from the sailors, he gave up on the idea, because it only looked great, but in reality it was hard work, when the guard suddenly noted that there was good pay, and he objected that at best half of the crew returned alive. Raising his hand, the knight said that he was sure he would have survived, and his partner replied that people who say that are always the first to die, and their work is paid no worse, but their life is longer. Smith closed his eyes and remarked that if the boy lived to his age, he would understand what he was talking about, to which he suddenly asked where such a thick fog was coming from. A gray haze enveloped the city, and the guard recalled that there had not been a single cloud all day. Frowning, the warrior did not understand what was happening. Looking away, the young man thought about the drums. Someone was heard speaking of a midnight lake in the dim light and black streams that would pour from the edges of the clouds, and the men, turning around, asked where the strange sound came from. Glowing eyes appeared in the darkness, and a voice spoke of a night of dope. The guards looked up in bewilderment. At the same moment, the nights began to fall. A goblin walked along the pier and said that those who were innocent would not be touched, and only dreams would envelop them. Raising his nose, the troll said that bitter weeping echoed from the dark skies. A white veil covered the air, and the monster said that it was the fog. Seizing the cloth in his hand, the monster spoke of a slumbering darkness. Red eyes glowed brightly, and the goblin said that it would flow like smoke and then disappear without a trace. A lantern burned above the entrance to the house. At that very moment, the area in front of the building was enveloped in a gray haze. Standing by the window, Reifenhardt said that it had been quiet and unbearably boring for 3 days. Frowning, the protagonist assumed that the fun was finally beginning. Gray fog swept toward the kingdom. A smoky whirlwind circled above the building. Blood flew out of the knight's mouth. The troll spread his arms out to the sides, killing people around. The monster approached the entrance to the guild. The warriors opened their mouths wide and shouted that the tusk was here, and that they needed to take it, and whoever killed the enemy would receive 1,000 gold as a reward. The Kaffir lowered the corners of his mouth and asked what the noise was, to which Blake clarified whether a thief or someone else could have climbed in. Lowering his head, Dipal apologized and said that such a thing had to happen during the reception of such important guests, and they did not understand what was happening. Closing his eyes, the head of the Southern Regions Division said that it was one of the trolls they had caught, but at the same time he thought that he could not reveal that it was Tusk that had invaded them. Holding onto the chair, the man guessed that the goblin had been more violent than they had expected and had caused a commotion, but their warriors were already subduing it. But it should be over soon, when Kaffir suddenly asked if Dipal would mind if they helped. Closing his eyes, the man stated that he was sure that a mere troll was no match for an aura lord like Kaffir, and then asked if he could burden his guests with such requests. The guests grinned evilly and noted that they should somehow repay for the food they had provided, and laughed. The mage of the Seventh Circle looked away. The priest of Seer grinned. A gray haze swept through the corridor. The evil monster rushed forward. The guards opened their mouths in alarm and shouted that they were facing the devil's spawn. The knights tried to strike the enemy down with sharp spears. The troll knocked a warrior down. Blood began to flow from the guy's mouth. Another fighter opened his mouth wide. The guard, his eyes wide open in alarm, exclaimed that this was a very cruel creature, and the other shouted that a monster was still a monster. Hiding under the cloth, the evil monster said that it was funny to hear about cruelty from people, and then declared that they were literally profiting from the blood of tortured trolls. Raising his hand to the drum, the orc said that this meant that they would have to pay with their blood. The monster said that the vessels that were filled with life force, they desecrated life itself, when suddenly the knights opened their mouths in fear and shouted that their bodies were moving against their will. Spears and swords began to fall to the floor, and the men did not understand why they had thrown away their weapons, and what kind of magic was this that they could not fight such a monster with, and this madness. Suddenly, drops of blood flew all over the room. The troll snapped his fingers. The guard's eyes bulged. The goblin stuck out a claw to the side. The maroon blood flew to the side. The monster snapped his hand again. A spot of crimson liquid rose into the air. A monster wrapped in cloth stood among the corpses of people. The monster's eyes glowed, and someone was heard to remark that it was Tusk. Folding his arms, Kaffir asked if this was about those stupid stories of monster hunters, to which the priest admitted that he did not know that this troll existed, and Marin noted that it was not surprising that Dipole tried so hard to please them. The seventh circle mage grinned and said that nothing in this world comes for free. Gritting his teeth, the Aura Lord asked what they should do. Adjusting his glasses with his hand, Blay admitted that he felt cheated, but decided to deal with him later. The troll frowned and said that strong people were in front of him. Marin, holding his hands behind his back, asked if the troll could talk, and Kafir said that it was interesting. The Aura Lord, holding his sword, suggested finishing quickly. The man, baring his teeth, exclaimed that he would go and tell this sneak everything he thought of him. A moment later, the warrior swung his weapon powerfully. Kafir, opening his mouth wide, asked if any troll dared to dodge his blade, and added that he would chop him into pieces. Suddenly, Atilka jumped high into the air. An orc and a human could be seen fighting each other fiercely. Marin's eyes widened in surprise. Blay's pupils widened in confusion. One of the warriors wondered if he had blocked the blade's aura with it, and the troll frowned and said that this mother's favor was like the deep sea, and no one could harm her. Atilka, in the magical aura, shouted that her body was growing, allowing her to get rid of the forests full of thorny trees. It seemed as if Kafir raised the corners of his lips. A second later, the orc began to swing his weapon. The man, clenching his jaw, thought that he was fast. The troll was quickly approaching the Lord of the Aura. Suddenly, a warrior's blow caused many stones to fly apart. Kafir, through the sweat on his face, muttered that it was good that he was able to increase the distance between them. Atilk's eyes glowed red and he said that the southern winds awakened the shoots to hatch and grow. A moment later, green stems emerged from the ground. The shoots suddenly grabbed the body of the Lord of the Aura, and he asked what the hell it was. Suddenly, the orc rushed forward. The warrior, with his sword drawn, defended himself from the attack. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened. The enemy struck him in the side. A second later, Kafir bent over in pain. Marin, raising his fingers, spoke a flame spell. Suddenly, a magic seal appeared under Atilk's feet. The wizard, stretching out his palm, released fire. Baring his teeth, the man exclaimed that this was no ordinary monster. Opening his mouth, Blay asked who was worried about the knightly code in the face of a monster, and suggested that they all hit at once and end it. The mage crossed his fingers and thought that the most dangerous magic for the troll was flame and lightning, which could incinerate his body. Suddenly, an unusual force appeared near the orc. A moment later, Atilka put his hand in his mouth and whistled. A magical aura appeared around him. Marin, opening his mouth wide, asked what kind of witchcraft this was since it completely blocked his spells. The priest, clenching his fists, said that let the servant be allowed to endure all the hardships and get up again, and Kafir asked to be easier. Blay, widening his eyes, asked whether the divine power caused pain, and whether it really conflicted with his aura, and he did not understand why, since this was not a battle of the lords of the aura. Suddenly, Marin, opening his jaw, used the disarming magic of the fourth circle. It was visible how the troll raised his head in pain. Atilka sharply clenched his jaw. A second later, the orc fell to the floor. Suddenly, the troll stretched his legs up. It seemed as if Atilka was quickly waving his feet. The warrior, holding the sword, wondered what kind of ridiculous movements were going on, and understood nothing. Marin, his eyes bulging, wondered if this creature really was a demon in troll skin, as rumors said, and Blay added why he was so strong. The orc, standing on his hand, muttered that he was used to the methods of people, but these three were too much for him right away. Squinting, Atilka wondered if he should run. In bewilderment, his mouth slightly open, the troll did not understand what to do. Suddenly, many rainbow beams of power appeared. The men abruptly turned their gaze back. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. The Lord of the Aura, lowering his eyebrows, asked who was there. Human silhouettes were visible in the smoke, and it was audible that they had barely made it, and one of them said that he should have told him in advance about the fog of stealth that the trolls use. Atilka, through the sweat on his face, wondered who they were. Reifenhardt appeared with his team, and the orc wondered if this was another enemy. The protagonist, smiling slightly, exclaimed that they had finally met the wise son of nature. The troll's pupils narrowed in bewilderment. Atilka, his eyes widening, asked who he was and how he knew his name and their language. The protagonist, looking ahead, answered that he knew everything about trolls and had come to help him. The orc's surprised face was visible, and he clarified what the magician was talking about. The men, standing opposite, asked who they were and why they had attacked them, and if they knew honor, then let them immediately identify themselves. The martial arts king lowered his eyebrows and explained that he only wanted freedom for the trolls, and that he had heard that they were passing through, and also asked if they could just leave on their own. The Kafir, his jaw open in anger, asked what nonsense he was talking about and added that the troll was a monster who had taken dozens of human lives. Reifenhardt's had appeared and he clarified that this was how everything was displayed. Suddenly, Tahad frowned menacingly. Sirrus bit her lips angrily. The protagonist looked at the team and ordered that they be taken alive. A tall building was visible at night. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. Smoke appeared inside the room. Many stones flew in different directions. A magical aura circled around the magicians. The Kaffir, with his sword drawn, defended himself from Tahad's attack. The man, baring his teeth, asked if the orc had an aura. A second later, the warrior swung his weapon hard. Blake clenched his jaw in bewilderment. Suddenly, Sirrus appeared behind him. The wizard, using magic, created a protective barrier in front of himself. A fiery monster appeared above the elf, and she exclaimed that he should answer her call. Suddenly, the magical creature quickly rushed towards the enemy. Atilka was surprised by the orc using aura and the elf possessing spiritual energy, his eyes bulging. Reincarnated waved his palms, and the troll wondered if this was the king of martial arts, and he explained that they would sort this out, and so he should go save his people. Marand, with his mouth slightly open, muttered that there were rumors about his intervention in the civil war along with representatives of other species, and wondered if he could still cast spells, and where the Lord of the Aura had time to hone his magic. The seventh circle mage, raising his hands, realized that these sizes and build clearly indicated the king of martial arts, and asked if he was the one. The protagonist, releasing an unusual aura, asked what he thought. A moment later, the protagonist spread his fingers and used the power gun skill. Suddenly, Marin created a protective barrier in front of himself and cast a light beam spell. It seemed like two magical forces collided with each other. Suddenly, many bright explosions were heard. The king of martial arts folded his fingers and muttered that he was sure that he was now torn apart by doubts and spoke magic words. The man bared his teeth and thought that his spell did not work on him and could not understand how he was giving in if he devoted 50 years to magic, and how this was possible, after which he used a spell. A second later, Reincarnated released several magical beams. The unusual attack quickly reached Marin's body. It was visible how the pupils of the seventh circle magician quickly turned white. Suddenly, Kaffir abruptly rushed from his place towards Tahad. It seemed like two forces powerfully hit each other. The man and the troll fought fiercely. Suddenly the orc threw his sword forward. The Lord of the Aura jumped up sharply, dodging the attack. The man, grinning menacingly, asked if his opponent had thrown away his weapon and called him a fool. Suddenly several magic discs appeared. The projectiles were quickly approaching the warrior. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. A second later, the sword returned to Tahad. It seemed that Kaffir was lying unconscious in the rubble. Reincarnated, lifting the corners of his lips, muttered that he was already able to combine aura with spirit weapons, and Tahad had really improved a lot since the duels with Sirrus. The protagonist, turning his head, said that they were dealt with, to which Sirrus asked if he was sure that they could be left alive, because even though he did not use aura, it seemed to her that they understood who he was. The protagonist, touching his hat, replied that if he wanted to keep his identity a secret, he would put on a mask, and as long as his most important secret was not revealed, then everything was fine. Atilka, approaching the magician, greeted his saviors, and he explained that it was time to get out of here, because reinforcements could arrive at any second. Suddenly, a bright fire appeared outside, and cries for help were heard. The warriors, with their jaws open, said that they needed to evacuate, and if they did not maintain order, it would be worse. The old man, through tears, did not believe what was happening. From afar, one could see how high the building was covered in powerful flames. Several carriages were driving along the mountain. Horses were moving quickly along the path. After some time, a pink aura appeared around the troll. Sirrus, his eyes bulging, said that he looked really creepy, and Reincarnated clarified that he was used to orcs, but trolls scared him, to which he received the answer that he had seen orcs often, because they were used as slaves, and Silen said that he saw trolls for the first time, and asked if these were normal proportions for them. The orcs sat in the corner and discussed something in their language, and Sirrus muttered that it seemed to her that they did not know the common language, and wondered if they had not had the opportunity to learn it. Suddenly a bright fire appeared. Atilka, lowering his head, said that he had not heard rumors that the king of martial arts uses magic, and he said that he did not hide it, and also did not know why rumors about such things were hushed up. The protagonist, smiling slightly, added that the fact remains a fact, because he is a real king of martial arts, and asked if he did not believe him. The troll, lowering his eyebrows, asked how it was possible not to believe when he saw the characteristic aura with his own eyes, and whether it was true that the king of martial arts saw other intelligent races as equals, not slaves. The orc, raising the corners of his lips, exclaimed that he still did not understand how he had learned their language, and asked how he knew his name. The protagonist, squinting, answered that there was one troll he knew, a surviving member of the Bavar tribe that lived in the Daneharf forest, after which he asked if he had heard of such. The magician, looking ahead, muttered that he had collected facts known to him from his past life, but there was no way to verify them. Opening his jaw, Atilka said that he had heard once, but still did not understand where he had such extensive knowledge of them from. The night sky appeared, and Reincarnated said that if he believed him, he would like to tell him something. Several carriages were visible, and the protagonist explained that he had laid everything out gradually, namely about the world he dreamed of and the desired future, and Atilka must have found this story tempting. Introducing the terrible troll, the protagonist continued that he had been wandering the world for decades, rescuing his fellows from captivity, saving their lives again and again, and that he had killed hundreds of people and was ready to kill more, but that the world would not change because trolls were still considered monsters, and everyone who fell into the hands of people died the most terrible death. The magician, raising the corners of his lips, asked if he would help him in his difficult task, and added that lands had already been prepared in Antares where trolls could move. Atilka, lowering his head, said that before answering, he would like to ask something. Raising his gaze, the orc asked why, being different, he cared about them so much. The martial arts king narrowed his eyes. Closing his eyes, Reifenhardt asked if he had ever been to the southern region of the Tekan kingdom. Imagining a pile of skulls, the protagonist said that it was said that the people living there devoured their own kind, and did so without a twinge of conscience, until a sage came to them and taught them to be better. Human silhouettes were visible, and the protagonist continued that he had banned cannibalism, which caused discontent among the locals, and they claimed that it was an ancient culture and tradition, and were perplexed by who this sage was to trample on it. The face of an old man appeared. Imagining long hair, the mage said that then the sage replied that he had witnessed them eating people dear to him, and therefore cannibalism must be banned. Atilka, looking forward, listened attentively to the martial arts king. Sillin smiled contentedly, and Reifenhardt began to talk about people he knew. Tahad looked to the side. Sirrus' eyes widened in joy, and the protagonist added about his beloved friends. Squinting, the protagonist exclaimed that he simply could not calmly watch while they were being treated like slaves. After some time, the southern kingdom of Grime appeared. In the daytime, the headquarters of the Tier of Santera was visible. Orimid, frowning, asked if the culprit was still unknown. The old man lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment, and the head of the Alchemist Guild said that the actions of this monster could be equated to a natural disaster. But if a person was involved in all this, then that was a completely different matter. Dipal, through sweat on his face, said that they had suspicions, but no significant evidence. The Fighting King, the ruler of the county of Antares, appeared. Holding out his palm, the head of the southern branch of Santera's Tears said that according to the testimony of the magician Merrind, that person did not rely on aura, and he was a skilled magic user. A map of the kingdoms appeared, and it was said that there were also discrepancies in time, because he left the White Palace at the time of the fire in the southern branch, but he was gone for only about 2 weeks, and to cover such a distance, it would take him at least a month of continuous riding with the fastest horse. Orimid bit his lips and asked if he could have used a double, to which he received a counter-question, asking if his facial features were not too expressive for anyone to notice the difference. The man, turning his gaze to the side, explained that they were talking about the famous Fighting King, the ruler of nations, and had no right to accuse him without solid evidence. The gentleman, opening his mouth, said that he had heard rumors that the Fighting King had saved the trolls. The head of the Alchemist Guild, placing his palm on his forehead, exclaimed that given all the circumstances and his history, it had to be him, and added that this was a real problem. After some time, the county of Antares appeared, namely the White Palace. A study was visible. Riffenhardt, holding his hands behind his head, muttered that the alchemists must be tearing their hair out right now, and whatever they suspected him of, his alibi would hold, at least as long as they didn't know about the spatial portals. Smiling, the protagonist thought that everything was going according to plan, and said that for now that was enough, because avoiding a combined attack by people while gathering forces was already a huge victory. Looking out the window, the protagonist added that everything was in its place. Looking at the orange leaves, the magician wondered if it was time to get serious. Suddenly, a multitude of mine carts appeared. The dwarves were holding on tightly to their picks. The guy, striking with a whip, shouted that it was time to stop slacking, because if they needed a break, they should finish the job faster. The man, lowering his eyebrows, spoke rudely about people, and his partner told about a family that was being held hostage. The youth frowned and asked if there was still any sign of adamantium or orichalcum, and exclaimed that Kelburn was furious, so they should work faster. Suddenly, the boy, hearing screams, turned his head. The warrior, opening his jaw, asked who he was. A moment later, the youth was thrown back sharply. The dwarf, holding his hammer tightly, explained that no matter how much he wanted to finish him off, he was only a hired hand who knew nothing, and therefore would not take his life. Justia, her eyes bulging, said that there were more enemies ahead. The hooded man, his mouth wide open, did not understand what was happening and where the dwarves came from. The old man, having created a magical seal, said that they had come here to free their relatives. The enemy, through sweat on his face, asked if this was a spell that suppressed magic, and whether he was a dwarf using magic. A second later, the girl hit the enemy in the stomach. The warrior of the Great Forge, holding an axe, shouted that they were warriors of the Forge, and the clan of the Steel Hammer had come here to save them. The dwarves, with their eyes wide open, listened to him tell them to come to them one by one, because they would remove the magic shackles from him. The wizard, stretching out his fingers, said that he was the one who would free the flow, and would create a breach and then be free. The man, through sweat on his face, exclaimed that they had hostages, to which he was asked not to worry, because their comrades had already headed to the village. Suddenly, Tilla swung her axe hard. A second later, the girl pierced the enemy. The dwarf, his eyes wide, called out for his grandfather. Kitos, raising his eyebrows in satisfaction, asked what she was doing here. Tilla, hugging the old man, answered that Lord Reifenhard had sent her, and he said that they must save everyone, to which the grandfather said that it was finally time to leave this place. The walls of the mine were visible, and it was heard that it was necessary to immediately inform the priest of Galpid and gather everyone as quickly as possible. The village of the clan of the Steel Hammer appeared, and it was said that all the dwarves had completed their preparations and left the village. Lurtike, opening his mouth wide, shouted that his daughter had grown up a lot. Embracing Till, her father exclaimed that she was already so old that she could get married. Galpid, raising the corners of his lips, asked what their further plans were, because such a crowd would certainly attract the attention of people, to which he was asked not to worry, because the time had almost come. A wide river was visible. Stone walls appeared near the water. Suddenly, several ships appeared. A second later, the boats approached the shore. The priest, bulging his eyes, clarified whether the Great Forge had prepared the ships, and the dwarf answered that they were not from the Great Forge. Galpid's pupils sharply narrowed. Karzas, holding his hands behind his back, shouted that they need not worry, because they were their allies and had come here to help them escape. The dwarves, sweat on their faces, could not believe that a man was their ally. Suddenly, Tilla, opening her jaw, called the prince. The man, raising his eyebrows, was glad to see the girl. Hugging her, Karzas said that thank God that everything was fine, because he was very worried about her, and Tilla said that he must have been very busy and could have sent his people, to which she received the answer that he would have lost the chance to meet her family. Lurtike, baring his teeth, was very displeased. The girl, turning her head, explained that this was her father, and added that Karzas was her beloved, to which he exclaimed that it was a great honor for him to meet his father-in-law. The dwarf, opening his mouth wide, asked who told him that he was his father-in-law. A map of the kingdom of Grime appeared. Dialo, the largest city of the western kingdom of Galain, the moonlight illuminated the houses at night. Tears of Santera, Dialo branch, explosions thundered near the walls of the building. People in cloaks threw bottles, shouting that it was Ivory Tusk, and that firebombs should be used against him. Explosions thundered everywhere. A troll jumped through the fire. With eyes full of rage, he quickly chanted a spell. With one powerful jerk, the monster killed several people. Seeing this, one of the knights shouted that there was another one. Dodging the explosions, Ivory Tusk jumped onto the wall. Stopping, he raised his head. The monster was looking at the sky. Frowning with displeasure, he said that it was time. After these words, he soared into the air, and everyone saw a dark silhouette against the bright moon. People were shouting that Ivory Tusk was running away, adding that they would definitely defeat this monster, and the leader of the western branch of Santera's Tears, Ramdrin, smiling broadly, laughed, and said that he was not like that incompetent Dipal, adding that no matter how strong this Ivory Tusk was, he would not be able to reach his trolls. Suddenly, a man ran up to him from the side, shouting loudly, to which he, turning to him, asked what had happened. The man, drenched in cold sweat, imagined open dungeons and shouted that the trolls had escaped. The smile disappeared from Ramdrin's face from what he heard. The city of the northern kingdom of Rastil Kentrai, the bright sun illuminated it. Inside the city there was a huge coliseum. Birds were flying above it, and screams were heard from inside. The crowd rejoiced at what they saw. A huge monster was standing in the arena. At the same time, an equally healthy ogre was running towards him. But the next second, a lion-like monster, with one blow, tore the head of his opponent off his shoulders. Wildbane Gladiator Training Center, under the cloudy sky stood a massive palace. The old man with his eyebrows raised high said to himself that this was amazing. He looked at the tall orc in business clothes and said in his head that this balance of perfect muscles, adding that he was a head taller than any of the orc gladiators. He had seen many orcs, but this one had a unique potential, and no one could even think that he would be used as a servant. Across from him sat a girl who asked if he had any problems. With her hands folded on her legs, she added with a smile on her face, asking how much he thought she could get for him. The old man smiled and said that he looked like he had been treated with care, and the average price for an orc slave was about 5 gold pieces, although it was a different matter if the orc was suitable for the role of a gladiator. Without taking her eyes off him, the girl asked how much money they were talking about. Looking ahead from under his brows, the old man with a sly grin said that he was ready to offer 7 gold pieces, thinking that normally such an orc would cost as much as 10 gold pieces. Folding her hands together, the girl answered with a shudder that she agreed, when suddenly the old man said that all that was required of her was to sign the contract. Squinting, he thought that thanks to this idiot he had managed to get his hands on a real beast, and in such times, when slaves are really scarce, to buy such a specimen cheaper than a few years ago is a real steal. The girl closed her eyes and said that the orc might seem a bit rough, but he was actually a very kind person, and of course he had had some fights with other orcs. But he still obeyed her, when suddenly the monster stretched out his paws, saying that he would work even harder, but begged her not to sell him. Putting his hand to his chin, the old man thought that if she could handle the orc alone, then he must be extremely meek, and she would have to rid him of this trait, while the lady turned back with a smile, asking the monster to be sure to follow all the orders of his new master. Nodding his head, the man thanked Syl for this deal. Stretching out her hand, the girl reciprocated. They shook hands. The dungeon was dimly lit. The orcs began to laugh and shouted that they had a newcomer. One of the orcs in handcuffs stepped forward, asking the young man his name. His eyes suddenly widened. Tahad, his head down, with shining eyes, introduced himself as the son of Krat, who had inherited Rat's axe. Wrinkles appeared on his nose. The night moon shone brightly in the sky. The dark sky was visible from behind the bars. Dice fell into the plate with a loud thud. Looking at them, the orc said that the newcomer had managed to survive another day, when suddenly the monster turned to him, asking if he had heard what had happened after Burik's death, and clarified that he was talking about the nonsense that Master August had spoken. Frowning, the orc added menacingly that when he saw Burik's corpse, the old man said that if he was going to die, he could have not exposed his armor to the blow, and now they were deprived of excellent armor, after which the other monsters menacingly lowered their heads, calling him a bastard. Looking up, the orc said that they were not to be envied, because he heard that somewhere there were orcs blessed by Ruan who were fighting against people, when suddenly his friend asked if he was talking about the county of Antares, which was founded by the Battle King Lefinhart. They looked at each other, continuing to discuss the fact that these orcs had the pride of true warriors. Clutching his head, the monster shouted for them to stop talking nonsense and go to sleep. Without turning around, he shouted that it did not concern them anyway, when suddenly an objection was heard from behind. The orc suddenly carefully turned his head. In the corner, with his head down, sat a prisoner. Looking up, Tahad asked what if they had the opportunity to become like the orcs of County Antares. Frowning, the orc asked him what he was talking about. Tahad clenched his burning hands tightly into fists. His body suddenly began to glow brightly. At that very second, the chains on his hands broke. The orcs began to scream in fear that he was a true warrior, because he had an aura. Standing up menacingly, Tahad said that he was from County Antares and had come here to show them the way. Raising his palm up, he asked his adopted brother Descartes to come to him. The stones broke into small grains and flew to the sides. A bright sword appeared above Tahad's head. Grabbing it, the orc shouted that this was a spiritual weapon that only true warriors could wield. His face changed. He loudly asked the orcs who they were, warriors or talking cattle. He broke the chains and shouted that if there was even a drop of warrior blood in them, they should stand up, take up their weapons and fight. One of the orcs was in the Heteron Mountains. Sylin and the orc were heading towards the kingdom. A bright moon was shining above the palace. Everything inside was spattered with blood. All the walls and floors were covered in blood. Knights with raised weapons were shouting that the orcs were just filthy scum. Muscular monsters were running towards them, shouting that they would tear them to pieces. A male servant was sitting under the table, shaking with fear. But unexpectedly for him, one of the orcs lifted the tablecloth and found him. His eyes immediately lit up, and he prepared to attack. The guy closed his eyes in horror. But suddenly a bright light knocked the weapon out of the orc's hands. The monster turned around and asked the warrior why he stopped him, to which he calmly replied that this man was an ordinary servant. When the orc tried to object, shouting that he was still a man, Tahad frowned and shouted with burning eyes, asking what he wanted, freedom or revenge. Hearing this, his comrade calmed down, raising his eyebrows in surprise. The man, with tears in his eyes, looked at the monster in fear. After a short pause, the orc, turning away, quietly said that he understood everything. Tahad turned to his comrades and shouted loudly, ordering them to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, because if they spared the life of one man, 10 more would remain to protect him, and if they killed one man, these 10 people would harbor a grudge and go in pursuit of them, and for the sake of their freedom they must show them mercy. Suddenly Augustus ran into the hall and shouted furiously that they were all ungrateful creatures, after which he asked how they dared to act like this after all the care he surrounded them with, although they were ordinary animals who did not know the feeling of gratitude. Hearing this, one of the orcs frowned angrily and asked if he too needed mercy, to which Tahad, looking at him out of the corner of his eye, replied that mercy loses its value if it is abused too much. Then a huge monster loomed over the old man, who laughed and said that he had been waiting for this for a long time. All this time, behind one of the columns, there was a magician who was saying to himself that no matter how strong they were, one mental spell, and their rebellion would end, and then began to cast a spell. He used mass paralysis, which washed over the orcs in a powerful wave. Suddenly, in a bright light, Sylin folded his arms and shouted so that their minds would not waver. After these words, the magic of mass suppression was dispelled. Seeing this, the palace magician frowned in irritation and shouted, asking what was going on here. As soon as he saw the priestess Philinence, who, with her eyebrows drawn together, exclaimed that it was close, after which she asked where this magician came from, asked what she was doing here. Tahad hit Sirrus on the head with his fist and thanked him for covering them. Then the guy threw the exorcism talisman and the communication necklace into the orc's hand, after which Tahad asked him why he still hadn't changed his clothes, did he really like them? Then Sirrus waved his long hair and shouted that in a couple of days everything would be different, because very soon he would become a real mountain of muscles, and such rags would no longer fit on him. All this time, the orcs behind the warrior asked who this was it really a comrade, to which he, turning around, replied that this was a young saint from the county of Antares. Hearing this, one of the orcs shouted, asking if it was the same one who was in a relationship with the fighting king, to which the guy, hearing this, widened his eyes and shouted that it was all a lie. He frowned in anger, wondering what other nations had managed to hear this rumor, while simultaneously saying to himself that the rumors of Sirrus being the beloved of the fighting king spread as quickly as the rumors of the various races continuing to escape. The kingdom of Vasily, the barony of Berkeep, black clouds hung over the massive palace. There were a lot of people inside. With a smile, turning to Berkeep, the man said that he managed to arrange a simply wonderful banquet, because in the capital it was rare to see such events. Spreading his arms to the sides, he added with a smile that his eyes could not get enough, watching the hall full of elven girls, after which Berkeep put his hands behind his back, answering that he was very glad that the man was enjoying himself. There was food on the table. Small sparks suddenly began to come from the candle flames. At that very moment, the fire flared up brightly. A furious dragon burst out of the candlestick, and quickly headed towards the guests. The glass suddenly shattered. Sirrus appeared from behind the fire. The people turned back in fear, noticing the elf. She extended her hand to the side and commanded Salamander and Ignatus to attack so that the guests would know the true flame. The maids began to tremble violently, begging for mercy. Approaching them, Sirrus said that she had come to save them, and from now on they were free. Extending her hand to the side, the elf commanded the earth to obey her will. Activating an earthen rift, the floor shattered into small stones. Taking the sword in her hand, Sirrus asked with a smile if the maids would mind following her instructions for a while, and they would continue their conversation as soon as they got out. Smiling fearfully, the elves shouted, "Of course." They quickly ran after Sirrus, who thought that the maids had no idea what freedom was yet, but once she brought them to their native land, everything should become much easier. The people pointed ahead, shouting that they should not be allowed to escape, because the elf had killed the baron. The knights turned menacingly and asked if this was the elf's ally. A mage stood in front of them, and the people shouted that they should not let him cast a spell and should attack from all sides. The mage closed his eyes wide and activated a sensory field. Enveloping the kingdom, he said that he could sense the presence of any living being in this area. Turning to the side, the man thought that using the data obtained thanks to the sensory field, he could determine spatial coordinates, predict further movements, and find the intersection points of movement. Squinting, the mage thought about aiming and marking. Spreading his arms, he activated a magic shot. A magic beam burst forward, attacking the standing knights. Falling to the ground, the boy asked with a shudder if such spells really existed. Riffenhart held out his hand with a wicked smile. It was a clear day outside. A large stone was visible in the air. They continued to hover in the air. The ground beneath the kingdom was brightly illuminated. The stones continued to break. The old man looked ahead, saying that they had not met like this for a long time. Gritting his teeth, he said that this time there was quite an intriguing topic on the agenda. Turning to the others, he added that it was time to begin the discussion. Looking at the old man, he said, since the Silver Sages are the protectors of humanity, it was time to discuss the matter concerning the fighting King Leifenhart. All the magicians were sitting in hoods. The guys were in the barony of Berkeep at this time. Magic academies are the centers of magic study on this continent. Among all the academies, 3 of the oldest and largest academies stand out. The first is a mysterious community of the kingdom of Goain. Dark clouds floated above the large building. The second academy is the Sun Tower of the Sacred Empire of Vashtalin, which was illuminated by the warm rays of the evening sun. The last academy is the Ancient Magic Academy of the Kingdom of Grime, the Tower of Mara Grand, the height of which reached the very clouds. This academy often announces new magical theories or the discovery of relics from the Silver Age. The man inside, spreading his hand to the side, conveyed the idea to those present. There were many people sitting in the stands, listening to him attentively. Atres, the Archmage of the Ninth Circle, looked at everyone and said that during his search and study of various artifacts from the Peat Dungeon, he achieved some results he managed to find. Teslan sat on the stands and with a stone face said that he could not even think that one of the most talented people of this continent would be here, adding that at that time, the Tower of Mara Grand was flourishing quite strongly. To his right, a man sat who asked what he was talking about. Did he really think that at the moment the Tower of Mara Grand was in decline? To which he, turning around, replied that this is not what he meant. Then he imagined a huge tower and said to himself that the Tower of Mara Grand had lost its reputation because one of its subordinate towers, Delphia, had produced the worst mage in all of history, the ruler of a dark empire. Teslan continued to look at Atreus, saying in his head that the Tower of Maragran must have felt that they had been treated extremely unfairly, because this man would have achieved the same results no matter which academy he had entered. Imagining a man with a bag over his shoulder, he added that he had left the Tower of Delphia at the level of the 6th circle at the age of 27, an extremely low level for his talent. The mages of the Tower of Delphia were afraid of his talent, and refused to train him beyond the 4th circle, but as soon as Reifenhart entered the open world, his power began to grow at a terrifying rate. Teslan introduced the main character from his past life and added that every year he broke more and more records, and at the age of 30 he became an archmage of the 9th circle, and if he had received proper training, he would have reached this level shortly before 20. Leaving his performances, he, exhaling heavily, asked himself why it takes him so long, because he has brains, but he is still on the 6th circle. Suddenly Teslan, opening his eyes, frowned questioningly. Atreus, without lowering his hand, continued to say that most of these artifacts are already known to their world, but he wants to tell them about something else. Stretching a necklace towards those present, he said that this artifact is able to maintain the temperature of its owner at an ideal level, adding that it is also able to permanently change the body of its owner, but the method of its activation is still unknown. But before he could finish speaking, Teslan turned to the Duke and asked if this was the forbidden item, to which he answered correctly. Teslan kept his eyes on the Duke, saying that this was the artifact he had used on the frozen lands, and then asked if he would allow him to divulge this information. Illinard looked at the guy out of the corner of his eye and replied that Atreus was a 9th circle mage, so his death would clearly not look natural, adding that if things did not go according to plan, someone might learn of the existence of the Silver Sages. Frowning, he added that although he still did not really know anything, they did not need to kill him right then and there. After these words, the man handed the artifact to Teslan and said that another warming necklace would not hurt them. Seeing an object similar to a mirror, the guy asked in surprise if this was an artifact called the Window of Truth, capable of analyzing people's emotions through their body reactions, to which he replied that he should remember these faces, because there was a high probability that one of these people owned a warming necklace. As soon as he said this, people's faces appeared in the reflection of the mirror. As they left, Teslan looked at the man and said that the approach of the Silver Sages was extremely ineffective, but that he replied that he himself should know that short-term deception or deception of a small group of people may not be difficult at all, but deceiving everyone for an eternity is a completely different matter. Approaching the door, he added that it was precisely because of their caution that the world still does not know about their existence. Opening the door, the Duke glanced at his interlocutor out of the corner of his eye and added that they must do everything possible to keep it that way, because if people realized that there was a group in this world that was watching over them, humanity would not be able to develop properly. As they walked down the long corridor, Ironad continued to say that the Silver Sages must protect people from the shadows, because for them they were not oppressors, but not leaders either, after which Teslan asked why the warming necklace was a forbidden artifact. There was nothing special about it. Walking ahead, the Duke answered that it was true, but they could not allow the use of magic that could change the human body. Without turning around, the Duke added with burning eyes that this was a slippery slope to immortality. Squinting, Teslan thought that in his current situation, there was some limit to what he could learn. Lost in his memories, the boy wondered how the sages maintained their information network, because at first he thought that they had their own agents in each of the nations or that they received information from magic towers, but they knew even about the movements of those people with whom they did not intersect in any way. Remembering the man with the necklace, Teslan thought that they still could not prevent the presentation of the warming necklace from Atreus, and they simply had an incredible information network, but even in it there must be gaps. Looking carefully ahead, he thought that this irritated him, because he was able to penetrate their organization, but they still treated him as some kind of stranger. Not far from the island with the kingdom, stones were floating in the air. They rose to the sky. The entire territory was protected by a fence. The man said that they had not gathered like this for a long time. Looking at the guests, he added that this time there was a rather intriguing topic on the agenda. The man placed his hands on the chair and said since the Silver Sages are the protectors of humanity, they will discuss the matter of eliminating the martial King Leifenhart. Stellan crossed his arms and said that it was a rat that was polluting the order of this world. Arclight raised his hand with a smile, saying that it was impossible to call such an aura wielder a rat. The Taoist crossed his fingers, saying that the martial king was a fairly popular aura wielder. Famous aura wielders and 9th level archmages had quite a lot of influence, and if they did not come up with a suitable way to eliminate him, someone might think it was unnatural, and then asked if they did not think that they should first reduce his influence by getting rid of Leifenhart's entourage. Arclight smiled, saying that it was funny coming from the one who had allowed Sage Leston to join their ranks, to which the old man looked up at him, saying that he already knew of their existence, and there was no point in refusing to accept someone who fully shared their ideals. Raising his hands, the keeper replied that he had not said that the old man was wrong, he had simply said that it was funny, when suddenly one of the men looked up at him and asked him to watch his behavior, as this was not sage lesson they were talking about at the moment. Frowning, he said that the Taoist was right, as at first he had thought that the martial king had extremely strange inclinations, but now it was clear that Leifenhart had impure motives. Nodding, the woman agreed, saying that he was definitely not one of those who were obsessed with other races, and she was more than sure that he held to his own ideals and views on this world. The guardian turned his gaze to the side, saying that Leifenhart was young, but had strong and clear convictions, and such ideals were not born overnight, and he could be trusted to have come to such conclusions himself, since his age had to be taken into account. He frowned and added that ideals were only honed through systematization and rational thinking, when suddenly the old man looked at him in shock, asking if the boy really had a mentor and that he was the one who taught him such things. Looking at the guardians, the man said that in that case, they should find his mentor too. Taking an item from his cloak pocket, he said that the martial king had had enough influence on this continent. Putting the hemispheres on the table, one of the guardians said that they could no longer sit idly by. Arclight placed his hand on it. Looking up, Stullen asked if they had managed to come to a consensus on this. The guardian looked ahead intently. One of them had a wide smile on his face. The guardians narrowed their eyes, looking at each other. The women frowned, looking ahead. A look of fear appeared on the old man's face. Arclight smirked slightly. The old woman looked ahead. The girl smiled. The guardian smiled madly. The guardian's hand in the hood continued to lie motionless. Under the cloak was hidden a pretty girl. The Taoist looked forward, saying, "It seems so." Stullen, without looking up, said that in the name of the Silver Sages, the protectors of humanity, he declares the Battle King Leifenhart a target for destruction. A bright light from the spheres immediately burst out. Introducing the guys, he added, along with everything that concerns him, as well as the people around him. The Holy Empire of Vashtelin, the symbol on its flag was like the sun. It is a powerful state with more than 1,000 years of history and tradition. It borders the Kingdom of Graim, the Kingdom of Halion, the Kingdom of Rastil and the Kingdom of Tikon. Its territory is not much larger than its neighbors, but in terms of population and state power, and it is proud to be the strongest on the continent. The empire was called the land blessed by the Lord Sayer, which was illuminated by the warm rays of the sun. It is the only state that the papacy granted the right to call itself an empire, which was chosen as the leader of humanity. That is why the sanctuary of the Sayer order, the papal pantheon, was located here. The Temple of Sayer, the territory of Count Jord in the eastern region of the empire. Clouds floated above the temple. Inside there was a large peculiar cross, and a male voice said that Sayer loves all people, so they must confess their sins and be forgiven. The rays of the sun entered through the spacious windows, and the male voice said that he had sinned and asked for forgiveness. The priest asked without any emotion on his face what his sin was. Across from him sat a guy who answered that he fell in love with an elf who served his family. Having said this, he lowered his head sadly. A warm smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he added that even if she was an elf, she was the most beautiful and sweetest of all, and sang like a nightingale. Candles were burning everywhere, and the priest answered that the lust of an elf was not a matter of pride, but youthful desire was difficult to suppress, since he recognized his sin and sought forgiveness. In the name of Sayer all his sins would be forgiven. When suddenly the guy, raising his head, said that it seemed to him that love for her was not sinful. Hearing this, the priest was surprised and asked what then, to which he, frowning, firmly answered that he planned to leave his home with her. Lowering his head again, he added that he wanted to go to a place where they could love each other without concealment, but he could not understand how he could bear the burden of guilt for making his parents worry. Then the priest put his hand on a kind of cross and answered that Sar said that they were destined to be slaves. The search for momentary pleasure is one thing, but denying one's destiny is a mortal sin. Warm light fell on the confessional, and from there came the priest's voice, asking if the boy wanted to change his repentance, because Sar would forgive him. Then the sinner, with a malicious smile on his face, raised his head and firmly answered that he would not repent, because he did not consider it a sin. Lowering his head, he added that he did not expect understanding and only came out of concern for his parents, to atone for the guilt of hurting their hearts. The priest looked ahead, asking where he planned to go, because in any place the elf would still remain a slave, adding that there was no need to run away, he just had to leave her as a servant, and then in time. But before he could finish speaking, the boy, raising his head, answered that he was going to the 100 states of Antares. A few minutes later he left the temple. Looking up at the sky, the boy asked his parents for forgiveness, justifying it by saying that he could not lie to his heart, so he had to go with her to a place where they would live with honor. The wind was blowing green leaves through the air. The boy walked through the grass to a tall and lonely oak tree. When he reached it, he began to call the elf by name. Raising his hand to his chin, he looked around, saying that she should have waited here. The boy suddenly looked away. The next second, he raised his head up. Then he saw a noose. In it, suspended by her neck, hung the elf. The boy's eyes were filled with horror, and the letter she had written said that she was only an elf. Her origin was too lowly to accept his love, and she would not dare to commit a sin by staying with him, because it would bring the wrath of the gods, and their souls would go to hell and burn in the sulfurous flames, so she wanted him to meet a good woman, not a low elf, but a noble woman who would be a good match for him. Because it was more correct for people like him to seek happiness with their own kind, so she asked for forgiveness for presumptuously tempting him all this time. On the ground, this letter was pressed down by a stone, and her shoes were standing next to it. The boy continued to look at the hanging and at the same time dead body of his beloved. Suddenly, tears poured from his eyes, and he screamed in horror. A strong but warm wind continued to drive the torn leaves through the air. There were ships sailing along the Uran River, which formed the border between the Halian Kingdom and the Tikan Kingdom. There was a wooden house on the edge of the cliff. The girl raised her head and said that she had finally finished. She took the paper in her hand and wondered if people would change their minds after reading Orc from the garden. The priestess looked at the text carefully and said that she could not perceive the orcs' slaves in the gardens as cattle, and hoped that this story would change their lives a little. She crossed her hands together and said that the Holy Order taught something different, but she was sure that this was what Sire wanted them to learn. The door suddenly swung open. The man's face was serious. Trudy stood up, introducing herself as Sire's subject, and then asked him what brought him here. The man continued to stare at her piercingly. His gaze suddenly dropped down. He noticed a stack of papers with text on the table. The man frowned. Fear appeared on the priestess's face. The man's eyes lit up as he said that he was sure that Trudy was the one. At that very moment, flames filled everything around. The entire house and the nearby vegetation quickly caught fire. A few minutes later, the girl's body was burned to the ground. It was a clear day outside. Stones continued to hover over the kingdom. Many shelves were filled with magical balls. Light bulbs were shining brightly in the wall. The entire laboratory was filled with flasks. The guy's body was brightly illuminated on the screen. At that very moment, thick flames appeared on the screen. Small screens were scrolling around the flask. The hooded man looked ahead, saying that it would take some time, because many people had been influenced by the fighting king. Arclight smiled and said that he felt sorry for those who were sacrificed without explanation, but it was for the good of humanity. Continuing to look forward, he thought that one of the most powerful artifacts that the Silver Sage possessed was the Eyes of Sayer. He used the eyes and ears of those who used divine power in the name of Sayer and passed on information to those who prayed. And it was the Eyes of Sayer that allowed the Silver Sage to control the world from the shadows. Without turning around, the keeper said that the priests and followers of Sayer all over the world were providing them with information without even knowing it, and he would not be exaggerating if he compared the ability of this artifact to the power of a god. Lowering his head, the man added that they had no data on the Martial King, asking if no one around him believed in Sayer, and he disliked the Holy Order. Suddenly, someone called out from behind him, and Arclight turned his head. The keeper saw Sirlin in front of him, asking what brought her here, to which the girl smiled, answering that she just came by. Watching her, the man asked if there was any progress on the mission, when Cyrilina suddenly stepped forward, saying that she had sent his younger brother, and although the Martial King was strong, he was only an aura wielder and could not compare to someone armed with ancient spells. Looking at her back, Arclight's expression changed in confusion. Cyrilina carefully approached the system. She placed her hand on the control panel. A screaming girl suddenly appeared on the screen. Her body suddenly began to slowly dissipate into small particles. The guy on the screen activated the magic seal, shouting that he was the one who was destroying the flow, and he would interfere with what was said and put an end to it. The Guardian's eyes widened in great bewilderment, as he suddenly said that this man was using magic. Jumping high up, the guy on the screen asked them to run. The Gloatin Mountains, the Chloe Dungeon, in a small rock there was an entrance to the mine. A relic of the Silver Age, the portal of Chloe Diamond, massive doors lit up brightly. They were suddenly swung open by Tahad. The orcs that followed him, looking around, asked where they were, adding that they had just been in a completely different place. Sylin turned to the orc and asked if maybe it was worth taking care of the secrecy of the portal, because now too many people knew about it, to which he calmly replied that they had no other safe way to transport the guys. The Chloe dungeon was filled to capacity with monsters and demons of all kinds, but now there is no trace of them left there. Thanks to the dwarves it is safe, which is important, given the strategic importance of this point for the crossing from the outside world to Antares. The sun's rays fell on the entrance to the mine. A fortress built around the Chloe portal. Inside there were many tents pitched, and voices could be heard. The orcs, sweating, waved their weapons. Their commander raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Forward, Skander." The sword that was stuck in the ground suddenly shook. Suddenly, it flew into the orc's hand at high speed. Seeing this, all the other orcs opened their mouths in shock, because they saw the true strength of the warrior. The commander pulled out his sword and shouted loudly that there was nothing impossible in this, because he was the same as them, which means they will be no worse. He put his hands on his hips and added that they still had to get used to the weapons, but what they held in their hands were their only true friends, so they should forget about the other weapons they had owned until now. After these words, a comrade came up to him from behind and said that they were all trying so hard, training of such intensity would be difficult even for the warriors of his tribe, to which he turning around, replied that they were used to it. After all, arena fighters, only now inspired by hope for freedom. The orc walked between his comrades and shouted for them to trust their friends, listen to the echoes of the soul and become one with the sword. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, Tahad said that it would give them strength. Suddenly, Tahad approached from the side and said that he had brought newcomers. Turning around to the newcomers, Tahad loudly welcomed everyone to the lands of freedom, and Silan, approaching him, asked if Rifin was currently in the castle. The orc looked at the guy and said, no, he had left for the battlefield, to which he, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asked if another war had really broken out. Black clouds of smoke rose into the sky. The knights were racing on their horses, shouting that the Baron had ordered them to exterminate all living creatures on these lands. The Locust mercenaries were a little-known group of mercenaries from the south of the Kingdom of Crovens and the north of the Kingdom of Vasili. They took on any orders and always tried to fulfill them. There were corpses on every street in the city. The survivors were kneeling and begging for mercy with tears in their eyes. But the mercenaries, with smiles on their faces, killed everyone they saw. Approaching a girl with a child, the killer said that she was pretty for a country bumpkin, which meant he was lucky, to which she asked him to have mercy. Smiling madly, the man shouted that pity was not written in his dictionary. But as soon as he said this, his head flew off his shoulders. The girl and the child opened their eyes in shock at what they saw. Sirrus, holding a sword in her hands, was looking at them and telling them to leave. Seeing this, the other mercenaries became furious, shouting and asking who had managed to do this, whether the elf really owned a sword. Sirrus took a fighting stance, and only then did the killers recognize the one who had finished off many knights during the civil war in Crovens. The guy's foot stepped forward, when suddenly he looked back in bewilderment, asking what kind of a pack of savages this was. Riefenhardt clenched his fists tightly and shouted that even blood would not wash away their sins. His fist was suddenly enveloped in bright flames. The frightened knights took a few steps back. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist fired a straight cannon volley. All the people were immediately knocked off their feet by a strong shock wave. Sirrus extended her sword forward and asked the boy to fill her blade. Jumping onto their horses, the knights shouted that she was an ordinary elf, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Sirrus waved her weapon and released Salen forward. Closing her eyes, the spirit snapped her fingers. Pushing off from her, Sirrus thanked her assistant with a smile. Swinging her sword, she quickly decapitated several knights at once, while the rest tried to quickly run away. Releasing the huge Tiratus, the girl ordered him to block the people's path. Thrusting 2 swords into the ground at once, Sirrus shouted that she was calling on Widar, resorting to an old oath. The monster's body glowed brightly, and with the help of a strong aura, he quickly killed his opponents. The man turned around in bewilderment, asking where it was seen that a swordsman of the new moon could use such a spell. Heavy, quick footsteps were heard on the ground. The formidable Riefenhardt looked with fury at the enemies trying to escape. Jumping forward with his sword, the guy shouted that he didn't care that the protagonist had an aura. Because he was just a man, he needed to pierce him, and he would bleed to death. Having crashed into the guy's armor, the sword quickly bent. Looking down on the guy, Riefenhardt asked if he didn't know that his body was no worse than steel. Raising his fist behind his back, he was suddenly enveloped in fire. Horror and fear appeared on the knight's face. Swinging forward, the protagonist activated Zero Strike. Blood splashes suddenly flew towards the other knights. The protagonist put his hand on the guy's head, hearing him ask for mercy. Not letting him finish, Riefenhardt immediately squeezed his skull with all his strength. The knights raised their hands up in fear, shouting that they were only following Baron Shatarz's order. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist replied that they were greatly mistaken if they thought that obeying someone's orders justified them in the slightest, because their blades were covered with the blood and tears of innocent people. The road was clear. A few seconds later, scarlet blood splashed onto it. Turning his head to the side, Riefenhardt said that Baron Shetarz had completely lost his mind, because he was already working with scum, when suddenly Sirrus looked away, saying that she was sure that the Baron knew perfectly well who he was hiring. Imagining Barons Shetarz and Galen, the guy thought that this was a war between 2 noble houses. The protagonist knew that after recruiting thousands of mercenaries, Baron Shetarz immediately invaded Baron Galen's territory, and less than a week later, he devastated half of his lands. After looking over the bloody territory, he said that the common people were suffering from the stupid wars of the aristocrats, as usual, thinking that Antares could not stay away, since their lands were right next door. Turning his head back, Riefenhardt asked if he was there. Behind him, Cater was sitting on a horse, shouting that all the knights of Antares had arrived. Frowning, the protagonist said that he was late, since time was running out. Looking at the knights, Riefenhardt shouted that from now on, the county of Antares would join this war. Clenching his fists, he looked menacingly ahead. Frowning with anger, the guy realized that this was how a new war had begun. The protagonist was in the county. Baron Cedars frowned with displeasure. He was one of the most powerful aristocrats in the southern region of the Kingdom of Crovens. He is extremely wealthy due to his fertile lands and the nearby trade center of Zared, and he is also an old enemy of Baron Galen. Baron Shatar's lineage has a long history. Unlike the recently rich Baron Galen, he often complained that nowadays all sorts of low-class scum can buy a title for money. The man looked at his rival with displeasure out of the corner of his eye. The conflict between them escalated during the battle for the throne in the kingdom. The guy sat on the throne. House Galen initially supported Prince Jewel, and Baron Seathars remained neutral, believing in Sir Grandyard, and only later joined the prince. The heir of Galen, Burland, with a smile on his face, said to himself that now they will be less stuck up, and the heir of Seathars, Jack, gritting his teeth, said to himself that he was just an insolent, insignificant degenerate. These two began a squabble at a meeting of aristocrats in Croydon, and the situation escalated to a duel. The problem is that Jack underestimated his opponent, and died at the hands of Burland. A sword was stuck in his chest. Jewel tried to resolve the conflict, but the newly minted king did not have much influence yet, so Baron Seathars became furious, and with eyes burning with anger shouted that he would cleanse these lands from vile rabble. The Baron gathered thousands of mercenaries and immediately invaded Baron Galen's territory, and so the entire city was mired in smoke and blood. He asked his allies for support, but they were all afraid of Sir Grandyard, the Lord of Aura, who served Baron Shetars, so they carefully turned a blind eye to what was happening. A powerful man stood behind the Baron. Galen tried to negotiate, swallowing the rest of his pride, but all his proposals were rejected. His lands were devastated, and the Baron, holding his head in his hands, was already seriously thinking about death, when suddenly a lifeline appeared in front of him from a completely unexpected source. Looking closely, he saw that this cable was made of gold, thick and strong. Bare tree branches fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, a bright warm glow appeared not far from them. A powerful explosion was heard, and the mercenaries flew apart. The main character, using a high-speed barrage of cheap bullets, destroyed every opponent in his path. The captain of Baron Shatar's knights, Garand, was sitting on his horse, screaming in horror, asking what the king of martial arts was doing here, how they were supposed to fight against this monster incarnate. Suddenly, swinging his sword forward, he shouted that whoever could leave even a scratch on him would be paid 1,000 gold, after which the knights rushed into battle. Hearing this, the protagonist rushed towards them, shouting that those who trade lives have no right to complain if their own are used as bargaining chips. After these words, he began to furiously attack everyone he saw. The mercenaries, inspired by the reward, rushed at him, shouting that they only needed to touch him once, and they would give him 1,000 gold. Reifenhardt, flying into the air, said that they were just idiots. He used an avalanche kick, which fell on the mercenaries with a powerful explosion. One of the mercenaries turned around and screamed in horror that no one warned that he would be here. The protagonist raised his fist to the sky and shouted, asking if they really thought they had the strength to hurt the king of martial arts. Horsehooves suddenly began to pound the ground. Cater swung his sword and shouted for the knights of Antares to destroy the enemy in front of them. Galen frowned, shouting loudly for the knights to stand to the death, because this was their battle. The man pulled the reins back, shouting for them to retreat. With the knights of Antares advancing from the front and Galen's knights striking him in the side, the Chetar's mercenaries had no choice but to retreat. Sirrus lowered her head in embarrassment, asking why the guy always walked around shirtless. Reifenhardt was confused, answering that it was more comfortable, when suddenly the elf closed her eyes, saying that this did not mean that it was okay to walk around naked, because the sight was SOSO. Clenching his hands into fists, the protagonist asked her how his handwriting was, whether it was suitable for the king of martial arts, to which the girl smiled, answering that the guy really was the true heir of the indestructible Jim. Galen extended his hand forward, saying that if it weren't for Reifenhardt, they wouldn't have won, after which the protagonist smiled, answering that he simply fulfilled his duty as an ally. Lost in thought, the guy thought that the alliance with the Baron was concluded 2 weeks ago through a letter and 3 conditions were stated in it. Galen carefully read the letter, perplexedly thinking that he still understood the division of territory, but the abolition of slavery and the transfer of slaves to Antares also required recognizing them as equals to ordinary citizens. Lost in thought, Reifenhardt reflected that Baron Galen had many similar questions that made him doubt the correctness of this decision, but it was not like he had a choice, because in the end he agreed, and the alliance was formed. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest, thinking, all of this was of course just a pretext to notify other sentient beings about the regime change, as well as to expand his territory. But having a reasonable goal for war is also important, and he clearly engraved this on his nose, having lived one life. Nada's Canyon. In the middle of 2 squads stood a silhouette. Frowning, the protagonist shouted, all who value their lives, he conjures to flee. The knights were frightened, asking how they should fight him, when suddenly their leader turned his head, ordering them to put aside their doubts, because those who flee will face severe punishment. Making a dash forward, the knights shouted that although the guy is called the king of martial arts, he is still a man. Reifenhardt's eyes filled with rage. He clenched his fiery hand into a fist, shouting, those who do not want to flee. Releasing the flame upward, The protagonist continued, shouting, "They will not live to see tomorrow." The knight stopped in fear, loudly asking if a human could do such a thing, and what kind of human could pierce the heavens with one blow. The man waved forward, ordering them to attack. The protagonist rolled his eyes and asked if they were not going to retreat. Looking at the faces of the people, Reifenhardt thought that they were not even mercenaries or knights, but simple farmers who were forced to fight. Releasing a bright aura, he thought that he should show mercy, and then said that they would not die from this. Beginning to furiously swing his weapon, the guy quickly struck down his opponents. The man frowned, saying that the people were no match for the protagonist, thinking that their goal was just to drag out time as long as possible, but the pompous bastard always climbs to the front lines, so he thought to take advantage of this. Someone in the crowd raised his hand, shouting that Reifenhardt's arrogance would be his undoing. The armed knights aimed arrows at the boy, shouting that even the king of martial arts could not withstand a ballista hit. The knight opened fire, when suddenly loud shots were heard. The protagonist sharply turned his head to the side. Smiling, he threw the sticks up. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy ducked. Raising his hand up, Reifenhardt activated a direct cannon volley. The man's eyes immediately widened in strong shock. The people stopped, frightened, thinking that they were finished. The protagonist carefully approached the fortress of Tahad. Pointing his finger to the side, the man shouted that this was an elven witch. Sirrus, using powerful magic, shouted for Sarana not to hold back an attack with full force. Sylph should envelop her body, and salamanders should burn everything to the ground. The protagonist looked at her with a smile on his face, and said to himself that she had become much stronger. He saw his beloved waving her swords, confidently giving orders to most of the great seven spirits, excluding only the representatives of light and darkness, saying to herself that even the leader of the Danheim tribe could decide to partially control the spirits of fire and air. The true tree of the world, which had existed since time immemorial, Elvenheim. According to tradition, she personally chose the strongest elf, who would be endowed with immeasurable power and the title of Guardian of Elvenheim. The chosen one becomes the leader of all the other elves along with the right to protect the tree of the world. The elven people trust the leader with their lives. The elf with folded hands stood in front of the huge tree. At the beginning of this year, in the desert of Svilat, where the Danheim tribe lives, the tree of the world Nyland was planted. It quickly sprouted from the ground. A little later that summer, the tree of the world Gerending became a symbol of the great river Gloten. It cast a huge shadow on the city. Once Gerending had recovered and had found a connection with Nyland, he had forcibly engraved the name Sirrus on him, and thus, by interfering with the internal system of these trees, he had made Sirrus not only their guardian, but also the leader of all the other elves. The protagonist frowned, saying to himself that he could finally reap the fruits of his labors. The mercenary carts were shattered into pieces by powerful explosions. Sirrus stood against the raging flames. The barony of Chetars, the main building of the central region of the Hundar Post, a massive palace was located among the rocks. The baron, hearing the news, became furious and shouted, asking what it meant. They had passed the Nada's Canyon. The mercenary in front of him, drenched in cold sweat, bowed his head and apologized, adding that their forces, unfortunately, were not enough. The man, gritting his teeth, looked away and said to himself that they had been routed to smithereens, thrown back to the very post of Hundar. Even the oar-wielding knight Grandiad, whom they trusted so much, had abandoned them to their fate. Turning away, he walked down the corridor, saying that now he was his last hope. The guy touched the face of the frightened girl. Suddenly, he turned around, saying that they had been interrupted at the wrong time. Baron Chetar stood in front of him. A smile suddenly appeared on the guy's face, and he asked if he had already arrived. Stretching out his hand, he added that his daughter had grown into an enviable beauty, which was to be expected, because hothouse flowers smelled better than simple weeds. The Baron looked down at the floor and said to himself that he was a shameless bastard, first harassing the maids and now his own daughter, after which he said that the martial arts king was moving in that direction at full speed and he would attack at any moment. Hearing this, Jade closed his eyes and said, "So that's it," adding that as he had said before, in order to kill the golden aura, he would need to invest a lot more diamonds in this matter. After which, opening his eyes, he sarcastically asked if he had prepared everything necessary. Some time later, Antares' army was lined up in front of the high walls of the Cedars barony. The knights were ready to storm, and orders were heard that they needed to immediately load the catapults, and everyone was to prepare for a joint attack and keep the ladders ready, because today the steel fortress of the post Hundar would fall. One of the captains waved his sword and shouted for a second volley. The catapult shells hit the buildings and walls accurately. Having loaded the shell, the knight asked to continue, because the Cedars family, who treated even simple peasants so cruelly, deserved to be wiped off the face of the earth. Cater waved his sword forward, shouting that their time had come and it was time to prove their courage to their master. The knight standing above held a container of boiling oil in his hands, shouting as expected from the stupid followers of the king of martial arts, because they are so predictable, and then turned the oil onto the ground. The boy narrowed his eyes, asking Nymphia to come to him, when suddenly the spirit rushed to attack. Sirrus turned to the side, asking if the swordswoman of the new moon was there, and then asked the knight to be careful. The boy standing to the side smiled, saying that it was too much honor for a stupid elf. Sirrus turned back sharply in horror. She jumped back, dodging the light magic of the seventh circle and the radiant punishment. The elf crouched lower to the ground, holding tightly to the weapon. She tried to peer into the distance, wondering if this was a high-level spell of the seventh circle. In the air, the boy said that the contract only requested the murder of Reincarnated, but he thought he would deal with the elf as a nice bonus. Stretching his hand forward, he released a stream of light photons. Swinging, Sirrus ordered Terrarius to block the photons. Pointing his finger forward, the enemy asked if she really blocked it, and that was what spirit magic looked like. Sirrus frowned, saying that it was close, thinking that they did not expect such a dangerous enemy to appear. The guy had a sly smile on his face, when suddenly he began to mutter something under his breath. Reinhardt's face changed, loudly calling Sirrus. Raising his head, he thought that this conquest should have been easy, asking where the devil came from. In front of him, the guy noticed a catapult. Running up to the knight, the protagonist asked if he could throw him, to which the man replied that a person cannot be on a catapult, besides, it cannot withstand more than 100 kilograms. Throwing off his armor, the guy shouted that he lost weight. Continuing to chant, the enemy sent a wind bomb and weight distortion towards Sirrus. Finding himself behind her, he extended his hand with magic forward. Turning around, there was a stream of light rays in front of the elf. Turning around, she began to loudly call out to Ignatius. A huge stream of flame immediately rose up. Sirrus was surrounded by protective fire. The guy asked in bewilderment, widening his eyes, if she had really blocked even that. A sly smile suddenly appeared on his face. Swinging her sword forward, the elf ordered Salamander and Ignatius to attack. Activating the magic seal, the enemy asked the winds of the north to turn into blades and pierce his enemies. Stretching his hand forward, he released a cage of slashing blades. At the same moment, they pierced the girl's assistants through and through. Gritting her teeth in fear, Sirrus wondered if even with the combined efforts of Salamander and Ignatius, she could not break through his magic. Gripping her weapons tightly, she thought that she would not be able to destroy this whirlwind with just the cutting power of the sylph's blade, because she had to feed the sword with fire, but her remaining strength would not be enough to summon several more spirits. The fire dragons turned back abruptly. The guy's eyes widened in fear. Looking at Sirrus swinging her swords, he wondered if she had pierced her own spirits, because weren't elves known for their friendship with spirits, and she suddenly changed her mind. Jumping up, he wondered if it was not that simple. There was an insanely powerful explosion. The elf was rushing towards her opponent at full speed. With quick swings of her sword, she destroyed the walls around her. Fire oozed out of the cracks. Suddenly, another explosion thundered. A black silhouette soared into the sky. Jade, raising his hand behind his back, prepared to use the technique. Spreading his arms in different directions, he created many magical seals. A powerful gust of wind swept past Sirrus's head. At the same moment, blood spurted from her hand. Then a sharp wind cut her leg. Jade gritted his teeth, continuing to attack. When suddenly, from the side, he saw something that made him horrified. Because of this, the guy stopped attacking. Seeing this, the elf with burning eyes applied all her strength. 2 quick blows whistled through the air, which left a fiery trail behind them. Sirrus spread her swords in different directions after the blow. The tower that took the entire blow was covered in cracks. Flames were suddenly released from under them. At the same second, a powerful explosion was heard. Surprise suddenly appeared in the girl's eyes. Landing on her feet, she did not see her opponent. When suddenly, turning around sharply, Sirrus saw Jade in the air. The guy, gritting his teeth, looked at her and said that he could not believe that some pathetic elf could use flash step. Hearing this, the girl frowned and said to herself that she was sure that she had the advantage, because there was no way he could dodge it, after which she said that it seemed that her opponent had a teleportation artifact, adding to herself that if it really was an artifact that allowed one to move through space, then it must be at least legendary, which meant it was very well known throughout the continent. But suddenly, Jade extended his hand and said that he was very sorry that he had to waste it on an elf, but now was not the time to hold back. Microchips appeared on his hand, and yellow stripes lit up. Frowning, the elf asked if this was magic or an aura. A mocking smile was visible on the guy's face. At that very second, something brightly glowing rushed past his hand. Sirrus looked forward, holding the fire weapons tightly in her hands. Dodging the attack, she jumped to the side. The attack was getting closer and closer to her. Having crashed into the wall of the building, suddenly a loud explosion was heard. The walls began to quickly fall apart. Turning her head back, the elf thought that she could not believe that he was capable of such cutting power. Behind her, a strong blow was heard again. Jade appeared next to her, asking her to stop herself. With a mad smile, he swung the sword of rupture. Sirrus opened her mouth wide in horror. Blood splashed upward. The fire dragon half absorbed the sword. The weapon began to slowly burn through the spirit's body. After a few seconds, the dragon completely dissipated. The sword suddenly turned out to be clean. A moment later, it began to crack into small particles. The weapon shattered into fragments. The elf fell to one knee. Blood suddenly began to flow onto the ground. Sirrus's body was completely covered in scarlet blood. Putting her hand to her forehead, Jade said with a loud cry that now, crawling at her feet like a dog, she looked more like an elf. He narrowed his eyes and added that it was still a bit arrogant of her. Without taking his eyes off Sirrus, who was holding the broken sword, the guy asked how she dared to dodge his magic. Activating a fire seal in the sky, he asked with a smirk if she liked fire. Sweat began to pour down the elf's face. Her eyes suddenly widened in horror. Jade abruptly turned his gaze to the side. A bright beam of magic flew into the building at great speed. After the fire dissipated, smoke flew into the sky in clouds. The entire area was covered in flames. Fear was visible in Sirrus's eyes. Reifenhardt grabbed the elf with his arms and asked if she was okay, then asked her not to move, because her wounds were bleeding. Blushing with embarrassment, the girl thought that he had come half naked again, after which she shouted for him to put her down on the ground. Turning his head, the protagonist asked the opponent who he was, since he didn't look like a third-rate mage, thinking that he was surprisingly agile, and he must have met him at least once in his past life. Jade put his hands behind his back, saying who would have thought that the guy would appear using a catapult, and he certainly heard that ignorance was always in the blood of martial arts kings, but he didn't think it was that bad. He grinned and said that Reifenhardt had finally appeared, while the protagonist peered into his face, thinking that the opponent's gaze was so cunning and ruthless, and that he reminded him of someone. A strong horror suddenly appeared on the guy's face. Looking at the perplexed guy, he wondered if it was Jade and what he was doing here. The protagonist introduced Jade in the past and said to himself that he was the second son of the Arclight House, who had promoted his great mages of the Holy Empire of Vashtalan for several generations, and in his past life he was one of his enemies, who had oppressed Antares for a very long time with an army of mages summoned from all over the continent. He was a light mage who was said to have received the blessing of mana, and also the strongest mage on the continent. He remembered how Jade, spreading his arms to the sides, showed his mighty power, and said to himself that he had gained a seventh circle at the age of 20, making all the mages envious of himself. He was not famous among non-mages, since he did not leave the Tower of the Sun, but was very famous among his own. However, after introducing himself in the past, the protagonist said that because of his appearance, he was almost forgotten when he turned 30, and then asked himself why he was here now, since he had no reason to be on the battlefield for money, since his family was rich and he was a rising star of the Sun Tower. Jade extended his hand and said with a smile on his face that a contract was a contract, and he would have to die. Reifenhardt frowned, wondering if he really needed to make some quick money during his journey, but in any case, he was trying to kill Sirrus. He again remembered Jade from the past, who said that they sent that vicious dark elf to another world who was no match for his magic, and said to himself that he killed Sirrus in his past life and now he is here trying to kill her again. Immediately after thinking these thoughts, Jade attacked using a fire cannon. Taking a fighting stance, the protagonist blocked every blow, shouting that this was just ridiculous. Did he really think he could kill him with this? Then Jade put his hand behind his back and rushed to attack. He used the Severance sword and, waving his hand, directed a cutting attack towards the enemy. Then Reifenhardt, his eyes glowing, raised his hand behind his back. A second later, waving it, he used a circular defense. Two powerful magical forces collided with each other. Suddenly, shock appeared in the eyes of the protagonist. His opponent's cutting magic broke through his circular defense. At the same second, having overcome the barrier, she rushed towards him. The cutting attack cut Reifenhardt's skin. Having flown further, she cut down part of the massive tower. The protagonist, looking at his wound, said to himself that this was impossible, because he broke through the circular defense, after which he asked himself if he really had an artifact from the Silver Age, adding that it was as strong as Eldrin Yusis's most powerful technique, Eldrin's Light. Jade extended his glowing hand and said with a smile on his face that even a fighting king is helpless against ancient powers. Without thinking twice, the protagonist stood up and said to himself that it activated instantly, then asked if this simple glove was better than Eldrin, but he did not remember Jade having such a valuable artifact. After these thoughts, he punched the air with his fist, using rapid-fire chi bullets. Jade, with his hand extended, put up an anti-gun force barrier in front of him, which blocked all the bullets. But suddenly a leg appeared in front of his face. The protagonist, facing his opponent, shouted for him to try it. After his powerful kick, a shock wave was heard. Suddenly, surprise appeared in the protagonist's eyes. His opponent was flying in the air. When Reifenhardt saw the boots of movement on the guy's feet, he asked himself where he got them from. Then he descended into the memories in which the mysterious killer appeared for the first time. The man in black robes was not very capable, but neither Sirrus nor Tahad could deal with him, since he wore artifacts that no one had heard of before. Leaving the memories, the protagonist focused on the boots of movement and added that they were the ones with the power of teleportation over a short distance. Without taking his eyes off the enemy, he added that he now understood why Sirrus lost, when suddenly the guy laughed, saying that a warrior is no match for a magician as long as he remains at a distance. After these words, Jade, raising his hand, with burning eyes, used a spell. With one swing of his hand, he sent a storm of ice blades at his opponent. Reinhardt, without thinking twice, dealt with most of the attacks with fire strikes. Jade, looking at this, smiled and said that it did not work against the vile elf and her spirits, but the Battle King would not be able to dodge. After these thoughts, he waved his hand and attacked Severance with his sword. The protagonist, without thinking twice, raised his hand to defend himself. Gritting his teeth, he said to himself that he did not want to use this, after which he said that this was his territory, and he would not allow anything that did not belong to him to pass through it. Magic symbols began to appear around him, and a purple aura enveloped his body. At the same moment, the guy used a spell. A powerful wave of magic spread around him. The ice blades were still flying towards him. The protagonist's technique affected them immediately. In that second, they froze and changed their color. After that, they scattered into small fragments. Severance's sword was still flying towards Reinhardt. The protagonist's technique affected it too. It immediately stopped and changed its color. A moment later, it shattered into fragments. Seeing this, Jade's eyes widened in shock and wondered if he had interfered with his spell. Cold sweat appeared on his face, and he screamed that it was impossible. Could a fighting king really use magic? Reinhardt stood on the ground with his hand raised, surrounded by an incredible aura. Frowning, he said to himself that he did not want to resort to magic because he was a fighting king, but he did not think that something terrible would happen if he did not attract much attention. After these thoughts, his image began to ripple. In that same second, he was next to his opponent. The guy carried out a powerful attack, but Jade managed to teleport. Reacting quickly, he folded his hands, using a summoning net. Sharply turning around, the protagonist screamed, "Cancel." Immediately after that, all the nets were destroyed. Jade gritted his teeth in shock from what he saw, then used chains of light. Glowing chains appeared above Reinhardt's head. Jade hit the floor with his hand, using viscous liquid. But the protagonist spread his arms to the sides, destroying all the magic spells. The sight brought horror to the guy's eyes, and he wondered if his opponent was canceling all his spells, if he had gone crazy, or if the world had turned upside down. The protagonist, with hatred in his eyes, rushed to attack. Jade, waving his arms, threw Severance swords at him. Seeing this, Reinhardt smiled, saying that the attack's power was impressive and he could give it credit, but it was a light type, so he would simply reflect it. After these words, he extended his arms and used mirror reflection. Jade's attacks flew towards him, destroying everything in their path. The guy, having defended himself from his own technique, said to himself that this dumb jock was using more advanced magic than he, a seventh circle mage. The next second, a mad fight between two great mages began. The mercenaries tried to run away in horror. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared behind them, erasing them. Fast and powerful explosions destroyed everything in their path. The protagonist, splashing blood, almost reached his opponent. Gritting his teeth, he said to himself that he had a very unpleasant artifact, because in his past life he would have dealt with it with a shock wave. With these thoughts, he clenched his hand into a fist, shouting that he did not care about it. His hand was enveloped in powerful magical energy. The next second, the guy threw it into the air, using a blow of dispersal. Seeing this, Jade gritted his teeth and screamed, asking himself if he was really throwing magical blows. What kind of damn ability was this? While he was thinking about this, the protagonist appeared above his head. At the same second, the guy looked up. He was immediately enveloped in teleportation magic. Seeing this, Reinhardt smiled, shouting that he could move from place to place. His opponent teleported to one of the towers. But suddenly shock appeared in his eyes. The protagonist destroyed the place where he had been recently with an avalanche blow, saying to himself that it was useless, because it would simply destroy everything in the radius of his movement. After these thoughts, a powerful explosion destroyed everything around in a large radius. The mercenaries flew to the sides from the strong push. The elf covered her face with her hands. And Jade was thrown back by the blast wave. Flames hit his body, and he screamed loudly in pain. At the same moment, his artifact flew off him. Plumes of black smoke rose into the sky. The protagonist, coming out of the smoke, said that Sirrus had complained before that she had many weaknesses, but fighting him was much more unpleasant, because anyone who had not encountered the boots of movement before would have already been defeated. Jade, leaning on the stones, was breathing heavily. He sat on the ground, heavily saying that he always defeated the aura users by keeping his distance and his magic, but he didn't expect him to use the same tactic. Reinhardt looked at him and said to himself that this was exactly what he used against Sirrus. After thinking about it, he remembered how Sirrus was wearing these boots and said to himself that this was an artifact that Sirrus used after the assassin's invasion, and every time she used the boots, Jade used a large-range magic to prevent him from moving, so he simply copied this tactic. While he was thinking about this, Jade was already behind him, preparing to attack. But suddenly, horror appeared in the guy's eyes. His torn-off legs flew into the air. The protagonist turned to his opponent with an outstretched hand and asked if he was still annoying him, adding that he would not be able to use the boots of movement in the future. Having lost his legs, Jade collapsed to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at his opponent out of the corner of his eye. Riffenhart picked up the boots of displacement at this time and said to himself that he was going to let him die. But he felt disgusted, because if they were originally his, then that killer from his past life was connected to the Arclight house. With these thoughts, he remembered his past self and said that he was packed with equipment, many of which he had never even encountered despite his experience in the dungeons. But by studying his equipment, he was able to create a new magic of the 10th circle. He found a clue again, going beyond time and space, but this time it was still alive. After these thoughts, the protagonist extended his hand towards the barely alive opponent, saying that he would not kill him, because he wanted to ask a few questions. Jade began to crawl on the ground, saying to himself that he needed to run, but he barely managed to steal 3 of them with his brother's help, and did not expect to waste one here. He suddenly pulled out a feather of return, which emitted a bright light, and said to himself that this artifact would teleport to a pre-designated coordinate. A bright light filled the surrounding area. The protagonist raised his hand and screamed, asking what the hell. Jade smiled maliciously. Suddenly, excitement appeared in his eyes from what he saw. Riefenhart hit the air with all his might. His blow sent his opponent's bag flying off the ground. Seeing this, the protagonist gritted his teeth. Then he looked around and wondered if he had really evaporated. Fury appeared in his eyes, and he screamed with all his might, asking if he really thought he could escape from him. After saying these words, he used the detection technique. It quickly spread to half of the estate. In a matter of seconds, it went beyond its borders. After a few seconds, looking up at the sky, Riefenhart said that he really left, then said to himself that it was not a large object like a portal, but a portable artifact that allows long-distance travel. Then he brought his hand to his chin and said in his head that there is no way to set coordinates for both return and sending with such a small object. But it seems that he did not open a portal, but simply disappeared. After all his thoughts, the guy raised his hand behind his head, saying that it was not the time to think about theories. When suddenly he saw the artifact dropped by the enemy. Without thinking twice, the protagonist picked it up. Bringing it closer to himself, he said that it looks exactly like the thing he found on the killer in his past life. The artifact was very similar to the coat of arms, and the protagonist, looking at it, said that he did not know how they are connected, but it seems that he needs to study the Arclight house.